In the year 2150, an alien pirate fleet launched a sudden assault, resulting in the demise of billions of lives on Earth. The global governance system collapsed, leading to chaos and the fragmentation of the old world into three realms: the Technological Federation, the Paradise of Bliss, and the Divine Continent. Yet the alien pirates are poised to breach Earth's last remnants of defense, placing humanity in a perilous position. At this juncture, an unsuspecting new driver of a van inadvertently finds himself at the epicenter of this turmoil. Could he ascend to become an extraordinary figure in this tumultuous era? Chapter 1. Fortune lies within misfortune. In 2150, an alien pirate fleet abruptly descended upon Earth, and after decades of fierce combat, humanity suffered losses exceeding 1 billion. The global governance structure disintegrated, leading to the extinction of nations. By 2230, the remnants of the old world's 100 leading technological magnates formed the Technological Federation. Simultaneously, the three major religious organizations of the old world established the Paradise of Bliss, while the ancient martial families united to create the Divine Continent. In 2290, within the South River metropolis of the central Huazhong province, a group of students surrounded an individual, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Our class leader is remarkable. Even before entering the Battle Academy, he has already achieved a blood energy quantification of 5 stars. Truly impressive. Our class leader is our role model. You all must rise to the occasion, otherwise you will only ever witness his back as he runs ahead. Class leader, how did you accomplish this? Please teach us. A stylish girl with long flowing hair, Qin Feilu, gazed at class leader Zhao Hanxing with sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. A high school student who has reached a 5-star blood energy quantification without systematic training is destined for a life of brilliance and splendor. Zhao Hanxing nodded at her, then smiled as he surveyed the surrounding students. Classmates, achieving a 5-star blood energy transformation is no more challenging than gaining admission to the Battle Academy. With diligent practice, anyone can succeed. Even a seemingly frail student like Yuan, if he perseveres, may find himself admitted to the Battle ACA. Demi and perhaps even mastering blood energy transformation, he could very well become a formidable warrior. At his words, the crowd glanced at the scrawny boy buried in his books in the corner, some expressing disdain. Wang Changfeng, an ardent supporter of Zhao Hanxing, shook his head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. Class monitor, you think too highly of this weakling. He's nothing but a sickly wretch. How could he ever aspire to be a strong warrior? I'd wager that would only happen if the sun were to rise from the north. Indeed, Li Yuan, it's not my intention to discourage you, but I genuinely believe you don't stand a chance of entering the Battle Academy, let alone dreaming of becoming a strong warrior. I suggest you accept your fate and attend the Labor Academy instead after graduation. You could find a comfortable job on an assembly line. Isn't that a pleasant life? Otherwise, with your frail disposition, you might just be inadvertently trampled by invading alien pirates, mocked another of Zhao Hanxing's followers. He burly Wuling. The crowd erupted in boisterous laughter. In the corner, Li Yuan's expression remained inscrutable, though his fingers, pretending to turn the pages of his book, clenched into a fist. He yearned to rush over and land a few punches on Wuling, yet apprehension held him back. In truth, he was no match for him, so he feigned indifference and chose to ignore the taunts. Zhao Hanxing no longer gazed at Li Yuan. Instead, he shifted the conversation with a tone of gravity. Classmates, we must rapidly enhance our strength. Only by becoming formidable warriors can we resist the extraterrestrial pirates. How many of our compatriots on the Divine Continent have perished at the hands of these cosmic marauders? Blood debts must be repaid in blood. I urge everyone to strive and persevere, to become strong warriors who vanquish pirates. The students, stirred by Zhao Hanxing's impassioned words, erupted in a fervent chorus to become strong warriors and slay pirates. Li Yuan echoed the sentiment within his heart, genuinely yearning to become a strong warrior to combat the alien marauders. Unlike Wang Changfeng and Wuling, who mocked him for his purportedly frail constitution, his predicament stemmed from his family's inability to afford the costly vitality pills Essen. Tile for cultivation. Otherwise, he too could have harnessed the power of blood energy. The concept of blood energy transformation refers to the process by which the human bloodstream, after consuming vitality pills, expels impurities, thereby enhancing blood purity and de-infusing energy. This significantly accelerates the circulation of one's bloodlines and greatly amplifies the body's various functions. It bears resemblance to the formidable biochemical warriors akin to Captain America from the sci-fi films of the old world. Vitality pills are a product of pioneering research by the Academy of Sciences on the Divine Continent, developed from the alien resources that have been seized. They are accessible to all humanity. The Divine Continent, established by the ancient martial forces of Huaxia, possesses a profound heritage of martial arts, resulting in a slight, wide greater number of strong warriors emerging from the consumption of vitality pills compared to the other two major factions. The various great academies and the numerous legions of the Divine Army enable their warriors to rapidly elevate their blood energy through the use of vitality pills, techniques, and other resources. In the vast expanse of the Divine Continent, there exists not only the military academies dedicated to the cultivation of warriors and combat talents, but also aimed institutes of science focused on the study of alchemy, martial techniques, and the cosmos. Additionally, there are linguistic academies devoted to the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations, languages, and cultural studies. The Machinery Academy engages in research concerning mechs, spacecraft, warships, laser weaponry, and alloyed cold weapons. The Medical Academy bears some resemblance to the medical universities of the Old World, however. Its focus extends beyond mere healing and pathological studies to encompass the exploration of human potential, rapid recovery, and related subjects. The Service Academy aims to cultivate professionals in economics, social management, and logistical support. The most significant threat to the Divine Continent arises from extraterrestrial pirates, prompting a concentration of resources on the aforementioned fields. Consequently, disciplines such as art, entertainment, performance, design, agriculture, and forestry have been either entirely abolished or reduced to their most essential courses, offered merely as electives. Upon returning home, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. His mother, with a face marked by sorrow and traces of tears, was busy packing things away. His younger brother, Li Jin, was not in his room doing homework, but was silently assisting their mother in her task. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Yuan's heart as he hurriedly inquired, "Mother, what is happening? What's wrong?" "Nothing is amiss. Focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to the War Academy. It will secure a promising future for you," she responded. "If you do not reveal the truth, how can I possibly concentrate on the martial examination?" Li Yuan pressed, his impatience evident. Li's mother was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "How can you speak so recklessly? For all these years, your father and I have toiled tirelessly to support your education. Those wretched extraterrestrial pirates come to pillage and wreak havoc time and again. It is a monumental challenge for us to keep you alive and allow you to participate in the martial examination. How can you claim there is no motivation for it? What do you want me to say?" Li Jin replied dejectedly, "Brother, Father coughed up blood while on his way to pick me up. After a visit to the hospital, we discovered he has stomach cancer, and it has reached an irreversible late stage." "What? Stomach cancer? Irreversible? How could this happen?" Li Yuan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. His father was the sole breadwinner of the family. If he were to fall, the entire household would collapse. Li Yuan nodded, sitting down despondently. As if the sky were about to fall, he helped his mother gather some basic belongings to take her to the hospital to care for his father. Upon entering the ward, seeing his father's face, which appeared to have aged a decade overnight, Li Yuan's heart ached profoundly. "Li Yuan, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a few days. You must focus on your studies for the martial examination. Do not let your mind wander because of me. Stomach ailments are not dire, rest will suffice. You are the eldest in the family, the hope for us all. You must gain admission to the War Academy. If you succeed, I will sell everything, even my blood or liver, to support your education," his father said, his complexion pale, yet his resolve unwavering. "I understand. You focus on getting better, and I will study diligently for the exam," Li Yuan replied. As he stepped out of the hospital, a heavy weight settled in his heart. My father is an individual transporter who has been operating a Wuling van for nearly 2 decades. Despite its dilapidated condition, he has maintained it meticulously, for it has long been the lifeblood of our family. The Wuling is said to be a legendary vehicle from the old world, and its endurance until now is indeed remarkable. Taking the keys bestowed by my father, I ignited the engine of the Wuling and set forth on my journey. As a child from a humble background, I was compelled to take on responsibilities early, having learned to drive alongside my father. In this tumultuous era, a driver's license is scarcely a necessity. Not long after I set off, a graceful figure raised her hand to hail my vehicle. "Where are you headed?" I managed to muster a smile, reminding myself that no matter how I felt, I must never show displeasure to a customer. To my surprise, business arrived sooner than anticipated. My tone was particularly respectful, not only because of the unexpected fare, but also due to the sight of her clad in comb. At attire, I sensed her formidable presence, estimating her blood energy to be at least a 6-star level. This was my first encounter with a powerful quasi-martial artist exhibiting such potent blood energy, and the aura of lethality she exuded suggested a practical combatant. In contrast, individuals like Zhao Hanqing, who boasted a mere 5-star blood energy, were mere pretenders, their strength bolstered only by enhancement pills, and would be utterly defenseless against a 6-star combat-oriented martial artist. South River Metropolis Martial Arts Club, the quasi-martial artist remarked coolly, casting a glance my way. I promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door. "Please, sir." The individual was a tall and elegant woman, yet I still referred to her as sir, for in the realm of Shenzhou, martial artists of strong caliber are universally addressed as sir. Perhaps if it were not so late, such a formidable being would not have chosen a ride in my humble V. Yuan was elated to take over his father's dilapidated vehicle. His first fare was a martial artist, and he anticipated earning a decent sum of Shenzhou coins during the half-hour. Our journey. Stealing glances through the rearview mirror, he observed that, while the woman could not be described as breathtakingly beautiful, her black combat attire accentuated her graceful figure and striking features. She sat coldly, gazing out the window. Curiosity compelled Li Yuan to speak, despite his hesitation. "Excuse me, may I be so bold as to inquire if you are a combat-oriented martial artist? You must possess at least 6 stars, I presume?" The woman did not turn to face him, her voice icy as she replied, "Young man, focus on driving your car. Asking indiscreet questions can lead to dire consequences." Li Yuan, taken aback by her response, could only manage an awkward smile. She appeared to be of similar age, yet he found himself referred to as a little brother. Although perturbed, he dared not utter another word. After about 10 minutes of driving, a piercing sound suddenly shattered the air. Li Yuan's ears rang painfully, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed a dark figure plummeting from the sky, landing with a resounding thud on the roof of his Wuling vehicle. The car shook violently, the roof caving in significantly, leaving Li Yuan in a state of shock, rendered momentarily helpless. The woman in the back seat, now alarmed, shouted, "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Step on it." Right. What on earth is happening?" Li Yuan exclaimed in panic, his frantic attempts to accelerate the battered vehicle proving futile, as it seemed a vital component had been damaged by the force of the mysterious figure. "Fool, that's an alien pirate. You need to get us out of here now," she exclaimed, her face etched with fear. "Alien pirates?" Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, for this was his first encounter with the infamous extraterrestrial marauders. As the shadow lunged once more, Li Yuan discerned that the figure in the sky was a winged humanoid monster, precisely the alien pirates frequently depicted on television. His limbs began to tremble, and he sought to accelerate and flee, but to no avail. The alien pirate struck the rear of the Wuling vehicle with a forceful kick, producing a resounding crash as if the car had been struck by a hammer, emitting a jarring metallic crunch. The overwhelming force surged through the car, and Li Yuan felt as if he had been struck by a bull, spewing a mouthful of blood, while the would-be warrior in the back seat also cried out in agony, blood spilling forth. The steering wheel slipped from his grasp, and the Wuling spun out of control, toppling with a thud. Even then, the vehicle was not liberated from the alien pirate's assault. The crumpled body of the car continued to roll along the pavement, flinging the unbelted would-be warrior from the back seat. Though Li Yuan was secured by a seatbelt, he was disoriented, flailing about in a haze. In his confusion, he felt his elbow collide with something first. There was a soft thud, followed by a sharp crack, and in an instant, the Wuling came to a halt. To his astonishment, Li Yuan discovered that the Wuling had miraculously stabilized, the shattered glass inexplicably reassembling itself, and the dented body of the car returning. Oh, its original form. Even more astonishingly, the Wuling vanished with a whoosh, reappearing in his Chi-Si realm. A van now floated within this ethereal domain, and he could perceive it with remarkable clarity. What on earth? Li Yuan appeared as if he had seen a ghost, fiercely pinching his thigh in agony. Hey, handsome, where's your car? The woman who had been thrown out, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, struggled to rise and limped over, her bewildered eyes scanning the surroundings. The van was nowhere to be found. The shadowy figure of an alien pirate loomed overhead, seemingly drooling with anticipation, and in the next moment, it charged toward him. You scoundrel, where's the car? This is a death sentence. The aspiring warrior, in a fit of desperation, turned and sprinted toward the thicket by the roadside. She realized that the alien pirate was likely targeting her, so she fled. The extraterrestrial marauder would presumably spare the unarmed van driver. Li Yuan, too, felt the looming dread of mortality. He yearned to escape in the vehicle at once. A miraculous scene unfolded once more just as the thought crossed his mind. With a thunderous roar, he found himself seated in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. In an uncanny twist, the vehicle reappeared. Without a moment to ponder, he shifted gears and pressed the accelerator to flee, glancing down to see the Wuling dashboard wide-eyed in disbelief. At that moment, the dashboard displayed not only the usual mileage but several rows of data. Fuel blood energy level, sparse. Body sinew strength, sparse. Axle bone strength, sparse. Vehicle system 6 sense, sparse. Available tools in toolbox, none. Convertible blood energy, 1. Convertible comprehensive combat power, 0. What on earth is this? A toolbox? Li Yuan was left speechless. Meanwhile, the alien pirate had caught up with the aspiring warrior, who was unwilling to surrender without a fight. Drawing the long knife from her back, she turned and unleashed a fierce slash. Yet, the seemingly ferocious strike was effortlessly deflected by the alien pirate with a mere swipe, ousting her to recoil violently, spitting blood as she was flung several meters away, a sight too harrowing to behold. The alien pirate, with a flick of its wings, lunged forward and sank its teeth into the hapless warrior. The woman's piercing scream jolted Li Yuan from his stupor. As he beheld the grotesque creature poised to devour human flesh, a wave of fear enveloped him. Despite his trembling legs and the overwhelming urge to flee, the teachings of his parents instilling in him the virtues of bravery and a disdain for evil compelled him to act rather than stand idly by. In a moment of desperation, Li Yuan bit his tongue and pinched his trembling thigh, summoning every ounce of courage to scream and propel himself forward to save the victim. In that instant, paralyzed by fear, his tremors radiated from his calves to his arms. His astonishment. The Wuling vehicle, no longer resembling the sluggish tractor it once was, surged forward, appearing instantaneously behind the alien pirate, and in a split section, collided forcefully with its rear. Chapter 2. The exhilarating background music as the near warrior let out a pained wail. She felt herself lifted off the ground and flung far away once more. A Wuling vehicle surged forward with tremendous kinetic energy, colliding forcefully with the alien pirate and sending it flying. Li Yuan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, heading straight for the bloodied woman. Despite her injuries, the woman, being a near warrior, had not succumbed to unconsciousness from the impact. Upon seeing the approaching Wuling, she was momentarily taken aback, questioning her own senses. However, there was no time for contemplation, nor could she afford to maintain her composure. In a frantic scramble, she dove into the van. Her left arm bore a large wound inflicted by the alien pirate, blood seeping profusely from the gash. Glancing back at the pursuing alien, her pallid face turned even more ashen with fear. She turned to Li Yuan, urging, "Hurry, drive faster." Under ordinary circumstances, alien pirates would find it nearly impossible to penetrate the heart of Huazhong Prefecture within the mainland of Shenzhou. Li Yuan speculated that this pirate must be a stray, as the Shenzhou military would have dealt with it long ago. The pirate appeared to be wounded as well, inadvertently locking onto her, seeking to absorb her life energy for its own recuperation. Although she had managed to escape into the Wuling, despair still clung to her as she observed the alien pirate lunging toward them. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback once more. "Li Yuan, Seemingly frail and trembling, his face pale, exhibited an uncanny skill as he navigated the van through sharp turns on the highway, managing to evade the alien pirates' attacks. The woman scrutinized Li Yuan intently, but could discern no remarkable qualities about him. The fear reflected in her eyes was palpably genuine. At that moment, the alien pirate, enraged, screeched as it flapped its wings in a desperate pursuit of the Wuling, yet it could only trail behind, enveloped in dust. This scene left the martial artist utterly astonished. The unlikely combination of a feeble young man and a dilapidated vehicle had rendered an alien pirate utterly helpless. She realized she had underestimated this young man. Sighing in relief, she ceased to regard the alien pirate lurking behind and focused her gaze on Li Yuan. "Is your car modified?" she inquired. Li Yuan, upon hearing this, could only smile ruefully. A modified car? Perhaps he was the one being transformed by the vehicle itself. It has been modified. How could it go so fast? He pondered as the alien pirate, seemingly enraged by the nimble Wuling car, surged forward with even greater speed. Yet, mere seconds later, it abruptly faltered in mid-air, then turned and vanished into the night sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The strong are the true martial artists, the backbone of the Shinjo continent's resistance against alien pirate invasions. Bloodied, Su Tingshi's expression returned to its usual indifference. "I was attacked by an alien pirate," she stated coldly. "What good is that? Just moments ago, I was nearly killed." Rubbing her wound, her piercing gaze burned with determination. She must become a true warrior. Li Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "That's true. Sir, who were those formidable warriors just now?" "You saved me. I am grateful," she continued. "You may call me Su Tingshi, or simply Sister Shi." "Li Yuan," he replied. "Captain Liu is from the Shinjo military. Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. You must still be a student, right? We might participate in the martial arts examination together." "Mr. Li, no. Sister Shi, I cannot compare to you. It is highly unlikely that I will be admitted to the War Academy." Li Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Do not worry. Even if you do not pass this year's examination, once I join the Shinjo military, I will assist you in gaining admission to the War Academy next year to repay your life-saving grace." Li Yuan smiled, not believing that Su Tingshi possessed such capabilities. Nevertheless, even if she did, he had no intention of taking shortcuts to enter the Battle Academy. After exchanging a few more words, they shared their contact information and soon arrived at the Strongman Club in Nanjing Metropolis, where Su Tingshi had gone to recuperate. Her previous visit to the hospital was not for hospitalization, but rather to handle some matters. At the Strongman Club, anyone qualified to join the Shinjo army had access to a comprehensive healing system, albeit not without cost. As Li Yuan returned his gaze to the steering wheel, his eyes widened in astonishment. The dashboard indicated that the convertible blood energy level had reached 25. Remarkable. He recalled that after he had picked up Su Tingshi and been ambushed by alien pirates, he triggered a mechanism that activated the Wuling Shinsei, at which point the convertible blood energy was at 0. This implied that under normal circumstances, a qualified martial artist would accumulate 1 of blood energy for every 5 kilometers traveled, whereas in life-threatening situations, covering 10 kilometers could yield a tenfold increase. With questions swirling in his mind, Li Yuan leapt from the vehicle. The Wuling Shinsei appeared exactly as it had when his father entrusted it to him, although it had eerily replaced the damaged roof and windows from the alien pirates. It still resembled an old van. He meticulously inspected every inch of the vehicle, including the trunk, but found no toolbox. Opening the engine compartment yielded no discoveries either. It was truly perplexing. After toiling for over an hour, he had uncovered nothing unusual. How had it initially entered his Chi Sea world, and how had it re-emerged? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the Wuling vehicle suddenly vanished with a whoosh, reappearing within the Chi Sea world. Upon another thought, it whooshed back to its original spot. Remarkable. This is even more impressive than Transformers. Li Yuan was exhilarated. As for what kind of vehicle Wuling truly was, he neither understood nor cared to inquire. Existence itself justifies its reason. For now, that would suffice. Glancing at the 25 convertible energy quantification displayed on the dashboard in his mind, Li Yuan pondered whether to give it a try. But how to convert it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, an option appeared on the dashboard. Yes or no. What an absurdity. Why is there even this high-tech jargon? Li Yuan muttered a curse and promptly tapped yes. In an instant, the dashboard trembled, and a line of text appeared. Please grip the steering wheel firmly. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment before grasping the steering wheel, and in that instant, a torrent of energy surged from it into his body. The energy flowed into Li Yuan's arteries, sweeping away impurities like autumn leaves in the wind, and then continuously extended through the labyrinth of his bloodstream. Upon receiving the highly purified, energetic blood, Li Yuan's heart began to beat at double its usual pace. In that fleeting moment, he was propelled from his seat, his body writhing from the rapid pulsations of his heart, yet his hands seemed welded to the steering wheel, immobile, leaving only his body to dance wildly. At that moment, a small car happened to pull up next to him, and the female driver watched him with confusion. What kind of madness is this? Jumping in a dilapidated vehicle in the dead of night, while listening to a chaotic remix? This generation is utterly insane. Meanwhile, Li Yuan felt his entire being suffused with energy, the process excruciatingly painful. It was a torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. As the saying goes, there are no free lunches, every gain demands a corresponding sacrifice. After enduring pain, one experiences a refreshing sensation, a newfound strength that is exhilarating and unparalleled. Upon gazing at the dashboard, changes are evident. The fuel blood energy quantification stands at 2 stars. The vehicle's body muscle strength is at 0 stars, as are the axle bone strength and the machine's sixth sense. However, the conversion of blood energy has reached 5%. At this moment, a row of 2 energy stars materializes in Li Yuan's sea of energy. Moreover, the toolbox has transformed into a wrench. While the appearance of the stars is understandable, the significance of the wrench eludes him. Is it meant for vehicle repairs? Yet, he cannot find the wrench anywhere. Li Yuan speculates that he must somehow manifest it. Almost instantly, a small wrench, 10 centimeters in length, appears in his hand. How delightful! But what purpose does this little tool serve? With a mere thought, the wrench vanishes. As he stretches his limbs, they crack and pop, filled with an overwhelming sense of strength. He has now attained a 2-star blood energy level. Yet the 5-star realm of Zhao Hanqing seems still distant. The joy and excitement momentarily alleviate the gloom of his father's hospitalization, illuminating a glimmer of hope for his own resurgence. Unlike ordinary individuals who must invest significant sums in powerful tonics and endure relentless training to become warriors, he feels as though he has found a shortcut. Perhaps heaven has finally taken notice of him. However, this respite is short-lived. As the Wuling divine vehicle comes to a halt, the dashboard displays conventional metrics. It is out of fuel. How amusing. He muses, thinking that with its divine transformation, it would no longer require fuel. It seems even the divine vehicle has yet to achieve fasting. Emptying his pockets of all the spare change, he fills the Wuling divine vehicle with fuel and prepares to commence his tasks. I have undertaken a few commissions, earning a meager sum of several dozen yuan. However, much to Li Yuan's chagrin, he has traversed dozens of kilometers without encountering a single martial artist, leaving the conversion of blood energy into a tangible form an unfulfilled prospect. The National College entrance examination is fast approaching. Li Yuan is incessantly driving, his objective being Su Tingxi. Sister Xi, do you require transportation? Complimentary service provided. Young man, I must recuperate and cultivate. I shall not be venturing out for the time being. Is that so? Then, could you perhaps recommend someone to me? Preferably a martial artist. Indeed. Consequently, Li Yuan has neglected his studies entirely for the past 3 months, driving his vehicle until the early hours of the morning to earn money. He is now the mainstay of his family, and he must support this impoverished household. He harbors no concerns regarding his written examination, and as for the martial arts examination, he considers driving his vehicle a form of cultivation. Fellow students, the written examination for the National College entrance examination concluded yesterday. Today marks the martial arts examination. With all senior high school classes from the Nanjiang metropolitan area congregating at our school to undertake the examination, the head teacher imparted his heartfelt blessings upon everyone before introducing the proctors from the Xinzhou army, urging everyone to approach the examination with utmost diligence. Zhao Hanqing is undoubtedly the most radiant star of 3rd high school. Surrounded by his peers, he surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority, eventually spotting Li Yuan on the periphery. Zhao Hanqing gestured. Li Yuan, my fellow student, let us 3rd high school students gather together. Do not fret, do not be timid. One must always strive to achieve a breakthrough. Even if one's strength is insufficient, it matters not. Simply strive with all your might. I have faith in you. Chapter 3. How could he possibly be stronger than I? Li Yuan offered a wry smile, thinking to himself, you pretentious cur, continue to feign benevolence. Must you belittle me to satiate your ego? Qin Feilu, standing beside Zhao Hanqing, expressed her admiration. Squad leader, it's only been 2 months, and you've already managed to further advance and cultivate 6-star blood energy transformation. You're truly remarkable. Wang Changfeng, however, cast a sidelong glance at Li Yuan, somewhat perplexed, squad leader. Even if you were to give Li Yuan, this sickly fellow, a whole tank of gas, it would be of no avail. Although his written exam scores are decent, there's no way he'll pass the martial arts exam and get into the war academy. He's just too feeble. Wuling chimed in, to forge iron. One must be strong oneself. Someone like Li Yuan, no amount of encouragement will help. Zhao Hanqing retorted, Changfeng, Wuling, that's not the right way to talk. We're all classmates, and each of you has my attention. Only when we all become stronger can humanity truly become powerful. And when we are powerful, we can eradicate the invading alien pirates. Zhao Hanqing's words, as always, ignited cheers and raised fists among the surrounding students. They were all young people. And after years of being influenced by his fervent spirit, they had a fire in their hearts that could be ignited with a single spark. Li Yuan spat to the side, feeling somewhat helpless. There were those who would rise to power by stepping on you, yet leave you powerless to openly refute them. Silence. Just as these individuals were flattering him, a dignified middle-aged man materialized out of thin air among the crowd, his thunderous roar causing the students to recoil. A bunch of greenhorns. What's with all the self-congratulation? Line up immediately to prepare for the martial arts exam. The proctor cast a fleeting, intricate gaze upon Zhao Hanqing. He gave a slight nod and blew the whistle. The Nanjiang martial arts exam begins. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. The proctor was none other than Captain Lu Qingfeng, who had saved Su Tingxi and him. He never expected him to be an invigilator for the martial arts exam. It seems that there exists a certain relationship between Su Tingxi and Captain Lu Qingfeng, yet Li Yuan refrains from prying into their affairs. The martial arts examination is not a direct competition among students. Rather, it serves to estimate the potential of one's blood energy and strength through a triad of rigorous tests. This triad, referred to as the non-human triad, consists of a 50-kilogram weighted 1,000-meter hurdle run, a 30-minute continuous striking against a force measurement platform, and a cerebral load assessment. Lu Qingfeng cast a glance at the crowd, where all the third-year students from Nanjing Metropolis lined up according to their respective schools to undergo the tests. After each round of assessments, there would be a half-hour respite before proceeding to the next event. With the sound of his whistle, the testing commenced in groups of 10, with simultaneous evaluations taking place across 10 different groups. The martial arts examination is of paramount significance on the Shenzhou continent, serving as a crucial selection process for future strong individuals. Hence, representatives from the Nanjing Metropolis Training Department and the Shenzhou military were present to oversee the proceedings and maintain order. The first segment of the martial arts examination required each student to don a standard combat armor weighing 50 kilograms and sprint 1,000 meters on the track, with a hurdle set at 1.2 meters every 5 meters. Such a standard would daunt even the champions of the old world's 110-meter hurdles, rendering this task seemingly insurmountable for the average individual. Out of the first group of participants, only 5 students managed to complete the race, achieving a remarkable time of 2 minutes, which is twice as fast as the old world record for 1,000 meters. Wang Changfeng, who was in the third batch of the 5th group, had benefited from intensive training with powerful supplements provided by his family and had achieved a blood energy quantification of 4 stars just a day before the examination. He was the first to finish in his group, clocking in at a time of 1 minute and 40 seconds, thereby securing the top position on the comprehensive assessment leaderboard. The students from 3rd high school applauded him, and Wang Changfeng, somewhat smug, sought out Li Yuan near the crowd. He taunted, Li Yuan, are you genuinely participating in the martial arts exam? Have you considered the weight of this armor? It's a hefty 50 kilograms. Can you even complete a 100-meter dash in it? Don't forget the test is 1,000 meters, with 20 hurdles. Don't end up like those other students from other classes, barely crawling through the course. You'll be a laughingstock. Li Yuan replied modestly, I won't. But Chafeng, they say a barking dog doesn't bite. Why are you both barking and biting? Rest assured, I'll make you eat your words. Just then, Qin Feilu entered the arena, greeted by Zhao Hanqing's cheers. Wang Chafeng glared at Li Yuan before turning to Zhao Hanqing to support Qin Feilu. Qin Feilu, with a blood energy manifestation of 3 stars, struggled a bit with the hurdles in the later stages. However, with Zhao Hanqing's fervent encouragement, she managed to complete the test, clocking in at 2 minutes and 20 seconds. As Li Yuan prepared for his test, donning the armor, he mused, 50 kilograms? It doesn't feel that heavy, like wearing an extra down jacket last winter. Having spent 3 months running errands, with guidance and support from Su Tingxi, In transporting martial artists, including the formidable ones, Yuan had covered over 4,500 kilometers, with an effective converted mileage of 1,000 kilometers. His physical resilience had reached 2 stars, and his convertible comprehensive martial power was at 10. The wrench, transformed from his toolbox, was now half a meter long, signifying that his resistance to impact and explosive power far exceeded that of an average strongman. Unbeknownst to Yuan, the class monitor rallied the spirits of the students. When Zhao Hanqing took to the stage, the arena erupted with applause. Ultimately, he triumphed with a remarkable time of 1 minute and 20 seconds, leaving his peers, Wang Chanfeng, Wu Li, and Qin Feilu, elated. Zhao Hanqing, however, remained modest, acknowledging his classmates with a composed wave, exuding an air of authority. Everyone, let us strive for full participation in this test, especially you, Yuan. I believe you can complete the race. Yuan disregarded him, confidently striding onto the track. Lu Qifeng surveyed the 10 competitors, failing to recognize Yuan. Ready, go. With the sound of the starting gun, Yuan surged ahead, effortlessly clearing the first hurdle, followed by the second and third. At this moment, the other students in his heat had only just crossed the first barrier. Have I seen this remarkable individual somewhere before? Lu Qifeng pondered, unable to recall. Meanwhile, Zhao Hanqing, Wu Li, Wang Chanfeng, and Qin Feilu were momentarily stunned. How is he so fast? Is he wearing some sort of buoyant gear? Their astonishment was met with a knowing smile from Yuan, who also sensed the teacher's piercing gaze. Reflecting on his transformation from a timid novice just 3 months prior, he realized that such an extraordinary performance might draw unwarranted attention. His meteoric rise stemmed from the Wuling Shenche, a closely guarded secret he did not wish to be linked to, fearing it might lead to unwanted scrutiny. As he continued to bask in the attention, Yuan deliberately slowed his pace, emitting exaggeratedly loud and heavy breaths. Zhao Hanqing chuckled, while Wang Chanfeng and Wu Li burst into laughter. You rascal! I thought you were a dark horse, but it turns out you are merely a bronze hammer. Do not speak so harshly, Yuan interjected, filled with youthful vigor and fervor. Although his endurance may be limited, I am certain he can complete the race. Indeed, with the encouragement of the class monitor, he should be able to finish, though I reckon it will take at least 3 minutes. He's even slower than Qin Feilu. The group began to chatter and jest among themselves until Lu Qifeng shot them a stern glare, prompting an immediate silence. Lu Qifeng, perceptive as he was, recognized Yuan's craftiness, and a faint smile graced his lips as he shook his head. Before long, without the aid of a stopwatch, Lu Qifeng announced Yuan's time aloud. Yuan from Class 3, test result, 1 minute and 19 seconds. Zhao Hanqing, Wang Chanfeng, and the students of Class 2 were left in stunned silence. What is happening? How can he be so formidable? Qin Feilu scoffed. Wang Chanfeng, haven't you always looked down upon him? How does that feel now? Wang Chanfeng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Whose side are you on, anyway? Yuan approached Zhao Hanqing and the others, removing his helmet with a grin. My apologies, class monitor, but I was just a tad quicker than you. Admit it. Admit it. Wang Chanfeng was both furious and vexed. You were just a sickly brat. How could you possibly be better than us? This is outrageous. Did he consume some forbidden elixir? Yes, it must be so. Rest assured, I will continue to keep you in check, Yuan replied with a smile. Wang Chanfeng's anger flared, but Zhao Hanqing restrained him. No worries, just give it your all. Yuan responded with a calm smile, brimming with newfound confidence. Although he wished to remain inconspicuous, he felt an undeniable urge to triumph over this hypocritical facade. A pent-up malevolence that had simmered for 3 long years demanded release. Qin Feilu found herself puzzled by Yuan. Was he truly the same frail classmate she once knew? Previously, he had been meek, never retorting to Wang Chanfeng's taunts. Now, however, he had begun to retaliate with sharp precision. Had he been masquerading as a fool all along? Nevertheless, her confidence in Zhao Hanqing remained unwavering. She believed he would undoubtedly secure admission into the War Academy with a top score from Nanjing University. Chapter 4. Tender on the outside, fiery on the inside soon. Lu Qifeng compiled the results of all students participating in the test. Yuan achieved a remarkable time of 1 minute and 19 seconds, ranking first in their school and 5th in Nanjing University, garnering considerable attention. Lu Qifeng finally recalled that this student was the same individual who had driven the van with Su Tingxi that fateful evening. He quickly reviewed Yuan's records and understood why a senior student would work as a night driver. Curiosity began to stir within Lu Qifeng, though he did not yet hold a sense of appreciation for Yuan. Should Yuan excel in the forthcoming tests? Lu Qifeng would contemplate recommending him to the Central Hu Province War Academy, rather than to the Nanjing University War Academy. As Lu Qifeng concluded his remarks, he gestured for the students to form an orderly line in front of the mobile testing room. Since the testing was continuous, the results would only be announced after all participants had completed their assessments. An hour later, it was Li Yuan's turn. He felt a tinge of apprehension regarding the power testing platform, which would move and evade. Having never truly engaged in combat training, he was uncertain whether he could successfully strike the testing platform. After the instructor in the testing room confirmed his identity, Li Yuan stepped inside. This is a 6-square-meter mobile power testing chamber with a black humanoid figure positioned at its center. On my mark, begin, I announced. The instructor at the entrance remained expressionless. Li Yuan fixated on the humanoid figure and, upon the signal, unleashed a powerful punch toward the testing platform. A deep thud resonated as his fist struck the figure solidly. To his surprise, the humanoid did not evade, and he felt a sense of relief before launching a second punch. However, just as his fist was about to connect, the figure suddenly sprang to life, swiftly dodging to the left. Li Yuan's punch missed, nearly causing him to stumble. Incredible, he thought, astonished. Despite being a formidable force at the 9th star of blood energy, he had been effortlessly evaded by an inanimate object. His expression darkened. Yet he pressed on with a third punch without hesitation. Again, the humanoid figure moved just before impact, but this time, Li Yuan was prepared. He controlled the force of his strike, harnessing his energy wisely. Drawing from his earlier miscalculation, his formidable strength allowed him to anticipate the figure's movements. And his third punch landed successfully. The fourth and fifth punches followed in rapid succession, a relentless barrage that left no opportunity for the figure to dodge again. What do you think? Lu Qifeng inquired as he approached the instructor, glancing at the instrument screen. Captain Lu, this student demonstrates remarkable prowess. He undoubtedly possesses the strength of a 9th star in blood energy. He has been striking the testing platform for 20 continuous minutes, showing no signs of fatigue, and his intensity only seems to increase, the instructor remarked, clearly impressed. What is the average strength measured in kilograms? Currently, it has reached an impressive 5,000 kilograms, significantly surpassing the typical average of 4,000 kilograms for a 9-star blood energy martial artist. However, something seems amiss. Why is this student's strength diminishing? The testing instructor murmured softly. Lu Qingfeng's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from speaking and turned to leave. At present, our class leader Lu from 5th middle school ranks first with an average strength of 2,300 kilograms. This is enough power to fell a tiger with a single punch. But the results have yet to be announced. How do you know this? Questioned a student from another class. Foolish child, are you truly so dull? It's obviously our class leader who proclaimed it. The testing platform displays the results. After all, Wang Chongfeng expressed his disdain. Is 2,300 kilograms truly remarkable? And what about you, dear classmate? What is your strength? I also hover around 2,300 kilograms. I find that hard to believe. If we were discussing Class 3's leader Zhao, we might entertain the notion. But you, with your 4-star blood energy, reaching 1,800 kilograms, is already extraordinary. Our leader Zhao possesses 2,500 kilograms. Qin Feilu proudly surveyed the room. Is that truly the case? Are you not merely boasting? Zhao Hanqing clasped his fists towards Lu Taibing, the leader of 5th middle school, and other students who had completed their tests. Indeed, I, Luo, humbly confess that my tested strength is 2,500 kilograms. Yet, individual prowess alone does not signify true strength. It is only when we all excel together that humanity stands a chance against extraterrestrial pirates, protecting our homeland. Therefore, do not lose heart. Let us strive diligently. Once we gain admission to the Battle Academy, we shall unite our efforts and vanquish our foes. Though Lu Taibing, the class leader of Class 5, felt somewhat displeased. Zhao Hanqing's words instilled a sense of shame within him. How could he possess such a narrow perspective? While he was still fixated on personal test scores, Zhao Hanqing was gazing towards the future, ready to confront extraterrestrial pirates. Zhao's assertion resonated. We ought to unite in our efforts, striving together to vanquish our foes. The students were electrified, and Qin Feilu's admiration for Zhao Hanqing swelled. He truly embodied the essence of a leader, destined to rise as a beacon for humanity, guiding our race towards glory. Silence. The test has not yet concluded. Everyone, calm down. Lu Qifeng thundered once more. These young individuals, though their slogans rang out with fervor, would soon comprehend that grandiose declarations require genuine strength to substantiate them when they faced the brutal realities of battle. The students of Class 3 lowered their voices to hushed whispers. News of Zhao Hanqing's remarkable test score of 2,500 kilograms had spread, affirming his status as the foremost among them. Historical data suggested that this achievement might represent the finest strength test score in the annals of Nanjing metropolis. Zhao Hanqing, feeling the envious and admiring gazes of his classmates, maintained a tranquil demeanor. His ambition was to enter the Huazhong Provincial War Academy as the top scorer from both his school and Nanjing metropolis. Having achieved a somewhat unsatisfactory ranking of 6th in the first round, he aimed for first place in this round. Knowing that only by securing the top position again in the next round could he aspire to claim the title of Nanjing Metropolis Martial Arts Champion. Class leader, shall we celebrate with a feast tomorrow? Wang Changfeng suggested with a soft chuckle. Qin Feilu glanced over, her eyes glimmering with a hint of feelings that transcended mere idol worship. Zhao Hanqing lifted his head and smiled. No problem. However, it's settled. No one is allowed to give gifts. Why haven't I seen that sickly fellow? Could it be that he couldn't endure the test and absconded? Wang Changfeng glanced around, not spotting Li Yuan, and derisively jeered. Changfeng, classmate Li Yuan's foundation is weak. Even if he can't complete the test, we shouldn't mock him. We should offer more encouragement. Zhao Hanqing said with a smile. Lu Taibing nodded. Although he hadn't interacted with Li Yuan, he was indeed of meager constitution. He had heard that his family was impoverished and unable to afford elixirs for cultivation. We shouldn't deride such individuals who struggle. Wang Changfeng curled his lip, feeling uneasy if he didn't disparage Li Yuan. Just then, the students in front stirred, and someone shouted, all tests are over. The results are being displayed on the screen. Class monitor Lu Tiebing's final score is 2,300 kilograms. Class monitor Zhao Hanqing's score is indeed 2,500 kilograms. This is the best result in the history of the 3rd middle school's martial arts exam. The students exclaimed in astonishment, their gazes toward Zhao Hanqing becoming even more fervent. Wait, the scores are still scrolling. In first place is Li Yuan, with 3,000 kilograms. Who is Li Yuan? 3,000 kilograms. Another student shouted, and many others inquired. Who is Li Yuan? The students in Class 2 were dumbfounded. Wang Changfeng, Qin Feilu, and Zhao Hanqing were even more stunned. What nonsense is this? Li Yuan with 3,000 kilograms? Is the system malfunctioning? Lu Taibing was very surprised. Classmate Changfeng, didn't you say he was sickly and unable to complete the test? This discrepancy is too great. Wang Changfeng's face fluctuated between red and pale as he stammered in protest, insisting that it must be a system error and that he would file a complaint. How could a frail individual with a blood energy quantification of 0 possibly produce a force of 3,000 kilograms? Was he trying to deceive someone? Just how much benefit had he received? Suddenly, Lu Qingfeng emerged from the crowd, casting a cold glare at Wang Changfeng. You dare to openly slander this proctor? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Wang Changfeng was taken aback, yet he maintained his defiance. Proctor, Li Yuan's blood energy quantification is 0. How could he possibly strike with 3,000 kilograms? I demand to review the footage. Lu Qingfeng let out a chilling laugh. Who informed you that Li Yuan's blood energy quantification is 0? He has already reached the peak of 9 stars. What? 9 stars? This proclamation from Lu Qingfeng struck Wang Changfeng, Wu Li, Qin Feilu, Zhao Hanqing, and Lu Taibing like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly stunned. Chapter 5. The most powerful auditing student as they witnessed the display screen of the martial arts examination, revealing Li Yuan's striking force of 3,000 kilograms. With both tests ranking first among the 3, Zhao Hanqing's confidence evaporated. He could accept defeat to Lu Taibing, but never imagined he would lose to Li Yuan, who had been a frail individual just 3 months prior. Perhaps Wang Changfeng was right. How could a person transform from an inconspicuous bystander to a martial artist with a blood energy quantification of 9 stars in such a short span? There must be some hidden truths behind this remarkable change. Zhao Hanqing's emotions were in tumultuous flux. However, after a brief pause of several minutes, he suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly, questioning whether he, Zhao Hanqing, was indeed such a petty person, unable to bear the sight of other successes. No, I am not that kind of person. Classmates, we should extend our congratulations to Li Yuan for his remarkable achievements. Let us all applaud him, Zhao Hanqing proclaimed, waving his hands emphatically. His unexpected declaration caught Wang Changfeng and others off guard, yet they could only join in with half-hearted murmurs of agreement. We are all students of number 3 high school. Alongside other high school students, we embody the future hope in the fight against extraterrestrial pirates, the dawn of Shinjo continent at 8 or 9 o'clock. Therefore, each of us must strive to become formidable warriors, enabling humanity to vanquish our encroaching foes. Classmates, let us rally together, let us toil together, and make tomorrow shine even brighter for Shinjo continent. Zhao Hanqing's impassioned rhetoric was accompanied by vigorous gestures, once again capturing the students' attention, many of whom began to chant in unison. Lu Qingfeng observed Zhao Hanqing with keen interest, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Li Yuan wore a wry smile. Having spent 3 years as classmates, he understood Zhao Hanqing very well. This class leader always donned the guise of a righteous leader, yet in reality, he relished being in the spotlight, seeking to inspire those around him with fervent words to garner their admiration. In essence, he enjoyed stealing the limelight, more so than he cherished genuine passion. This moment was supposed to be Li Yuan's time to shine. However, Zhao Hanqing had audaciously seized the microphone and the spotlight, causing everyone to overlook that it was Li Yuan who was truly the top student of number 3 high school. Are you Zhao Hanqing? With a wave of his hand, Lu Qingfeng summoned an invisible force that instantly silenced the boisterous students, interrupting the loquacious Zhao Hanqing. Indeed, it was the invigilator. Zhao Hanqing felt a suffocating pressure as Lu Qingfeng gestured, rendering him speechless, until the latter's gaze fell upon him, as if a towel obstructing his mouth had finally been pulled away. His eloquence was commendable, yet the martial arts examination was far from over. Any reflections could wait until they were on the battlefield. The next round would be a mental load test. Li Yuan, you ranked first in the previous 2 assessments. You shall be the last to take the 3rd test to alleviate undue psychological pressure on your peers. Captain Lu. The address by Li Yuan left Wang Changfeng and Wu Li utterly bewildered. Could it be that the invigilator of the Shinjo army was an acquaintance of Li Yuan? This was quite the predicament. They had intended to undermine Li Yuan, but found themselves utterly outmatched. Unfazed, Li Yuan reclined comfortably in a chair at the examination venue, observing as the students lined up for the mental load test, relishing the sensation of being the grand finale. Indeed, Captain Lu was exceptionally supportive. He paid no heed to whether it might incite jealousy. The arrangement elevated him above the rest, and how could he possibly refuse it? The mental test measured a warrior's 6th sense potential, akin to the G-force assessments conducted for fighter pilots in the old world. As the students anxiously entered the testing room, they emerged one by one, pallid and unsteady, leaning against the walls for support. After 3 hours, all students from Class 3 had completed their evaluations, and it was Li Yuan's moment to shine. Upon entering the testing room, he was greeted by a device resembling a brainwave capture apparatus and a solitary chair. Li Yuan, take a seat and don the cognitive load testing device, then simply let your thoughts flow. The instructor's voice resonated from above. Li Yuan exhaled softly, gradually approaching and adhering to the instructions as he secured the device in place, settling himself firmly into the chair. Yet, internally, he felt a tumult of anxiety. What if he could not withstand the pressure? Regardless, he resolved to endure, gritting his teeth in determination. In the testing room, the monitoring area observed closely. Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. Could the young scion of the Ouyang family truly possess such formidable strength? A 9th-tier vitality capable of achieving a 1,000-meter run in just 25 seconds, with a force of 5,200 kilograms and a cognitive load graded A? Indeed. How could the grandson of Ouyang Changguan not be a prodigy? He glanced at the second participant, Lin Longfei, also at the 9th tier, yet only managing a 30-second run with a force of 5,100 kilograms and a cognitive load of B. This cohort of newcomers appeared to be stronger than those of previous years. Captain Lu, you seem to hold high hopes for this young man, yet his performance does not measure up to these others. Surely, you cannot have misjudged him? Misjudged? Have you ever witnessed an ordinary individual daring enough to ram a vehicle into a pretender posing as an extraterrestrial pirate infiltrator? Lu Qingfeng chuckled softly. After pursuing the matter that night, he discovered that the so-called extraterrestrial pirates were merely imposters, likely agents of the Technology Alliance. That evening, he sought out Su Tingxi to gather more details and learned of some background regarding Li Yuan. Are you suggesting that this young gentleman is merely putting on an act? The testing instructor jested. Absolutely. A societal 9th-tier martial artist data is worth examining. Typically, societal 9th-tier martial artists would achieve 1,000 meters in 45 seconds. with a force of 4,800 kilograms and a cognitive load rated B. Social warriors cannot be compared to prodigies like Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, and Luo Qianchen. As for how far Li Yuan can go, I am reluctant to form a premature conclusion. As the two conversed, Li Yuan had already begun his testing. He felt a buzzing in his brain, as if a tank were pressing down upon him, relentlessly crushing and colliding with him. Once, twice, thrice, one tank, two tanks, three tanks. Soon, Li Yuan found himself struggling to endure. He was aware that he still had 10 of his comprehensive martial power available for conversion. Unsure if it would alleviate his torment. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuan initiated the conversion. The data on the dashboard immediately shifted. Apart from the vehicle's System 6 sense dropping to 0, 1 stars, the converted comprehensive martial power reverted to 0, while the rest remained unchanged. Yet it was this 0, 1 star of 6th sense that instantaneously alleviated much of Li Yuan's pressure. He felt as though a refreshing stream was flowing into his cerebral cortex, erecting an invisible shield akin to iron walls within his mind, causing the tanks to crash against an insurmountable barrier. Could this lad possess some hidden secret? Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, only to break into a smile shortly thereafter. Had he been overly paranoid? That formidable warrior had yet to reveal his secrets. He felt a certain affinity with this youth. If he were indeed a talent, perhaps he ought to keep a watchful eye on him, lest he perish before realizing his potential. Lu Qingfeng's intentions were wholly pure. As a strong warrior and captain of the Xinzhou army, his mission was to slay enemies and cultivate the strength to vanquish foes, dismissing any notions of fostering personal factions or other such trivialities. When Li Yuan confidently emerged from the testing room, the gazes of the students from Class 3, particularly those from Class 2, finally underwent a significant transformation. From a past of neglect, sympathy, and even derision has emerged a profound admiration. 1 week after the official release of the martial arts examination results in Nanjing Metropolis, the top scorers in both martial and literary disciplines have been announced. The foremost position is held by Ouyang Fenghua, the grandson of Supervisor Ouyang Changwan of Nanjing Metropolis, followed closely by Lin Longfei, a descendant of a distinguished martial lineage, with the 3rd place awarded to the relatively unknown Li Yuan. The 4th position is narrowly contested by Luo Qianchen, whose score is a mere fraction behind Li Yuan's. The top 10 of this martial examination also includes Zhao Hanqing, who has been directly admitted to the Huazhong Military Academy. The top 5 not only enjoy complimentary tuition, but are also granted scholarships ranging from 100,000 to 300,000 Shenzhou coins. However, soon after, a significant revelation emerged. The 3rd place scholar, Li Yuan, graciously declined the offer from the Huazhong Military Academy. This decision sent ripples throughout Nanjing Metropolis, leading curious onlookers to uncover that Li Yuan's father is battling cancer and is hospitalized. Yet, does this not make the scholarship even more essential? It was then reported that high-ranking officials from the Xinzhou military intervened, and a negotiation ensued between the Nanjing Military Academy and Li Yuan, resulting in the recognition of his student status, permitting him to attend as an auditor at his discretion while still receiving the scholarship of 300,000 Shenzhou coins. Lu Qingfeng, upon hearing this news, smiled knowingly. Indeed, he had spoken a few words in support of Li Yuan, yet the Nanjing Military Academy's decision to enroll him was not solely for the sake of appearances. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this young man earned the title of the most formidable auditor through sheer merit. Chapter 6. Brotherhood and Sisterhood as a Martial Artist in Society. Su Tingxi also successfully passed this martial examination and has joined the reserve training camp under the 9th Division of the Xinzhou Army Station in Huazhong. With the camp located in Nanjing Metropolis, Su Tingxi reached out to Li Yuan to celebrate with a banquet. Li Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Silently, he had reached the pinnacle of blood qi energy, a remarkable achievement of the 9th star, leaving others in disbelief. It was merely good fortune, after all. Thanks to Sister Xi's guidance and business introductions, which allowed him to earn some money and purchase a few potent pills. To his astonishment, the effects of these pills were exceptional, leading to a swift breakthrough. Today, the meal was on him, and Li Yuan wore an expression of relief and gratitude. No, let's be clear. I will treat first, and then you can follow, Su Tingxi replied with a smile, shaking her head. Li Yuan chuckled foolishly. In just a few months, he had transformed from nothing into a 9th star, a feat that indeed felt difficult to explain. although these formidable warriors had become his regular customers through Su Tingshi's introductions, always reaching out to him upon venturing out. The rapid progress in cultivation was something that could not be rationalized. No one would believe it was merely due to a miraculous vehicle. Come on, let us not mock Li Yuan. Perhaps it's just good karma. He exploded with power after taking those pills. Su Tingshi smiled, providing him an escape from embarrassment. Truly, it was a stroke of luck. Sister Shi, esteemed warriors, how do you strengthen your abilities once you reach the 9th star? I feel as though I've hit a bottleneck and wish to seek your guidance. That is simple. Drink this cup. Huang Ming filled a glass with liquor and passed it over. Li Yuan accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. After all, being at the 9th star, a little alcohol was hardly an issue. How long is too long? Li Yuan asked in surprise. Realizing he had been at the 9th star for nearly 3 weeks, was he about to dissipate? It was said that one could not afford to falter within a year after reaching the pinnacle of the 9th star. In a moment of panic, Li Yuan quickly took a sip of aged liquor to steady himself. Suddenly, he was taken aback. How could one cultivate a 6th sense? He did not claim to be a formidable warrior, yet possessed a 6th sense rated at 0. 1 stars, still opting to feign surprise. It became somewhat clearer. Is a 1-star 6th sense truly impressive? Su Tingshi interjected, stating that a 1-star 6th sense significantly enhances visual capabilities, akin to having eyes that can see 1,000 miles, placing one far above the ordinary. It is said that a 2-star 6th sense can further heighten auditory perception, much like having ears that can hear the faintest whispers. Li Yuan, astonished, inquired about the 3-star 6th sense, expressing that he had only just begun to grasp the essence of the 6th sense with his 9-star linked abilities. Su Tingshi responded with a subtle smile. Li Yuan nodded, addressing the elder brothers with a matter that puzzled him. He raised a toast, remarking that our Shenzhou military possesses combat armor, and he had seen in the news the formidable sight of the military clad in armor defeating extraterrestrial pirates. If combat armor is so powerful, why do we still engage in training? Would it not be simpler to advance the technology of combat armor to vanquish foes directly? Huang Ming waved his hand dismissively, correcting him. While armor is indeed a formidable weapon, do you realize how heavy a genuine combat suit is? Consider the immense strength of neural connections required to operate its various control systems. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, recalling that the previous martial arts assessment only required lifting 100 kilograms. Li Sihai smirked slightly, clarifying that was merely a model for the assessment. The most basic combat armor weighs at least 200 kilograms. Just imagine, could an ordinary person possibly operate such a suit? The Institute of Technology researches combat armor with self-driving systems. However, our Shenzhou continent has limited resources, making it impossible to establish self-driving systems for ordinary armor on a large scale. Therefore, the Shenzhou army must wear the armor themselves to fight the alien pirates. If they were not valiant warriors, do you think they could do it? Furthermore, the control system of the combat armor requires powerful brain nerves to accurately manipulate it. Only valiant warriors can unleash the full power of the combat armor. Valiant warriors paired with armor are the perfect combination of cultivation power and technological beauty. Only in this way can we resist decades of alien pirate attacks without collapsing. I see, Li Yuan said, resolving his confusion and finishing a drink. By the way, Li Yuan, the last ones who attacked us were not alien pirates. Team leader Liu said they were infiltrators from the Technological Alliance, disguised as alien pirates in high-imitation exoskeletons. The infiltrators have a record of assassinating outstanding candidates in Shenzhou continent's martial arts exams, intending to stifle future valiant warriors. So you need to be careful, Su Tingshi cautioned. Previously, Li Yuan was an unknown small figure, but now he is somewhat famous in Nanjiang, and infiltrators may target him. Although the Shenzhou army's garrison in Nanjiang will closely monitor the infiltrators, they cannot guarantee that no one will slip through the net. Got it, Sister Shi. Exoskeletons? Isn't the technology of the Technological Federation infiltrators far more advanced than ours? Indeed, they are a force composed of remnants of major technology groups from the old world. The Technological Alliance relies on various advanced weapons and equipment to fight alien pirates on their side. Their combat armor is all self-driving. But without enough valiant warriors to operate them, the effect against the enemy is not as good as ours. These individuals seek to infiltrate the land of Shenzhou to pilfer our 6th sense cultivation techniques. Yet, why should we not counter-infiltrate, acquiring advanced weaponry in return? Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, our predecessors have ventured down this path. But the dilemma lies in the fact that Xinzhou occupies the smallest area among the three great powers, possesses the fewest resources, and faces the greatest threat from extraterrestrial marauders. Consequently, while we might obtain advanced equipment, we lack the resources for sustained use or for self-manufacture. More importantly, we, the warriors of Xinzhou, hold a disdain for an over-reliance on armor. Huang Ming boasted with bravado. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of Su Tingxi's breakthrough as a formidable warrior and her induction into the reserve army, as well as Li Yuan's achievement as the most exceptional auditor. At Hu Zhongjuan's behest, they lifted their cups high. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away atop a building, a figure observed their every move through a holographic image projected by a high-powered infrared telescope within a helmet. Chapter 7. Numbness in the Feet. What does it matter if it's free? This is a splendid opportunity to earn transferable blood energy. Charging a fee would be utterly inhumane. Sister Shi, we have arrived. Thank you. Next time, you must charge me. I cannot accept charity, it burdens my conscience. Had I not encountered you, I would never have become a warrior in this lifetime. So my vehicle is yours to ride for free, for life. What do you mean? Are you all right? Su Tingxi seemed to sense an underlying meaning in Li Yuan's words and frowned. There's nothing amiss. Do not overthink it. It's merely a matter of fuel expenses. I'm off now. Li Yuan smiled candidly and drove westward. Su Tingxi watched him depart, a faint smile gracing her lips, finding the young man intriguing. In truth, she is merely half a year younger than Li Yuan. As Su Tingxi turned to unlock the apartment door, she abruptly twisted her body. In that fleeting moment, a chilling gust swept past her, and with a resounding crash, the door was caved in by a powerful punch. Although the assailant belonged to the technological alliance and communication was hindered by the language barrier, the new world's technology far surpassed that of the old. Upon birth, each individual is matched with an intelligent wrist terminal connected to their nervous system, akin to an identification card from the old world. This device encompasses various functions, including currency exchange, power division, and communication interconnectivity, and it can automatically translate any human language as well as some alien dialects deciphered by linguistic academies. Suddenly, Su Tingxi leapt into the air, intending to evade the subsequent lethal strike from her opponent on the second floor. However, the assailant was swifter. A frigid metallic fist struck her back just as she soared upward. With a blood-curdling scream, Su Tingxi was hurled against the wall and then rebounded onto the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, observing what others perceived as routine information, regarded it instead as a dashboard of cultivation data, his heart brimming with joy. With the customized delivery service covering several hundred kilometers over the past few days, his convertibility of blood energy had escalated from an accumulated 11 to 20. Li Yuan calculated that approximately 10 could be transformed into 1-star blood energy. Thus, could 20 enable a breakthrough to 9 stars? For the sake of caution, he resolved to convert the 20 of blood energy into a comprehensive combat power value, which would then be transformed into the 6th sense, represented by little stars. Just as he was contemplating this, he seemingly caught a faint sound of a scream. Alarmed, Li Yuan wondered if something had happened to Su Tingxi. With that thought in mind, he swiftly turned the vehicle around, heading directly to her residence. Were it not for the mechanical exoskeleton, could you possibly defeat me? To covet the 6th sense combat technique is but a pipe dream. Damn, the shadowy figure scoffed coldly, poised to deliver a second blow to Su Tingxi when, out of nowhere, a white van materialized behind him. Before he could react, he was sent flying with a deafening crash. With a screech, Li Yuan leaped from the van amidst Su Tingxi's wide-eyed gaze, swiftly pulling her, her face smeared with blood, into the vehicle. It's you again! The shadowy figure roared as he somersaulted to his feet, his voice a low growl brimming with murderous intent. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he lunged towards Li Yuan, who stood defiantly before the van, his fist aimed to obliterate the meddling youth. Seemingly startled, Li Yuan stumbled, narrowly evading the assailant's punch. He had already discerned that this was the same Technological Federation infiltrator who had masqueraded as an extraterrestrial pirate during the previous attack on Su Tingxi and himself. It wasn't me. You've mistaken me for someone else, good sir. Li Yuan stammered, feigning panic and cowardice as he desperately dodged the oncoming blows. Regardless of your identity, you shall meet your end. The shadowy figure, taken aback by his initial miss, pressed his assault, undeterred. Li Yuan, with a seemingly inadvertent twist, once again evaded the infiltrator's strike, simultaneously producing a sizable, half-meter-long wrench, which he swung with considerable force towards the assailant's head. The infiltrator, astonished by Li Yuan's repeated evasions, chuckled upon seeing the unwieldy tool. He met the attack head-on with a punch. The infiltrator was clad in a mechanical flight exoskeleton, an imitation of alien pirate armor, renowned for its unyielding resilience. Do not presume that a mere wrench, even an E-class super titanium alloy military knife of the Shinjo army, can be easily severed. This marks Li Yuan's first encounter in combat. He has never truly fought with genuine weapons. His limbs tremble slightly, and the wrench fails to strike the infiltrator. Instead, he stumbles from the excessive force, nearly losing his balance. Useless. What can it matter if I stand still for you to strike? The infiltrator, witnessing Li Yuan's pitiful state, could not suppress a derisive laugh. Apologies, I am no fighter and failed to maintain control. Come, allow me another strike. Could you not stand a bit steadier? Li Yuan chuckled awkwardly, while Su Tingshi in the vehicle was utterly bewildered. Is this truly a life-and-death struggle? Nonsense, perish. Enraged, the infiltrator felt insulted and saw no reason to engage in further banter, intending to deliver a fatal blow and capture Su Tingshi alive. With her sixth sense combat techniques deemed worthy of study, this insignificant fool was merely to be dispatched. With a resounding crack, the half-meter-long wrench struck the infiltrator's advancing fist with perfect precision. In the next instant, the infiltrator barely had time to emit a blood-curdling scream as he watched in horror as his mechanical exoskeleton and arm shattered piece by piece. Numb from the pain, the infiltrator's reaction stalled. The wrench struck solidly against the mechanical helmet, producing a sickening crunch. The helmet and skull fractured simultaneously, and then a splatter of white matter sprayed across Li Yuan's face. OMG! Su Tingshi, beside him, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, her astonishment rendering her expression beyond description. Li Yuan glanced at Su Tingshi, who had leaned in to witness the spectacle, her face rigid with shock. He managed to smile, shaking his still trembling hand to wipe the repugnant substance from his face. Su Tingshi promptly pinched her beautifully deformed swollen face, feeling the sting. She then nimbly leaped from the car to support the somewhat unsteady Li Yuan, despite Li Yuan's apparent ease in dispatching two infiltrators from the Technological Alliance. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, aided by the adversary's underestimation in the formidable wrench in his grasp. As her soft fingers massaged him, Li Yuan felt a jolt akin to an electric shock, and his previously numb calf sprang to life. At his core, he was a person of humble beginnings, somewhat timid by nature. Yet, his deep-seated aversion to evil, instilled by the teachings of his parents who dedicated their lives to saving others, continuously shaped his actions. Thus, upon hearing Su Tingshi's anguished scream, his first instinct was to flee, but he ultimately drove over to her aid. Had it been a stranger, without witnessing the event firsthand, Li Yuan would have remained indifferent. Please, don't mock me, Sister Shi. We should leave swiftly. There might be other infiltrators lurking, Li Yuan said, casting a worried glance around. It seems clear. You defeated a formidable foe with ease. Impressive. I merely advanced a rank. It hardly counts as exceeding my limits. Li Yuan replied sheepishly. In that fleeting moment he gripped the steering wheel. He transformed 20 of his vitality into 10 of his overall combat prowess, subsequently converting that into the sixth sense equivalent of 0.1 stars, and quickly entwining 9 small stars into a brilliant ring of light. In truth, Su Tingshi had only been cultivating for a little over half a year, unlike Li Yuan who had the advantage of a cheating artifact, having progressed through rigorous training. Not too shabby, she remarked, somewhat inspired. However, upon noticing the large wrench in Li Yuan's hand, she became captivated, seizing it to inspect with her strikingly beautiful eyes, repeatedly questioning, what kind of treasure is this? Where did you acquire the ability to effortlessly shatter the exoskeleton and helmet of the Tech Alliance? What a treasure! It's merely the wrench from my vehicle, isn't it? A wrench? Are you serious? Su Tingshi was on the verge of losing her sanity. This handsome individual was exceedingly infuriating. Look, it's just a wrench. Clang. This wrench is no ordinary tool. You must safeguard it. As the saying goes, possessing a precious item can lead to peril, and you should be well aware of that. Thus, I recommend you procure a conventional weapon from the ghost market. Do not reveal the wrench unless absolutely necessary. The ghost market? Very well. Li Yuan considered this logic as well. The ghost market was merely a clandestine flea market for martial artists to trade. I shall first search the corpse, and then we can deliver the infiltrator's body to the Metropolitan Constabulary of Nanjiang. We might even receive merit points in return. Merit points? The Xinzhou military has adopted an ancient system of rewarding soldiers for slaying enemies, applicable to all students of the various academies. You will understand how merit points are calculated and utilized in due time. Su Tingshi provided a brief explanation. She certainly did not covet the peculiar large wrench, but she could not guarantee that others would not harbor malicious intentions. Li Yuan nodded, aware that the Xinzhou military primarily focused on repelling alien pirate incursions, while the suppression of infiltrators and criminals was the responsibility of the constabulary and its various branches. The 5 major prefectures of Xinzhou were governed by 5 major constabulary offices, with each metropolis hosting its own constabulary, all overseen by the central government. Before long, Su Tingshi unearthed a collection of fragments from the infiltrator. "We have struck it rich. We are prosperous," Su Tingshi exclaimed joyously after a brief assessment. "What do you mean?" Observing the sheer elation on Su Tingshi's countenance, Li Yuan's anticipation grew, despite his genuine ignorance. "Observe," she exclaimed, "this wretched individual carried a total of 26 energy crystals, refined from ores by the Technological Alliance. A mere 5 of these crystals possess the potency of a single Dali pill, with each set of 5 fetching 100,000 Xinzhou currency. Furthermore, he possessed a laser weapon, which could command a price of 200,000. Crucially, he also had 10 Dali pills, likely plundered from other quasi-warriors he had slain, amounting to a value of 1,000,000. In total, this exceeds 1,700,000 Xinzhou currency. We've struck gold." Su Tingshi was jubilant. Yet the magnitude of this newfound wealth resonated far more profoundly with Li Yuan. Instantly transformed into a millionaire, Li Yuan felt a surge of blood to his head, accompanied by waves of dizziness. Was amassing wealth truly this effortless? No wonder the allure of murder and plunder ensnared so many. At that moment, Li Yuan harbored no qualms about taking a life. He was not engaging in treacherous infighting, nor was he wantonly slaughtering the innocent. He had ambushed an infiltrator from the Technological Alliance, essentially a malefactor. Chapter 8. Division of Spoils. Li Yuan, in a state of euphoric giddiness, drove his van to the hospital. Regarding the acquired fortune of 1,700,000, Su Tingshi harbored no avarice to claim a larger share. "Li Yuan," she stated, "you were the one who eliminated the infiltrator and rescued me. I consider myself fortunate to have benefited from your actions. I shall relinquish any claim to the wealth. However, the merit points from surrendering the corpse shall be attributed to me. Is this agreeable?" "That is acceptable," he replied. "However, allow me to allocate a portion of the funds to you, a 50-50 split." "That is unacceptable," she countered. "I shall only accept the merit points. This already constitutes a considerable advantage for me, but I desire for you to gain some advantage," Li Yuan responded, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. Startled momentarily, Su Tingshi then offered a serene smile, revealing a tenderness she seldom displayed. "Silly, one must always exercise prudence in interpersonal dealings. Very well, I shall only accept the merit points. I am aware of your financial needs, so do not dispute this with me." "All right, but I am uncertain as to how to manage these resources," Li Yuan conceded, ceasing his hesitation, discerning that Su Tingshi had acknowledged his sentiment. "Leave it to me, dear sister," she assured. "However, are you not retaining the might pills for cultivation?" Su Tingshi inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, but my immediate need is for funds. Kindly provide me with 3 might pills and liquidate the remainder," Li Yuan responded with a smile. In truth, he had no need for the might pills for his own training, as the presence of a 5th-level divine chariot warrior was sufficient for his cultivation. As for the 3 might pills, he intended to reserve them for his ailing father, afflicted with cancer, wondering if crushing them and administering them gradually might offer some palliative effect. "No problem." Su Tingshi readily transferred 1,000,000 Xinzhou currency to Li Yuan via the embedded multifunctional wrist terminal. Even if the liquidation of the energy crystals and might pills incurred a slight loss, it was inconsequential, as the infiltrator's corpse represented her future capital for establishing herself in the preparatory camp, and even for advancement. "Nanjing Hospital. Father, I have prepaid the medical expenses. Please rest assured and focus on your treatment here." "Mother, I have rented a cot for you at the hospital, so that you may care for father day and night without being confined to a chair," Li Yuan said with a cheerful demeanor, carrying a single folding soft bed into the ward. The hospital does not rent out cots and does not allow patients' families to bring beds into the ward privately. "Child, have you expended all of your bursary funds? Why are you not attending the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy?" With a sigh, Mrs. Li reflected on Li Yuan's announcement yesterday regarding his martial examination. The middle-aged woman felt a pang of self-reproach and guilt, believing that she and her husband were encumbering their son, preventing him from attending the prestigious Central China War Academy. Li Yuan, Mr. Li declared, his pallid face flushed with indignation. If you forego the opportunity to study at the Central China War Academy, I shall refuse your financial assistance for my treatment. I would rather meet my end. Although he understood that his son was concerned for him and felt obligated to care for the family, he could not suppress his anger. The Central China War Academy was a coveted institution, an opportunity many could only dream of, yet his son was so readily dismissing it. Sometimes, a well-intentioned deception is necessary. Li Yuan, considering Lu Qingfeng his benefactor, without whom he might never have had a chance at the War Academy, presented a softened version of the truth. Mr. Li's brow unfurrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he remained hesitant. The Central China War Academy was renowned and promised a bright future. The thought of his son sacrificing such an opportunity due to his own burden filled him with unease. Li Yuan further elaborated, portraying Su Tingshi as affiliated with the Divine Continent Army, emphasizing that he had friends and benefactors in the region, ensuring a promising future. After a prolonged silence, the old man finally nodded in agreement. Very well, he conceded, this is an act of profound kindness. Once I recover, I shall take your mother to express our gratitude to this benefactor. Li Yuan refrained from offering a larger sum, fearing his mother's reaction. He had contemplated depositing hundreds of thousands directly. Mother, he instructed, grind this vigor pill and administer approximately 1/10 of it daily to father, dissolved in water. It should prove beneficial. A vigor pill, Mrs. Li exclaimed, her hand trembling as she held the pill. Did this also come from our benefactor? Good heavens. That's a miraculous medicine worth 100,000 apiece. His son gave her 3 at once, which amounts to 300,000. No, the school provided them. Li Yuan chuckled, knowing his parents would be alarmed if he didn't say so. Li Yuan nodded earnestly, reassuring his parents, and felt the biggest weight in his heart lift. Furthermore, he lacked combat skills, which he might acquire upon entering the academy. More importantly, he intended to continue freeloading with Huang Meng and his companions, and he also planned to find more warriors through them for rides, in order to earn convertible blood energy. Li Yuan nodded, feeling a sense of poignancy. His younger brother was only in junior high, and at this age, in families with slightly better circumstances, he wouldn't be in the kitchen. A poor man's child matures early, but it was out of necessity. Li Jin brought out 2 bowls of noodles, only one with a fried egg, and handed it to his elder brother. Little Doozy, you're growing. You eat this egg. Li Yuan placed the fried egg in his younger brother's bowl. Brother, you need nutrition for cultivation. You should eat it. Li Jin immediately moved the bowl away. Silly boy, your brother now has a grant, so I'm not short of money, okay? Why don't we just skip the noodles and go out for a good meal? Really? But that won't do. The noodles are already cooked, so don't waste them. How about this? I'll order some of your favorite fried chicken drumsticks and hamburgers. Deal? Deal. After dinner, Li Yuan drove out to pick up passengers, not finishing until after midnight. Lu Qifeng also contacted him once, mentioning that there might be some dissatisfied prodigies from the Nanjing War Academy challenging him during the opening ceremony. And if he felt intimidated, he could contact him beforehand. Li Yuan smiled, thinking that he had already killed people, so how could he be intimidated? Each night until the early hours, guests arrive, yet most are not martial artists, allowing only a meager accumulation of Shenzhou coins. After merging with the Wuling vehicle, Li Yuan discovered the ability to introspect, an experience both peculiar and exhilarating. At this moment, within his realm of energy, a phantom of the Wuling car floated. The 9 smaller stars, previously scattered, were drawn together by the force of his will, subsequently compressed and fused into a singular, significantly larger celestial body. Suspended beneath the Wuling vehicle, radiating a captivating dark red glow, he perceived the Wuling vehicle as akin to the sun, the blood vitality planet resembling the Earth, while the smaller energy points mirrored the moon. Although this may sound deceptively simple, the reality is quite the opposite. Firstly, one must possess sufficient cultivation resources to condense the energy of vitality into stars. Secondly, one must cultivate formidable willpower. Both prerequisites are exceedingly challenging to achieve. Consequently, these individuals can only serve as ordinary soldiers in the Shenzhou army or as constables in the major metropolitan precincts, lacking breakthroughs in their cultivation journey. They have no choice but to strive relentlessly in battle to accumulate military achievements, striving to carve out a semblance of distinction among the vast multitude of martial artists. Striking down a quasi-martial artist of 6 stars or above with a bare fist may not pose a significant challenge. At this moment, Li Yuan was a 2-star point of muscle and skin, faintly hovering near the grand star of vitality, appearing diminutive and dim. Despite being a mere 2-star, it still held some utility. Thus, he retrieved a small knife from the glove compartment and lightly grazed his arm, leaving only a trace of white. This was indeed due to his restraint and self-harm, yet it was still quite impressive. Meanwhile, the 2-star vehicle system, or Sixth Sense, emanated a faint glow from 2 small stars within his mud pill palace. The Yuan Palace is one of the 9 palatial realms within the divine cerebral system of the human body, resembling a celestial expanse at this moment, with 2 diminutive stars occasionally shimmering. This radiance had previously aided him in withstanding the immense pressures of the martial examination cerebral load test, allowing him to perceive certain trajectories of movement earlier than his peers and even those of a higher caliber. In recent days, the conversion of his blood energy had reached 15. As for the axles and sinews, they remained at a mere 0, with no manifestation evident, leaving him perplexed as to how such a phenomenon might occur. Why are blood energy, sinews, bones, and sixth sense delineated as separate entities? This enigma eluded Li Yuan. For the mysteries of the human cultivation realm are profoundly intricate. He seeks the guidance of a sage for elucidation. Yet, such formidable beings are inexplicably shattered by a colossal wrench, fracturing their mechanical skeletal arms and iron craniums. What material is this contraption composed of, that it can be manifested and concealed within the ocean of chi by mere thought? The more he pondered the marvels of this divine vehicle, the more wondrous it became. Why had he encountered such a miraculous chariot? His father had spent a lifetime driving decrepit vehicles, often beset by accidents, yet never triggered any mechanism. However, upon assuming control, he had acquired this extraordinary vehicle, altering his fate. Was this mere chance or an inescapable destiny? As these thoughts swirled, a slight headache ensued, only to dissipate almost immediately. Oh, a visit to the ghost market. Who would dare venture there? Chapter 9. The Mighty Mentor. No problem, 50 yuan per person. It is my first visit. I would appreciate your guidance. A few vehicles were idling nearby, waiting for business. Li Yuan was the first to start his engine, approaching the group of 8-star aspirants. Hey, newcomer. I see you're fresh here. Do you understand the rules? A burly driver with a stout build approached and glared at Li Yuan, blocking his vehicle with a domineering air. He turned, grinning obsequiously at the prospective martial artists. Gentlemen, allow me to offer you transport for 45 yuan apiece. Esteemed sirs, my services are gratis, Li Yuan interjected calmly. Glancing at the hulking man, I secured this fare first. If you wish to undercut, be my guest. The robust driver was taken aback. He had anticipated Li Yuan countering with a price of 40 yuan, not a precipitous drop to 0. He was left speechless. Very well, free it is. The martial artists exclaimed, delighted by the prospect of a no-cost journey. Moreover, as 8-star aspirants, they were unconcerned about the youth attempting to renege and inflate the price mid-transit. Li Yuan, still a student, lacked the aforementioned combat attire and fortified garments. You win this round, whelp. But mark my words. The burly driver conceded with a hint of resignation. With Li Yuan offering a free ride, he couldn't very well pay the passengers himself. Little did he know, Li Yuan had identified them as prospective martial artists ripe for exploitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered a complimentary service. As Li Yuan departed, the driver's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. He raised his wrist to his implanted terminal. Brother Zhao, there's an insolent scoundrel disrupting our established practices. Shall we gather the lads and teach him a lesson? Where did he come from? Unfamiliar face, but the vehicle appears to belong to that penniless, oldly fellow. We've been squeezing him for over a decade. Could this be his son taking over the reins? Auspicious. If he's taken over, he must learn the rules of the game. Zhang San, rally the boys and intercept him at the black market. I'll be there shortly. Understood. The robust man retracted his wrist terminal, a cold smirk gracing his lips. This time, he would not allow this young lad to bleed extensively. He would stake his name as Li. The ghost market, as Su Tingshi had aptly described, serves as a venue where martial artists trade surplus items, be it potency pills, weapons, or various other goods. Several aspiring martial artists guided Li Yuanqi through a labyrinthine route, leading him to a dilapidated park, shrouded beneath the canopy of trees on the outskirts of town. At this hour, the area thrummed with activity. the sounds of hawkers echoing through the night. The ghost market resembles a peculiar flea market. Evading taxation often results in scrutiny from the constabulary, hence its remote location. Upon alighting from the vehicle after traversing approximately 20 kilometers, Yuan noted that his vitality energy had reached 20%. After parking, he ventured into the ghost market, his intent being to procure a suitable weapon. As Su Tingshi had suggested, a large wrench would be too conspicuous. It must be reserved as a trump card. Although uncertain if such an item would be effective in another's hands, he dared not take that risk. The market was dimly lit, with only a few scattered candles flickering. Given that the patrons were predominantly aspiring and established martial artists, their sensory perception surpassed that of the average person. Furthermore, to evade attracting the attention of the constabulary, the lighting remained discreet. In the dead of night, amidst the dilapidated park, the shadows of the trees danced around the flickering candlelight, creating an eerie atmosphere that might intimidate the timid. Yuan, however, was unfazed. As he meandered through the market, he discovered an astonishing array of items: potency pills, energy crystals, firearms, melee weapons, and even manuals for cultivation. This experience bore resemblance to browsing through a marketplace of trinkets, suggesting that many offerings could be counterfeit or high-quality replicas. Once your keen eyesight leads you to unwittingly purchase counterfeit goods, even if you acquire a replica, you can only resign yourself to the role of an unwitting dealer. Yuan strolled past several weapon stalls, not harboring any illusions of stumbling upon a treasure. He would consider himself fortunate if he did not end up with a forgery. Soon, he came across a slightly plump old man seated cross-legged, with a steel rod, a standard long sword, and a shield laid out before him. "Old man, can you wield these weapons?" Yuan inquired with a faint smile, crouching down. The elderly man cast a fleeting glance his way, remaining silent but nodding slightly. Yuan grasped the steel rod and swung it a bit. It felt somewhat cool to the touch, bearing a weight akin to that of a large wrench. "What material is this? How much does it cost?" "D-grade," the rotund elder replied, raising 2 fingers in a flickering motion. "D-grade super titanium alloy? 20,000. No way. Come on. Is it 200,000? So expensive? Can I give it a try?" Huang Meng had previously mentioned that the materials for cold weapons in Shenzhou's military, ranked from highest to lowest, are classified into 5 grades: A to E, forged from extraterrestrial meteors, and refined earth steel, constituting the most formidable cold weapon materials. He had not anticipated D-grade to be so costly. That is, of course, out of the question. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, be on your way. The old man retorted coldly. Yuan inwardly cursed. What a pompous old man. He weighed the super titanium alloy rod once more. Its feel was genuinely impressive, suggesting it was not an imitation. "Then I shall take a look at other items." At that moment, a few individuals approached, and Yuan recognized them as the 8-star aspiring martial artists. The young man at the forefront, having seen Yuan skillfully handling the super titanium alloy rod earlier, expressed mild surprise. "Are you also an aspiring martial artist?" Before Yuan could utter a word, a feminine voice resonated from behind. "We have met the master warrior." Several individuals bowed to Yuan. In the Shenzhou continent, individuals of formidable strength, particularly those superior to oneself, are generally addressed as master warrior. Yuan chuckled wryly, nodding in acknowledgement, then turned to Su Tingshi. "Sister Shi, are you here to handle the crystal stones?" "Indeed, I've already begun." "Are you here to purchase weapons?" Su Tingshi replied. Yuan scratched his head, cautiously inquiring, "Well, they seem rather expensive. How about we explore together?" "Sounds good," Su Tingshi replied with a gentle smile. After perusing the wares, neither of them found any weapon more suitable for Yuan than the D-grade super titanium alloy staff. Perhaps it was due to his habit of wielding a large wrench for combat. With 1,000,000 Shenzhou coins in hand, he had already prepaid 1 million for his father's medical treatment and surgery, and his mother had given him 50,000 for living expenses. After spending another 200,000, the balance in his account was dwindling. Yuan felt a twinge of regret over his expenditures. Children of poverty often take on responsibilities early and have an affinity for money, having been frightened by scarcity. Noticing Yuan's fondling of the super titanium alloy staff, Su Tingshi suggested, "Shall we give it a name? How about Jingu Bang of the Great Sage? Perhaps we should call it Divine Staff, straightforward and clear." "What do you mean by that? Are you implying I am unreliable?" "Very well, then Divine Staff it shall be," Yuan replied with a resigned scratch of his head. As they exited the ghost market, They were taken aback to see a dozen battered trash bins encircling a Wuling van. Surrounding them were several drivers, either squatting or standing, laughing and chatting while smoking. Hey, the kid's out. Still carrying a staff and bringing some backup. Is he preparing to pick a fight? The burly Zhang San, who had previously sought to usurp Li Yuan's business, grinned with derision. In his estimation, Li Yuan was of middling stature, yet exceedingly gaunt. He surmised that in a physical altercation, he could subdue Li Yuan with ease. Even if the lad brought reinforcements, it mattered not. For the woman was merely a nascent martial artist of 2 stars. Was it you son of a cur, who did this? Li Yuan, incensed to find his cherished vehicle besieged by malodorous refuse receptacles, felt a surge of indignation at such unsportsmanlike conduct. Well, the young man possesses some mettle. Zhao Si, whom the burly Zhang San addressed as Brother Zhao, sported a gold chain of dubious authenticity and regarded Li Yuan with a sardonic gaze, exhaling a plume of smoke. Zhang San, it seems you've encountered a tough customer. Tell me, lad, are you truly the progeny of old Li? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was immediately reminded of his mother's lamentations regarding his father's constant mistreatment at the hands of his peers, and his brow furrowed in displeasure. A frosty smile graced Su Tingxi's countenance as her hand instinctively grasped the hilt of her blade. Judging by his demeanor, he is indeed the seed of that pusillanimous old Li. The old codger hasn't been stingy with his tributes to us. You, little whelp, shall be no exception. Furthermore, you dared to insult your Zhang daddy. Unless you proffer 10,000 today, I shall break one of your legs. Zhang San, show him your prowess. At Zhao Si's command, Zhang San shed his garment, revealing formidable biceps that rippled with sinewy muscle. Zhao Si, Zhang San, and the other drivers were astounded. Their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Good heavens, a powerhouse. At that moment, they were somewhat bewildered, perspiration beading on their backs. One by one, they retreated to the periphery, dispirited like eggplants after a frost, scarcely daring to utter a sound. Chapter 10. Alarmed Li Yuan nodded to the quasi-martial artists, and then turned his gaze upon drivers such as Zhao Si and Zhang San. Although these individuals may be enduring hardships, they have previously tormented the old man, and it is time to settle old scores. Master Chong, we acknowledge our lack of discernment, and, considering that both you and our father come from humble beginnings, we implore you to spare us this once. Zhao Si, noticing the malevolent gaze of Li Yuan, cast a glance at the super titanium alloy stick in his hand, and hastily bowed in supplication. Yes, indeed. We were blind and have offended Master Chong. Please, treat my words as the barks of a dog and grant us mercy. This beautiful lady, would you kindly intercede on our behalf? The seasoned driver beside him wore a face of desperation. Su Tingxi, however, paid him no heed. Instead, she smiled as she observed Li Yuan dealing with these seasoned drivers. Zhang San's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood that this matter could not be resolved with mere pleas, and thus chose to remain silent. He was acutely aware that despite his imposing stature, a single blow from Chong could easily bring him to his demise. The rapid cowardice displayed by these men left Li Yuan uncertain about how to proceed with them. Just as he contemplated whether to extract a monetary penalty as a means of appeasement, a sudden rumble echoed from the distant sky, followed by the piercing sound of air raid sirens emanating from the city. Although they were on the outskirts, the faint broadcast of the Shenzhou military could still be heard. Attention, all citizens. Alien pirates are attacking. Please remain indoors and do not venture outside. Those outdoors should seek nearby shelter to avoid stray bullets. The entire ghost market erupted into chaos as vendors and buyers hastily gathered their belongings in preparation for evacuation. Master Chong, we must leave at once. The 8-star aspiring warriors were already wearing expressions of astonishment. The extraterrestrial pirates were not something they could contend with. How to deal with these drivers could be postponed. They were not going anywhere. Su Tingxi hesitated for a moment, wrestling with her inner turmoil, but ultimately did not shake off Li Yuan's hand. With the impending assault of the alien pirates, the stationed Shenzhou army would intercept and annihilate them amidst the debris fields of outer space. It was generally improbable for the enemy to breach this defensive array in an organized manner. Debris field defense? This was the first time Li Yuan had heard of such a thing. Currently, Earth was besieged by a multitude of space debris, causing sunlight to filter through sporadically, much like rays in a dense forest. Su Tingxi nodded, explaining that to fend off the extraterrestrial marauders, the Shenzhou continent, the Technological Alliance, and the Pure Land had joined forces 15 years prior to redirect several uninhabited and derelict celestial bodies from nearby star systems. detonating them to create a formidable barrier of colossal fragments in the outer atmosphere of Earth, aimed at thwarting the pirate fleets from assaulting the planet. Whenever alien pirates were detected, the Shinjo army would take a stand among these debris blocks, transforming them into a battleground to engage in fierce combat with the extraterrestrial invaders, thereby preventing the devastation of the major metropolitan areas of the three dominant forces. Most of the cities from the Old World had been obliterated over the course of more than a century of relentless warfare. Yuan understood the historical narrative of the Old World and its cities' annihilation. As he opened the car door, Su Tingshi and the aspiring warriors were about to board the Wuling vehicle to depart when suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the ghost market. Shouting of a robbery, there were infiltrators plundering the techniques of our Shinjo continent. Infiltrators? How audacious, taking advantage of the chaos to commit theft. Upon first encountering martial arts, Yuan nearly fell victim to the insidious infiltrators, thus his brow immediately furrowed at the mere mention of those three syllables. Lu Qifeng had previously informed him that, in contrast to the overt assaults of extraterrestrial pirates, these infiltrators from the Technological Federation were akin to cockroaches and rats, lurking in the shadows to ambush the warriors of Shinjo, seeking to seize the powerful elixirs and the sixth sense cultivation techniques. Their actions were utterly detestable and warranted annihilation upon sight. Without hesitation, Yuan exchanged a glance with Su Tingshi and turned towards the 5 8-star quasi-warriors in the vehicle, inquiring, "Gentlemen, these shameless infiltrators are a blight upon us. Are you willing to join us in eradicating them?" "Absolutely," they replied resolutely. "These scoundrels covet the martial arts of our Shinjo continent and have assassinated numerous warriors. We must bring them to justice." The 5 8-star quasi-warriors, likely ordinary students from the Battle Academy, spoke without hesitation. Within the various educational institutions on the Shinjo continent, infiltrators had long been depicted as the most reviled of outlaws, deserving of universal condemnation. "Very well, let us proceed," Yuan declared, eschewing any further discussion, unlike Zhao Hanqing, who relished in grandiloquent discourse. The seven swiftly made their way to the heart of the chaos in Ghost City, where the air was thick with the clamor of battle. Despite the imminent threat posed by extraterrestrial pirates, many warriors of Shinjo, having discerned the infiltrators' intention to plunder their martial arts, resolutely abandoned their shelters and fervently engaged in the pursuit of the infiltrators. Observing Yuan's departure, Zhao Si exhaled deeply, gesturing, "Let us make haste and retreat." Zhang Sen hesitated, voicing his concern, "Brother Zhao, might this not be inappropriate? They are engaged in combating the infiltrators. Perhaps we could be of assistance." "Assistance? Nonsense. They are all warriors, strong and formidable. And you? You are nothing but a fool. Remaining here means awaiting our demise. Let us leave." Zhao Si cursed furiously and turned to his vehicle. Zhang San's face flushed with anger as he grappled with the decision to stay or go. However, the sounds of battle and cries of anguish from the ghost market compelled him to lift his head defiantly. "Indeed, I am a fool. But I am a fool with guts. We are all sons of Shinjo, and while they are fighting valiantly against the infiltrators, how can we cower away like turtles? I cannot do that." Zhao Si was taken aback, then smirked disdainfully. "Very well, if you wish to be a hero, then go ahead. Just wait for that Bradley to deal with you. We're leaving. If you've done wrong, you should not fear punishment. I refuse to leave. I will assist them in fighting the infiltrators, and if I perish, so be it. I am already a second-tier warrior. My brothers, let us march forth and confront the infiltrators together. Who knows, we might even earn military merits and join the Shinjo Military Reserve. I am tired of hiding. A fight is worth it, and if I survive, it will be a gain." With that, Zhang San laughed heartily, seized a hidden knife from his vehicle, and resolutely charged into the heart of the ghost market. 5 or 6 drivers exchanged glances, drew their knives, and, with fiery determination, followed suit. Zhao Si, however, merely chuckled coldly, turned off the engine of his van, and propped his legs up on the steering wheel. The remaining 3 seasoned drivers looked puzzled. "Zhao Gu, are we not leaving now? Shall we not join the fight against the infiltrators?" "Brother, our strength is too lacking. We would only be walking to our doom. Perhaps I should take my leave first." Zhao lit a cigarette, feeling perplexed. "What's the rush? Who said we were going to eliminate the infiltrators? That's a matter for the patrol department, not our concern." "Then what is your intention?" the seasoned veteran inquired, feigning ignorance. "I merely wish to witness that fellow named Li being slain by the infiltrators. And as for Zhang San, although he is a treacherous sort, I could at least assist in collecting his remains and subsequently claim his wife and fortune." "Aha. Brother Zhao speaks wisely. Do they truly believe that eliminating infiltrators is a simple task? These individuals are so arrogant, so self-important. Do they think being a hero is an easy feat? They deserve to perish. The woman shall be yours, and we might as well partake in a share of the wealth, yes? A round of lewd laughter ensued. At that moment, Li Yuan boldly charged into the ghost market, witnessing a fierce confrontation between two factions. He recognized one side as the vendors, while the opposing faction could only be the infiltrators. You scoundrels, I will not let you escape. Li Yuan brandished his divine staff and joined the fray, earning an appreciative glance from Su Dingxi. His target was the sixth sense technique held by the vendor. Though he could not ascertain its authenticity, he intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos wrought by the extraterrestrial pirates. Thus, he aimed to strike decisively. Chapter 11. Mutual Indebtedness. As the infiltrator's finger tightened on the trigger, Li Yuan S0. 2-star sixth sense detected the imminent locking of a laser weapon. In an instant, the D-grade super titanium alloy staff twirled in his grasp, intercepting the first beam of laser. Boom! The laser shattered the staff, creating a cascade of cracks and a brilliant display of metallic fireworks. The infiltrator swiftly redirected the laser weapon towards Su Dingxi, prompting Li Yuan to leap into action without hesitation, swinging his staff towards the infiltrator. Unexpectedly, the infiltrator merely feigned an attack, directing the laser weapon towards the vendor, who was struck in an instant, screaming as he was flung backward. Li Yuan bellowed, his smoking staff once again targeting the infiltrator. The infiltrator paid no heed, deftly slicing at the staff with his left hand while his right seized the vendor's backpack. Clang! The blade met the staff, and everyone's astonishment, the ultra-titanium alloy staff was severed with a single strike. Su Dingxi, wielding a long knife, aimed for the infiltrator's hand but was repelled by other infiltrators armed with laser weapons. Heavenly Board, you actually bought a counterfeit D-grade ultra-titanium alloy staff. You deceitful old man. You charlatan. Li Yuan cursed, gazing at the half-length staff in his hand, his heart bleeding profusely. A D-grade ultra-titanium alloy staff? Look at this. The infiltrator arrogantly waved the D-grade ultra-titanium knife in his hand, exuding arrogance. Kid, this thing of yours is at best an E-grade ultra-titanium alloy staff, crafted from scrap material. Otherwise, a D-grade ultra-titanium would withstand a laser beam. See? What I possess is the true D-grade ultra-titanium knife. Well then, now that the science lesson is over, you may comprehend. With that, the infiltrator once again aimed his laser weapon at Li Yuan, firing repeatedly. Su Dingxi, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Staff, block." As she spoke, she punched through another infiltrator's grasp and hurled her long knife to shield Li Yuan from the laser beams. The infiltrator smirked, envisioning the moment when this valiant warrior of the Shinjo would be struck by the laser, allowing him to deliver a finishing blow, severing his head and departing. Sparks flew once more as the infiltrator let out a chilling laugh, retracting his laser weapon. With a glint of frigid light, the infiltrator's D-grade hyper-titanium blade descended upon Li Yuan's cranium, who was desperately contending amidst the pyrotechnic display, moving with astonishing swiftness. Li Yuan, with reflex-like action, seized the vendor's satchel and the D-grade hyper-titanium blade, dispatching the infiltrator's corpse with a swift kick. Previously, with Su Dingxi's disruption, he seized the opportunity to parry the laser beam with a fragment of an E-grade divine rod, and under the cover of the ensuing sparks, summoned a massive wrench to intercept the lethal blow from the D-grade hyper-titanium blade. Although uncertain whether the wrench could withstand the impact of the D-grade hyper-titanium longsword, the exigency left no room for contemplation, and fortunately, the outcome was favorable. His 0.2-star sixth sense had once again proven invaluable, accurately pinpointing the adversary's fatal strike, while his 2-star musculature had endured the fragmentation of the laser beam, mitigating bodily harm. Are you all right? Su Dingxi inquired, assisting the vendor to his feet, addressing Li Yuan. I'm fine, Li Yuan responded with a smile, but scarcely had the words left his lips when his sixth sense registered an imminent, deadly peril from his flank. With no time to ponder, he was about to summon the massive wrench to defend himself, resigning himself to the financial setback, for survival was paramount. You little rascal. You dare attempt to assassinate our Divine Land's junior martial artist? Get out of here. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice resonated, and the sense of imminent danger dissipated immediately. Li Yuan turned to behold a towering masked figure wielding an ebony staff, confronting a portly old man. Good heavens. Isn't that the old codger who tried to sell me counterfeit goods? Little scoundrel, I saved your life. Don't go accusing me of selling fakes now. The portly old man chuckled at Li Yuan. Save my foot. If I didn't see it, it doesn't count. Unless you eliminate this infiltrator. For the sake of the greater good, we'll call it even, understood? Li Yuan said, somewhat petulantly, lamenting the 200,000 Shinjo coins. Agreed, the portly old man chuckled, seizing the 1/3 E-grade staff from Li Yuan's grasp with an unseen force. With a swiftness that defied perception, the old man cleaved at the apprehensive infiltrator, the staff generating a veritable tempest. Li Yuan's instincts failed to track the trajectory of the bludgeon. The infiltrator bellowed, bracing himself with the ebony staff. A sound akin to cleaving tofu echoed as Li Yuan beheld the infiltrator's horrified countenance, half of his torso bisected by the old man's staff. His upper body, still clutching the ebony staff, conveyed disbelief in his expiring gaze. Did you observe that, young man? The old man inquired. The weapon is secondary, the wielder is paramount. A novice like you couldn't best this infiltrator, even with a C-grade hypertitanium blade. This ebony staff, a mere D-grade, is yours as a gratuity. Your D-grade hypertitanium blade is mine, and we are square. The old man tossed the fragmented staff to Li Yuan, simultaneously telekinetically seizing the D-grade longsword from his grasp. Subsequently vanishing, Li Yuan felt a lingering trepidation, grateful for the intervention of the deceptive powerhouse, averting a far greater calamity than the loss of 200,000 coins. He retrieved the ebony staff from the deceased infiltrator. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond our comprehension, and my own abilities are woefully inadequate. Had it not been for the timely intervention of that elderly gentleman, I would have surely been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Nonetheless, this venture has yielded some rewards. I have acquired a D-class super titanium alloy staff, alongside 1/3 of an E-class super titanium alloy rod, which I estimate holds a residual value of several thousand. I have truly become formidable. Su Tingshi smiled, exclaiming, formidable, rise. Li Yuan laughed heartily, wielding his staff. At that moment, several infiltrators had been surrounded and dispatched, while the remainder fled in disarray. Li Yuan was taken aback to discover such a multitude of infiltrators lurking within this ghost market. It seemed they sought to surreptitiously acquire techniques and enhancement pills. With the D-class super titanium alloy staff in hand, Li Yuan charged forth, bellowing, disperse. To a few, he commanded, assist Teacher Su in attending to the injured stallholders. As soon as Li Yuan's voice resonated, he swept his staff, sending an infiltrator flying. The aspiring warriors watched in reverence as he descended like a deity. His second strike shattered an opponent's blade and subsequently crushed the infiltrator's skull with remarkable precision and swiftness. Li Yuan's stature in the eyes of the aspiring warriors soared. Despite the fact that he possessed no refined combat techniques, his method was simply a brutish flailing of his staff that felled an experienced master. In contrast to the astonishing prowess displayed by the stout elder, Li Yuan felt as though he was merely playing a child's game. As the infiltrators either perished or fled, he observed that others had sustained injuries. Let us proceed to the hospital, he declared, stowing away the staff. He approached Su Tingshi, offering his assistance to the aspiring warriors who were helping the injured stallholders and customers make their way out. At that moment, Zhang San and his companions trailed behind. Somewhat awkwardly, he hesitated. Teacher Qiangshi, perhaps we could assist you in getting to a hospital. Rest assured, it would be free of charge. What do you mean? Trying to steal my business again? Li Yuan retorted, glancing back at Zhang San. Truthfully, he was somewhat impressed by the big oaf's courage in confronting the infiltrator. No, we wouldn't dare. Zhang San's forehead was beaded with sweat. Li Yuan's earlier display of power had thoroughly shaken him. Li Yuan merely grunted and walked alongside Su Tingshi toward the exit of the ghost market. Ah, you were quite formidable, Su Tingshi remarked, turning her head to look at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her habitual coldness toward Li Yuan had long since dissipated. Perhaps you could say I was a charlatan, and I managed to intimidate them. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. A minute later, Li Yuan halted Su Tingshi. Instantly, her gaze turned icy. A dozen or so quasi-martial artists who had followed them out were aghast at the scene before them. Zhao Si lay beside his parked MPV, crimson froth spilling from the corner of his mouth. A gaping, bloody hole had been torn into his chest, blood gushing forth. The other 3 drivers were sprawled lifelessly on the ground, each decapitated, their vans splattered with blood. Chapter 12. A meeting of minds. Lu Qingfeng, his expression stern, stood aboard a zeppelin clad in black combat armor, accompanied by a squadron of 100 white-armored soldiers. Within the Divine Continent's army, commanders donned black combat armor, while soldiers wore white armor. Lu Qingfeng and his company were aboard 2 rows of zeppelins, 30 in total, fore and aft. These Divine Continent zeppelins were carried by a colossal aerospace carrier, hurtling through Earth's atmosphere at breakneck speed. The super titanium alloy shell of the airship, while capable of withstanding atmospheric friction, is complemented by a pearlescent protective shield on the aerospace carrier, which emits a crimson glow when subjected to such friction. The ground troops observed the vast holographic display within the airship, astonished and inquiring about the scale of the extraterrestrial pirate fleet approaching. 3 fleets, comprising approximately 10,000 personnel. Lu Qingfeng glanced down at Earth, where the South River metropolis, Huazhong province, and even the entirety of the Xinzhou continent were no longer discernible to the naked eye. He could envision the chaos that would ensue among the citizens of South River metropolis when the sharp air defense alarm sounded. Attention, all soldiers. We shall breach the atmosphere and enter the debris field's defensive perimeter. Our enemies are on the verge of emerging from outer space into the debris field. We must, as always, intercept the enemy here and obliterate them. We cannot permit these alien intruders to breach our defenses. Such a failure would spell destruction for vast residential areas on the ground, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives. As valiant soldiers of Xinzhou, we shall not allow the enemy to massacre our compatriots behind us. Warriors, raise your weapons to confront the wolves, slay them to protect our homeland. To become strong soldiers is to vanquish pirates. This commanding and resolute voice resonated through every mech headset, igniting a fervor within all. To become strong soldiers is to vanquish pirates, echoed the rallying cry, with Lu Qingfeng and all present shouting in unison, a tide of bloodlust surging forth. Just several dozen kilometers ahead lay the remnants of the 3 great powers of Earth, deliberately sabotaging an uninhabited star, encasing the entire atmosphere of Earth in yet another layer. With a colossal debris field several kilometers thick, the alien fleet would find it impossible to traverse swiftly and effortlessly. If they were to bombard these fragments of stars, not only would they face counterattacks from the ground-based weapons of the massive star fragments, but they would also be ambushed by the Xinzhou army. Thus, they could not solely rely on bombardment. They must confront the Xinzhou forces. The alien pirates, seeking to infiltrate Earth, must decelerate and navigate around, presenting the Xinzhou army with an opportune moment to strike. Victory would lead them forward, while defeat would necessitate retreat. 30 airships ascended in succession from the aerospace carrier, hurtling towards the 3 colossal alien pirate warships. The adversary's spatial radar activated, and the onboard weapon systems opened fire, unleashing a torrent of kinetic laser projectiles. Scatter, commanded the Xinzhou army commander, and the 30 airships blossomed like celestial flowers, deftly evading the barrage of enemy fire. Descend, shouted Lu Qingfeng, as hundreds of armored soldiers disembarked from the airships, plunging towards the star fragments surrounding the alien warships. Their airships promptly released countermeasures as they retreated. The ground-based weapons of the Xinzhou army deployed on the star fragments opened fire, intercepting the enemy's laser weaponry. Simultaneously, Lu Qingfeng led the Xinzhou forces to land on the enemy ships, amidst star fragments ranging from dozens of kilometers in diameter to those merely a few kilometers across. Upon landing, they leaped several dozen, even 100 meters high, employing mech weaponry to assault the enemy vessels, while their small targets, rapid agility, and nimbleness rendered them difficult for the enemy's weapon systems to lock onto. Consequently, the alien pirate ships were compelled to dispatch individual alien pirates to the star fragments, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the armored soldiers of humanity. As Li Yuan exited the ghost market, the battle in space raged fiercely. Su Tingxi gazed upward, her beautiful eyes blinking with a complex expression. Sister Shi, surely team leader Lu is not among them? Li Yuan gazed upward, where faint flickers of firelight danced in the high sky. As for the future, regardless of whether he joins the Divine State Army, he is determined to partake in the extermination of extraterrestrial pirates. It is not out of a profound sense of patriotism. Rather, he envisions the immense energy he could harness by traversing great distances alongside a cadre of formidable warriors. The prospect of prosperity entices him. Setting aside the morality of profiting from national calamity, he finds solace in the fact that he is not merely accumulating wealth, but also vanquishing foes. Several aspiring martial artists assisted 2 injured vendors into Li Yuan's vehicle. Zhang San and his companions exchanged anxious glances with Li Yuan, hesitating to voice their thoughts. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and leave. If stray bullets start falling, you might end up as mere meat patties. Li Yuan ignited the engine of his Wuling vehicle, his tone brusque. Mr. Li, what will you do with us? Zhang San's face flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth and spoke up. Considering that you still possess a shred of valor for daring to confront the infiltrators, we will let bygones be bygones. However, should you dare to bully honest folk in the future, do well to reflect on Zhao Xi's fate. Li Yuan scoffed coldly. We won't. From now on, we shall heed your every word. You shall be the elder brother to us humble drivers. Elder brother? Please, I am merely a student. Enough chatter, let's go. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively and drove off in his Wuling. Wait, little brat, wait for me. I saved you after all. At that moment, a figure swiftly darted toward them, almost materializing out of thin air, eliciting astonished gasps from the aspiring martial artists. Little scoundrel, what are you staring at? Make way for the elder. The portly old man grumbled, prompting the aspiring martial artists to leap up and yield space, only to have their heads collide with the roof of the vehicle. Rough and unrefined, I doubt you all will ever become formidable warriors. What are you staring at? Little rascal, hurry up and drive. Your dilapidated vehicle is a blessing for anyone willing to ride in it. Su Tingshi raised an eyebrow. Although the old man possessed formidable strength and had previously rescued Li Yuan, his disrespectful demeanor was quite irksome. She was about to retort with a few sharp words when Li Yuan's gaze halted her. He turned with a cheerful smile. Oh dear, what brings you out so late? We have been waiting for you. Where have you been? Ah, a teachable child. Of course, I was heading to the air defense. No, take me to the Xinzhou military base. As a master, it is only natural for me to vanquish foes, the old man declared, a righteous air about him. Very well. Please make yourself comfortable, Li Yuan replied with a smile as he started the car. It was no jest, having such a powerful figure as a passenger, especially in a perilous situation, promised a substantial harvest of vital energy. This trip to the ghost market was indeed profitable. The air defense alarms in Nanjing blared continuously, and the streets were devoid of life. Hey, little rascal, why have you brought me to the air raid shelter again? Wasn't it said we were going to the Xinzhou military camp? The old man glared at Li Yuan while his body moved towards the shelter. Ah, your words ring true. Little rascal, that was indeed my intention. Well then, I shall go protect the ordinary citizens, he said with a smile, hands clasped behind his back, striding purposefully into the shelter. Li Yuan chuckled. He had deliberately led the old man on a lengthy detour. By the end of it, his vital energy had skyrocketed to 70, yielding a bountiful reward. He had long since discerned that the portly old man feared death, yet it was wise to avoid provoking such a character. After all, he was a man capable of swiftly dealing with infiltrators, a significant advantage for both himself and the Xinzhou army. At this moment, Li Yuan felt compelled to hasten to the side of the two elders. Chapter 13. I await you. When the air raid siren was finally silenced, Li Yuan accompanied his parents out of the hospital's underground shelter. At his father's insistence, Li Yuan walked alongside him, gazing upward into the profound expanse of the sky. The heavens resembled a lush forest, adorned with myriad leaves. The fragmented stars beyond the atmosphere serving as a barrier against alien marauders while also obstructing a portion of the sunlight. Perhaps it was the effect of a fortifying tonic. Or perhaps fortune had smiled upon Li Yuan. His father's complexion had markedly improved. After contemplating the heavens for a considerable time, he turned his gaze to Li Yuan. Raising a hand to point at the scattered celestial debris, his expression heavy with gravity and melancholy. I am aware that venturing into such peril may lead to your demise, and I genuinely wish to dissuade you from it. Yet, we are a family of noble spirit, impoverished though we may be, and we must repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Moreover, resisting the alien pirates is a responsibility we cannot shirk. In the past, we were powerless to act. But now you possess certain capabilities and will continue to grow stronger. Thus, you cannot evade your duty. Li Yuan felt a pang of regret upon hearing his father's words. The so-called benefactor in the military was merely a title he had playfully adopted. He had not anticipated that his father would take it to heart. Although Lu Qingfeng had shown him some kindness, it hardly constituted a monumental debt of gratitude. The true benefactor in his life was his father, who had bestowed upon him the divine vehicle that altered the course of his destiny. Yet, such sentiments could not be expressed now. Yuaner, I perceive your thoughts. Rest assured, I am diligently adhering to the physician's directives, and I perceive a marked improvement in my condition these past days. It is my unwavering resolve to prolong my existence for several more years, ensuring the well-being of your mother and Li Jin, and I shall not impede your progress. Focus your energies on your studies and cultivation at the Nanjiang War College. Should your prowess advance further, consider enlisting to combat the enemy in the Shattered Star Cluster. Do not concern yourself with this old man. Understood. Li Yuan offered a tacit acknowledgement with a nod, refraining from further discourse. That very evening, Nanjiang Television broadcasted comprehensive coverage of the recent aerial defense against the pirates across all channels. The screen displayed a middle-aged man of imposing stature, exuding vigor yet bearing a solemn countenance. This individual was Mo Wentian, the commanding officer of the 9th Aerospace Division, a subordinate unit of the 3rd Army Corps of the Divine Continent Army stationed in Nanjiang. Mo Wentian, with grave decorum, removed his military cap and bowed his head in silent mourning. A pall of silence descended upon Nanjiang, punctuated by the inconsolable grief of the bereaved families of the fallen soldiers. The majority of the valiant soldiers who perished were not natives of Nanjiang. The Divine Continent Army possesses a comprehensive system of compensation for fallen heroes, in addition to a substantial bereavement allowance. The families of these brave warriors will receive meticulous care and resettlement. Li Yuan watched the stalwart general on television in solemn silence. In his recollection, this marked the first instance of such a high-ranking general publicly broadcasting the casualties of aerial combat in the Shattered Star Cluster within the Nanjiang metropolis. Our existence is far removed from mere gaiety and revelry. Each engagement in the Shattered Star Cluster exacts a toll of sacrifice. It is through their sacrifice that the peace and felicity of the majority are preserved. Now, we require more valiant souls to step forward, to take up arms and resist the extraterrestrial pirates. General Mo Wentian's resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire South River, seemingly a clarion call from the higher echelons of the Xinzhou military, intended to gradually acclimatize the populace to the stark and brutal realities of their times. In an era of turmoil, no one could maintain a safe distance. Survival lay solely in the relentless and fearless pursuit of battle. Grief often serves as a catalyst, inspiring more individuals to join the fight against extraterrestrial marauders. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, contemplating the grim truth that inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy would also result in 800 of his own. This was a conflict devoid of victors, a mutual destruction. Could it be that the Xinzhou military would falter? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew, feeling acutely the inadequacy of his own strength. In such a tempestuous era, he realized that, for the sake of his family, he must fortify himself post-haste. With over a month remaining before school resumed, Li Yuan continued his nightly toil as a minibus driver. He earned some Xinzhou currency and, in turn, accumulated a measure of vital energy. Now, he had become a prominent figure among the minibus drivers in South River. Rather than encroaching on their livelihoods, he encouraged his fellow drivers to alert him whenever they encountered a martial artist. The fare would belong to the driver, while Li Yuan would solely reap the benefits of vital energy. During moments of idleness or when resting in groups, the drivers would often gather around Li Yuan to observe his training, showering him with praise. In this manner, he amassed 80% of his vital energy. Li Yuan decided it prudent to first enhance his vehicle's capabilities and sixth sense, allowing him to discern opportunities and anticipate adversarial moves. The conversion of 80% of his vital energy yielded a 40% increase in his overall combat power, which he then entirely redirected towards his sixth sense, elevating it from 2 stars to 6 stars. Furthermore, he gained a remarkably clear mastery over sounds, breaths, vibrations, and the trajectories of objects within a 60-meter radius. Provided he is willing, he can swiftly pinpoint the source of sounds, seismic activity, sensory input, and wind. Crucially, his sixth sense, akin to the power of the mind, can intimidate those with inferior mental fortitude, creating an overwhelming advantage when the disparity is significant. The only difference with the large wrench is its increased weight. The length remains unchanged. As for the staff technique, Su Tingshi provided him with a rudimentary, erudite-level staff manual, encompassing basic maneuvers such as overhead strikes, sweeping blows, and defensive parries. Li Yuan does not aspire to more advanced scholastic, esoteric, or unique techniques, as these might be available at the War Academy. Each evening, Li Yuan practices the staff technique during brief respites in the parked vehicle. After practicing the 3-section staff, Li Yuan has developed a bit of imposing momentum. Of course, this is not high praise from mighty figures like the rotund old man, but rather the exaggerated flattery of seasoned drivers like Zhang San. Since the Ghost Market's great battle with Gao Tian, Su Tingxi's 9th Division Reserve Camp has replenished its ranks with new recruits, among whom is Su Tingxi. After a month of close training with the 9th Division, Li Yuan received a call from Su Tingxi. The southern river metropolis is renowned for its picturesque southern river. With its flowing waters and verdant grasses, by a wooden pavilion along the southern river, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing into the distance. Su Tingxi was not wearing her usual black combat attire today, but instead, high-top military boots, form-fitting jeans, and a belted light blue top, still radiating heroic spirit. The military has ample cultivation resources. You are still only a 1-star? Do less taxi driving and focus on cultivation. Understood. I am starting school in a few days. I don't know if I, as an auditor, will have access to cultivation resources, Li Yuan said with a self-deprecating smile. You are not just any auditor. You are a specially recruited auditor. The Southern River War College will undoubtedly grant you the privileges of a formally enrolled student. And what of you? Will you continue with the intensive training? No. The purpose of my visit today is to inform you that I have been assigned to the Shattered Star Archipelago Ground-Based Squadron, stationed at the Shattered Star Defense Perimeter for a year. Why are you being deployed to space so soon? Li Yuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Actually, the casualties from the previous engagement were far more severe than General Mo disclosed. Surely not. Are you suggesting the Divine Province Army fabricated the figures? That's utterly preposterous. In truth, General Mo did not exaggerate. He presented the casualty data for the 9th Division on television, whereas the Shattered Star Archipelago ground-based defense forces belong to other divisions, and their casualties were not included in the 9th Division statistics. I comprehend. The total casualties we sustained were actually greater than those of the extraterrestrial pirates. To bolster morale, they had to underreport the numbers, correct? It is sufficient that you understand. Refrain from disclosing this to others, or we shall both face dire consequences. Understood, Sister Shi. Ensure you safeguard yourself. When the opportune moment arrives, I will enlist to combat the extraterrestrial pirates, and we shall meet in the Shattered Star Archipelago. Su Tingxi gazed intently at Li Yuan, gradually breaking into a smile. Very well, I shall await you. After a brief pause, Li Yuan composed himself, extending his hand. Promise me, regardless, you must strive to remain alive. Su Tingxi's delicate hand clasped tightly with Li Yuan's, their eyes meeting. Very well, I pledge to you. Chapter 14. I am merely an auditor. This battle, in which Li Yuan did not participate, is subtly altering the course of events. On the 3rd day after parting from Su Tingxi, he saw in the news that the terrestrial division of the Shenzhou Army's Fractured Star Defense Zone had boarded the aerospace aircraft carrier and was heading into outer space. That very afternoon, Li Yuan, along with Huang Meng, Hu Zhongjuan, and Li Sihai, indulged in a night of revelry. As seasoned warriors of society, they had received a summons from the Strongman Club of Nanjing Metropolis, and in 3 days, they were to form a group and head to the Fractured Star Defense Zone. Huanggu, this outer space Fractured Star Zone isn't necessarily positioned above Nanjing, is it? Why is there such a commotion in Nanjing Metropolis? Li Yuan pondered, somewhat perplexed. What's the difference between your summons and Sister Shi's regular army? Hu Zhongjuan interjected. Let me tell you. The strongmen affiliated with the club will provide logistical and support services for the Shenzhou Army. We are merely hired logistical soldiers. Killing one is breaking even, 2 is profiting. We brothers are gallantly heading to the battlefield for the people, aren't we? Come, let us drink. Huang Meng proclaimed with great bravado. Li Yuan drank along, yet felt a pang of sorrow. An unseen, yet palpable war was causing familiar faces around him to depart one by one. When he next saw the aerospace aircraft carrier of the Strongman Club take flight in the news, he sighed. As the sun sets and the wine wears off, the people are already far away, amidst the thunderous winds in the heavens. The day of school finally arrived. With his parents still in the hospital, Li Yuan first took his younger brother, Li Jin, to school before driving himself to the Nanjing War Academy for registration. Over a month had passed, and the shadow of war seemed to dissipate entirely. Young boys and girls, accompanied by their parents, chattered excitedly as they entered the Nanjing War Academy. Li Yuan walked alone, unburdened by luggage, along the spacious avenues of the academy. He headed straight to the new student registration office to check in and register. He is the first official auditing student in the history of the South River War Academy. This statement may sound peculiar. The term official signifies that he is a formally registered first-year student at the academy. while auditing student implies that he possesses the freedom to come and go without being bound by the usual student regulations. After filling out his enrollment forms, paying the fees, and receiving his student ID, Li Yuan stood up, ready to leave. Wait, you have yet to complete your dormitory check-in procedures. Where are you rushing off to? Stand still. Blue Qingyun, responsible for new student reception, shot him a glare as he attempted to leave. Dressed casually, her tall and elegant figure was hard to conceal, and her stunningly beautiful face bore a hint of annoyance. Without a moment's hesitation, Blue Qingyun confronted him. Freshman, you must be joking. Official students are required to reside on campus. Senior, I am an auditing student. An auditing student? What business do you have with me regarding enrollment procedures? Have you nothing better to do? Blue Qingyun exclaimed, checking the new student admission roster. Indeed, Li Yuan's name was listed. Are you playing games, Junior? You truly have too much time on your hands. Without further ado, she tossed a dormitory registration book at him. Li Yuan thought to himself that while this senior was indeed beautiful and well-proportioned, her temper was rather fiery. He should keep his distance in the future. Today was merely for reporting and dormitory allocation, which was of no concern to him. Instead, it was a day bustling with parents accompanying their children, and he saw no reason to miss the opportunity to profit from this influx. He had already informed Zhang San and the others. This money was a must. Lan Qingyun gazed with a hint of annoyance at Li Yuan's retreating figure, her teeth clenched around his name as she forcefully marked it down. This junior appears rather arrogant. I shall remember him, and he will surely face consequences. Without delay, Lan Qingyun dialed the academic affairs office, intent on reprimanding Li Yuan. Mr. Wang, their essay freshman. Li Yuan, who refuses to complete his dormitory check-in procedures. According to school regulations, he should receive a demerit. What do you think? Li Yuan? I recall now. He is a special recruit. He was the third-place scorer in the college entrance examination from Huazhong Prefecture, foregoing Huazhong Military Academy to attend our South River Military Academy. You were not aware? Li Yuan, is it truly him? Lan Qingyun was taken aback, as she had previously found the name somewhat familiar. Yet with so many new students to register, it had slipped her mind. At that moment, the new students were bustling in with their belongings, while only Li Yuan walked out empty-handed, attracting envious glances from several newcomers who mistook him for an upperclassman. Why should I bother giving you a ride? I have no vehicle myself. A middle-aged man beside a woman waved dismissively. Just then, a luxurious car approached, and as the door swung open, a figure eagerly leapt out. Oh, isn't this our auditing student, Li Yuan? What's the matter? No money for tuition, so you're here to solicit? The newcomer, Wang Changfeng, wasted no time in masking his derision with mockery. You think cheating will suffice? You boast of getting into Huazhong Military Academy. Who would believe such nonsense? Wuling also descended from the vehicle behind, having arranged to report together. To their surprise, they stumbled upon the scene of Li Yuan being rejected while attempting to solicit. It was a splendid opportunity for mockery. They were aware that Li Yuan was a 9-star, yet they felt no fear this time. Wuling's father was also a 9-star aspiring warrior, which emboldened them. Two middle-aged men stepped out of the car, deridingly chiding, Changfeng, Wuling, must you expose someone's shortcomings? This classmate, despite his poor exam results, has managed to enter the battle academy, which indicates he possesses his own means, be it through gifts or other methods. That is his own capability. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. The sarcasm directed at him was painfully evident. The foolish demeanor of those two certainly stemmed from their lineage. As Li Yuan took another step forward, the two men could no longer bear it. Collapsing to their knees with a thud, they were filled with anger, shock, and terror, casting desperate glances towards the imposing father, who remained silent, paralyzed with fear, not daring to utter another word or look at Li Yuan again. In Chapter 15, titled for instance, To Kill a Person, Li Yuan's third step reigned in all his sixth sense and willpower. Otherwise, even these two 9-star middle-aged men would have knelt. He glided past them without casting a glance, embodying true disdain. Wang Changfeng's face flushed a deep crimson, his eyes filled with resentment. The profound humiliation of kneeling in public incited his fury. Damn it, Li Yuan. However, before he could finish his threat, a resounding slap echoed as someone struck him sharply across the face. You insolent fool, do you wish to court death? Wang's father bellowed, seizing Wang Changfeng and heading towards the South River Battle Academy. At this moment, Wang's father remained haunted by a lingering apprehension. A mere cold glare from Li Yuan had seemingly threatened to extract his very soul, leaving him chilled from head to toe. In the land of Shinjo, martial prowess is esteemed and strength is revered. Ordinary, affluent families, lacking the support of formidable warriors, dare not provoke those of great might. Li Yuan approached the Wuling divine vehicle with measured steps, buoyed by a sense of satisfaction. This was how one ought to deliver a slap in the face, silently yet profoundly impactful. He had no inclination to pursue any business within the parents' group of the new students at the Battle Academy. Most of these individuals hailed from wealthy families, arriving with luxurious vehicles to escort their offspring for enrollment. Given the commotion, any attempts to solicit clients would instantly tarnish his image as a suave connoisseur. "Excuse me, could you grant me a ride?" A middle-aged woman, impeccably groomed, emanated the delicate fragrance of violet perfume, exuding grace and sophistication. Clad in a professional ensemble, her voluminous waves of hair suggested an air of a domineering female executive. "My father is unwell." Li Yuan offered a faint smile. Unwilling to fabricate a falsehood or cloak the truth, it was what it was, devoid of pretense. Moreover, the other party was merely a stranger with whom he had no connection. "Oh dear, that sounds unfortunate. My son is of a similar age, and all he does is indulge in laziness and idleness, causing me endless worry," the middle-aged woman lamented with a sigh. "Do not concern yourself with him. He has his own matters to attend to," Li Yuan replied. "I must tell you, the two of them are cut from the same cloth, both exceedingly indolent, truly. They are inept at everything." Sigh. The woman continued her tirade. "Auntie, given your attire, I presume you have domestic help, correct?" "Of course, but that hardly excuses their laziness, does it?" Li Yuan chuckled. "So what exactly do you want them to do? Laundry and cooking?" The woman curled her lips in disdain. "That's far too complicated. They wouldn't be able to manage it. I merely intend for them to undertake simpler tasks, such as eliminating someone. Yet they are too lethargic to do it themselves and insist on using some form of laser weapon. Oh dear, how utterly lazy they are, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his feet firmly planted on the floor of the Wuling vehicle. However, his expression remained unchanged. "Auntie, you must be joking, right? Uncle wouldn't even deign to kill a chicken?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Li Yuan and erupted into laughter. "You, my young classmate, are quite amusing and rather bold. Indeed, it is akin to killing a chicken, just like dealing with you, a mere fledgling." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she struck out towards Li Yuan's neck with a hand like a blade. Li Yuan, anticipating her move, tilted his head aside and simultaneously unfastened his seatbelt. With a swift push against the floor, he propelled himself out of the window. The Wuling vehicle swayed momentarily, rolling forward several meters before coming to a gradual halt. "Oh, I see now. This car seems to possess some peculiar qualities. It's no wonder that James failed to eliminate you twice and ultimately fell at your hands. So this is how it is." The middle-aged woman had somehow appeared not far from Li Yuan, emerging from the shadows of the Wuling vehicle. "My young classmate, do not even think about escaping. You are unable to flee. The scenery around this roadside ditch is rather pleasant. Wouldn't it be lovely for you to rest here? Such infiltrators, who bestowed upon us such an unpleasant moniker, truly deserving of elimination. We are the Special Task Force of the Technology Alliance." At this moment, Li Yuan had distanced himself from the Battle Academy. The middle-aged woman, with an air of nonchalance, believed he could not evade her grasp. "I am a student of the Battle Academy. If you kill me, you cannot escape either," she remarked. "Is that so? One must first attempt to kill to find out," he replied. With a smile, she swung a punch. Before Li Yuan could even engage, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. He initially considered dodging, but quickly abandoned the thought, realizing it was futile. The woman's sixth sense and willpower had locked onto him, rendering escape impossible. Bang! Li Yuan was sent flying by her fist, blood spewing from his mouth. This woman was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond an ordinary opponent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the woman reappeared before him, delivering another punch that sent him crashing to the ground, landing not far from a Wuling car. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he glanced at the vehicle. With a thought, the Wuling car materialized beside him, and he swiftly drew out his divine staff, determined to fight with all his might today. He had confidence in the car's speed, yet the strength of his adversary was exceedingly uncanny. It was likely that before he could even press the accelerator, she would seize the opportunity to strike him down. "Ah, this car is truly a treasure. Do you control it with your sixth sense? Would you consider giving it to me? I never imagined that the technologically backward continent of Shinjo would possess such marvels." A glint of greed flickered in the middle-aged woman's eyes as her fingers curled like claws, reaching for the crown of Li Yuan's head. Once again, escape was futile. At that moment, Li Yuan was engulfed by a deathly crisis reminiscent of the ghost market. With a thunderous roar, he wielded the D-grade super titanium alloy staff, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with the sound of thunder, cleaving towards the woman's lightning-fast assault. Another resounding clash echoed through the air. The charlatan found himself ensnared by his adversary. Her fingers, as unyielding as steel hooks, scraped against him, producing a shower of sparks accompanied by a jarring clang that drove him to the brink of madness. With his fate sealed, the charlatan was effortlessly whisked away. Li Yuan, engulfed in despair, felt utterly humiliated as a grown man at the mercy of a woman. It was a disgrace. He resolved to fight back. No, perhaps it was wiser to flee. After all, preserving his life held greater significance than his pride. Seizing the moment when the woman was momentarily distracted by her triumph over the charlatan, Li Yuan leapt into his Wuling vehicle and pressed the accelerator, racing away. "Oh, you little rascal, you think you can elude me by throwing that stick to divert my attention?" he mused. "It's not going to be so simple, huh?" As he sped away, the mocking laughter of the middle-aged woman echoed in his ears. Chapter 16. Collision. The Wuling roared to life, swiftly covering nearly 100 meters. The middle-aged woman, slightly taken aback, exclaimed, "My, what a remarkable little vehicle. Its speed is astonishing. No wonder that useless James couldn't outrun it." With a smile, she brushed back her wavy hair, and in an instant, she vanished from sight only to reappear behind the Wuling, extending her pristine hand toward the car's door handle. She called out, "Little one, don't run. You cannot escape." Li Yuan, catching a glimpse of the old woman's spectral presence in the rearview mirror, was startled into action. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator again, and the Wuling surged forward with a growl, propelling itself several meters ahead. As her hand barely grasped the handle, the sudden acceleration of the Wuling nearly sent her tumbling. What a mischievous little rascal, she thought. The woman adjusted her somewhat disheveled professional attire, and with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. When she reappeared, her hand was firmly clasped around the doorknob. Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth and slammed on the brakes, the tremendous inertia propelling the middle-aged woman forward. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the battle academy. "Cough, cough, you little rascal, you have provoked my wrath." The middle-aged woman scrambled to her feet, brushing off her disordered outfit, her wavy hair now resembling a chaotic explosion. She let out a fierce yell, her voice echoing into the void. Moments later, her figure re-emerged behind the Wuling vehicle. Li Yuan stole a glance in the rearview mirror, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The woman, astonishingly, had no legs beneath her waist. She floated behind the Wuling, resembling a spectral figure, trailing dust in her wake. However, upon concentrating with his sixth sense, he realized the truth. Her speed was so extraordinary that her legs appeared to blur, creating an afterimage too swift for the naked eye to discern. The middle-aged woman raised her fist, which was the size of a small pot, aimed directly at the Wuling. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Yuan instinctively honed his sixth sense to track the trajectory of her punch, deftly swerving the steering wheel to the left. Bang! A dull thud resounded. His evasive maneuver not only averted her determined blow aimed at smashing the Wuling's metal frame but also struck her with considerable force. Under normal circumstances, a formidable warrior would easily evade such an impact, yet the woman was in a state of full-speed pursuit, launching her punch with all her might, convinced she could dent the vehicle. Alas, tragedy struck. With a muffled grunt, the middle-aged woman was once again sent reeling. "You little brat, I shall tear you apart." The disheveled middle-aged woman, no longer exhibiting the demeanor of an imperious and formidable leader, erupted from the roadside ditch with a banshee-like shriek. An aura of putrescence, impervious even to the masking of Chanel perfume, emanated from her as she lunged toward Li Yuan, devoid of further games. Her intent was to obliterate the Wuling vehicle by crushing it from above, pulverizing both the contemptible youth and his automobile into a gory mire. Li Yuan's gaze sharpened, his sixth sense and willpower fixating upon the trajectory of the rapidly approaching woman. His right foot remained firmly pressed upon the accelerator, while his right hand gripped a hefty wrench. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 second. The middle-aged woman grinned malevolently, her feet poised to strike the Wuling. "Withdraw," Li Yuan mentally commanded. In an instant, the Wuling vanished, and he materialized in the open air, steadying himself with a slight stagger. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated, followed by a shower of shattered concrete fragments and a cloud of billowing dust. The concussive force propelled Li Yuan backward. Yet his indomitable sixth sense maintained its unwavering lock on the middle-aged woman. The woman, utterly bewildered, struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What had she struck? Could it have been mere excrement? Her foot had met empty space, causing her to lose balance and slam forcefully into the concrete, leaving a crater in the road. The infiltrator, a formidable warrior, remained resilient despite the impact. Her legs remained relatively unscathed, though her spirit bore a significant wound. "You bastard! I'll flay you alive!" She hysterically roared, leaping to her feet, her sixth sense simultaneously locking onto Li Yuan. She grinned ferociously, a hint of disdain playing on her lips, as she noticed her adversary wielding a ludicrously large wrench as a weapon, a suicidal move. The middle-aged woman's face was contorted with rage. Her index fingers, like the talons of an eagle, reached out. Her left hand exerted a fraction of its strength to seize the wrench, while her right hand unleashed the majority of its power toward Li Yuan's head, intent on crushing it. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the woman's throat. To her horror, the fingers of her hand that had grasped the wrench were instantly shattered by its immense force, followed by her left arm, which suffered a complete fracture. "You infiltrating cur! Meet your end!" Li Yuan, having struck a successful blow, launched a kick at the woman's torso, sending her tumbling several meters away with a wail. She swiftly regained her footing, attempting to flee. "Li Yuan, you little whelp, I was careless today. I shall return to slaughter your entire family. Just you wait." With these venomous words, the woman's figure began to fade into the distance. Had Li Yuan summoned his Wuling vehicle for pursuit at that moment, it would have been too late. Her terrifying speed would have carried her hundreds, even thousands, of meters away in the blink of an eye. Every second wasted would have meant her escape. Abruptly, the middle-aged woman faltered, struck once more by Li Yuan. Clutching her head, she shrieked in agony, crying out, "No, no! You possess a sixth sense of 0. 6 stars. Impossible." Ah! Blood trickled from the corner of Li Yuan's mouth. Engaging in direct combat with an opponent whose sixth sense was only marginally weaker than his own had taken its toll. Yet, had this woman not threatened his family, Li Yuan might not have fought with such reckless abandon. "Slaughter my entire family, will you? By all that's holy, I'll be the one to finish you off." Sensing an impending threat, Li Yuan's intuition locked onto the figure. In a heartbeat, his Wuling van materialized beneath him. With a thunderous roar, he floored the accelerator, appearing directly behind the middle-aged woman and colliding with her in a brutal impact, sending her airborne. Before she could descend, the Wuling, belching black smoke, reappeared, delivering another blow. After 5 successive high-speed strikes, the woman was unrecognizable, a mangled mess, and had ceased to be. Li Yuan slumped into his seat, gasping for air, his body drenched in sweat. Had she unleashed a lethal attack from the outset, this budding flower of the divine land would never have witnessed the morning sun. Chapter 17. A, B, C. Swiftly, officers from the patrol division arrived. Some directed traffic, others summoned road maintenance, while a few surrounded Li Yuan in a fan formation. One of them, with heavy brows, fixed his gaze on Li Yuan and demanded in a frosty tone, "Who are you? Who is she?" Li Yuan respectfully produced his student ID, approaching the officer with a cheerful demeanor. "Officer, I am a student at South River War College." "Halt. Toss the credentials here. There are too many imposters these days." The officer raised a hand, preventing Li Yuan's attempt to ingratiate himself. "Of course, catch. It's authentic." Li Yuan, keen to avoid misunderstanding, tossed the ID with precision, landing it perfectly in the officer's grasp. The officer scrutinized the ID, front and back. It was indeed a student ID from South River War College. He possessed the discernment to recognize the genuine article, complete with the school emblem, photograph, and the college's unforgeable sixth sense watermark. "She was an infiltrator, attempting to assassinate me. I acted in self-defense." Li Yuan succinctly recounted the sequence of events. "Infiltrators. Why target you?" The thick-browed constable expressed surprise, scrutinizing the corpses brought by the 2 officers. A brief examination confirmed the deceased were highly likely infiltrators. Li Yuan detailed the incident involving James, the infiltrator who masqueraded as an extraterrestrial pirate, attempting to seize goods at the ghost market, omitting the detail about the Wuling vehicle. He portrayed Su Tingshi as a formidable expert from the Divine Continent Army, who executed James at the ghost market, prompting his accomplices to pursue Li Yuan. He glanced at the dashboard, noting with delight that the previously depleted convertible blood energy had risen to 20. It seemed that the life and death struggle and race against the infiltrators had contributed to his progress. He mused whether ramming the adversary 5 times had also resulted in the absorption of blood energy. Li Yuan's mouth watered at the thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Encountering a formidable foe could cost him his life without any gain. The following day, Li Yuan needed to attend school for class assignments, after which he could freely earn money by transporting passengers, a necessity due to his impoverished state. Li Yuan entered the campus field, where a multitude of new students stood, chattering amongst themselves. A line of teachers sat on the main stage. A robust man in the center, seeing that it was time to assemble, called out, "Silence." His voice, imbued with a trace of sixth sense power, instantly silenced the vast field filled with thousands of students. "We want it," students shouted, relieved after the sixth sense power was withdrawn. In jest, after enduring countless hardships to gain admission, the sole thought was this: to achieve one's desires, one must possess true capabilities and strive for them. From this day forth, you are no longer the prodigious students of a certain high school. You are merely novices recently enrolled in Nanjing Battle Academy. If you aspire to become a distinguished student of Nanjing Battle Academy, you must excel and gain entry into the elite class. Upon hearing these words, the fresh students began to murmur amongst themselves. One student patted Li Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "I heard that in previous years, classes were assigned directly based on entrance exam results. Given the dean's demeanor, could there be a change?" Li Yuan chuckled. "No way. Are they really going to pull that on us?" Another robust student, with arms crossed, declared, "What are you afraid of? I possess fists the size of a cauldron. No matter how it changes, I am still a genius student. Don't compete with me, or I'll take you down." A voice retorted, "Hey, I have a 9-star rating. What about you?" Boasting so confidently. The sturdy student glanced at Li Yuan, noticing his silence, assumed he was intimidated, and snorted derisively. His gaze shifted to the podium, where he recognized a familiar face, Lu Qingfeng. At this revelation, the playground erupted once more. Excitement mingled with apprehension among the crowd. To be assigned to the elite class would guarantee a bright future, whereas ending up in the third-tier class would spell doom. Some were bound to inquire if the allocation would indeed be based on entrance exam scores. I assure you, it will not. There are 5 elite classes, each accommodating 30 students, 8 secondary classes, each with 40, and 10 third-tier classes, each hosting 60. Mo Wenhai surveyed all the new students, and the crowd quieted once more. The doors to each classroom stood wide open, revealing empty seats within. Each individual is afforded the opportunity to occupy a seat. Yet the incumbency of this position is far from facile. Should your capabilities prove insufficient, the chair shall eject you forthwith, even should you manage to secure your place. The possibility remains that another may usurp your position, thereby necessitating your departure from this cohort. Bear in mind that each individual is granted but 2 opportunities within each class. The initial instance involves securing the chair's approbation, while the subsequent entails safeguarding one's position. Failure in either endeavor results in elimination, compelling you to seek contention in the next echelon. I shall now commence counting to 3. Whereupon all may proceed to the academic edifice in pursuit of your respective positions. A final admonition: contention is permissible, yet physical force shall be the sole means employed. Morven Hayden paused momentarily, whereupon a palpable tension pervaded the assembly of students. 1, 2, 3, commence. Chapter 18. Is there animosity between us? An inundation of over 1,000 neophytes surged towards the academic edifice adjacent to the rostrum. At this juncture, the school's personnel expeditiously installed and activated a holographic projection screen anterior to the rostrum. This 4-dimensional holographic projection screen featured a primary visual display, succeeded by the corridors and classrooms allocated to the Alpha, Beta, and Gamma classes, respectively, thereby affording a lucid overview. Li Faro was propelled forward by the throng. His aspiration, naturally, was to gain admittance to the Alpha class, although his methods of cultivation and resource acquisition diverged from the norm. Obviating the necessity for traditional accoutrements such as vigor elixirs, the Alpha class for first-year students was situated on the 2nd story of the academic edifice. At present, the stairwell teemed with students ascending. Li Faro was ensconced within the vanguard. Charge forth. Our objective is Alpha class, quintenary cohort. These neophytes had already commenced engaging in reciprocal aggression, employing fists of considerable proportions to assail those obstructing their path. or utilizing arms of remarkable girth to forcibly eject individuals from the corridor. The academic building reverberated with screams, howls, and furious imprecations. The dean and faculty on the dais observed the spectacle with rapt attention, their gazes fixed on the freshmen at the vanguard. Corridors on the third floor and above teemed with upperclassmen, who watched the freshmen below as if they were observing a simian display. Some of the more mischievous among them vociferously cheered on the freshmen who were throwing punches, while those who were sent flying were derisively labeled as failures, trash, and good-for-nothings. They felt fortunate that their own matriculation had not involved being manipulated by the preeminent students of the War Academy. Certain freshmen with 8 and 9 stars of power, who were fleet of foot, surged ahead, yet they also vied with one another. They would occasionally deliver a blow or an elbow to those nearby, or even attempt a low blow. The imperative was to ensure that no one impeded their progress, nor outpaced them. A prudent canine does not obstruct the path. Clear the way, roared the burly lad from the field, as he shoved a lanky, 9-star freshman who had been running ahead of him, trampled over him, and continued onward. The lanky freshman had just vanquished an 8-star student and gained a position, only to find himself being trampled upon, an utter humiliation. With a resounding thud, the burly lad propelled the lanky freshman through the corridor, where he landed heavily on the lawn outside the academic building, leaving a shallow, human-shaped impression. Who else dares? The burly lad bellowed triumphantly, striding forward with unbridled arrogance. Freshmen admitted to the South River War Academy possessed a minimum of 5 stars of blood energy manifestation. Consequently, a fall from the second floor of the academic building might result in injuries, but it would not cause permanent disability, let alone prove fatal. Conversely, a maiden of doll-like pulchritude accompanied him, her dainty fists occasionally brandishing forth, precipitating immediate lamentations as individuals were hurled asunder. Not that she was wantonly belligerent, yet any who dared encroach upon her personal space were invariably sent spiraling. Having witnessed her prowess, the throng instinctively gave her birth, engendering a diminutive vacuum about her person, through which she serenely progressed. These 2 students are quite intriguing. Who are they? Inquired Mo1 High, turning his gaze towards Gujiejia, the director of the Academic Affairs Office. Dean, the lad is Ouyang Fenglei of the Ouyang clan, scions of the prefecture. The lass is Luo Qianqin, who voluntarily relinquished her place at the esteemed Huazhong Prefectural War Academy to grace our humble institution, Gu Jiejia elucidated. Intriguing indeed. Ah yes, Ouyang Fenglei is the second grandson of Ouyang Chongguan, the magistrate of Nanjiang Prefecture, and younger brother to the prodigious Ouyang Fenghua. Luo Qianqin. Is she not a descendant of military lineage? What could have induced her to forsake the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy? Mo Wenheim mused. Precisely. Ouyang Fenghua, with his stellar performance in the martial examination, entered the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy as the foremost candidate from Nanjiang. Ouyang Fenglei followed suit, securing admission to our Nanjiang War Academy among the top 20. As for Luo Qianqin's circumstances, Captain Lu should be well-versed, Gu Jiejia affirmed. Indeed. Ah, Captain Lu. What of the student you've been observing, Li Yuan? Like Luo Qianqin, he was demoted to our academy. Why is he not present? Mo Wenhai inquired with a genial smile, directing his attention to Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng chuckled softly. Fear not, he merely prefers to maintain a low profile. Inwardly, Lu Qingfeng mused that the lad possessed a penchant for feigning ignorance, a stratagem that often proved the undoing of many. As a part-time instructor for the Class A cohort at the Nanjiang War Academy, his primary mission was to identify and nurture potential future leaders for the Divine Continent Army. At that moment, Li Yuan was unhurriedly trailing at the rear of the leading group, entering the second level. The doorplates of Class A, grades 1 through 5, and Class B, grades 1 through 7, a total of 12 classrooms, came into view. Ouyang Fenglei swaggered into Class A Grade 1. His sights set on the center seat of the third row, currently occupied by a 9-star male student. Get lost. Ouyang Fenglei bellowed, slapping the student, the poor 9-star freshman, who had just managed to suppress the rebounding force of the desk and chair, was sent sprawling into the corridor. Meanwhile, Luo Qianqin stood at the entrance of Class A, Grade 1, without entering, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Her gaze roamed through the throng of new students, soon settling on a particular individual. Li Yuan was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Why is this beautiful girl staring at me? Do I know you, or do I have something on my face? Ignoring her gaze, Li Yuan headed straight for Class A, Grade 5, not wanting to draw too much attention to himself. To his surprise, Luo Qianqian followed. Her eyes fixed on him with a cold stare. What's your problem? Why are you staring at me? Wait, could this girl be the daughter of that middle-aged woman? Seeking revenge for her mother? Is she an infiltrator? Excellent, killing her will earn me merit points. Chapter 19. I do have a grudge against you. Li Yuan nonchalantly made his way towards Class A, Grade 5. From Classes A, Grades 1 through 4. Students were constantly being ejected, some even falling onto the lawn on the first floor. Cries of anguish and wails of pain filled the air. However, these individuals were not foolish. They continued to wipe away their tears and charge towards their next target, Class A, Grade 5. At that moment, Class Alpha 5 had gathered the most students who fancied themselves geniuses, so many that even Li Yuan could not squeeze in. Make way. Luo Qianqian discerned that Li Yuan was determined to enter Class Alpha 5, so she let out a cold snort and proceeded towards the classroom. Those freshmen who were still struggling on the periphery of the crowd watched the rebelling girl with a hint of schadenfreude. By force, Luo Qianqian unleashed a cold punch, directly blasting a 9-star girl into the classroom, where she tumbled twice on the platform. The crowd was smashed open, creating a path. Luo Qianqian, with a disdainful and haughty expression on her face, glided gracefully through the makeshift corridor. Li Yuan looked with some surprise at this girl who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, yet as proud as a little princess from a divine kingdom. Not bad. She has some skill. Since you are so formidable, I might as well follow you into the classroom. In the next instant, Li Yuan realized he was mistaken. Heavens! Those freshmen on the periphery swarmed in like locusts behind Luo Qianqian, pushing their way inside. They knew their chances of entering Class Alpha 5 were slim, but they still wanted to sit there for a while. Otherwise, they would not have any bragging rights when they went to the beta classes later. Li Yuan smiled wryly. All right, you guys squeeze in. I'll take a break. He leaned against the railing in front of Class Alpha 5, leisurely watching Luo Qianqian wreaking havoc in the classroom, securing a central position. Hey, Li Yuan, you're quite the coward, giving up so easily? A mocking voice suddenly came from the upper floor of the teaching building. Li Yuan looked up and saw Lan Qingyun, the senior student who had insisted that he stay in the dormitory yesterday. At this moment, she was munching on a large apple, looking at him with a teasing smile. Senior, is the apple delicious? May I have one too? Li Yuan scratched his head, his sincerity evident. Lan Qingyun nearly choked, coughing incessantly. Wow, Lan Qingyun has been teased by a freshman, huh? The senior boys on the third and even the fourth floor erupted in laughter, eager to witness the spectacle. A few upperclassmen, exuding a formidable presence, narrowed their eyes from the fifth and sixth floors, fixated on Li Yuan. Eating an apple won't kill you. Frustrated, Lan Qingyun swiftly hurled the apple in her hand at Li Yuan, exclaiming, "Catch it well, dear junior. This apple is quite expensive." With a soft thud, Li Yuan extended his hand and effortlessly caught the apple. Both Lan Qingyun and the group of seniors were astounded. How could this be possible? Under the watchful gaze of the seniors, Li Yuan inspected the apple, then took a generous bite from the very spot where Lan Qingyun had just bitten, savoring its fragrant taste, his expression one of sheer delight. Lan Qingyun was dumbfounded. Her intention was merely to embarrass him. Yet he had caught it and bitten into the very place she had just nibbled. The seniors were equally stunned, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. Lan Qingyun, you've been kissed by the junior. Oh dear, that's excessive. It was clearly her saliva that was licked clean. What a remarkable fellow. Where did he come from? He actually went ahead and bit into Lan Qingyun's apple. Li Yuan flashed a sincere smile, raising the apple in his hand. Thank you, senior. I'll treat you to oranges another day. Now, I shall find a seat and not keep you from your astonishment. Li Yuan chuckled softly before turning to walk towards Class A5. As he turned his back, his hand trembled slightly. The woman, with her ethereal demeanor, was remarkably formidable. Even a rotten apple caused his palm to throb painfully, leaving his entire arm numb. This Lan Qingyun was even more powerful than the middle-aged female infiltrators he had encountered before. Indeed, the South River Battle Academy was a place of hidden talents. Li Yuan realized he must take his studies seriously. If the senior students were so formidable, how powerful could the teachers be? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. At this moment, the competition for seats in Class A5 had concluded. To Li Yuan's astonishment, he found Luo Qianqian occupying an entire table with 2 seats to herself. While others shared tables, this one doll claimed her own without hesitation. The tables at the South River Battle Academy were indeed vast, a stark contrast to those at South River No. 3 Middle School. The issue was that no one dared to voice their objections to a single girl monopolizing a whole table. Li Yuan entered the classroom through the front door, waving his hand nonchalantly. The new students in the front row instantly tensed, glaring at him. What do you mean? Are you asking me to relinquish my seat? I will not back down easily. In truth, Li Yuan merely wished to ease the numbness in his arm caused by the impact from Lan Qingyun. After taking a few steps, he surveyed the class, noticing that everyone was staring at him, creating a somewhat tense and awkward atmosphere. As an auditing student who did not attend school daily, he turned his attention to the last row, seeking a spot at the far end. Yes, that was precisely the seat he desired. As he approached, before he could utter a word, the new student sitting at the far end of the last row gestured towards Luo Qianxian and implored, "Brother, I have fought hard for this seat. Could you kindly spare me and let me keep it? There exists a superior vacant seat in the middle. You may simply walk over and take it, for no one will contest your claim." Luo Qianxian cast a glance at Li Yuan, her eyes brimming with admonition. "Then why do you not occupy it?" Li Yuan chuckled. "Am I not at a disadvantage against her? A vacant seat. Does one truly need to engage in a struggle? Did you not assert that no confrontation is required? Yet I still cannot prevail against her. What then?" Li Yuan stammered. He had no desire to place himself beside a porcelain doll with a fierce demeanor, inviting unnecessary discomfort upon himself. "Li Yuan, should you best me, you may sit here," Luo Qianxian stated coldly. "Do we harbor animosity? No. Then I shall refrain from fighting. My good sir, perhaps you should occupy the seat." The new student's face flushed crimson, a visage of grievance. "But do we not have a vendetta? Indeed. You have usurped my spot, which constitutes a grievance of position." Laughter erupted among the new students, their mirth ringing through the air. The new student's complexion shifted from red to pale, his body trembling with indignation. Li Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, leaned closer and assured him, "Go sit beside the girl. I promise she will not evict you." "Is that truly the case?" "Why?" The new student expressed skepticism. "Did not the principal declare that one may occupy only one seat? Class A possesses preferential resources and faculty support. Thus it is inconceivable to allow someone to monopolize a position without purpose. Truth be told, I merely find her appearance rather uninviting. Otherwise, I would have claimed that prime spot long ago." The boy displayed a look of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend. "What did you say? Please speak a bit closer." Li Yuan was left speechless. As he approached the boy once more, intending to repeat his words, the boy's demeanor shifted in an instant. His trembling fist erupted with force, striking Li Yuan's head with a resounding impact. Chapter 20. Gaining strength and defeating enemies. Li Yuan was almost close enough to whisper a few words, the proximity leaving him no time to react, even with his 0.6-star sixth sense. "I'll kill you," the boy bellowed as his left fist thundered towards Li Yuan's face. Li Yuan endured a barrage of 7 or 8 blows, leaving him disoriented and reeling. "How dare you? I was trying to share a secret, and you sneak attacked me." The turn of events was astonishing. Just moments ago, the boy had appeared pleading, but now he was a ferocious adversary, striking Li Yuan mercilessly. The entire Class A5 stared, dumbfounded, at the unfolding scene. Yet, despite the relentless assault, Li Yuan appeared completely unscathed. The boy, equally bewildered, clenched his teeth and continued his onslaught. "Is this a game to you? Are you actually enjoying this?" Li Yuan grasped the boy's fist mid-strike, applying a slight pressure that changed the boy's expression dramatically. "Listen here, my friend. One must be decent in their actions. You are not permitted to launch such shameless sneak attacks in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand. I won't do it again." The boy pleaded for mercy. "Trust me, I am not deceiving you. The principal has stated that one person can only occupy one position." Li Yuan remarked casually, flinging the boy towards the front row. The students of Class A5 soon comprehended the situation. It was all a playful ruse. Li Yuan stood there, allowing the boy to strike him without consequence, only to redirect him towards another formidable opponent. Sympathy filled the gazes directed at the boy from his classmates. At this moment, one side of the boy's face was swollen, resembling that of a pig. Rising from the ground, he cast a fearful glance at Li Yuan, a flicker of resentment glimmering deep within his eyes. He then made a beeline for the vacant seat beside Luo Qianxian, bowed respectfully, and stiffly settled into his chair. Luo Qianxian shot a cold glance at the boy and then fixed a penetrating stare at Li Yuan. Once the boy managed to overcome the resistance of the chair, she let out a huff. Extending her fingers, as pure and white as jade, she gently traced the surface of the desk, claiming 2/3 of it as her own. The boy, not daring to voice any dissent, prudently curled himself into the remaining third of the desk. Even so, he remained exceedingly cautious, careful not to encroach upon the territory of this porcelain doll-like harbinger of doom. The students of Class A5 exchanged glances, finding this fellow to be quite the oddity. Yuan was pleased to witness this development, as it spared him the burden of feeling guilty for taking the spot of the weaker student. As he settled into his seat, he felt a powerful force pushing him outward as soon as his ample posterior made contact with the chair. Yuan, right? I'm Yuan. I look forward to our future interactions. Amusing, isn't it? Yuan. Yuan shook hands with his new desk mate, finding the name quite relieving. At this point, the competition within the B class was intensifying, as most of the newly transferred students from the A class possessed comparable strength, thus vying fiercely for positions within the B class. After half an hour, the arrangement of seats in the B class was finalized, leaving the eliminated students to head to the C class on the first floor. Some rejoiced while others lamented, with cheers mingling with cries. Congratulations to the students for finding their places, yet I must inform you that your current positions are only secure for 1 month. The monthly reassignment of classes will be reinstated, a system where the most adept sees precedence. Cultivation resources will be preferentially allocated to the strong, with those who merely fill space being expunged from the resource-privileged classes. Principal Mo Wonhai's voice quelled the students' clamor, as he turned his gaze towards the senior students on the 3rd to 6th floors. Do not presume to be mere spectators. Starting next month, you too will undergo the same reclassification as the freshmen. Mo Wonhai's voice, amplified by the power of the sixth sense, resonated throughout the War Academy's various departments, teaching buildings, and offices, causing an uproar throughout the entire academy. Do not mistake this as mere obstruction. Be aware that extraterrestrial pirate attacks on the Divine Continent are becoming increasingly rampant, with a substantial deployment of fleets to harass our lands. The Technological Alliance and the Land of Ultimate Bliss have seen a reduction in pressure, yet they have chosen to preserve themselves and dispatch numerous infiltrators to steal our battle techniques. Students, the Divine Continent is currently beset on all sides, facing both internal strife and external threats. Our finite resources must be channeled towards cultivating more formidable warriors. Only through the emergence of more powerful individuals can the Divine Continent gradually reverse this precarious situation. Mo Wenhai did not suppress the students' discourse with his sixth sense this time. Yet no one whispered. All were solemn. Now, let us welcome Captain Lu Qingfeng, the hero of the 9th Aerospace Division of the Divine Continent Army stationed in Nanjiang, to enlighten us on the actual situation at the front. Lu Qingfeng's image was transmitted via 4D projection to every teaching building, library, martial arts hall, resource center, dormitory, living area, and beyond. Esteemed students, the privilege of occupying these resplendent halls of learning, where you vie for prominence and cultivate your abilities, is a direct consequence of the sacrifices made by the brave soldiers of the Divine Continent Army. Your joyous laughter echoes against a backdrop of their spilled blood and forfeited lives. At present, our soldiers are perishing in droves. Their sacrifices are the bedrock of the peace enjoyed by the majority. Commencing this semester, each War Academy will nominate elite students, handpicked by the resident Divine Continent Army captains. These select individuals will undergo rigorous combat training before participating in the campaign to eradicate the extraterrestrial marauders who have breached the Shattered Star defensive perimeter and infiltrated the Divine Continent. This trial by fire serves as a prelude to the true front lines, for it is only through confronting death that you shall evolve into genuine heroes. These alien corsairs, who have surreptitiously invaded the heartland of the Divine Continent, are merciless butchers. These fiends leave a trail of annihilation in their wake, slaughtering every human being in their path, regardless of age or gender, in acts of unspeakable barbarity. Therefore, it is imperative that you rapidly augment your strength. To this end, the Academy encourages you to compete fiercely for resources to accelerate your growth. Engaging in the extermination of these marauders, or even enlisting in the Divine Continent Army, carries the risk of injury or death. Do you cower in fear? Are you capable of slaying the enemy? A cacophony of impassioned roars erupted from the assembled students. We fear not. We shall grow stronger and vanquish our foes. The resounding waves of their voices shattered the tranquility of the campus. The Dean of Academic Affairs, Gu Jiejia, visibly moved, declared, "Esteemed students, the pursuit of strength and the slaying of enemies is not a mere platitude. Each and every one of you must dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to your training. Those who lack resources should acquire them through purchase if possible, or through judicious competition if not. By judicious competition, we mean vying for positions and resources within your classes. But any illicit acquisition or theft will be met with swift and lethal retribution. Now, I present to you the dean, who will assign instructors to each class. Yuan was elated to discover that his guiding instructor was to be Lu Qingfeng. As for the other classes, he was indifferent. Team leader Lu was an elite within the military and undoubtedly possessed formidable combat techniques, which were precisely what he desired. The 3 techniques taught by Su Tingshi were adequate against ordinary warriors but proved strenuous when facing stronger opponents. Moreover, Lu Qingfeng was relatively familiar with him, which made it even easier for him to skip classes. Chapter 21. Explosion in a nondescript residential building in Nanjing, room 404. A middle-aged man with a sullen expression peeled off a layer of his facade, revealing piercing blue eyes that glimmered coldly. He fixed his gaze upon the computer screen before him, which displayed 5 masked individuals. David, ascertain who among the police force murdered James, Philip, and Elisa, spoke a man wearing a crucifix mask in a gravelly voice. Oh, what is the strength of the adversary? Inquired the other 2, adorned with zombie and tiger masks. Almost in unison. Having just enrolled, the blue-eyed man chuckled and shrugged. This is rather intriguing. It seems that the Xinzhou continent has produced an extraordinary talent once in a century. Robert, you must have encountered this student, after all. Nanjing War Academy is within your jurisdiction, the crucifix mask remarked darkly. Indeed, the class assignment ceremony took place just yesterday. This individual tends to operate under the radar, avoiding conflict, yet he has secured a position in Class A5. I have perused his background. His father is a van driver battling cancer in the hospital, while his mother tends to him there. He also has a younger brother in high school, with no notable family background. My lord, I am already arranging the strategy. Should we eliminate this person? The blue-eyed man inquired. Robert, there is no need for haste. This individual is a century-defining elite of the Xinzhou continent, and he may be under the protection of formidable forces unbeknownst to you. Acting recklessly could jeopardize the plans of the Technological Alliance's Special Task Force. The angelic mask, silent until now, gently shook its head. The tiger mask, displaying some displeasure, questioned whether they should remain passive, despite knowing this youth had caused the demise of their members. He wondered if they were truly intimidated by the formidable warriors of the Divine Continent, asserting that his high-energy laser cannon mecha could obliterate them with a single blast. The angelic mask spoke once more, urging everyone to remain calm. The long-planned Fire Phoenix project by the task force should not be affected in any way due to the loss of 3 team members. The tiger grunted, inquiring whether the Fire Phoenix project would be further delayed, insisting that several warriors must be eliminated to make it worthwhile. Several? The angel scoffed, instructing Robert to closely monitor the movements of South River Battle Academy, ensuring that all off-campus combat training situations of the resident military officers were thoroughly investigated. Yes, Angel. The meeting is adjourned. With those words, the screen went dark. South River Battle Academy. Last night, he had visited the hospital. The good news needed to be shared with his parents to bring them joy and lift their spirits from the shadow of illness. Li's mother laughed while also sighing, wiping away tears, remarking that their Yuaner was achieving great things, not only attending the Battle Academy, but also being accepted into the top class. If it weren't for them holding him back, he would have gone to Central China Prefecture. Old Li smiled, saying that Yuaner was filial and fortunate, and he would undoubtedly have a bright future at the Battle Academy. He cautioned her not to constantly cry and affect their son's luck. Oh, right, I understand. Li's mother quickly wiped away her tears, forcing a smile. Li Yuan, while peeling fruit and keeping his parents company, was filled with emotion. At this moment, on the opposite floor of an equally tall building, a figure clad in black was peering through the scope of a sniper rifle, meticulously observing every movement within the hospital room, sequentially locking onto Li Yuan and his parents. At the slightest command, he could discharge 3 lethal shots in an instant, obliterating the entire family. The black-clad assassin spat in frustration, retracting his laser sniper and erasing any trace of his presence. Inside the room, a man and a woman lay unconscious, bound together. He dragged the man onto the living room sofa and transported the woman to the kitchen, igniting a burner on the double-headed gas stove before swiftly exiting after turning on the main gas valve. Early that morning, Li Yuan drove his Wuling car. heading straight towards the navigation link provided by Zhang San. For 3 officers from the patrol division required his vehicle. Upon arriving at the luxurious Huawei garden, 3 formidable figures clad in patrol uniforms entered the Wuling. "So, are you gentlemen off to apprehend infiltrators?" Li Yuan inquired with a smile. "Li Yuan, what brings you here, you rascal?" the leader remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Ah, it's you, Captain Liu." Li Yuan recognized him as Captain Liu Beiding, the officer who had previously dealt with the chaotic situation involving the middle-aged infiltrator. "Weren't you a student at Nanjiang War Academy? Classes just started yesterday. Why are you not attending and instead driving around?" Liu Beiding questioned, his skepticism evident. "Today, if it weren't for a last-minute vehicle shortage, I wouldn't have called for one. Who knew I would run into you?" Li Yuan responded with an easy smile. "A guest auditor? Surely not. Your student ID appears to be that of a regular student," Liu Beiding remarked. "Li Yuan, I advise you to prioritize your studies," he cautioned. "Regarding the difficulties at home, one can apply for assignments, such as assisting the police in apprehending suspects, which can yield more than driving a car." "Understood. Thank you, Captain Liu. By the way, there was a significant explosion at the construction site across from the hospital last night. Could it possibly be the luxurious Huawei court? What else do you know?" Liu Beiding was not surprised that Li Yuan was aware, as such a commotion had nearly echoed throughout the entirety of Nanjing. "Not really. I happened to be in my father's hospital room last night and witnessed the explosion across the way." "Are you suggesting that your father's ward is at the same elevation as the explosion site?" Liu Beiding furrowed his brow. "It should be roughly the same." Liu Beiding nodded, lost in thought. The police suspected the presence of infiltrators in this incident, yet had struggled to comprehend their motives. Now, it seems a semblance of clarity has emerged. Chapter 22. The Innocent Fairy. After escorting Liu Beiding, Li Yuan spent the entire day transporting powerful individuals. Ever since Master Mo Wenyang began delivering televised addresses, the number of formidable figures appearing in Nanjing has surged. Zhang San and others have also adhered to Li Yuan's directive to inform him whenever they encounter these strong individuals for transportation. If multiple guests happen to be powerful at the same time, then the heavier burdens are left for him to bear. Thus, a week passed, and Li Yuan's vehicle had converted its blood energy to 90, with its comprehensive combat power surprisingly reaching 20. Li Yuan felt exhilarated. These figures truly justified his relentless dedication to driving, often resting for a few hours in the car during late nights when fatigue set in. Li Yuan prepared to convert, finding an unoccupied park to park his vehicle, gripping the steering wheel with both hands as he prepared to adjust the background music. He first expended 20 of his vital energy to convert it into 10 of his overall combat power, subsequently transforming the accumulated 30 of combat power into a 0. 3-star Sixth Sense. At the moment of completion, Li Yuan leapt to the rhythm of the background music for a full half hour, experiencing a blend of ecstasy and agony that was utterly exhilarating. As his wildly racing heart gradually settled, he took a few minutes to catch his breath before turning inward to explore. To his astonishment, he discovered that the radiance of his Yuan palace had intensified remarkably. The 9 small stars had long since merged into a golden sphere, floating within the confines of the Yuan palace. This sixth sense sphere emitted a brilliant golden light, and when Li Yuan opened his eyes, the golden glow radiated from him, as if he had become the legendary master with fiery eyes from ancient mythology. With the successful attainment of a 1-star sixth sense, Li Yuan found himself effortlessly perceiving and hearing everything within a kilometer that he wished to sense. Furthermore, this formidable sixth sense allowed him to discern all thoughts and trajectories related to him. He experimented further, and within a 10-meter radius, he could even manifest his sixth sense to manipulate objects across space. Although he could only move items weighing several dozen pounds at this stage, it was still an impressive feat. The conversion of vital energy into energy stars was a direct equivalency, while transforming it into the sixth sense and muscle skin followed a 2:1 ratio, and the conversion into bones reached a maximum of 3:1. Li Yuan then danced to the background music for another 20 minutes, feeling the strain. As the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the sky. Although he did not spend money on elixirs for cultivation, earning vital energy through the strenuous effort of racing was equally demanding. Moreover, the process of gripping the steering wheel during the transformation was a torment beyond human endurance. During the conversion, his heart raced at 3 times its normal rate, and he felt as though he were electrified, dancing with wild abandon. Had it not been for the mysterious force locking the steering wheel in place, he had no doubt he would have been flung from his seat. After a few minutes of paralysis, Li Yuan gradually regained his composure and glanced at the dashboard, where the data updated rapidly. He stretched his limbs, feeling a satisfying crackle throughout his body, an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Not only had his perception sharpened, but his physical power had also increased significantly, rendering him tougher and more resilient. With a swift motion, he grasped a small stone from the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, the stone pierced through a large tree before shattering a boulder. This moment reminded him of the day in the ghost market when the portly old man effortlessly seized his super titanium alloy rod. He never imagined he could exhibit such prowess himself. "Brother, what joyous occasion is this? Another feast," Li Jin exclaimed as he dashed toward Li Yuan, his backpack bouncing against his back. Upon catching sight of the food in Li Yuan's hands, he inhaled deeply, his throat visibly tightening with anticipation. Back home, watching his brother indulge heartily, Li Yuan felt a pang of envy. To them, such commonplace fast food represented a lavish banquet. It seemed that his racing endeavors could no longer focus solely on harnessing vigor. He needed to find a means of earning money as well. This meager income had to sustain both himself and Li Jin, along with their parents in the hospital. Frugality was imperative. After their meal, Li Yuan resolved to visit the school later to see if any tasks for the patrol office were available to earn some cash. Contemplating further, he clenched his jaw and dialed Zhang San. "Brother Yuan, what instructions do you have? Tomorrow, inquire about the procedures for establishing a company." "What? You're not considering starting a passenger transport company, are you?" "Indeed, it shall be named on the way home, and you will serve as the general manager. We will unite all the minibus drivers, standardize the prices, and coordinate the delivery of people, goods, and express parcels." "Are you serious, Yuan?" "Indeed. A registered capital of 300,000, with a suburban courtyard leased as headquarters. All brothers will be uniformly dressed on duty." "Yuan, with all due respect, nowadays individual cab drivers can earn a decent living. Why unite to start a company? Unless you resort to coercion. That's quite candid. The advantages of our collective company are, firstly, I'll handle any instances of bullying or market manipulation. Secondly, information sharing, ensuring everyone takes the most optimal routes for pickups and drop-offs. Thirdly, interconnected information, enabling us to transport people and deliver items conveniently. Fourthly, I'll provide internal supplies of vigor pills at a discounted rate each month. Fifthly, I'll offer complimentary lessons on cultivation insights. Vigor pills and cultivation insights. Excellent benefits. But aside from that, how else do we generate revenue? We profit from the information fees and commission on goods provided to the drivers. My 300,000 Shinjo coins are primarily invested in this. Of course, joining is entirely voluntary. All right, I'm in. However, this does bear a slight resemblance to collecting protection money. Please don't strike me. It does seem that way, doesn't it? But participation isn't mandatory. I've transferred the funds to you." Li Yuan scratched his head. Protection money? Surely not. He was currently in dire need of Shinjo coins and, even more so, a substantial amount of blood energy. But he couldn't afford to waste time earning money by transporting ordinary passengers. He needed to transport strong individuals to acquire energy. Although he didn't understand why transporting strong individuals in his Wuling vehicle yielded convertible blood energy, his current strength didn't necessitate delving into the matter. With everything arranged, Li Yuan resumed driving. The following day, he reported to school for the second time since the semester began. It has been 7 days since Li Yuan last reported to Lu Qingfeng, and the time has come for him to return to school to renew his leave of absence. The semester has just commenced, and Lu Qingfeng is inundated with numerous responsibilities, leaving him little time to guide Li Yuan. Thus, he acquiesced to Li Yuan's decision to skip class. Upon entering the school gates, Li Yuan immediately sensed that something was amiss. The public bulletin boards, adorned with an array of colorful balloons, displayed a singularly bewildering message. "Li Yuan, where have you been hiding, you timid turtle? I challenge you." Opening his eyes wide in astonishment, Li Yuan discerned the signature, Luo Qianqian. "Is she out of her mind?" he thought, as he drove his Wuling vehicle to the teaching building. Upon alighting, a sharp-eyed classmate exclaimed, "Hey, look, isn't that Li Yuan?" Indeed, it was he. What a bold individual to skip an entire week of classes as a freshman. His peers were amused by the spectacle. The enchanting Luo Qianqian was searching for him, posting challenges on the Battle Academy's bulletin boards. How delightful. Were they not in the same class? Rumor had it that they had not crossed paths during the class division. Why was she challenging him now? Perhaps it was not merely a challenge, but rather an expression of affection. Nonsense. Luo Qianxun had declared her intent to publicly defeat Li Yuan before all of Nanjiang Battle Academy, including the upperclassmen, to prove that she was the true prodigy of the martial arts examination, not him. Li Yuan, listening to the idle gossip, suddenly comprehended the situation with a sense of resigned clarity. It appeared that her motivation stemmed from her dissatisfaction with her fourth-place finish, while he had secured third. Was she truly so foolish? As she stepped into Class A5, Luo Qianxun's gaze sharpened, and she abruptly stood up, declaring, Li Yuan, I challenge you. Chapter 23. You are not here to show filial piety amidst the collective stares of her classmates in Class A5. Li Yuan calmly occupied his seat at the back of the room, while Hao Wan cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. Li Yuan scratched his head, bemused. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not that handsome, am I? Feeling directly overlooked, Luo Qianxun strode up to Li Yuan, fixing her gaze upon him. Li Yuan, listen closely. I am challenging you. Really? This is only the second time we've met. Did we have a grudge in a dream or something? Li Yuan scratched his head again, his words eliciting a ripple of quiet laughter, though no one dared to laugh out loud. Thus, for the ensuing week, Luo Qianxun reigned as the undisputed queen of Class A5. Who do you think you are? A mere pretender seeking fame? Do you dare to confront me? Or are you just going to hesitate? Be straightforward. A hint of disdain and contempt flickered across Luo Qianxun's face. This has nothing to do with courage. What is your real motive? Li Yuan evaded her piercing gaze. He was not afraid of her. Rather, the young lady was simply too stunning, and he feared that staring too long might lead to misunderstandings. In the Southern Zhang martial arts examination, I only acknowledge Ouyang Fenghua and Lin Longfei as my superiors. What gives you the right to stand in my way? I've heard that you have connections with Team Lu. How much did you spend to curry favor and secure this ranking? A smirk curled at the corners of Luo Qianxun's lips, as her words echoed through the room. Silence enveloped the space. He stood agape, taken aback by Luo Qianxun's audacity. Your skepticism towards Li Yuan is understandable, yet to audaciously assert that Captain Lu Qifeng, their leading instructor, is accepting bribes? Are you courting disaster? Luo Qianxun, hailing from the affluent Luo family, has always been headstrong and unafraid of anyone. Moreover, she merely spoke of filial piety, never explicitly accusing Lu Qifeng of misconduct. Others may interpret it as they wish. Very well. I can see that you are third in the martial arts examination, while I am fourth. Is that what you desire? Li Yuan felt a surge of anger. Lu Qifeng had extended kindness towards him, and Luo Qianxun's remarks clearly undermined the instructor's standing. However, he suppressed his discontent. Recognizing her as a stubborn and unruly girl, unlikely to harbor malicious intentions towards Lu Qifeng. Otherwise, he would certainly take action to teach her a lesson. Humph. Your words do not hold weight. I must defeat you to prove that I am the true flower of the examination, while you are but a fleeting blossom, or perhaps a mere imitation of one. He Wei could hardly contain himself. Li Yuan, can you truly endure this? Li Yuan, resigned, acknowledged that a confrontation was inevitable. What are the terms? Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the martial arts arena at the school will host a live broadcast of our duel. How shall we determine the outcome? I intend to win to validate my worth. I shall not accept defeat. Luo Qianxun declared resolutely. If I lose, it would merely affirm your strength. Conversely, if you lose, it would reflect poorly on my wealth. Li Yuan scratched his head, wearing a simple, honest smile. Luo Qianxun seemed momentarily bewildered. What did that imply? He Wei exclaimed. His meaning is that if you lose, you must pay a hefty sum. Am I correct? Li Yuan nodded. Indeed, that is accurate. Given your prestigious background, it stands to reason that you would not lack the means to substantiate your claims. Thus, should you lose, you shall compensate me with 1 million Shenzhou coins. If you cannot afford it, then let us abandon this matter. Do we have a deal? Without hesitation, Luo Qianxun agreed. Li Yuan chuckled, stating that the 1 million must be deposited at the Martial Arts Academy's management office in advance, lest a dispute arise after a potential loss. Luo Qianxun disdainfully looked down upon Li Yuan, her nostrils flaring in contempt. With her delicate doll-like fingers, she tapped twice on her wrist device to call the academy, promptly scheduling a challenge for the following day. After signing the electronic challenge document in front of everyone alongside Li Yuan, she transferred 1 million Shenzhou coins to the academy. He Wei shook his head, bemused by the wealth of the master's daughter. Li Yuan scratched his head, offering an honest smile. Very well. According to school regulations, Their competition required the approval of a supervising teacher. Today, Lu Qingfeng was indeed present at the school, and under Luo Qianxin's insistence. Li Yuan found himself at the teacher's office. Are you two speaking the truth? Indeed. They replied in unison. Luo Qianxin, I have heard that Li Yuan has brought you a gift. What is it, and where is it? Lu Qingfeng gazed at Luo Qianxin with an impassive expression. Even without employing his sixth sense, an aura of lethal determination emanated from him, causing the century-old elite to tremble slightly, though she maintained her slender posture. Despite Luo Qianxin being the daughter of Master Luo Jiotong, it was necessary to assert control when required. Teacher, your concern for Li Yuan is only natural. He has brought you a gift, and the student speaks no falsehood. Luo Qianxin, much like a proud little rooster, held her head high under the pressure. Very well, she affirmed decisively. Let us go. Lu Qifeng waved his hand to dismiss them, and Luo Qianxin strode out confidently. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment but did not leave. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Lu Qingfeng shot him an impatient glance. When Li Yuan requested to skip class, Lu Qifeng assumed the lad merely intended to avoid evening study sessions, so he consented. After all, it was understandable for someone from a humble background to seek employment to support their family. Little did he expect that this young man would actually skip an entire week of classes. Captain Lu, be quiet. Call the teacher. Oh, teacher, do you truly agree to let me compete with Luo Qianxin? Li Yuan scratched his head. Why would I not agree? Aren't you afraid I might lose? Li Yuan flashed a toothy grin. Teacher, come on. She is from a prestigious family, and I have no combat skills to speak of. How could I possibly compete? Young man, are you attempting to extort me? Lu Qingfeng regarded Li Yuan with a half-smile, a tingling sense of intuition awakening. Li Yuan's body trembled slightly, yet he remained steady. How could I dare? If you have any combat techniques suitable for me to learn, and I win, it would reflect well on you, wouldn't it? Lu Qingfeng's smile faded. Very well. What weapon do you wield? A divination stick. Huh. I see you resemble a divination stick. This is a sevenfold staff technique appropriate for research study, derived from battlefield combat. Examine it yourself, and if you have questions, come to me. Remember, confidentiality is paramount, otherwise, you will face military consequences. Research study. Understood. Thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave. Li Yuan tucked away the encrypted technique transmitted through Lu Qingfeng's wrist terminal, grinning foolishly as he prepared to depart. Wait, weren't you going to show me some filial piety? Chapter 24. A loss of 1 million elated with the acquisition of the sevenfold staff combat art, a technique of erudite caliber. Li Yuan jauntily made his way to Class A5. In the Divine Continent, combat arts were categorized into 4 tiers: erudite, advanced, secret, and supreme. Pay respects? Certainly. I'll brew you a pot of tea and offer a massage. Li Yuan chuckled. Greetings, Qin Feilu. Qin Feilu approached, gesturing towards the campus's ubiquitous billboards with a smile. Li Yuan, you've become quite the sensation. Everyone at South River War Academy knows of you. It was merely a capricious prank by a simple girl. Quite vexing, he replied. She is quite the beauty, though. You're doing splendidly in Class A5. Indeed, fortunes shift like the currents of a river. I, however, have been relegated to a Class C. Qin Feilu seemed crestfallen. In truth, although she had been with Zhao Hanqing, Wang Chongfeng, Wu Li, and others in high school, she had not frequently bullied or ostracized him like the others, thus eliciting a different sentiment. Nonsense. Persevere in your training, and you shall undoubtedly catch up. Zhao Hanqing has gone to the Central China Prefectural War Academy. He must still be as radiant as ever. Indeed, Hanqing is like gold. He shines wherever he goes. Mentioning Zhao Hanqing immediately animated Qin Feilu. Li Yuan grimaced inwardly, thinking, in an attempt to alleviate your mood, I shifted the topic to a fellow I'd rather not mention. Regardless, we are still classmates. Should you require assistance, you may seek me out in Class A5. Li Yuan waved and departed. From Class C9 emerged 2 figures, Wang Chongfeng and Wu Li. Wang Chongfeng glared resentfully at Li Yuan's departing figure and spat. What is there to boast about? I wager that simpleton will be utterly trounced by Luo Qianxin. Wu Li nodded in agreement, affirming that even the most remarkable stroke of luck eventually meets its end, suggesting that Luo Qianxin would be Li Yuan's downfall. Qin Feilu furrowed her brow, urging them to cease their behavior, reminding them of their past bullying during high school when he was less formidable. She cautioned them that Li Yuan, now a distinguished student in the War Academy's top-tier class, might seek retribution for both past and present grievances. Han Xing retorted that he was not one to hold grudges, before excusing himself to attend class. Qin Feilu scoffed and turned away. As Li Yuan passed the second-floor B6 class, a male student leaned out the window, gazing after him with a hint of melancholy. He mused that the once insignificant figure had transformed into a celebrated campus idol, a remarkable feat indeed. This observer was none other than Lu Taibing, the renowned class monitor from 5th High, now an ordinary student in the B class. In A5 class, Lu Qingfeng, accompanied by Xiang Liang and Yun Su, entered the classroom. Lu Qingfeng surveyed the room, reminding the students that the next competition for positions and resources within the A class was 3 weeks away, expressing his hope that they would remain true to themselves. He then announced the distribution of the week's cultivation resources, stating that each A-class student normally required 10 Dali pills per week, with the school providing 60 or 6 pills free of charge, along with a copy of the basic blood qi guidance incantation and an E-grade standard issue longsword. Xiang Liang began distributing the Dali pills, while reaching outside the classroom to a cart they had brought, grabbing the standard issue longswords and handing them out one by one. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was consumed with regret. He lamented that his truancy during the first week had undoubtedly cost him his share of resources, leaving him empty-handed. The loss of 6 Dali pills, equivalent to 600,000 divine continent currency, caused his heart to ache with anguish. Lu Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Li Yuan, his expression brimming with schadenfreude, as if to say, "Who told you to skip class willy-nilly? Just because you're an auditor doesn't mean you can do as you please. Unless you're feuding with Dalivan. You can't just skip class like that." Li Yuan, however, was inattentive, preoccupied with the thought of his lost 600,000. His mind was filled with images of 6 glittering Dalivan pills fluttering away on tiny wings. He merely responded with vague affirmations whenever Yuan attempted to speak to him. Having already attained the first star in 6th sense, Li Yuan found Lu Qingfeng's lecture redundant, as it covered material previously imparted by Huang Ming and his cohorts. He Wei followed him out, asking, "What's wrong? You look crestfallen. Did you lose 1,000,000? Li Yuan sighed deeply, replying, 600,000. Wei was taken aback, exclaiming, "You actually lost it?" Suddenly, he connected the dots with Li Yuan's week-long absence from class and burst into laughter, realizing what had happened. "Did you find it? Then give it back," Li Yuan retorted. "Get lost. They didn't distribute Dalivan pills last week. Looks like you've been completely bamboozled by Teacher Lu." Wei chuckled. "Seriously?" Li Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wei, how about we strike a deal?" Li Yuan scratched his head. "You're not trying to bribe me into battling the porcelain doll, are you?" "Because that's not going to happen," Wei said, shaking his head vehemently. "Are you trying to fob me off with peanuts?" Wei chuckled. "Fine. Next time I'll make a point of snatching your spot," Li Yuan threatened. "You think you can actually beat me?" "Forget it. 1,000 is fine." At that moment, Jia Rini, the teacher of Class 2, and Pai Yang, the teacher of Class 3, approached Lu Qingfeng and engaged in conversation. Jia Rini initiated the discussion, saying, "Teacher Lu, I heard you propose taking the students out for practical combat training as part of the end-of-month examination." "Indeed," Lu Qingfeng confirmed. Qingfeng nodded in affirmation. "No more scrambling for positions?" Pai Yang inquired. "Naturally, we'll still compete fiercely, even in practical training, to vie for top honors." Jia Rini pressed further. "So, where will you conduct the practical training for your garrison plan? And when will it commence?" He hastily added, "That's right, that's right. Our grade A-class teachers eagerly await Captain Lu's news." Pai Yang also nodded in agreement, and the two departed. On the first day of school, after classes finally adjourned, Li Yuan promptly summoned Zhang San. "What's the directive, Boss Yuan?" Zhang San asked. "How's the matter progressing?" "It's quite straightforward. As per your instructions, I've submitted the relevant documents. I anticipate it will be finalized within 3 business days." "You're starting to resemble a general manager," Li Yuan said, patting Zhang San's broad shoulder. "Well, under Boss Yuan's prolonged influence, even if I haven't tasted the pork, I've certainly seen the pig run." "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Don't kill the conversation," Li Yuan retorted. "I have 5 potent pills here. Inquire among the brothers to see who wants them. But heed my warning, do not reveal that I'm selling them. Otherwise, if the school investigates, you'll all be in deep trouble." "Boss Yuan, shouldn't you be the one in trouble? You little rascal, must you always be so pedantic?" All right. Please don't hit me. 80%, right? I'll advance the payment to you first." "You sly dog, I didn't realize you were so wealthy." "Fine. I'll give you a 70% discount, allowing you to earn 10%. I'll collect 350, 000 from you. Understood. Thank you for your consideration, Boss Yuan. Just don't give the brothers a 90% discount, or you'll end up with fractured bones. Understood. How would I dare? I guarantee I'll handle the company matters well. Just wait to collect the money. If there's profit for me, there won't be a shortage for you. Work diligently. All right. Adhering to Yuan Ji will yield prosperity. However, one must execute tasks impeccably, lest they incur a beating. Chapter 25. The renegade Li Yuan persisted in his truancy, making a journey to the company headquarters in the outskirts. There, Zhang San was overseeing rudimentary preparations, with the characters for Shun Lu Dao Jia already affixed. Yuan Ji, what commands do you have? How many have joined the ranks? Not many. Define not many, roughly 100 or so. You impudent scoundrel, are you itching for a thrashing? Very well, I'm off to work. Li Yuan chuckled. With over 100 drivers enlisting as the company was freshly established, he anticipated a substantial profit within the month. Through the information gathered by Zhang San, a plethora of Changsha passenger information was relayed to Li Yuan, who worked tirelessly. Those of humble origins are often diligent, and Li Yuan was particularly so. During brief respites between rides, he would practice the sevenfold staff technique in deserted parks. This was a martial art of profound caliber, refined on the battlefields of Shinjo to slay invaders, possessing formidable power. The sevenfold staff, as the name suggests, comprises 7 sets of staff techniques. The first fold generates a dozen staff shadows from a single person, the second fold, 100 staff shadows from 2 people, and so forth. By the 7th fold, 7 selves would appear, wielding divine staves, assailing the opponent with a sky-obscuring barrage of staves, rendering them invincible. The 7-fold staff manual included annotations by Lu Qingfeng, facilitating comprehension. This was merely practice. Li Yuan became addicted to staff practice, cycling through practice, ferrying passengers, then more practice, and more passengers, with the staff never leaving his grasp. Diligently persevering. Success is never accidental, even with the aid of Li Yuan's Wuling chariot. Had it not been for his relentless pursuit of vitality, enduring the unbearable strains of an inhumane background score, he would not have attained his current prowess. Without such dedication, even the most revered vehicle of transformation would not facilitate swift cultivation. Mastery would merely render him a fragile warrior, easily punctured and lacking substantial martial significance. The following day, he arrived at school punctually at dawn. This session was conducted by Xiang Liang, while Li Yuan sought permission to be absent. Are you skipping class again? Are you truly committed to your cultivation? Xiang Liang scrutinized him with an icy gaze. Teacher, my circumstances are rather unique. I assure you, my cultivation will not be hindered. A student may be physically present in a racing car, but mentally engaged in the classroom enough with the excuses. I've heard your 6th sense is quite remarkable. Do you possess 0, 2 stars? Xiang Liang interjected, eager to divert the conversation. He had learned from Lu Qifeng that Li Yuan could withstand a third of the transformative force of the 6th sense, and he was keen to ascertain the extent of Li Yuan's abilities. For formidable warriors, understanding the 6th sense of others is exceedingly difficult unless one forcibly intrudes upon their spiritual core, which could lead to injury, an action only justifiable in combat. Teacher, I possess 0, 5 stars, Li Yuan replied, scratching his head with an innocent smile. 0, 5 stars. That is commendable. Xiang Liang's tone oscillated, nodding thoughtfully. Had he been aware that Li Yuan had actually achieved 1 star, he would likely have erupted in a fit of excitement. Teacher, then I go on. But do not neglect your cultivation progress. Otherwise, next month our relationship may not remain that of teacher and student, Xiang Liang cautioned. Li Yuan then devoted the day to practicing the 7-stacked staff technique and accumulating vital energy, and at that moment, the convertible vitality meter reached an impressive 30. Having diligently practiced, he has initially mastered the first sequence of his 7-fold staff technique, generating approximately 15 staff phantoms with his 7 strikes. When launching a full-force assault, this can coalesce into a lethal matrix of staff attacks. At 10 o'clock that evening, Li Yuan's wrist terminal chimed. Beaming with delight, he saw it was Captain Lu. A mission, then? Excellent. Shall I bring a vehicle? Li Yuan was brimming with enthusiasm. You always get straight to the point. Fine, bring your car. We'll rent it. Understood. Now, affirmative. To the address I've sent you. In the near distance stood a 6-story, antiquated residential building, its windows casting faint glimmers of light. Li Yuan felt no trepidation. Rather, he was elated. He was well acquainted with the nature of his Wuling vehicle. In perilous situations, it would draw strength, and the more hazardous the circumstances, the greater the surge of chi energy he could harness. You seem a bit tense, lad, Liu Beiting jested, noticing Li Yuan's flushed complexion. Little did he know, Li Yuan was beyond thrilled. Somewhat, Li Yuan replied, scratching his head, feigning naivete. One must act the part. Excessive maturity could be off-putting. Understood. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. The initial clash between the two sides resulted in an explosive burst. The trader's massive axe cleaved through the defense line of the patrol division with a simple, brutal strike, forcing the others back and leaving a deep chasm in the road outside the residential complex. Li Yuan clicked his tongue in astonishment. Good heavens! If that were to strike a person, would there even be remnants left? The three combatants engaged, creating shockwaves with each impact, leaving the complex gate and perimeter walls riddled with holes, much to the terror of the residents. In the northern region of Lu, the local constabulary dispatched officers to reassure residents while they themselves coordinated an assault on the traitors. They were poised to strike at the slightest indication of weakness from the adversaries. Soon, the traitors found themselves in a perilous situation. Sensing imminent doom, they seized a fleeting opportunity and slipped through a narrow gap in the crowd. Chapter 26. Come, hop in the car. Seeing the enemy abandon their weapons and attempt an escape, Liu Beiting signaled to the officers to pursue. Yet, the adversaries moved with remarkable speed, almost vanishing from sight. Captain Liu, come, get in my car to chase them. It will save your strength. Li Yuan suddenly appeared beside Liu Beiting in his Wuling vehicle. Liu Beiting cast a skeptical glance at him. Can your shabby car outrun us? Don't be a nuisance. He silently berated himself, thinking he usually refrained from exhausting his energy, but this was a pursuit of traitors. Riding in such a dilapidated vehicle would be futile. My car has been modified. It's quite fast, Li Yuan exclaimed animatedly. Without warning, Liu Beiting heard Li Yuan's persistent voice beside him. Captain Liu, come on. My car is speedy, and my driving skills are top-notch. I assure you, we can catch up with them. Liu Beiting turned in surprise to see Li Yuan grinning sheepishly, his Wuling idling beside him. How on earth did you manage that? Fine, just don't falter. Everyone get in. Captain, just watch. I filled up the tank before coming. We'll zoom ahead. Li Yuan chuckled, flooring the accelerator as the Wuling roared forward. Liu Beiting, unprepared, banged his head against the back of the seat. What the devil? How can it go so fast? The two officers exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's incredulity. What a perplexing situation. A dilapidated van is somehow keeping pace with them. Moreover, Liu Beiting is certain that they have already boarded the vehicle, carrying so many individuals and yet maintaining such speed. What on earth is happening? However, they are not subordinates of Liu Beiting. They are elite officers from the patrol department, temporarily reassigned from other teams to assist. They possess their own sense of pride. One middle-aged man with a buzz cut turned to glance at Liu Beiting, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking him. Liu Beiting was at a loss for words. What does it matter if I cannot outrun you? It's not a crime to take a vehicle. It's exhausting for you. Li Yuan pressed the accelerator once more, the van swiftly overtaking two patrol officers. Commander, this method of expending energy is not economical. If we truly catch up with the traitors, will you still have the strength to engage? Li Yuan implored with a hint of exasperation. In truth, he was both pained and anxious. He wondered how much vitality he would lose if they did not board. After previously transporting Liu Beiting and the others for a while, he had glanced at the dashboard. What a sight! The conversion of vitality energy had surged to 30, an increase of 10 in no time at all. This was equivalent to several times the effectiveness of his usual transport of elite warriors. Old Wang, old Zhang, stop being stubborn and get in the van. Don't underestimate this vehicle. Although it appears to be a mere van, it has been meticulously modified for remarkable speed. Liu Beiting leaned out, observing the two men as they continued to run, and he too began to coax them with a smile. His intentions were twofold: to tease the duo and to genuinely acknowledge the van's impressive speed, coupled with Li Yuan's exceptional driving skills. The traitors ahead simply could not shake them off. Why persist in the futile endeavor of chasing them down on a bicycle? Liu Beiting discerned that they were stirred. It was time to take a step back, as all the troubles were his to bear. Come on, it was rather exhausting. Old Wang and old Zhang, shedding their restraint, awkwardly squeezed into the van. Goodness, it was utterly packed, truly cramped. All right, esteemed officials, buckle up. We are about to pursue that treacherous scoundrel. Let's rise to the occasion. Li Yuan, filled with mischief, slammed on the accelerator, hurtling towards the shadow ahead. In truth, Pressing the gas was merely a performance for Liu Beiding and the others. With but a thought, the Wuling vehicle could surge forward as long as there was fuel in the tank. Yet, in a moment of exuberance, he accelerated too abruptly, and the Wuling collided with the traitor's backside, sending him soaring. However, this inadvertently widened the gap between them. Although the traitor sustained some injury, he swiftly propelled himself forward, vanishing into the distance. Liu Beiding let out an exclamation, uncertain whether to commend or to chastise. Apologies, the vehicle is occasionally unstable after modifications. I was merely applying the throttle evenly. Rest assured, that scoundrel won't escape. Li Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, yet his spirits soared, as his progress surged by another 5. Reaching 35. This was swifter than a heist. The Wuling roared as it accelerated once more, narrowing the distance to the traitor, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the group. At that moment, Li Yuan realized they had been led down a secluded path, the surroundings desolate. Moments later, the other officers caught up, surrounding the traitor completely. Li Yuan followed suit, astonished to recognize the traitor as a senior from the Nanjing War Academy. During the class allocation at the commencement of the semester, this very individual was on the floor above, sneering when Lon Qinzhen pelted him with an apple. A vivid memory indeed. The turncoat, having regained his composure, cast a sardonic glance around, his voice laced with mockery. Liu Beiding, do you genuinely believe you hold all the cards? Li Yuan, however, vociferously cautioned, Captain Liu, be vigilant. They are subterranean. Startled by the warning, Liu Beiding swiftly commanded everyone to assume a defensive posture. Despite their uncertainty regarding Li Yuan's ability to detect the subterranean adversaries, they promptly adopted a defensive formation. Suddenly, with explosive force, the surrounding mounds of earth erupted, sending soil and debris skyward as several figures materialized like phantoms. Chapter 27. Paupers from perdition. A dozen or so masked figures, brandishing long blades, burst forth from the earth, their murderous intent redolent with the stench of soil. Surging toward Liu Beiding and his comrades, the traitor, throwing back his head, erupted in raucous laughter. Liu Beiding, do you now comprehend who the hunted truly are? Liu Beiding, surveying his surroundings, bellowed, Zhou Daming, for your treasonous collusion with the enemy, and for assembling infiltrators to assail the constables, I, Liu Beiding, captain of the 5th Squad of the Nanjiang Metropolitan Constabulary, hereby sentence you to death in accordance with the penal code of the Divine Continent, to be carried out forthwith. Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon this senior, Zhou Daming, branding him a veritable scoundrel. The Academy invested so much in nurturing you, and yet you utter simpleton, betray and collude with the enemy. You truly deserve to die. Zhou Daming scoffed derisively. How utterly ludicrous. I, Zhou Daming, am possessed of exceptional talent. Yet I am deprived of the resources that are rightfully mine by students from affluent families, simply because of my humble origins. Is this what you call equitable? Since the world is inherently unjust, am I wrong to seek a more promising future by aligning myself with a superior benefactor? You lackeys of the court, doomed as you are, dare to pronounce judgment? You shall be shown no mercy. Lao Wang and Lao Zhang exchanged cold sneers, dismissing the need for further conversation. For their paths diverged. They charged directly at Zhou Daming. The other two were momentarily taken aback, unleashing concealed weapons that were swiftly deflected by Liu Beiding. Yet they were caught off guard by a surprise attack from behind. You little rascal, Zhou Daming taunted, I've heard you've been quite unruly at school. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. A tall, masked figure lunged towards Li Yuan. Having already drawn a staff from the vehicle, he scratched his head and inquired, Are you also a senior? Your mother. I am the Grim Reaper. The tall figure swung his blade at Li Yuan, attempting to cleave him in two. Li Yuan feigned a move with the staff, causing the opponent's long sword to miss its mark. As the assailant attempted to transition from a downward slash to a sweeping strike, Li Yuan's sixth sense alerted him to the impending maneuver. Without allowing the opponent to muster strength for the descending blade, Li Yuan struck decisively with the staff, fracturing the masked man's skull and sending him flying with a kick. Witnessing this, another masked individual rushed forward, crying out in anguish. That's a fine blade, E-grade super titanium alloy, worth 100,000 Shinjo coins. Don't you dare try to take it from me. With that, Li Yuan retaliated with a powerful overhead smash, employing the first technique of the staff form taught to him by Su Tingshi. Fool, you're courting death. The masked man, witnessing his comrade's demise, was consumed by rage and charged with all his might. Yet before he could close the distance, he suddenly faltered, as if his sixth sense had been ensnared, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan brought the staff crashing down with a fierce whistle, sensing the imminent threat to his life. The masked man, feeling the encroaching peril, desperately twisted his head, but his neck was ultimately struck, resulting in a muffled groan as he collapsed to the ground. Li Yuan once again gathered his spoils, an act that astonished Liu Beiding, who had witnessed the unfolding events. He was taken aback, never anticipating Li Yuan's remarkable prowess. Despite his youth, the lad remained composed when facing infiltrators who outnumbered him. Oddly, he insisted on gathering blades amidst the fray, as if fearing someone might pilfer them. A momentary lapse in focus led to Liu Beiding receiving a gash on his left thigh from an infiltrator. He cried out in pain, "Li Yuan, lend a hand." "Coming." Li Yuan responded, tossing his spoils into the Wuling van before brandishing his cudgel and charging towards the 3 infiltrators encircling Liu Beiding. The captain had already dispatched 2. Yet another pair joined the assault, maintaining a relentless trio against him. By now, Liu had become drenched in blood. A surge of intuition washed over Li Yuan, causing an on-rushing infiltrator to falter as a blow from the cudgel shattered his sternum, ensuring severe injury, if not death. This heightened sense proved remarkably effective. Unbeknownst to Li Yuan, to effectively utilize this sixth sense to hinder an opponent's reactions, one's own intuition must surpass theirs by at least 0. 2 stars. The greater the disparity, the longer the delay inflicted upon the foe. At that moment, Liu Beiding bellowed, "Li Yuan, disregard me. Aid our comrades. One has already fallen to these damned infiltrators." Amidst the overwhelming assault, one of the patrol officers had perished, while the remaining for sustained injuries. Whirling his divine cudgel, Li Yuan redirected his assault towards that group. That Kurt took 2 of ours. Surround him. The infiltrators left 4 of their own to contend with the injured patrol officers, while the remaining 3 converged upon Li Yuan. 3 long blades sliced through the air, and Li Yuan's gaze sharpened, his sixth sense instantaneously locking onto the trajectories of the 3 knives. As he leaned forward to evade the first strike, he deftly twisted his body to avoid a fatal blow aimed at the crown of his head, allowing the blade to graze his shoulder, while simultaneously deflecting the last knife with a swift motion, sending the first masked assailant flying with a powerful kick. To him, all of this unfolded like a slow-motion spectacle, executed with remarkable ease. Li Yuan felt a pang of pain from the wound on his shoulder. Indeed, it stung somewhat, yet it merely left a shallow white mark, with no skin broken. Astonishingly, his resilient physique, rated at 2 stars for toughness, proved its worth. His sixth sense surged once more, and the 3 masked figures faltered noticeably. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, Li Yuan unleashed a flurry of strikes with his staff, shattering the skulls of 2 adversaries and pulverizing the chest of another. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. Bending down, he picked up an E-grade super titanium alloy knife from the ground, feeling as though he had struck gold, having potentially acquired around 400,000 Shinjo coins. The remaining 4 masked figures, witnessing the carnage, were paralyzed with terror. Were these relentless specters of death risen from the depths of hell? Their eyes betrayed no hesitation as they dispatched their foes, and they even wore smiles while collecting their spoils. The 4 assailants, devoid of any will to fight, turned to flee, while the morale of the wounded officers surged. Li Yuan pursued them, and in the ensuing chaos, the remaining assailants were swiftly dispatched. Meanwhile, Liu Beiding struggled to eliminate the enemy forces besieging him but bore severe injuries. His left thigh was shattered, 3 ribs were broken, a gaping wound marred his chest, and he bore several lacerations on his back, flesh torn and grotesque. Li Yuan rushed over to support the exhausted Liu Beiding. "Captain Liu, take the injured to the vehicle to rest and recuperate." Among the 4 injured team members, the 2 severely wounded supported each other as they made their way to the Wuling vehicle. Another officer, less severely injured, seized the infiltrator who had been crippled by Li Yuan. "You 2 protect the injured, I will assist Old Wang." After ensuring the safety of the gravely wounded, Li Yuan turned to confront Old Wang's opponent, Zhou Daming, a traitor from the South River Battle Academy. He likely intended to eliminate Li Yuan's entire family that night at the hospital. "A despicable villain, little brother is here to kill you." Chapter 28. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? But now, battle was imperative. Both family grievances and national hatred must be reckoned with. "Senior, why do you wish to annihilate my entire family? I don't recall disturbing your ancestors' graves." Li Yuan gripped his staff tightly, waiting for the moment Zhou evaded Old Wang's attack to strike at his head. "Your family is nothing but swine. I need no reason to eliminate them." "What can a weakling like you do?" Zhou Daming laughed mockingly, his long blade effortlessly cleaving through Li Yuan's staff. With that one clash, Li Yuan felt a tingling numbness in his arm. The senior was indeed formidable. Old Wang, go assist old Zhang. I shall settle my personal vendetta with this senior. Li Yuan glanced at the injured old Wang, who reassured him, it's nothing, just a minor nuisance. Li Yuan smiled confidently. How audacious. Let the senior witness how bold you are to flirt with our class flower, Lan Qingyun. Zhou Daming sneered, suddenly shifting his blade technique, unleashing a flurry of strikes that were both deceptive and lethal. A formidable warrior is not merely a fighter. These strikes were infused with a fierce energy that could devastate even a mecha of the same caliber, should they connect, even from several meters away. Were a barrage of continuous blade chi to strike, the mecha would undoubtedly be rendered inoperable. However, Li Yuan, possessing level 2 musculature and skin, emerged unscathed. Save for some tattered clothing. He unleashed a series of attacks with the 3 styles of the divine staff, only to have them dispelled by Zhou Daming's relentless sword strikes. Zhou Daming sneered, Li Yuan, is this the extent of your abilities? You might as well meet your end now. I'll pay a visit to the hospital later to dispatch your elderly parents, and then take care of your younger brother. How does that sound? You'll need to survive this encounter first, Li Yuan retorted, his expression unchanging, though his heart seethed with murderous intent. He resumed employing the 3 styles of the divine staff, engaging Zhou Daming in a fierce struggle. Killing you is a trivial matter, Zhou Daming declared, his long blade swirling. Each move aimed to terminate Li Yuan, forcing him into a precarious situation. Had Zhou Daming not abandoned his favored weapon, the great axe, during the earlier breakout, he might have already injured or killed Li Yuan with a single blow. After failing to decisively strike Li Yuan with several consecutive strikes, a fierce glint flashed in Zhou Daming's eyes. He steadied the blade in his palm, ceasing the barrage of blade chi, and instead executed a seemingly simple downward chop, like a forceful strike from Mount Hua, descending directly upon Li Yuan. Concurrently, Zhou Daming's 6th sense flared, locking onto Li Yuan. Li Yuan's countenance shifted, his movements appearing to falter momentarily as he watched the great blade descend. Old Wang grew anxious and attempted to turn back to assist, but was intercepted by the infiltrator's blade. In the ensuing instant, Li Yuan offered a serene smile, while Zhou Daming's leering expression abruptly changed as his 6th sense faltered, his mind seized by a sudden, bewildering stagnation. The killing intent and precision vanished from his grasp on the long blade. Zhou Daming was aghast, and as he desperately attempted to break free from this fatal lethargy, a divine staff crashed into his left cheek. At that instant, his blade also descended upon Li Yuan's shoulder. However, its force had been significantly diminished. Zhou Daming grunted as his left cheek was lacerated. Capitalizing on the momentum, he withdrew the longsword that had struck Li Yuan's shoulder, nearly losing his balance due to the excessive force. His left arm had borne the brunt of the staff's impact upon his face, leaving it shattered, and his left cheek was now marred. Li Yuan paid no heed to the wound inflicted upon his shoulder by Zhou Daming's Grade D Super Titanium Alloy Longsword. His sinews and hide, fortified by his 2-star physique, were as unyielding as iron, preventing the blade from penetrating deeply. Nevertheless, blood gushed forth from the wound, approximately a finger's breadth in depth, but Li Yuan remained unconcerned. This time, he unleashed the full extent of his 0.8-star 6th sense, determined to immobilize Zhou Daming. Li Yuan sneered, his own 6th sense erupting with its full 1-star potency, suppressing Zhou Daming and causing him to falter once more. For the first time, terror and disbelief flickered in Zhou Daming's eyes. He had believed his earlier lapse was due to carelessness, and that unleashing his full power would undoubtedly suppress Li Yuan, whom he estimated to be around 0.6 stars. However, his judgment was flawed. Had Li Yuan persisted in striking Zhou Daming with the staff, the latter would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries. Yet, Li Yuan would have inevitably been impaled by Zhou Daming's longsword, potentially resulting in his demise. Kill. Li Yuan unhesitatingly swept the staff towards Zhou Daming, executing the first layer of the 7-fold staff technique. The staff generated 15 streams of staff energy, not only exceeding Zhou Daming's previous sword energy in quantity, but also possessing a tangible quality as the staff struck. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Daming was repeatedly struck by the staff, his body nearly torn asunder, with fragments of his limbs scattered across the ground. However, research-grade combat techniques, particularly those refined from countless battlefield encounters, were specifically designed to target the body's vulnerable points. After 20-odd blows from the super titanium alloy staff, it would have been peculiar if he hadn't been reduced to a pulp. Clang. The D-grade super titanium alloy blade, launched towards Li Yuan, was also struck by a rod's force and sent flying. However, due to the blade's previous velocity, the tip had already pierced Li Yuan's pectoral muscles as it swung, creating a 1 centimeter deep laceration across his chest. The alloy-long blade carried away some of Li Yuan's flesh, leaving a bloody, linear wound on Li Yuan's chest, as if a slice had been taken from a cake. This gruesome sight shattered the last infiltrator's courage, making him unwilling to continue the fight. After forcefully repelling the attacks from Lao Wang and Lao Zhang, he turned and shouted towards the grove of trees behind the barren slope. "Lord Robert, if you don't emerge now, we will all be annihilated." Li Yuan, Lao Wang, Lao Zhang, as well as Liu Beiding and the officers recuperating in the Wuling van, were all shaken by this revelation, realizing there were more infiltrators lying in ambush. Chapter 29. Bloody battle. Just as Li Yuan and Lao Wang were expressing their astonishment, a masked figure abruptly materialized before them. The silent and unexpected appearance caused Li Yuan to narrow his eyes. A mere collection of ants, destined for demise, the masked figure declared calmly. Li Yuan exchanged glances with Lao Wang and Lao Zhang. Lao Wang spoke. "The three of us will confront this one. The rest of you, encircle and eliminate the other. Attack." Lao Wang roared, wielding a black spear that darted like a dragon, thrusting towards the masked figure. The opponent calmly waved a hand, striking the spear's super titanium tip. Lao Wang's arm trembled violently, and he staggered, nearly falling. Lao Zhang swung a pair of spiked maces overhead, but the masked figure, unarmed, casually met the maces head-on. With a resounding crash, Lao Zhang's arms went numb, nearly causing him to drop the maces, and he stumbled back dozens of steps. With a nonchalant gesture, the masked figure repelled the assault of the two adversaries, casting a serene gaze upon Li Yuan. Immersed in profound concentration, Li Yuan clutched the divine rod, summoning forth a colossal wrench that melded seamlessly with the staff, his eyes narrowing as he brandished the weapon. A subtle shift in the opponent's countenance betrayed amusement as he exclaimed, "Ah, the sevenfold staff. Intriguing, though a mere single fold is rather feeble. It appears you, young man, possess a combat technique of scholarly caliber. Very well, it shall be mine." With a swift motion, he seized a long blade from the ground, unleashing a rapid barrage of strikes against Li Yuan's staff illusions. The staff annihilation matrix began to crumble from one corner. Seizing the opportune moment, Old Wang and Old Zhang roared and charged into the fray, engaging in a chaotic melee. The masked figure, while simultaneously dismantling the staff annihilation matrix and parrying the duo's attacks, maintained the upper hand. Before long, Old Wang cried out in agony, spewing blood, while Old Zhang wailed, his chest pierced, as they were both sent hurtling through the air. Li Yuan's staff annihilation matrix had long since dissipated, and he, wounded by the blade's aura, coughed up blood and retreated, a vertical gash newly etched upon his chest. The masked figure chuckled. "Excellent. It is now time, young man, for you to embrace my Elysian Pure Land divine sect. In death, your soul shall ascend to paradise." With a flash of his blade, the sword's aura bore down upon Li Yuan's heart. In this moment of mortal peril, Li Yuan parried with his divine rod, the colossal wrench manifesting and merging with the staff, deflecting the masked figure's lethal blow. Clang! The metallic collision resonated with an ear-splitting screech, even generating a sonic wave. Though the colossal wrench had blocked the sword's aura, Li Yuan was sent flying by the force of the strike, vomiting a torrent of blood. A cruciform bloodstain now emblazoned upon his chest. At this juncture, Li Yuan appeared as a figure drenched in blood, a vision of utter desolation. "Old Wang next door, go!" As Li Yuan alighted, he bellowed, sensing the masked assailant's momentary disorientation from the wrench's recoil. He galvanized his latent sixth sense to perturb the assailant. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Old Wang and Old Zhang launched a concerted assault, spear and bludgeons converging upon the masked figure with unrestrained ferocity. The masked man, though grazed on the calf by Old Wang's spear, retaliated with a swift thrust, impaling Old Wang's left breast, sending him hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Old Zhang's spiked club descended, only to be evaded with uncanny speed. A subsequent kick landed squarely upon Old Zhang's back, eliciting a violent expulsion of blood as he was propelled several meters. Li Yuan, bleeding profusely, sprinted forth, unleashing the sevenfold staff technique once more. "To the Wuling!" he roared. The masked man's blade danced, a tempest of steel clashing against the sevenfold staff. The staff formation swiftly dissipated, yet Li Yuan had vanished, having already boarded the Wuling van. Cognizant of the vehicle's velocity, Old Wang and Old Zhang understood that confronting the masked man head-on would be futile. Their survival hinged upon exploiting the momentary distraction caused by the staff matrix to facilitate their escape. Li Yuan floored the accelerator, the Wuling hurtling towards the group. Leap through the windows, Old Wang bellowed. The seven-seater van, now accommodating 11 souls, bore witness to the sacrifice of those who were unable to find purchase within its confines. Li Yuan, Old Wang, Old Zhang, and Liu Beiding, their hearts rent with anguish, could only bear witness to the carnage, powerless to intervene. To disembark now would be to court certain death for all. The overloaded Wuling veered away, the masked man observing with detached amusement. Brushing off the minor wound inflicted by Old Wang, the laceration instantly closing and healing. In the subsequent instant, his figure flickered, materializing beside the Wuling van. Poised to seize it. With hands clenched firmly on the steering wheel, Li Yuan mentally commanded the vehicle to accelerate. The Wuling roared, transforming into a streak of light that surged past the masked man's attempted interception, instantly traversing hundreds of meters. A second wave of astonishment washed over the masked man. What manner of vehicle was this? Its velocity dwarfed that of even the most advanced racing cars. Undeterred, he blurred into motion, reappearing beside the Wuling, his hand raised to obliterate it. Yet, unexpectedly, the Wuling accelerated once more, eluding him again. Inside the Wuling, Li Yuan was enveloped in a frenzy of adrenaline, a spectacle that left Liu Beiding, Lao Wang, and Lao Zhang utterly dumbfounded. Had he succumbed to madness? All was lost. Hence, upon entering the vehicle, he had initiated the wartime conversion of his lifeblood energy, previously at 35, escalating to 70 after a perilous escape with his passengers. This time, he relinquished his tenacious grip on the steering wheel, employing his sixth sense to override its control. Following their second outmaneuvering of the masked man, he swiftly pulled Lao Wang into the driver's seat, leaping from the Wuling and brandishing his divine rod. He lunged toward the masked assailant. In that moment, Li Yuan resembled a demon from the abyss. The cruciform wound on his chest, gushing blood, his eyes blazing crimson, blood staining his lips, his visage contorted by the agony of a threefold heart rate. The overwhelming aura of impending annihilation forced the masked man to abandon his earlier nonchalance, now struggling to cope. The frenzied Li Yuan, in a state of manic frenzy, wielded his wrench, now fused with the divine rod, and ferociously struck at the masked man. Moreover, the wrench had undergone another evolution, becoming heavier and more resilient. Under the resounding impact of the cudgel, the masked assailant was visibly astounded, not only by the unassuming vehicle, but also by Li Yuan's fervent state and the seemingly transformed alloy rod in his grasp, now akin to a grade C super titanium alloy. Coupled with Li Yuan's relentless application of his sixth sense to suppress the attack, the masked man was ultimately forced backward by a wrenching blow, his arm tingling with numbness. Liu Beiding, his eyes bloodshot, roared with murderous intent, determined to overwhelm their adversary at any cost. Observing Li Yuan and the officers, now consumed by a frenzied determination, the masked man entertained the notion of retreat. Although he could potentially vanquish them, prolonging the conflict risked the arrival of the National Army, which would jeopardize the esteemed Angel's Phoenix project, leading to dire consequences for himself. Thus, he turned and, accompanied by another masked figure, leaped away. Li Yuan, veins throbbing, brandished his cudgel in pursuit, only to collapse backward with a resounding thud. Chapter 30. Third-class merit medal. The conference hall of the Nanjiang Metropolitan Police Department. A vast 4D projector displayed a series of harrowing scenes. The suburban district's roads, shattered into trench-like formations, the remote wilderness, resembling a landscape ravaged by mortar fire, and corpses strewn about, a grim tableau of carnage. The air seemed to carry the acrid scent of blood, palpable even through the screen. At the head of the oval conference table sat a stern-faced man of middle age, his immaculate police uniform adorned with 6 golden bars upon his shoulders. He fixed his gaze upon the screen, listening intently as a uniformed officer delivered a meticulously compiled report. Li Yuan? At present, Li Yuan lay swathed in bandages at the police department's recuperation center. Following yesterday's engagement, he had lost a significant amount of blood. His forced participation during the advancement, coupled with his heart's threefold increase in activity, had taken a toll on his body, leading to unstable blood energy. He had been unconscious for an entire day before finally stirring. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Liu Beiding lying on the adjacent hospital bed. Seeing Li Yuan awaken, Liu Beiding breathed a sigh of relief and jested. "Ah, still among the living, are we?" Li Yuan rose and scratched his head. "Captain Liu, I'm still kicking. But I hope my spoils of war are still intact. They're worth a fortune in Xinzhou currency. Are you that hard up for cash? Don't you even care to ask how your dear brother is faring?" Liu Beiding said, looking dejected. "What's there to ask? You woke up before me, so you must be fine. What about old Wang and the others?" "Indeed, they're next door. Knock on the wall 3 times, and they'll come over. Knock, knock, knock. My word, the lad's alive." Old Wang, clad in a hospital gown and bandages, was the first to enter. "You all worry about him, but I reckon even if we were to kick the bucket, he'd still be fine, haha." Old Zhang followed, chuckling as he walked in. Subsequently, several slightly injured constables entered, raising their hands in salute to Instructor Li Yuan. Moreover, Li Yuan had not only saved them, but the immense power and fervor he had displayed during the battle had filled them with awe and admiration. "Please, I'm younger than most of you. Just call me Li Yuan. I'm not as ceremonious as Captain Liu." "Ah, you little rascal, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? I believe he's just thick-skinned. A couple of whacks won't hurt him." The patients erupted in mirth. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle, and the solemn atmosphere instantly dissolved. Old Wang sat heavily on the bed, reprimanding him. "You rascal, you are nothing but a money grubber, still thinking of profit at such a serious moment." Li Yuan was taken aback, remaining silent for an extended period. Liu Beiding and the others exchanged glances, puzzled by his thoughts, and quietly observed him. In truth, Li Yuan's initial motivation for participating in this mission was to acquire blood energy. Ultimately, his fierce retaliation stemmed from witnessing the slaughter of his fellow countrymen, igniting a surge of righteous indignation within him. He had never considered serving his country with unwavering loyalty. However, the series of arrangements made by the constabulary left his emotions in turmoil, marking the most profound moment of gratitude he had felt since encountering Su Tingxi and receiving assistance from Lu Qingfeng. Li Yuan's eyes began to glisten, and he gently lifted the blanket covering him, rising from the bed. A constable approached to assist him, but he politely declined. Li Yuan descended from the bed, walking steadily and deliberately to stand before Liu Beiding, straightening his back and solemnly gazing into Liu Beiding's eyes, as well as those of old Wang and old Zhang. He then rendered a military salute to everyone and bowed deeply. Liu Beiding extended a strong hand to support Li Yuan, their hands clasping firmly together. Old Wang approached and patted Li Yuan's shoulder, saying, "Li Yuan, we have faced life and death together. Your affairs henceforth are mine as well." "And mine, and mine," resonated a chorus of powerful voices within the ward. 3 days passed, and Li Yuan had fully recovered. The elder had learned from the constables of Li Yuan's valiant actions against the enemy, feeling a mix of pride and concern. Li Yuan reassured his parents and ascertained the medical expenses incurred at Nanjing Hospital. After several surgeries, over 500,000 had been transferred to him, which brought him peace of mind. Despite the constabulary's offer to cover subsequent medical expenses, Li Yuan felt his contributions did not yet warrant such preferential treatment, and therefore, he would manage the hospital fees independently. He received 800,000 Xinzhou coins from the spoils and rewards combined. He transferred 50,000 to his younger brother, Li Jin, and left another 50,000 for his mother, thus alleviating any immediate financial concerns. Upon decrypting the acquired RIS terminal, he gained an additional 1,000,000 Xinzhou coins. After tallying his assets, including the remaining balance from selling vigor pills, he had accumulated 35 million Xinzhou coins. His next endeavor was to acquire a residential apartment near the Nanjing War Academy for his parents to reside in after their discharge from the hospital. Even the most audacious infiltrators would hesitate to cause trouble in the metropolitan heart of Nanjing, especially near the Nanjing War Academy. These areas teemed with formidable experts, and any infiltrator daring to appear would likely face swift annihilation. Chapter 31. Conferment of Honors. When Hai switched off the television, a hint of wistfulness in his expression. Li Yuan is quite the individual. He declined the opportunity to attend the Central China Prefectural War Academy as a Tanhua, choosing instead to grace our Nanjing War Academy. Moreover, despite only attending 1 day of classes in over a week since enrollment, he secretly assisted the constabulary in eliminating 15 enemy insurgents. "How did you encounter such an unconventional character?" Lu Qingfeng smiled. "It was a series of fortuitous events. He is a man destined for great opportunities. Oh, so you intend to invest in him? Mo1 jested. He trains diligently, possesses an indomitable spirit, understands gratitude, and knows the limits of accepting favors. Such a person is worthy of investment. Your description piques my interest in this young man even further. Bring him to meet me tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'm uncertain if he will be skipping class. Look at how you spoiled this kid. Hiki, just teasing you. Bring him along to school tomorrow. That's more like it. Captain Liu, have you finalized your training plan for the end of the month? Will the recent significant movements from the police department attract the attention of infiltrators towards us? Lu Qifeng asked seriously. Have you received any news? Mo1 coldly snorted. Not yet, but I would rather they take the opportunity to attack the students during training. We could catch them all at once. Lu Qifeng shook his head, saying, Dean, we should not gamble with the lives of our students. The training plan will remain strictly confidential. The time and location will only be disclosed to the relevant leading teachers on the day before departure. You are the younger brother of Master Mo Wentian. Do you not know? My brother is an unyielding general who never shares such matters with me, fearing I might leak information. Mo1 smiled bitterly. Lu Qifeng nodded in agreement. He stated earnestly that the high-altitude meteorite defense forces have all been rotated, replenished with fresh blood, and the supply of arms is fully in place. Currently, space radar is monitoring the alien pirate base 10,000 kilometers away, with no significant activity detected. Not yet. They might be colluding with the infiltrators and have gone into hiding. This training exercise, ostensibly for student training, is actually a ploy to stir up these pirates. Director Gu Jie of the teaching office at Nanjing War Academy, as a representative of the school, attended the award ceremony. He Buwei, Qin Feilu, and Lian Linqingjian all applauded for Li Yuan, while Wang Changfeng and Wu Li wore expressions of mixed emotions, questioning whether they still had the right to mock Li Yuan. It seems that since the martial arts examination, Li Yuan has vanished from sight, leaving them to only watch from afar the dust he stirred up. So what if Li Yuan is powerful? It all comes from his diligent cultivation. I must also strive to catch up. In this month's field training, she must have a battle with Li Yuan. In the end, intense self-esteem and pride restored Luo Qianchen to tranquility. Instructor Xiang Liang from Class A5 and Yun Su also watched the live broadcast of the award ceremony in the office. Xiang Liang was somewhat puzzled by doing this. The patrol division has indeed made Li Yuan famous, but won't the infiltrators resent Li Yuan and attack him? Understood. This is also a good opportunity to boost morale. That's right. There must be experts from the patrol division secretly protecting Li Yuan now. It's not entirely protection, though. I estimate the patrol division also hopes the infiltrators will attack Li Yuan, so that Li Yuan becomes bait to lure out the big fish among the infiltrators. In this case, Jiang Dongxian is deliberately using Li Yuan as bait. That old fellow is truly something else. You can't say that. There are intentions from all sides. I suppose. It's all a mix of truth and falsehood, so who can see through it all? The two stopped talking and headed towards the classroom. Shortly after Li Yuan finished the award ceremony, he received a call from Lu Qingfeng's wrist terminal. Yes, I understand. Li Yuan didn't want to argue. Lu Qifeng was definitely thinking of him, and Lu Qifeng didn't know his secrets. Captain Liu, this car of mine has been modified. Li Yuan was a little flustered. Anyone could tell that Li Yuan's Wuling car was unusual. Yes, that's for the best. I'm reminding you of the principle that possessing a treasure invites disaster. I endorse to you the preeminent auto-modification emporium in Nanjiang, affording you an ambassadorship to overshadow the Wuling incident. Verily, Captain Liu. I comprehend. My gratitude, Captain Liu. Furthermore, I bequeath to you a clandestine combat art of the highest caliber, the will manifestation technique. This is an exclusive art of my mentor, enabling one to transmute the sixth sense into a frigid weapon to assail adversaries, or into an illusionary realm to ensnare them. I discerned previously that you had already attained a first-tier sixth sense, and subsequent to Liu Baiting's depiction, you have employed the sixth sense on numerous occasions to assault and disrupt foes, albeit with unrefined methods. I impart this combat art to you as an ultimate, quintessential stratagem. But bear in mind, it must not be divulged. Li Yuan was rendered somewhat speechless, overcome with emotion. His acquaintance with Lu Qifeng was merely a chance encounter, yet the latter had unreservedly aided him on numerous occasions. How could he ever reciprocate? Laddie, eschew such futile musings. You are cognizant that my paramount aspiration in this existence is to extirpate the extraterrestrial buccaneers, a feat I fear I shall be unable to accomplish. I harbor the hope that you shall ascend to greater heights on the path of the mighty warrior, and vanquish a greater number of extraterrestrial marauders, thereby rendering all my endeavors worthwhile. Very well, I pledge to you. Chapter 32. Obliterating your swine cranium. The subsequent day, Li Yuan arrived at the academy punctually, and was escorted by Lu Qifeng to meet Mo Wanhai, the chancellor of the Nanzhong War Academy. Upon beholding the 6 resplendent golden bars adorning Mo Wanhai's epaulets, Li Yuan was immediately intimidated, scarcely daring to utter a breath. This is all due to the efficacious tutelage of Instructor Lu. Li Yuan responded with a guileless smile. For flattery, when warranted, must be dispensed. Lu Qifeng accepted the adulation with equanimity, for this was a pupil of centennial elite caliber, unearthed by his own hand. Was he not deserving of the title of Talent Scout? Mo Wanhai bestowed a few words of encouragement with a smile, whereupon Lu Qifeng bid farewell with Li Yuan. As the two individuals entered Lu Qifeng's office, he solemnly presented a bound volume, The Esoteric Combat Technique Will Manifestation, to Li Yuan. Master. Li Yuan received it with both hands, quietly calling out in his heart before bowing in respect. Lu Qifeng seemed to perceive Li Yuan's sentiments and smiled gently. Well, we are now in a large class format, and I am also a teacher to others. I hope that in the future, you can become another Sun Wukong. Would you prefer to be Tang Xing or Patriarch Supoti? Li Yuan replied with a Navi smile. Neither. I am simply myself. I shall not impose a tightening curse upon you, nor will I abandon you, for we are now teacher and student, and in the future, we shall become comrades bound by life and death, willingly guarding each other's backs. I understand, Li Yuan acknowledged with a bow. The students of Class A5 rose to applaud, save for Luo Qianqian and her desk mate, the scheming boy named Hu Lai, who remained seated. Hu Lai dared not stand, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles, having already received a kick from Luo Qianqian. The students of Class A5 paused momentarily before erupting into laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Li Yuan nodded. Yes, if you have any questions, let me know. Luo Qianqian coldly interjected. What are you flaunting? I wonder if the patrol office deliberately pushed someone into the spotlight as bait. Being so muddled, yet so smug. Be wary of getting knocked out by an infiltrator one day. He Wei was taken aback, contemplating that there might be some truth to her words, though he kept it to himself. As Luo Qianqian spoke, Class A5 fell silent, all eyes on Li Yuan, eager to see how he would respond to this prickly doll. Li Yuan scratched his head and replied, All right, I await your strike. Startled, Luo Qianqian stood up abruptly. Li Yuan, what do you mean? Are you insinuating that I'm the infiltrator? Li Yuan simply shrugged. Did I say that? Li Yuan scratched his head. You're inherently beautiful, Hebu Wei, wouldn't you agree? You scoundrel. Luo Qianqian retorted, infuriated, throwing a book, which Li Yuan dodged. You're the imbecile. These are precisely what the constables present personally testified to. Hebu Wei retorted. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. All right, belief is a personal matter. I'm not coercing you to believe. Hebu Wei, we are individuals of intellect. Don't argue with the brainless. Luo Qianqian's chest heaved as she glared murderously at Li Yuan, who ignored her, engrossed in his book, planning to skip the afternoon class. As Luo Qianqian was about to explode, a few individuals strode in from outside, directly approaching Li Yuan. Are you student Li Yuan? Li Yuan was taken aback. Esteemed students, who might you be? I am Ouyang Fenglei, the class monitor of Class A. This is Jiang Tong, the class monitor of Class B. This is Wuling, the class monitor of Class C, and this is Mu Guxian, the class monitor of Class D. Oh, esteemed class monitors, a pleasure to meet you all. However, I am not the class monitor of Class E. What brings you here? Li Yuan inquired, scratching his head. You are the class monitor of Class E. Teacher Lu announced it on the first day. It's just that you're always skipping class, so you wouldn't know. Is that so? Li Yuan was genuinely unaware of when he had become an official. Li Yuan slowly suppressed his smile. You may question me, but do not question us. The common students born into poverty. Upon hearing this, Luo Qianqian cast a cold glance at Ouyang Fenglei. Oh, what profound insight do you have? Li Yuan remained composed, observing Ouyang Fenglei's haughty demeanor with equanimity. Wuling chimed in with a disdainful snort. Indeed. Mu Guxian added, Tell you what. If you dare to accept a challenge from any one of us, we might consider acknowledging you. Ouyang Fenglei cast a fleeting glance at Hebu Wei, remarking, I'll remember you. Next time there's a scramble for positions, I'll ensure you won't be lingering in Class A. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he turned his gaze upon Ouyang Fenglei. Ouyang Fenglei. Is it? I had no intention of proving anything to you thick-skulled oafs, but since you dare to threaten my friend, I accept your challenge. I'll smash your pig head. Bravo. Smash his pig head. Let's see if he still dares to act so arrogantly. He exclaimed loudly. The students of Class 5 were already incensed by the intrusion of these students from other classes, and Li Yuan's words ignited their pent-up anger. They roared in unison. Smash his pig head. Ouyang Fenglei scoffed. You said it. This afternoon, at the school's martial arts hall, with a school-wide broadcast. I'll see whose pig head gets smashed. Li Yuan extended his index finger and beckoned. Come on, then. Chapter 33. Are you jesting? Lu Qifeng readily ascended to this duel, much to the chagrin of Luo Qianchen. Did the teacher truly believe, from the outset, that she was no match for Li Yuan? How could Lu Qifeng do this? She, too, was a scion of a Xinzhou military family. How could he treat her this way? Although Luo Qianchen disdained seeking recourse with her father, Luo Jiodong, the commander of the 5th Aerospace Division, she vowed inwardly to defeat Li Yuan before Lu Qingfeng's very eyes, striking a blow to the pride of both the younger and older generations. At 2:00 p.m., the Martial Arts Hall of South River Battle Academy was teeming with people. The atmosphere was electric, as the impending clash between a scion of a prominent family and a commoner of exceptional strength generated considerable buzz. The surrounding platforms had been removed, leaving only the central stage, above which 10 laser lights were suspended. 2 figures stood facing each other on the platform. Students filled the surrounding seats, their eyes glued to the pair, murmuring and gesticulating. Across from the platform, in the VIP lounge, sat Dean Mo Wenhai, Gu Jijia, Lu Qingfeng, Xiang Liang, Yin Su, as well as Jiang Jingqiu, the lead instructor of Class 1, and assistant instructors Mei Xinlin and Pei Lu. A robust figure in a uniform vest adorned with 4 silver bars materialized between Li Yuan and Ouyang Fenglei. Li Yuan nodded, gesturing an invitation to begin. Ouyang Fenglei, with an air of arrogance, struck an offensive pose. Begin, the arbiter declared. Yet, Li Yuan seemed unfazed, subtly shifting his stance as Ouyang Fenglei's fist whistled past his shoulder, failing to even graze his clothing. Ouyang Fenglei's punch landed in empty space. His gaze intensified, swiftly raising his leg to deliver a decisive kick towards Li Yuan's chest. Again, Li Yuan merely took a step back, causing Ouyang Fenglei to miss once more. The force of the kick generated a sharp gust of wind, leaving a shallow gash on the platform's surface. Retracting his leg and pivoting, Ouyang Fenglei unleashed a furious punch towards the close-range Li Yuan. However, Li Yuan moved like a leaf, dancing with the force of the punch. The stronger the gale, the more effortlessly he floated. Li Yuan remained within Ouyang Fenglei's sight, yet the latter could not land a blow. Laughter erupted, with He Buwei leading the charge. Ouyang Fenglei, what are you doing? Unable to even graze his attire. You dare to challenge Li Yuan? How utterly laughable. The spectators erupted in mirth, their laughter akin to a relentless barrage of slaps against Ouyang Fenglei's countenance. Each sound a stinging rebuke. Ouyang Fenglei was consumed by fury, his face now a shade of livid purple. He emitted a feral roar, and with a swift motion, 2 ebony daggers materialized in his hands. Guided by his preternatural senses, the black blades danced in the air, accompanying his assault on Li Yuan. Within the VIP suite, Mo Wenhai chuckled. The soaring void blades, a technique of advanced caliber. It appears the Ouyang clan has indeed bestowed their secret art upon Ouyang Fenghua. Ouyang Fenglei is destined to lose. Lu Qingfeng smiled, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalant ease. Jiang Jingqiu, along with the other 2 instructors of Ouyang Fenglei, remained impassive. The audience, witnessing the 2 ebony daggers, their menacing aura palpable, gasped in astonishment. Ouyang Fenglei had finally unveiled his trump card. Could Li Yuan withstand it? In a fleeting instant, the 2 black blades, like miniature guillotines, locked onto Li Yuan in tandem with Ouyang Fenglei's fists, leaving him seemingly no avenue for evasion. Unexpectedly, Li Yuan smiled, extending his left hand with a casual gesture. In the blink of an eye, he seized the black daggers with 2 sharp claps. Simultaneously, his right fist landed squarely upon Ouyang Fenglei's knuckles. A resounding thud echoed as Ouyang Fenglei, his right arm engulfed in searing agony, was propelled off the stage by the sheer force of the impact. Disoriented and writhing in pain, he cast a bewildered gaze around, questioning the unfolding events. Where are my daggers? He mused. As if on cue, the metallic clang of the 2 blades falling beside him shattered the silence. The crowd, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into uproarious laughter. Why not? Tears nearly turned to laughter, as I bent over in amusement on the side, chuckling at Hulai. Ha ha. Is this really someone bold enough to challenge Li Yuan? Are you here to entertain us? Haha. Ouyang Fenglei stared blankly at the small knife on the ground and at Li Yuan, who was smiling at him from the arena, utterly bewildered and at a loss. The surrounding laughter filled him with humiliation, wishing he could find a crevice in the ground to hide. Jiang Tong, Wuling, and Mu Gushan were all dumbfounded. Ouyang Fenglei was undoubtedly the strongest among them, yet now he had been casually knocked off the stage with a single punch, a disgraceful moment indeed. Luo Qianqian clenched her fists tightly, yet her delicate arms trembled. Li Yuan shouted, "Hey, Ouyang Fenglei, don't concede just yet. I slipped up earlier, my apologies. Come on, let us have another round. This time, I assure you, I won T-Dodge. Let us go head-to-head. Don't say you're afraid, or you'll bring shame to the Ouyang family." His words pierced the air, striking deep into the heart. At that moment, Ouyang Fenglei was engulfed by confusion, shock, fear, humiliation, and anger, finally releasing a hoarse scream as he grabbed the flying knife and leaped onto the stage, charging at Li Yuan like a madman. Li Yuan let out a cold laugh and declared, "Ouyang Fenglei, I've said it before, I will turn you into a pig's head." As soon as the words left his mouth, a punch landed squarely on Ouyang Fenglei's left cheek, while Ouyang Fenglei's knife pierced into Li Yuan's arm. However, Ouyang Fenglei let out a cry of agony as the knife was knocked from his grasp, forcing him to stagger backward. The muscles tensed, causing the knife to fly away. In an instant, Li Yuan launched another punch, striking Ouyang Fenglei's right cheek, while simultaneously delivering a kick to his abdomen. Ouyang Fenglei was once again sent sprawling from the dueling platform amidst a sea of onlookers, spewing blood with each agonizing roll. His face, a swollen caricature of its former self, was contorted in a mask of humiliation, a desperate yearning for oblivion consuming him. Chapter 34, Screwdriver, Truancy King, Accolades. In mockery, these three feats, skipping class with impunity, receiving honors, and humiliating the scion of the Ouyang family, catapulted Li Yuan to prominence within the South River Battle Academy, transforming him into a household name. After notifying his instructor, Xiong Liang, of his intentions, Li Yuan ventured to the library in search of any publicly available combat techniques that might pique his interest. Basic combat skills were of particular interest. Gaining entry with his student identification, he perused the collection for a time, only to find himself increasingly disinterested. The fundamental techniques on offer proved underwhelming. Just as he was about to depart, he noticed Jiao Rini, the instructor from Class 2, descending from the second floor, lost in thought. After exchanging a greeting, Li Yuan departed in his Wuling van for the South River Auto Shop recommended by Lu Qifeng. To his astonishment, he discovered that the shop had prepared a full-fledged photo shoot, complete with lighting and a sizable crew, all poised to capture his image. "Mr. Li, you're practically a celebrity at the South River Battle Academy. And with your formidable combat prowess, we want to give your reputation a boost," the shop's portly owner, Jia Shibois, said with a grin, offering him a cup of tea. "Boss, are you filming an advertisement?" Li Yuan inquired pointedly. "Not at all, not at all. We're simply following Captain Lu's instructions to promote you. Captain Lu suggested we give your vehicle a little makeover, you see. Well, it's essentially an advertisement, isn't it? It's a win-win situation, isn't it? You'll gain renown through the advertisement. Boss, how do you propose we calculate the advertising fees?" "Well, how about I modify your car free of charge? Where can one modify a vehicle for free? I will pay half of the endorsement fee, and you can provide me with the other half. I believe 100,000 Shenzhou coins is not excessive, is it? A deal." Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Shibois agreed. In the ensuing hours, Li Yuan felt as though he were a mere puppet, manipulated by this group of individuals. After much effort, he finally acquired a Wuling car. Upon lifting the hood, he noticed something peculiar. The engine compartment had been meticulously organized. The engine was concealed from view unless one opened the hood. A majestic golden Ferrari stallion was emblazoned on the engine cover. The sixth sense planet of the Mud Pill Palace, spurred by Li Yuan, radiated a golden glow. This luminescence penetrated into his chi-si, guiding the 9 stars within to gradually converge into a ring, dazzlingly rotating, picking up speed until they slowly compressed into shape. In an instant, his body seemed to undergo a seismic transformation, akin to a tectonic shift involving muscles, bones, and the nervous system, shifting left and right. Li Yuan quietly embraced the profound alterations within his body. At this moment, his striking power, speed, agility, and sensory perception, aside from the sixth sense, had all seen remarkable advancement. Furthermore, to his astonishment, A screwdriver materialized among the tools in his toolbox. It truly was a comprehensive set for vehicle repair. He began to ponder whether, upon reaching the pinnacle of his training, he might become a master mechanic. With a mere thought, a genuine screwdriver appeared in his hand. It appeared to be about 20 centimeters in length, unremarkable in appearance. What use could this tool possibly serve? Wondering, Li Yuan poked a cement pillar in the park with the screwdriver, resulting in a shocking revelation. The screwdriver pierced the concrete pillar as effortlessly as piercing a watermelon, creating holes with no resistance, despite Li Yuan not employing any actual combat cultivation power. Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He then proceeded to the park's gazebo, where he used the screwdriver to stab the steel base. With a crisp snap, it broke cleanly, again with no resistance. "Heavens above!" he exclaimed, realizing the potential of this object as a formidable weapon. Overjoyed, Li Yuan contemplated acquiring an E-grade super titanium alloy blade from the black market to test its piercing capability. If successful, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary treasure. Subsequently, he began preliminary cultivation of the esoteric combat technique, or manifestation art. This technique offered 3 distinct paths: defense, enabling the construction of an impenetrable sixth-sense defensive wall within the Yuan Palace, capable of neutralizing potential enemy interference and attacks; offense, allowing the transformation of the sixth sense into various cold weapon forms, such as flying swords or knives, to launch surprise attacks on the opponent's Yuan Palace, potentially inflicting severe damage to their sixth sense sphere or even obliterating it, resulting in the enemy's instantaneous demise through the total collapse of their sixth sense; and infiltration, utilizing the sixth sense to subtly invade the opponent's Yuan Palace, silently enveloping their sixth sense sphere, and then employing one's own sixth sense to fabricate desired visual, auditory, and interpretive experiences for the target. Upon comprehending this, Li Yuan was astounded, recognizing the technique's devious yet practical nature. He initially focused on the offensive approach, repeatedly attempting to condense his sixth sense into a flying sword for attacking. After a day of persistent practice and experimentation, he finally achieved the ability to manipulate the small sixth sense sword with ease. However, the flying sword's velocity required further enhancement, necessitating continuous practice and improvement. Li Yuan was startled and hurriedly jumped into the car, fleeing from the scene. His destination was the Ghost Market, where he had befriended 3 stall owners after a recent fierce battle. However, he did not encounter the formidable old man he had previously met. "Brother Li Yuan has arrived," greeted Ma Yun, the stall owner whom Li Yuan had rescued, with warmth. "Brother Fan, do you have an E-grade alloy knife? Now that you've asked, of course I can procure one. Please wait a moment." Before long, Ma Yun returned from the Ghost Market with an E-grade alloy knife, offering it to Li Yuan at half price, half as a gift. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Li Yuan took his leave. Once back in the car, he eagerly retrieved a screwdriver and prodded at the knife. Crack! It wouldn't budge. With a surge of his cultivation power, he pressed again, and this time, crack! He pierced right through. He informed Zhang San that he would be focusing on his training, thereby declining any tasks related to picking up or dropping off. Reflecting on Zhang San, he wondered how things were going at the on-the-way-home establishment. With that thought, he resolved to pay a visit the following day. Chapter 35. The handling fee. Having not visited on the way home for nearly a week, Li Yuan entered the small courtyard, his eyes lighting up. In the yard were 7 or 8 vans adorned with the on-the-way-home logo, all uniformly white, to avoid distinguishing between passenger and cargo vehicles. The design was relatively neutral and quite pleasing to the eye. "Brother Yuan, you're here," a driver called out upon seeing him, prompting 7 or 8 people to rush out from the house, all smiling and greeting him. "Brother Yuan, what are your instructions?" Zhang San opened the conversation as usual. "All right. Lao San, you've done a commendable job." Li Yuan entered the office, which, though not grand, was tidy and well organized, much to his satisfaction. He is not fond of those grand leather chairs. Besides, he currently lacks the means for such extravagance. "This is your private office, and it is essential. How is the operation faring? Let us celebrate with a meal at noon. It's on me. Moreover, starting today, please resend the information about the strong passengers. I require more of them." "All right, no problem. Brother Yuan, can I order anything?" Zhang San raised his eyebrows. "All right, no problem," Li Yuan echoed. "Boss, this is fantastic, brothers. We can finally indulge ourselves." Li Yuan enjoyed a few drinks with the drivers at the company. He was merely a figurehead in management, relying on these brothers to oversee operations. In less than 6 months, he could purchase a condominium adjacent to the South River Combat Academy, sufficient for his family, primarily to ensure the safety of his parents and younger brother. Brother Yuan, despite our flourishing business, there is a troublesome matter that may require your intervention. After several rounds of drinks, Zhang San deliberated carefully before cautiously speaking. Troubling? Do tell. Li Yuan set down his glass, somewhat taken aback. Here's the situation. A courier company near the South River Combat Academy has warned us against conducting courier operations within the city. We must either pay a monthly management fee of 5 million Shinjo coins or face the destruction of our company. They are truly overstepping their bounds, Zhang San remarked indignantly. Oh? Which company is this? Li Yuan furrowed his brow. It's called Jingxi Delivery, clearly aiming to usurp our business. Is there perhaps some backing behind them? Uncertain. It seems there are individuals supporting the military academy. Very well, let us finish our meal and ascertain the identity of these illustrious figures. Business is open to all. Yet such arrogance is intolerable. Li Yuan raised a cup and drank deeply. Sated and content, a convoy of several vans trailed behind him, making a grand procession towards the headquarters of Jingxi Daijia in the western region of Beijing. The group swiftly arrived at the bustling heart of Nanjing Metropolitan, where the Jingxi Daijia headquarters stood. Indeed, it was evident that this was a formidable company, with rows of delivery vehicles meticulously arranged, and personnel clad in standard uniforms bustling in and out. Li Yuan and his companions were halted by the security at the gate. What is the matter? Don't you recognize this place? Move along, quickly. Zhang San, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted, What's wrong with that? We are here to see your boss. Open the door. Upon noticing Zhang San's imposing stature and somewhat fierce demeanor, the security promptly alerted the head of security. The latter, accompanied by a dozen armed personnel, swiftly emerged to encircle the entrance. The head of security, a 6-star adept, sported a robust crew cut. He cast a cold glance at Li Yuan and Zhang San, stating, Gentlemen, you are at the headquarters of Jingxi Daijia. What business do you have here? Zhang San replied, We are merely passing through. And your boss sought us out the other day. We have come to discuss business. The head of security erupted into a loud laugh upon hearing this, finally noticing the emblem of Xuanlu Daijia on the van's windshield. Ah, so you are from the same industry. You wish to discuss business with our boss? Have you looked in the mirror before leaving? You lot of mere drivers think you can negotiate with our boss? The security personnel erupted in laughter, their disdain palpable. Enraged, Zhang San cast a glance at Li Yuan, who merely offered a smile. Zhang San flung open the car door and strode towards the head of security. We were invited here for a business proposition, he stated. What's so amusing? Do you presume to throw your weight around with just 6 paltry stars? I, on the other hand, possess 7. Perhaps we should engage in a brief spar? The security chief was taken aback. A 7-star quasi-martial artist? Who do you think you're intimidating? With a haughty air, he retorted, Who's afraid of whom? General manager, indeed. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the path. You and your dilapidated vans had best clear the way and cease obstructing our business. With that, the security chief shoved Zhang San, catching him off guard and causing him to stumble precariously. You contemptible wretch, he sneered, daring to disrupt my territory? Begone. The security chief spat in Zhang San's direction, the spittle nearly landing on his face. Now truly incensed, Zhang San moved with lightning speed, seizing the man's collar and hoisting him off the ground. Who are you insulting? Boy? He demanded. The security chief was both astonished and infuriated, never anticipating that his adversary would dare to attack on his own turf, and with such swiftness. He found himself instantly subdued. He retaliated with rapid blows aimed at Zhang San's jaw, but Zhang San reacted with equal alacrity, forcefully slamming the security chief to the ground in a humiliating faceplant. You dare assault our captain, exclaimed the other guards, who swiftly produced their electric batons and encircled Zhang San. The drivers, who were coincidentally returning home, took umbrage and emerged from their vehicles to confront the security personnel. The entrance to Jingxi Home Delivery was now completely blockaded, and a cacophony of horns resounded from both sides. Halt! A chilling command echoed from the periphery, followed by a figure leaping into the throng. Zhang San suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and then collided with the van behind him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had been struck by someone who appeared out of nowhere. It's you. Zhang San recognized the assailant as the very individual who had boasted arrogantly just days prior as he made his way home. You big fool. How dare you come here and cause a ruckus? Do you even know where you are? Oh, perhaps you are illiterate. Do you think a few measly drivers can compete with our Jingxi Daojia for business? If you wish to continue in this line of work, I shall grant you a lifeline. Register under us and pay a monthly management fee of 6 million yuan to Jingxi Daojia, or get out of Nanjing. The man who had slapped Zhang Xin scoffed disdainfully. One should not be excessively domineering. Is there no law? Zhang Xin retorted angrily. The law? Our Jingxi Daojia is the law of this industry. What can you do about it? The man remained haughty, but at that moment, he noticed the door of the car behind Zhang Xin opening gently, and a figure stepped out. The arrogant man's pupils dilated in an instant, his breath quickening as he stammered. How are you here? Jingxi Daojia belongs to me. Why can't I come? What? Yours. Can come. I heard you intend to charge us 6 million for the registration fee? No. It's all a misunderstanding. We will not interfere with your business. Well, that's good. However, you just struck the general manager of Jingxi Daojia. How do we resolve this? Should I slap you in return, or will you compensate us? Compensate. We will immediately pay you 100,000 Shenzhou coins. The overbearing man's demeanor underwent an abrupt volte-face, leaving his head of security in bewildered incredulity. Mr. Liu, this is hardly appropriate, is it? Get out, the man retorted, viciously backhanding the security chief. This is all your confounded fault. He then reverted to a jovial countenance, casting an ingratiating glance toward the seemingly simple man standing before Zhang San. Chapter 36. I shall hang myself. JD Home, CEO's office. Liu Qiangxi, CEO of JD Home, sat behind his expansive executive desk. Two individuals were seated on the sofa before him. Liu Qiangxi inquired with a smile, Assistant Jiang, who was that individual at the entrance? You seemed rather wary of him. The man in question was none other than Jiang Tong, leader of Class 2, Grade A at South River War College. CEO Liu. That is Li Yuan. He is the one who pummeled Ouyang Folei, the imbecile of the Ouyang family, into a pulp, Jiang Tong stated with a tinge of helplessness. Li Yuan? From your school? Jiang Tong nodded in affirmation. Liu Qiangxi furrowed his brow, turning his gaze toward the other person on the sofa. What a coincidence. What are your thoughts, Vice President? With a knowing air, Liu Qiangxi seemed to grasp the situation. What the Vice President suggests is sensible. Let us proceed as Assistant Jiang has proposed. Xuanlu Home is too insignificant. It poses no real threat to us. We shall conduct ourselves as merchants. Assistant Jiang, please arrange for a promotional discount specifically targeting Xuanlu Home's business operations. To put it plainly, JD Home will use its financial resources to crush them, even if it means bleeding money. This way, even if Li Yuan has some backing, there will be no grounds for complaint. Jiang Tong chuckled. CEO Liu, you are truly astute. I shall attend to it immediately. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Tong rose and departed, followed by the Vice President. Closing the door, Liu Qiangxi activated his wrist terminal. Lord Robert, Li Yuan has come calling. He's established a company that has intersected with our business dealings, and he's here to parley. Shall we seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Preposterous, came the reply. He is currently a luminary at South River War College, under intense scrutiny from all quarters. Until the special operations plan is executed, he is not to be touched. Understood. However, this does present a fortuitous opportunity. Approach him, cater to his predilections, and entice him with substantial wealth. Should you succeed in swaying him to join our special operations team, you will have achieved an unparalleled feat of valor. Very well, I shall proceed accordingly. Li Yuan's mere presence was enough to resolve the overbearing Jingxi Home situation, which further solidified Zhang San and the others' admiration and resolve to follow him. Lu Qingfeng now privately conversed with him, imparting knowledge and resolving his queries. What is the current status of your cultivation? Acceptable, I suppose. Lu Qingfeng casually glanced over, but was inwardly astounded. How is it that this boy's advancement is so rapid? Maintaining a facade of composure, he inquired, have you made any progress in sevenfold staff and sixth sense transformation? Master, I am nearing the third-fold realm, and my sixth sense has manifested a small sword. I believe I am now capable of engaging the enemy. A series of coughs emanated from the wrist terminal. Master, are you all right? Li Yuan asked with concern. I'm fine, your progress is adequate. Lu Qingfeng was now genuinely astounded. What manner of cultivation aptitude does this little rascal possess? A centennial prodigy? More like a millennial one. Oh, master, how fair suiting she. Do you have any knowledge of her current circumstances? Teacher, I have always been puzzled as to why extraterrestrial pirates persistently assault our Shenzhou continent. However, after their recent attack on us, they have now targeted the Technological Alliance, inflicting significant damage upon them. I see. Then could you investigate the circumstances surrounding Huang Ming, Li Sihai, and Hu Zhongjuan? Are they martial artists of society? I shall look into it shortly. Generally, societal martial artists are incorporated into the external operational teams of the Shenzhou military. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, teacher. Please rest early. Directly converting 40 into a comprehensive combat power value of 20, then transforming it into a sixth sense of 0, 2 stars, and allocating 30 to convert into a 1-star physique. After enduring over half an hour of BGM, Li Yuan felt utterly drained. This divine vehicle is excellent in many aspects. Yet the triple heartbeat setting during transformation is utterly tormenting. Thankfully, after such prolonged exposure to the BGM, he has begun to acclimate. Initially, the triple heartbeat nearly overwhelmed him, but now it has become a regular occurrence. Li Yuan contemplated that he could employ this tactic against formidable foes in the future. Although the triple heartbeat may be detrimental to one's foundational cultivation, in critical moments of survival, one cannot afford to be overly concerned. Now that the Great Wrench has perfectly merged with the Divine Staff's defense, should he also acquire a flying knife to fuse with a screwdriver for offensive purposes? The crux lies in the fact that these two treasures are exceedingly peculiar, compelling him to disguise their nature to prevent potential theft. With the Divine Staff and Flying Sword for protection, being robbed would only amount to a loss of several hundred thousand. Thus, he ventured to the ghost market to seek out Ma Yuan, who swiftly assisted him in procuring a D-grade super titanium alloy flying sword, with an internal price of 180,000. Despite possessing a net worth of approximately $1 million, Li Yuan still felt a pang of anguish at the expenditure, a testament to his relative impecuniousness. It seemed imperative to engage some infiltrators in combat to augment his financial resources. After 2 weeks of unremitting practice, his sevenfold staff technique had abruptly ascended to the threefold realm, wherein his true form, accompanied by 2 phantasmal duplicates, brandished their staves, culminating in a staff strike matrix comprising over 500 staff shadows. He was exceedingly gratified with the fusion of the flying sword and screwdriver attack method, which effortlessly pierced through a C-grade alloy blade. The implications of employing this technique against individuals were darkly amusing to him. The small sword, propelled by his sixth sense, had attained the point of instantaneous teleportation, capable of materializing within an opponent's pineal gland from 100 meters away at his merest volition. Furthermore, his sixth sense defense had been preliminarily established as a protective shield, albeit still some distance from becoming a full-fledged defensive wall. His sixth sense entrapment was also adept at confounding adversaries below the 1-star threshold, ensnaring them in inescapable predicaments. Some days prior, the CEO of Jingxi Home Delivery had made a special detour to Xuanlu Home Delivery. Zhang San had represented Li Yuan in the meeting, during which the CEO had proposed an investment of 5 million for a mere 10 stake in the company. Li Yuan had countered with an offer of 5 equity, purely to antagonize the CEO, but to his astonishment, Jingxi Home Delivery had immediately acquiesced, contingent upon a personal meeting with Li Yuan. He had met with them the previous evening, engaging in casual conversation and light drinking, indifferent to the outcome. What could they possibly achieve with a paltry 5 stake? With the end-of-month field training exercise looming just 2 days away, Li Yuan once again appeared in Class A5. Upon entering the classroom, He Buwei accosted him, inquiring whether the class monitor had received notification of the outdoor training exercise. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, retorting that he was not a teacher and thus would not be privy to such information. He overheard that other class monitors had mentioned that the training would take place at Wild Boar Ridge, situated outside South River City. In that place, mutated beasts roam, providing an excellent opportunity to hone one's skills. You have quite the keen ears. Is it Wild Boar Ridge? Sounds rather amusing. Indeed. I have heard that a week-long training session is in order. Have you prepared your camping gear, class leader? No way. I haven't prepared anything. Li Yuan was taken aback. Must one prepare for oneself? You see, this is where you lack understanding. Training in the wilderness will undoubtedly be arduous. One should bring along ample provisions, such as milk, biscuits, and delightful snacks. What on earth is the misunderstanding? Isn't this training merely a drill? Thus, we must also pack items like mosquito repellent spray, sleeping bags, outdoor lanterns, portable speakers, and high-capacity chargers. Though we are strong individuals, we are still human, after all. Why not indulge in a little chatter? Other students began to chime in, discussing their purchases and even exchanging items, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Yuan was speechless, while Luo Qianxin cast a disdainful glance at the group. questioning whether they were preparing for training or a vacation. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Liang entered the classroom. After the students saluted, he announced directly, "Classmates, the end-of-month training will commence in 30 minutes. From this moment forth, all RIS terminals will be disabled, and external communication is strictly prohibited. Without the headmaster's special order, no one is allowed to leave the school premises. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion and be treated as an act of treason. In 30 minutes, all of you are to assemble at the school playground, and the class leader will lead everyone onto bus No. 5. With that, he exited the classroom. The classroom erupted in chatter. The news was so sudden. It was as if they were leaving without notice. Chapter 37. The request for retention. Not only Class A5, but students from other classes also received the notification, leaving them all in a state of bewilderment. Many wandered into the corridors, glancing around and whispering to one another. I was looking forward to a grand feast. And now this training session is upon us. My family will surely be frantic. Sighs filled the air, yet some students expressed excitement, finding the school's antics exhilarating and amusing. Li Yuan sat in a chair, feeling somewhat dazed. What if I hadn't reported today? Would I have missed the training? Fortunately, he had been diligent about checking in every morning. Otherwise, skipping classes would have led to dire consequences. He glanced over at He Bu Wei, who sat beside him, lamenting about how all the good things he had planned had gone awry. This is so unfortunate. Serves you right. Who told you to neglect your training and focus solely on enjoyment? Li Yuan retorted with irritation. Who can compare to your peculiar ways? He Bu Wei replied, feigning a pout. Hey, I'm your brother. You have to take me along during the training. Not a chance. I'm not interested in your antics. Li Yuan shot back. Come on, brother Yuan. If you keep me in Class A5, I promise to bring you something nice. Are you offering me Shinzhou coins? Please, don't be so crass. Just admit it. I enjoy your monetary generosity. Isn't the sin of wealth appealing? You greedy rascal. I may not have money, but I can introduce you to a renowned expert from the Central China Provincial Medical College. Perhaps they could help your father. He Bu Wei whispered conspiratorially. Oh, the Central China Provincial Medical College? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though a hint of skepticism lingered. Just between us, my family hails from a lineage of esteemed physicians, with my grandfather being a veritable authority in internal medicine across the divine continent, though he rarely attends to patients personally these days. If you ensure I remain in Class 5, I'll find a way to persuade him to treat your father, facilitating Uncle Li's swift recuperation. Don't try to deceive me. The repercussions would be dire. Li Yuan brandished his fist. Aiding him in repeating a grade shouldn't be too difficult, but trifling with me would be ill-advised. The Technological Federation? Your family isn't composed of infiltrators, are they? Nonsense. The Divine Continent and the Technological Federation aren't belligerent nations. Although there's mutual infiltration, standard technological and medical exchanges still occur. He Bu Wei lightly struck Li Yuan. Very well, but is your grandfather aware that my father's condition involves irreversible gastric cancer? It's not that Li Yuan distrusts specialists, but the specifics of the ailment may not be within his expertise. Rest assured, I've already spoken with the old man. He's also conferred with the physicians at the precinct's convalescent center regarding your father's condition. He believes that if he personally oversees the case, he should be able to gradually manage the metastasis and mutation of the cancerous cells. In that case, it's a deal. Li Yuan seized He Bu Wei's hand with some fervor. His father's illness has been a persistent worry for Li Yuan. Currently, he's only receiving palliative care at the precinct's convalescent center. Although there's been some improvement after 3 months of continuous tonic consumption, his advanced age prevents him from cultivating, thus precluding a complete reversal of the cancerous process, a fact that deeply troubles Li Yuan. If He Bu Wei can help cure his father, then assisting him in repeating a grade would be a small matter. He would even protect him for life if need be, as a debt of gratitude must be repaid in full, especially for the salvation of a parent. In a matter of moments, Gu Zhejia's resonant voice reverberated across the War Academy, summoning all freshmen to assemble at the main parade ground within 1 minute, under penalty of 100 push-ups bearing 1,000 pounds for tardiness, effective immediately. In a flurry of motion, over 1,000 freshmen surged towards the school's parade ground like a tidal wave, a sea of heads in hurried movement. Li Yuan had previously cautioned all members of Class A5 to gather before the bus bearing their insignia, with the onus of any consequences for tardiness resting squarely on their shoulders. Dean Emma Wenhai's voice then resonated. Students, this freshman field training exercise marks the inaugural endeavor of its kind since the establishment of the War Academy. Not only our South River War Academy, but also the war academies of North River, East River, and West River, three sister metropolises within the jurisdiction of the Central China Prefecture, have dispatched freshmen to participate. Furthermore, the Central China Prefecture War Academy itself has also sent freshmen to take part. This declaration stirred excitement among the students, yet no one engaged in whispered conversations. A month of matriculation studies and training had instilled in them an understanding of the gravity of ironclad discipline. Are you under the impression that the extraterrestrial pirates have quieted down, with no attacks on us for over 3 months? I assure you, in reality, they have never ceased their assaults on Earth. It's merely that recently, Earth's rotation has positioned us towards the Technological Federation, facing the extraterrestrial pirate base. Several metropolises of the Technological Federation suffered grievous casualties in attacks by extraterrestrial pirates last month. The specter of doom perpetually looms over us, and it is imperative that we all strive to cultivate ourselves into formidable warriors, slay the pirates, and expel the invaders. This field training exercise will be under the overall command of Captain Lu Qifeng, an instructor from the Divine Province Army stationed at our school, with Captain Liu Beiding of the South River Patrol Division and Dean Gu Jiejia of the Academy's Academic Affairs Office serving as deputy commanders, and the lead teachers of each class serving as members of the command structure. Finally, I wish everyone great success in this training exercise. Standing before the expansive windows of a luxurious 8th-floor suite in a business hotel not far from the Nanjiang War Academy, a figure gazes toward the academy, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he listens to Mo Wenhai's speech. To drive away the invaders, Mo Wenhai, whom do you intend to expel? Or rather, who possesses the power to drive whom away? Lu Qingfeng's voice resonates. Commanding the class leader's attention, please guide your respective classes to board the buses according to the designated license plate numbers. As for the destination and the specifics of the training exercise, that shall remain confidential for now. Upon arrival, the leading instructors of each class will announce the details. During this training, no student is permitted to act independently or stray from their class. Any departure from the group must be reported to the leading instructor. Failure to comply will result in expulsion. Now, board the buses. The class leaders step forward, directing their classmates to board in an orderly fashion. With a total of 23 new student classes across 3 grades, along with the instructors, 25 buses, each accommodating 60 passengers, depart in succession from the Nanjiang War Academy. Chapter 38. Shenlong Ridge Training Exercise 1. After 3 hours of travel under the escort of armored vehicles from the Shenzhou military, the convoy arrives at the foot of a vast mountain range. Though the peaks do not soar particularly high, they stretch endlessly into the distance. Once all the students disembark from the buses, they find a multitude of large trucks and buses already stationed at the site. Lu Qingfeng's voice echoes from the bus speakers. Class leaders, gather your teams to collect tents and supplies. You must set up your tents within 1 hour in the designated camping area. Those who fail to do so will have to spend the night under the open sky, which could be quite romantic. As his words linger in the air, the astonished students spring into action, bustling about to fulfill the task at hand. In an hour, Lu Qingfeng, wielding a megaphone, announced, "Everyone, assemble in 1 minute. Those who are tardy will face a penalty of 100 weighted push-ups." Immediately, the students, who had just finished setting up their tents, hastily gathered at the expansive grassy plaza, aligning themselves according to their respective classes. The assembly of over 1,000 individuals ensured that no one incurred the push-up penalty, a testament to their agility, heightened perception, and avoidance of elementary errors as martial artists. Upon the cobblestone expanse, a colossal, high-luminosity display screen was erected. Lu Qifeng smiled. Esteemed students, this training exercise will commence with an inter-school freshman competition. Those who achieve distinction will secure their current class standing, or rather, successfully remain in their present grade. Students from Class C and B who demonstrate exceptional performance may ascend to Class A. Now, each school's freshmen will introduce themselves, beginning with the Dongjiang War Academy. The screen illuminated 5 dashing young men. Esteemed senior sisters of the Nanjiang War Academy, we are the Dongjiang War Academy's class monitor ensemble, the Oriental Stars. I am Su Wei, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And these are the top 5 class monitors: Zhang Mingda, Han Dao, Zhu Yan, and Guanfeng. Your class monitors have been vanquished by us. Let us hope they do not weep. Our objective is solely the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy. All others are inconsequential. We are Beizhang's Zhou Wenjin, Meng Chang'an, Li Qi Lu, Yao Qinshan, and Lu Buhuan. The Xizhong War Academy's only rival is itself. None of you are worthy. We are Mi Qilin, Jin Jia, Fan Qi, He Zeng, and Ling Yun. Ouyang Fenghua of the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy is here. I am the foremost freshman of all of Huazhong. Challenge me if you dare. Humph. While Ouyang Fenghua may boast to you all, I, Lin Longfei, am not intimidated by him. Luo Qianqian, I have heard that your reputation in Nanjing is rather lacking. I am Zhang Hanwei, the class leader of Class A3 at Huazhong Military Academy, accompanied by Lu Juansuan from Class A4 and Wen Yunqiu from Class A5. Now it is time for the host, Nanjing Military Academy, to make their appearance. Li Yuan, alongside Ouyang Fanglei, Jiang Tong, Mu Gushan, and Wuling, waved to the crowd. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuan decided to let Ouyang Fanglei take the lead. After all, this is our home ground, and we must secure first place. Lu Qifeng raised a loudspeaker, announcing that in 30 minutes, it would be time for dining, training, and bedtime, all in one go. During the training period, there are few rules, only 3. First, no private duels among students. Second, no unauthorized actions outside of class. Third, no romantic entanglements. Or else you will all be expelled without exception. At these words, laughter erupted, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Lu Qifeng was not jesting. With thousands of young men and women gathered, should any of the restless youths succumb to their loneliness and find themselves in a secluded grove, the consequences could be dire. The students chatted and laughed as they dined, filling the once desolate Shenlong Ridge with a newfound vibrancy. On the following dawn, while most still slumbered, a sharp whistle pierced the air, abruptly awakening the drowsy youths, who instinctively rushed to wash up and assemble. The scene erupted into a cacophony of noise. Li Yuan seized Hibue and swiftly dashed toward the A5 truck. At that moment, thousands moved in unison. The trucks were not aligned in neat rows. And to reach the vehicle swiftly, one needed not only speed, but also the ability to navigate through or even push aside classmates in the way. At this juncture, lamentations filled the air as many students from classes C and B found themselves obstructed by others, their faces beaded with perspiration from the impasse. Some hurled invectives, only to be met with a swift slap that disoriented them, leaving them in tears. Lu Qifeng, a voice called out, each student's performance is being automatically recorded. We've already begun vying for advantageous positions. The culmination of this exercise will reveal the final standings. Whether you maintain your current resources or ascend further remains to be seen. Next, Instructor Xiang Liang will elucidate the art of combat while clad in mechs. As his words faded, a colossal mech thundered into view, executing a series of seamless backflips before the assembled thousands, landing with unwavering stability. I am Xiang Liang, an instructor from the Nanjing War Academy, he announced. I shall impart the intricacies of piloting a mech in combat but once. Take heed, our mechs are of the semi-driven variety. To put it plainly, these contraptions resemble the ironclad armor of ancient humans, demanding skill to vanquish foes. Li Yuan listened intently as Xiang Liang expounded upon the operation of onboard radar-assisted systems, which could augment one's extrasensory perception in locating adversaries. He detailed the techniques for leaping, unleashing the mech's formidable striking power, and more. Xiang Liang continued, esteemed students. The reason we exert ourselves in this locale is that the Shenlong Ridge is expansive enough to accommodate thousands. Crucially, its terrain mirrors that of a high-altitude shattered star cluster defense base. Hence, we frequently come here to train the Divine Province Army. The ostensible purpose of this exercise is to provide you with opportunities to vie for resources, but its deeper aim is to drill you, preparing you for the future task of eliminating extraterrestrial pirates. Lu Qifeng interjected, you now have 30 minutes to familiarize yourselves with Instructor Xiang Liang's guidance. Following this, we shall commence a mixed class skirmish. Did you understand? Yes. Many newcomers grumbled inwardly, feeling that half an hour was far too brief. But there was no time for complaints now. They hastily began to familiarize themselves with the operation of the mechas. Consequently, some mechas were sent hurtling backwards, colliding with a large group of people, while others stumbled and fell, some awkwardly leaping about, and a few effortlessly bounding with grace after just a few minutes. Li Yuan took a moment to assess the mecha. His visor displayed a series of metrics including distance, speed, energy levels, and radar thermal imaging. A striking line of red text incessantly flashed, warning, human-machine integration not yet completed. Warning, human-machine integration not yet completed. Li Yuan chuckled, reflecting on how he had previously merged a Wuling vehicle into the Qihai world. Could this contraption also be integrated? Just as that thought crossed his mind, lo and behold, the dashboard of the Wuling car replaced the previous data on his visor. In that instant, he felt as though he had donned an additional layer of clothing, reminiscent of his initial entrance into the martial examination. Astonishingly, what on earth was this Wuling vehicle? Chapter 39. Dragon Ridge Training 2. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Lu Qingfeng's voice resonated through the earphones of each mecha. Classmates, I would like to add one final point. Whenever one or more mechas come close to each other, the mecha's earphone system can automatically detect the presence of others, enabling one-way, multi-party, and directed communication. Remember, the mecha operates on a semi-powered basis. Its inherent energy merely sustains the onboard systems and radar, while the tasks of fleeing and combat depend on your own strength. Your current objective is the first high ground ahead. Where there are instructors, signal flares will be raised. The school and its class that first reaches a designated location, while gathering the maximum number of classmates within an hour, shall be crowned the inter-school champion. Teacher, what benefits does this confer? A student jested. Fool. Securing first place brings honor to the dean and might even earn you some special privileges. Is that not clear? Useless. But what advantages does it bring to the individual? Naturally, it will be recorded in your personal file. Teacher, can we attack others during the race? Fool. Did I not state that aside from the 3 major prohibitions, I shall overlook everything else? Now commence. Lu Qingfeng commanded, and students from 5 schools and dozens of classes, numbering in the thousands, surged forward, their objective being the signal flare fired by a teacher stationed atop a mountain peak. Why not follow me? If you tire, just cling to my leg. Li Yuan remained close to Hibubi, recognizing his value. Understood, I'm not weak. If it becomes too much, I will call for help. Hibubi felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a small child. Li Yuan chuckled and began to sprint. As for the others in Class 5 of the South River Battle Academy, he had no time to concern himself with them. He was not a do-gooder. His priority was to secure a position for Hibubi, and his own standing was of little consequence. Lo Qianchen shouted, Li Yuan, don't run. What for? I want to hit you. What nonsense. Why would you want to hit me? If you wish to strike, you must first catch up. Li Yuan thought this girl was quite peculiar, relentlessly intent on hitting him. Go eat dust. How can one be so rude to a girl? Lo Qianchen, who is this person? Has he been mistreating you? A strange, masculine voice suddenly interjected through Li Yuan's communicator. That's none of your concern, snapped Luo Qianchen. How can I stand idly by? Abandoning the esteemed Hua Central Military Academy to come to this desolate backwater of South River Military Academy. I heard it was to defeat some fledgling named Li Yuan. Is that the boy from earlier? None of your business. Leave me be. Luo Qianshan retorted into her wrist terminal, sensing a profound dislike for the distant speaker, even more so than for Li Yuan. Li Yuan, overhearing their exchange, felt a pang of annoyance. Are you two flirting? Must you flaunt your affections before this solitary soul? How irksome. As he was about to sever the multi-party connection and revert to a one-way channel with Yibuwei, the provocation resumed. Are you truly Li Yuan? How dare you brazenly bully a damsel in distress? Prepare yourself. I am coming for you at once. Li Yuan furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Who are you? How have I wronged her? And a damsel in distress? She has been the one tormenting me. She is bullying you? Are you implying a close relationship? That only strengthens my resolve to strike you down. Li Yuan was utterly perplexed. Why are you two so alike, so quick to threaten violence? No wonder you are kindred spirits. Besides, whom have I offended? Li Yuan grimaced. My friend, I am not acquainted with her, and even less so with you. Now, in the future, and certainly in the past. Farewell. I am Lin Longfei. Li Yuan, you cannot escape by disabling your earpiece. My mecha radar has locked onto your position. Have the courage to await my arrival. What nonsense. You are being nothing but annoying. I have no time to waste on you. Li Yuan promptly terminated the multi-directional call, proceeding to inquire about He Buwei's location, discovering he was still trailing behind. Seizing this mountainous terrain presented a formidable challenge, especially when burdened with 200 kilograms of mechanized armor, requiring a strenuous dash across the undulating mountain hollows. Even for seasoned warriors, it was an immense undertaking. The pressing issue was the constant need to guard against unforeseen ambushes. Just as he was contemplating this, a cry arose. Li Yuan, assist me. Hibuwei's voice was filled with anguish. Li Yuan turned to witness a towering mech, resembling a bulldozer, sending Hibuwei hurtling through the air. This individual ruthlessly plowed through the obstructing students, scattering them like ragdolls. Thereupon, Li Yuan seized Hibuwei, gave him a vigorous shake, and launched him forward. Oh, sweet heavens! Hibuwei shrieked, soaring like a projectile toward the advancing bulldozer. As he neared, he braced his legs, delivering a direct blow to the bulldozer's rear. The bulldozer student, incensed, was about to retaliate when a voice echoed through his earpiece. Dare to retaliate, and you'll be reduced to dust. Instantly, a forceful gust of wind arrived, shattering a large rock into minuscule fragments, showering the bulldozer. He bellowed in rage and hurled a punch at the approaching figure. You dare provoke the East River Tyrannosaurus? You're courting demise. The three prohibitions did not explicitly forbid fatalities during public competitions. The assailant was none other than Li Yuan, who countered with a swift punch. A resounding crash ensued as the metallic fists collided, igniting a spark. The bulldozer's massive frame recoiled instantly, tumbling down the slope. Whether his hand was fractured remained beyond Li Yuan's concern. Even several thousand individuals scattered across the vast expanse of the Divine Dragon Ridge barely caused a ripple. The summit was the aspiration, and myriad paths ascended to it. Li Yuan, accompanied by He Buwei, sprinted relentlessly. The 200 kilograms posed no significant encumbrance. However, wherever humanity dwelled, intrigue flourished. Unexpectedly, an individual lunged from behind, attempting to deliver a kick. Li Yuan disregarded the assault, resulting in the assailant's miscalculation, nearly executing an inadvertent split, only to be subsequently felled by a blow from an ensuing combatant. Pray, render assistance, kind sir, a delicate, subdued voice resonated through Li Yuan's earpiece. He Buwei, having also detected the entreaty, turned to observe a female-appearing mech, whose impetuous velocity had resulted in the demolition of a colossal tree, thereby immobilizing it. The mech was entirely suspended, its lower extremities deprived of leverage, rendering immediate extrication unattainable. Thus, it implored the duo for succor with saccharine earnestness. Li Yuan, invariably adhering to the tenet of rendering aid to those in distress, deemed it a trivial endeavor. He advanced, poised to liberate the individual, when He Buwei vociferously interjected. Do not. Alas, it was too late. Li Yuan had already extracted the figure from its predicament. Ah, many thanks, Junior. As you are so benevolent, I shall assume your position. Retire and recuperate. Remember me, I am Shijong Michilan. Thereupon, the mech, capitalizing on the momentum imparted by Li Yuan's liberation, unleashed a whirlwind of kicks upon Li Yuan's chest. Chapter 40. Divine Dragon Ridge, Training 3 on the verdant slopes of the opposing side of Divine Dragon Ridge. A mech of 3 meters in height traversed with celerity. The mech, in its progression, deftly evaded the more deliberate, ascending students of various war academies, exhibiting an air of chivalrous grandeur. Upon its visor display, a luminous point seemed to momentarily falter. Lin Longfei maneuvered his mech with remarkable speed towards Li Yuan. This impudent fellow, not only seeking fame but also daring to covet his cherished doll, Luo Qianxin, was utterly intolerable. Since the martial arts examination, the doll had been deeply troubled by her 4th-place ranking in the Nanjing martial arts competition, with Li Yuan becoming a persistent source of anxiety and frustration for her. Prior to the examination, it was widely acknowledged throughout the Nanjing metropolis that 3 illustrious century-old elites reigned supreme: Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, and Luo Qianxin. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of the obscure Li Yuan, who audaciously usurped the position that was rightfully presumed to belong to Luo Qianxin? The proud and haughty Luo Qianxin's spirit was immediately shattered. After a series of discussions at home, she resolved to enroll in the Huazhong Provincial War Academy, determined to prove herself by defeating Li Yuan on the very first day. However, to her utter astonishment, Li Yuan chose to forego the Huazhong Provincial War Academy, relegating her to the status of a substitute for the coveted position, a humiliation that weighed heavily upon her. Had it not been for the warning from his family regarding the use of cultivation resources, Lin Longfei might have impulsively followed the proud and willful Luo Qianxin to the Nanjing War Academy. Later, he learned that Luo Qianxin had attempted to challenge Li Yuan several times without success, her aspirations remaining unfulfilled. Today, he was resolute in his determination to assist her in realizing this ambition by decisively subduing the pretentious Li Yuan. Yet, as he observed Li Yuan's swift movements beneath the visor, a frown creased Lin Longfei's brow. Speed means nothing. You cannot escape, he thought. Meanwhile, Luo Qianxin was closely pursuing Li Yuan, but the distance between them was gradually increasing. Lin Longfei also noticed 2 others trailing behind, seemingly intent on closing in on Li Yuan as well. It seems you have quite a few pursuers, but for the sake of Luo Qianxin, you are mine. With a cold sneer, Lin Longfei abruptly accelerated, dashing and leaping through the hills, leaving a trail of dumbfounded students in his wake. This time, he would no longer waste time evading. If a collision was unavoidable, he would unhesitatingly deliver a punch, sending any obstructing student flying, regardless of their academy affiliation. However, after pursuing for a while, he noticed that the distance between himself and Li Yuan remained unchanged, even widening slightly. During this time, Li Yuan had even paused once for someone. This realization frustrated Lin Longfei immensely. Was the boy cheating, perhaps wearing a fully self-propelled mech suit? But that seemed improbable. Where would a penniless boy like him acquire such a rare piece of equipment? With a snort, Lin Longfei accelerated once more. This time, he threw caution to the wind, directly colliding with anyone who stood in his path, regardless of their cries of pain, maintaining a straight line toward Li Yuan. 10 minutes later, Lin Longfei was panting. Feeling vexed, that detestable Li Yuan was still running ahead, having paused again, yet he couldn't catch up. By now, Luo Qianxian had fallen far behind him. Not to mention the other two individuals. Damn it, how can this kid run so fast? Could he have possibly cultivated some research-grade escape technique? He mused, perhaps. Without further hesitation, he consumed a power pill for the first time, and Lin Longfei accelerated again. He moved with the agility of a giant ape, heading straight for Li Yuan, who was several hundred meters away. Run, he thought. This time, there were finally no obstructions, but he still couldn't overtake Li Yuan. That execrable fellow was like a noisome spike, perpetually fixed about 200 meters ahead, an unbridgeable distance no matter how I ran. I refused to believe it. At that moment, Lin Longfei's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, ingested 2 potent pills, and his body's blood essence surged, further augmenting his speed. From an aerial perspective, Lin Longfei was akin to an arrow, cleaving through the trees and hurtling toward his target. Thus, in the face of absolute power, stratagems seem futile. Brute force can overcome any obstacle. At this moment, after sensing the unwelcome guest behind him, he smiled. Yibue, are you all right? Don't force yourself. Come on. Let your brother Yuan carry you. If we don't run, someone will catch up. Yibue, clutching Li Yuan's arm, gasped for breath. Damn his father, why chase? We didn't do anything to you, but you're about to exhaust me. Is this guy's brain malfunctioning? Or did you really snatch his wife? Get lost. You have to ask the union about the strike. I only know he must be furious. Get on you. Li Yuan didn't waste any more words with him. Grabbed Yibue, tossed him onto his back, and started running. He wasn't worried that Yibue would fall off. If he couldn't even hold on without falling, then he would truly be disabled. Li Yuan also had a temper. Okay? Why the hell are you chasing me so desperately? Why should I let you succeed? At that moment, Li Yuan, fused with the Wuling car, discovered to his astonishment that his speed had increased several-fold. Under these circumstances, how could Lin Longfei possibly catch up? Furthermore, Li Yuan was exceedingly astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to Yibue, he could actually accrue sanguineous energy even while absconding with the Wuling vehicle. By the heavens! Had he been privy to this earlier, he would have carried all the class monitors on his back. Verily, it is a divine vehicle, capable of such feats. It seems he is not merely the king of truancy as his classmates jest, but also a prodigious cheater in cultivation. Nonetheless, bearing a living soul is rather taxing. And even cheating comes at a price. Lin Longfei was on the verge of apoplectic fury, questioning why he had yet to close the distance. The lad must have acquired a fully autonomous mecha and mastered an esoteric, no, a mystical-level combat technique for fleeing. Otherwise, it would be utterly, indubitably, and unequivocally impossible to be this swift. Consuming such potent pills would be detrimental to a warrior's foundation, but in his current frenzy, Lin Longfei disregarded such concerns. He had boasted before the porcelain doll that he would vanquish Li Yuan, yet he could not even overtake him, turning his grand pronouncements into laughable mockeries. As a paragon of his generation, he found this unacceptable. Swoosh! Lin Longfei transformed into a fleeting afterimage, hurtling towards Li Yuan, bellowing into his comms earpiece, "You bastard. You think you can escape? I'll break your legs inch by excruciating inch." Chapter 41. Divine Dragon Ridge Training for the 5th Peak of Divine Dragon Ridge. Ascending to an altitude of over 3,000 meters is not excessively lofty. Yet, this peak is characterized by undulating precipices, a labyrinth of ravines, and a landscape strewn with grotesque rocks. Surveying the landscape, several students piqued his interest. The first was Ouyang Fenghua, who reached the summit first, clocking in at 20 minutes. Among the freshmen, his prowess is indeed preeminent and stands head and shoulders above the rest. The second scene features 2 students engaged in a spirited chase, their identities still elusive. Jiang Jingxiu observes the duo racing through the forested slopes and streams, a smile gracing his lips. The rivalry between these 2 youngsters is quite amusing. After 10 minutes, the leading student finally arrives, astonishingly carrying another individual on his back. Teacher Jiang, this is Li Yuan, class leader of Class A5 from Nanjiang Battle Academy. Reporting in, Li Yuan announced, lifting his visor to greet Jiang Jingxiu. At this moment, the fifth peak had already seen a dozen arrivals. Li Yuan was indifferent to the competition for the top spot. His priority was simply to get the burden on his back to safety. Jiang Jingxiu nodded, suggesting a brief respite. Li Yuan's accomplishment was commendable, being the first from Nanjiang Battle Academy to reach the summit. Other students who had arrived earlier expressed surprise at the sight of Li Yuan still carrying someone, prompting one to inquire, "Teacher, isn't it against the rules to bring someone up like this?" Jiang Jingxiu responded with a faint smile, "You could do the same, you know. Have you forgotten Team Lu's words?" The student promptly fell silent, realizing that during the training, only 3 prohibitions existed. Anything not expressly forbidden was permissible. A minute later, a formidable mech soared into view, radiating fury and stirring up leaves and dust as it charged towards Li Yuan. With a grin, Li Yuan called out, Hey, I've already reached the summit. If you strike now, it would be considered a private duel." His words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the furious Lin Longfei, momentarily halting his advance. Yet how could he bring himself to stop at this moment? After a relentless pursuit, he was determined to unleash his rage upon Li Yuan. Otherwise, the pent-up frustration within him would surely reach a breaking point. "Stand down." Jiang Jingxiu's gaze turned icy, poised to strike. In the distance, Ouyang Fenghua, who was meditating, swiftly intervened, positioning himself beside Lin Longfei and grasping his arm. "Lin Longfei, remain calm. I do not comprehend the source of your fury, yet Li Yuan is correct. For him, this competition has concluded. Any aggression now will result in expulsion." The visor of the mech lifted, revealing Lin Longfei's flushed face, his forehead veins pulsating. He pointed at Li Yuan, enunciating each word. "Li Yuan, I challenge you. Do you dare to engage in battle with me?" Li Yuan patted his mech, replying, "I am fatigued. I require a moment's respite. Look at you. So frantic. Are you not weary?" This seemingly irrelevant retort only served to further infuriate Lin Longfei, whose chest heaved dramatically, even through the mech's exterior. He struggled to contain the overwhelming urge to obliterate Li Yuan. At this juncture, students from Nanjiang Battle Academy began to arrive. Ouyang Fenglai, Jiang Tong, Wuling, Mu Guxin, and others, including the formidable Dongzhang Tyrannosaurus and Shizhang Michelin. Among them was also a familiar face to Li Yuan, Zhao Haqing, a former classmate from the 3rd middle school. They exchanged nods, yet there was little conversation between them. "Do I know you? Is it not a waste of energy to engage in a brawl? Do you believe you are worth it?" Li Yuan's words elicited peculiar glances from those around him. Some regarded him with disdain for his apparent reluctance to fight, such as the Tyrannosaurus, Michelin, and Zhao Hanqing. Others, like Wuling, chuckled at his derision of Lin Longfei, while a few, like Ouyang Fenglai, gave him a thumbs up, approving his retort. "Why should I accept your challenge?" As Lin Longfei was about to provoke Li Yuan once more, another mech surged forward. The visor lifted, revealing a sharp voice. "Lin Longfei, be quiet. Do you really need to meddle in my affairs? What a pointless endeavor." Lin Longfei felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He wouldn't have repeatedly consumed 6 strength-enhancing pills if it weren't for Luo Qianchen, risking the integrity of his foundational cultivation. Yet, she had the audacity to chastise him upon arrival. At that moment, he could not argue with her, as he was intent on inciting Li Yuan's ire. Just then, Jiang Jingxiu interjected, "Enough. Everyone silence. This is a cross-school training exercise, not a venue for personal disputes. There will be ample opportunities to spar later." The crowd fell silent, as students began to arrive in various manners, some walking, others crawling, each displaying their own unique style. Jiang Jingxiu glanced at her wrist terminal, announcing that the competition time had concluded. "Class leaders from each school and class, please report your numbers for verification." In fact, the students who had arrived earlier had already begun to gather according to their respective schools and classes. The Class A from Nanjing War Academy had reached 90, while Classes B and C had attained 60. Jiang Jingxiu proclaimed, "In this round of training, Huazhong Provincial War Academy ranked 1st, Dongjiang 2nd, Nanjing 3rd, Beijing 4th, and Xizhang 5th. Individual scores will be recorded in personal files." As Jiang Jingxiu continued to speak, her expression suddenly sharpened, her gaze piercing through the distant thicket. "Who goes there?" The students were taken aback. Was there a beast lurking nearby? They were not particularly frightened of wild animals, just caught off guard. "Teachers, Ensure the safety of your students and class leaders. Keep a close watch on your classmates. I will investigate, Jiang Jingxiu declared before vanishing in an instant. The students began to murmur amongst themselves, wondering about the matter at hand. Do you have any inkling as to what it might be? Are you jesting? From this distance, my meager extrasensory perception is of no use. Perhaps you, with your even weaker abilities, could attempt to sense it? Another student mused. Could it be a mythical beast capable of cultivation, having consumed rare and precious natural treasures? Li Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Jingxiu's silhouette, which was disappearing into the dense forest, though the cops appeared to be nearby. The reality of traversing such mountainous terrain was that the distance was likely at least 10 kilometers. Several of the more formidable class leaders, such as Ouyang Fenghua, immediately took the lead, descending the mountain with haste. Lin Longfei, simmering with suppressed anger, cast a profound glance at Li Yuan before following suit. Li Yuan turned to He Buwei, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't carry me. I feel as though I'm becoming incapacitated. In that case, Li Yuan responded with a smile, folding his arms. Will you follow me, or shall I carry you? He then adjusted his mask. He Buwei hesitated for a moment. The truth was that being carried on Li Yuan's back at high speed had been quite exhilarating, but with so many others present, he decided against it. I'll simply follow you. Descending the mountain shouldn't be too difficult. Is that so? Do you believe that pushing me, the East River Tyrannosaurus, down the mountain will go unpunished? He Buwei glanced at the East River Tyrannosaurus. What's the matter? Are you faster than Lin Longfei? The East River Tyrannosaurus was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Longfei had been brought to tears by Li Yuan's actions. Could he truly hope to exact revenge? As he wavered, Li Yuan and He Buwei had already vanished into the verdant forest. He Buwei's laughter echoed through the trees. Farewell, you big oaf. Until we meet again. Ouyang Fenglei, clad in his mechanized armor, strode past the East River Tyrannosaurus, casting a fleeting glance at him. Hey, our South River War Academy is not to be trifled with. You stand no chance against Li Yuan. How about a little sparring? After all, descending the mountain won't affect your scores. The East River Tyrannosaurus dismissively waved its mechanical finger and plunged down the mountain. That afternoon, all students engaged in a period of rest, during which the Shinjo army conducted a live demonstration on strategies and techniques for combating extraterrestrial pirates, detailing both their strengths and weaknesses, as well as an overview of the shattered star cluster base. Many students began to grasp the underlying tension, sensing that an all-out war with the alien pirates could erupt at any moment. The so-called training for these freshmen was, in reality, preparatory military drills, perhaps priming them for the battlefield in the near future. After dinner, the night in Shunlong Ridge was eerily tranquil. Occasionally, the bizarre creatures in the forest emitted low, rumbling growls, seemingly displeased with the human warriors encroaching upon their territory. As the night deepened, the camp fell into an unsettling silence. Inside his tent, Li Yuan sat cross-legged, silently fortifying the defensive barrier of his will manifestation technique. What had once been a relatively thin membrane had now thickened to the width of a finger. Suddenly, his 1-2-star sixth sense tingled, prompting him to leap from his tent in search of his neighbor, He Buwei. In an instant, the camp erupted into a cacophony of screams. Infiltrator! Infiltrator! Came the urgent cries as every soldier sprang into action. Above the camp, Lu Qingfeng's furious shout pierced the air. Li Yuan's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he grasped the magical artifact from his tent and dashed toward the source of the chaos, where he beheld a masked assailant brandishing a blade against a student. The assailant cleaved through the air, sending the student sprawling, their arm nearly severed. The assailant whirled around, a malevolent grin contorting their features, and lunged towards Li Yuan. Taken aback, Li Yuan retaliated with a desperate flurry of strikes, his saber transforming into a fleeting glimmer of light. The blade's force scattered like leaves in a tempest, yet proved as futile as attempting to cleave water. Li Yuan's intuition surged, momentarily disrupting his adversary's focus. In that fleeting pause, a series of swift strikes landed, each blow resounding with brutal force, rendering the attacker unconscious with a pained cry. As Li Yuan raised his staff to crush the infiltrator's skull, Xiang Liang's voice echoed from the front lines. Spare him, Li Yuan. We need him alive for interrogation. Junior students, cease your inaction and apprehend the remaining intruders. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and, accompanied by He Buwei, advanced towards another masked figure locked in fierce combat with Luo Qianqian. With decisive efficiency, Li Yuan delivered a crushing blow, felling the masked assailant with a single, powerful strike. Luo Qianchen stood dumbfounded, her gaze fixed on Li Yuan. Was this the individual she had so vociferously clamored to challenge? She had dismissed Ouyang Finglei's defeat as inconsequential, believing she could have achieved the same outcome. During their daytime ascent, she had imagined herself capable of pursuing Li Yuan relentlessly, only to find herself trailing far behind. Now, this masked adversary had been overwhelming her. And had Li Yuan arrived any later, she would have undoubtedly lost her left arm. At that moment, Luo Qianchen experienced a maelstrom of emotions, disappointment, despair, and a profound sense of disorientation. Once again, junior students stepped forward to bind the unconscious masked figure. He Wei, unable to contain his animosity, delivered a forceful kick, exclaiming, "You dare attack us, you bastard. We'll make you regret it." Li Yuan glanced at Luo Qianchen, whose eyes welled with tears, and sighed inwardly. "Come with us," he offered with a hint of resignation. "There's safety in numbers, and we can watch each other's backs." With blood trickling from her wound, Luo Qianchen wavered, contemplating whether to follow Li Yuan. To acquiesce would signify her inferiority, extinguishing her competitive spirit. Yet, to refuse meant risking death this very night. Ultimately, driven by pride and obstinacy, Luo Qianchen turned and departed. Li Yuan, paying her no further heed, proceeded directly towards Ouyang Fenglei, who was locked in a bloody duel with a masked assailant. Ouyang Fenglei bore a deep gash across his chest, from which blood flowed freely. However, his spirit was ignited. For the disciples of the Ouyang family were not ones to cower before death. He unleashed the soaring void blades, a profound technique he had mastered, sending two black daggers hurtling towards the masked figure. The assailant sneered, raising his blade to parry, only for it to falter as if ensnared. The twin black daggers pierced his chest with a sickening thud, erupting in a crimson spray. He was then sent sprawling by He Wei's kick. "Come on, you lot. Seize them," He Wei roared. "If the master hadn't instructed us to take them alive, I'd cleave your skulls and use them for a game of football." Ouyang Fenglei nodded to Li Yuan, acknowledging that Li Yuan's actions had disrupted the assailant's sixth sense, leaving him vulnerable to the soaring void blades. "Join us," He Wei urged. "There's strength in numbers." Ouyang Fenglei smiled, hastily bandaging his wound before joining Li Yuan, his attention fixed on the five masked figures besieging Jiangtong, Wuling, and Mugushan. "Kill," Li Yuan bellowed, launching a twin-layered staff attack without hesitation. In an instant, a spectral image of Li Yuan materialized, his staff sending one of the masked figures flying. The most formidable freshmen of South River War College, including Ouyang Fenglei, were utterly astonished. In less than 10 days, the boy's strength had advanced considerably. What was the point of competing with him in the future? He waved his hand, directing the younger students to apprehend the assailants. Soon, the three masked individuals, who had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood and fainting by Li Yuan and his comrades, were captured. "Li Yuan, let's kill these two bastards together." Jiang Tong roared, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes blazing with ferocity. "Teacher Xiang instructed us to keep them alive for interrogation." Li Yuan responded with a hint of helplessness. "But they murdered our classmates. Why can't we kill them?" Team leader Lu said, "We have no restrictions except for the 3 prohibitions." Jiang Tong bellowed. Indeed, the class leaders had witnessed the 5 masked men encircling and killing several lower-level students before fighting their way through at the cost of their lives. Li Yuan, considering this, pointed his staff at the masked men. "He who slays shall be slain." The masked men were filled with dread, crying out, "You can't kill me." They were genuinely terrified, never expecting these students to be so powerful, especially Li Yuan, who was monstrously strong. "Why can't we kill you?" Li Yuan sneered, raising his staff. "You just can't." Another masked man suddenly interjected. Li Yuan gazed at the approaching masked man, his expression grave. This masked man exuded an aura of immense threat. Without hesitation, Li Yuan's sixth sense went on full alert. However, the next moment, he smiled wryly. "Team leader Lu, what game are you playing?" "Impressive. I deliberately altered my voice and posture, yet you still recognized me. You've improved." The masked man laughed heartily, removing his mask to reveal Lu Qingfeng. At this moment, Ouyang Fenglei and the others felt a renewed sense of inadequacy. It was evident that Captain Lu had suppressed their sixth sense, apart from Li Yuan. None could identify the newcomer. This indicated the extraordinary strength of Li Yuan's sixth sense, which could withstand Captain Lu's influence. Li Yuan scratched his head, pondering Captain Lu's intentions. Why could they not eliminate these infiltrators, who had harmed their classmates? Upon hearing this, the masked figure on the ground stood up, pulled down his mask, and pointed at Li Yuan, cursing him vehemently. You scoundrel! You nearly killed me just now. Li Yuan turned to see that it was, in fact, Lan Qingyun. Her face a mosaic of blue, green, and red hues. Senior Lan, how could it be you? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Lan Qingyun appeared somewhat aggrieved and melancholic, explaining. It was all arranged by the school. I had no idea you had become so formidable. Who harmed our classmates? Initially, we merely interfered with the sixth sense of those classmates to make them believe we had committed murder. In truth, we did not kill anyone, at most. We inflicted minor injuries, all part of Captain Lu's orchestrated performance. He Hui, taken aback, questioned the meaning behind their theatrics. What do you mean, acting? Lan Qingfeng cleared his throat and gathered the group to whisper, the so-called infiltrators are merely upperclassmen we recruited from the school to assess your capabilities. Keep this confidential. The performance must continue. At that moment, the collective astonishment of everyone was palpable. Is this truly how it is played? What if, just what if, someone accidentally kills the other? He Hui interjected. And you, with your incessant prattling, think you can contribute? Lu Qingfeng cast a fleeting glance at him. However, even if an unforeseen circumstance were to arise, it mattered little. In the face of extraterrestrial pirates, we lose countless soldiers of the Shenzhou army each year. A few injuries now may result in fewer casualties in the future. As Lu Qingfeng spoke, he suddenly heard a cacophony of anguished cries ahead. Help! In the distance. The figure clad in black, upon noticing Lu Qingfeng pointing in his direction, hastily fled. Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly raised his specialized wrist terminal, announcing to all instructors, attention, attention, there may indeed be infiltrators breaching the camp. Gather the students immediately and conduct a thorough search for any infiltrators. Li Yuan and his companions' expressions turned grave. It seemed the farce had turned all too real. It was likely that a student had indeed been slain. Li Yuan, you must gather the students from the nearby Nanjing War Academy at once. Higher-ranked warriors are to protect the lower-ranked ones. Immediately. Having spoken, Lu Qingfeng vanished from sight. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yuan felt an urgent sense of responsibility. He promptly instructed, Ouyang Fenglei and the rest of you, stay here as sentinels. He Buwei. Rally the other students to come together for collective defense. I will patrol the vicinity to identify any infiltrators. If you spot one, summon me immediately. Senior Sister Lan, could you kindly keep an eye on things? Li Yuan scratched his head, contemplating the necessity of rallying so many vulnerable individuals. It pained him somewhat. Despite the crisis, Ouyang Fenglei and the others could not help but smirk. Li Yuan, aren't you the tough one? You can even take on women. This should be entertaining. Just as Ibuwei was about to jest further, a surge of formidable auras approached, cleaving through the air, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. Kill! Bellowed Lan Qingyun. Several senior students, masquerading as infiltrators, shed their disguises and engaged the genuine infiltrators in a fierce battle. Li Yuan swiftly charged forward. Insignificant whelp, the enemy sneered, tonight. I've come to reap lives, and you're the 10th. With that, he brought down his ghastly blade. Li Yuan felt a formidable psionic intrusion surge into his mind, attempting to disrupt him. A cold smirk played on his lips as he instantly unleashed his psychic sword. The attacker's sneering visage abruptly contorted in agony. The suffering arrived too swiftly for him to even cry out. Li Yuan's second layer of the sevenfold staff technique was instantly deployed, and 2 successive staff matrices reduced the slowed assailant to scattered fragments. Witnessing the slaughter of his classmates, Li Yuan was equally enraged and once more unleashed his psychic sword. As his enemies cried out in agony, his staff danced, shattering their skulls one by one. The sheer power with which Li Yuan annihilated the infiltrators left Lan Qingyun somewhat dumbfounded, realizing what might have happened if he had not held back earlier. On the other side of the encampment, in the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy sector, 5 black-clad figures similarly appeared, hacking with their blades and instantly killing 7 or 8 new students. Ouyang Fenghua let out a long roar and, along with Lin Longfei, Zhang Hanwei, Lu Juansuan, and Wen Yunqiu, leaped forth, intercepting the black-clad figures who were continuing to slaughter the lower-level students. Zhao Hanqing closely followed Ouyang Fenghua. He was a top celebrity at the 3rd high school, but at the Huazhong Prefectural War Academy, he was instantly eclipsed by the brilliance of Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, and the others. Nevertheless, true to his nature, Zhao Hanqing shouted, "Fellow students, unite. Rally around the senior students, with Ouyang Fenghua at the core, and together we shall resist these infiltrators. Believe in yourselves. We will surely triumph over these infiltrators, upholding the victory of the Central China Academy. While he can contend with one foe, the others pose a significant challenge. A quintet, coalescing in a coordinated assault. Ouyang Fenghua bellowed as the fray reignited. Meanwhile, at the heart of the encampment, Lu Qifeng was intercepted by a masked figure. "Captain Lu, whither do you venture?" The masked individual inquired with a delicate smile. "A vixen." "It is you." "Indeed, Captain Lu, it is I." "Why the hostility?" "Tonight, your calculations have gone awry. We intend to extirpate all your students." "Does it grieve you?" "If so, then weep." The masked vixen giggled, her form quivering with amusement. "Tonight marks the culmination of the long-conceived Project Fire Phoenix. How did you ascertain our presence in the Divine Dragon Ridge?" Lu Qingfeng questioned, puzzled. The encampment was equipped with wrist terminal jamming devices. How did the infiltrators discern their location? "You seek knowledge? I can impart it. However, as a quid pro quo, you must divulge the secrets of your sixth sense combat technique, that enigmatic skill of willpower metamorphosis. How does that strike you?" The vixen proposed with a playful tone. "Delusional fancy. Do you presume that a handful of paltry individuals such as yourselves can create havoc? Have you not considered the multitude of instructors present?" Lu Qifeng retorted vehemently. A chill ran down Lu Qingfeng's spine. Indubitably, there was a mole within the academy. Considering the previous operation of the patrol division, which was preemptively discovered and ambushed by infiltrators, it became evident that the infiltrators had indeed permeated various institutions in Nanjiang. Lu Qingfeng erupted in fury. "You lackeys of the Technological Federation, I shall exterminate you all this day." The vixen leisurely brandished a dainty short sword. "Come forth, and allow me to witness the prowess of Captain Lu, the master of the Xinzhou army." Chapter 44, Drills at the Divine Dragon Ridge 7. The fox was indeed a formidable adversary. Despite Lu Qingfeng's extensive experience in numerous battles across the Divine Land Army and his profound combat expertise, his opponent had astutely identified a vulnerability in Lu Qingfeng's combat techniques, completely entangling him and preventing his escape. Each of the 5 squad leaders led the 10 strongest individuals from their respective teams, patrolling the periphery of the student body. Currently, the entire camp was in utter disarray, with their wrist-mounted terminals disabled. Communication via the mecha headsets was still available, but the mechas themselves had been confiscated. At this juncture, they were uncertain of Lu instructors' arrangements, prioritizing the safety of the South River War College students above all else. Li Yuan tasked He Buwei with organizing a headcount and discovered that, in just a short span of time, 25 students from South River War College had already perished, perhaps due to Li Yuan's awe-inspiring prowess in eliminating 3 infiltrators. No other infiltrators dared to approach their vicinity, significantly alleviating the pressure on South River War College. However, the surrounding camps of East River, North River, and the Central China Prefecture War College were engulfed in deafening clashes and incessant screams. It appeared that the entire camp's command system had been crippled, with each school fighting independently, unaware of the number of infiltrators present. This situation was clearly unsustainable. "Senior Lan, Ouyang Fenglei, Luo Qianxin, I'm going to find Instructor Lu. You, along with the other squad leaders, maintain the current defensive formation. Remember, prioritize defense and do not engage in offensive maneuvers. Go, but be careful. And remember, you owe me a week of lavish dinners. Don't die and try to weasel out of it." Lan Xingyan approached, casually patting Li Yuan's arm without any reservation. Luo Qianxin remained silent, simply nodding with a glint in her eyes. Ouyang Fenglei exclaimed, "Rest assured, he was a man who respected strength," readily conceding defeat to Li Yuan without shame. He Buwei, however, remained anxious and, attempting to compose himself, clutched at Li Yuan, saying, "I'll accompany you. Damn it, I'll help you eliminate the infiltrators." Wielding his staff, Li Yuan charged in and swiftly killed one of the men in black, while another fled. Dongjiang Tyrannosaurus gasped for breath, his mouth filled with blood. With no time to speak, he nodded to Li Yuan and turned to rescue the other students. Li Yuan sighed, knowing he couldn't linger, and continued toward the command center in the middle of the camp. The intruders, observing the impenetrable defense of the Nanjiang War College students, did not immediately rush into battle. Instead, they mocked the awaiting crowd, shouting, "Haha, look at you, a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. We'll kill you one by one. No, that doll-like girl is mine. OMG, she's so beautiful. I adore her." One of the men in black pointed at Luo Qianxin, drool streaming down his face. "Get lost. This beauty is mine." Another man in black patted the first one, then pointed at Lan Qingyun and Wuling, saying, "Hey, that one's also pretty. And her figure is super hot, an S-shape. Isn't that the type the second likes? The last one is a bit lacking, so she's yours third." Lan Qingyun retorted, "This grandma is beautiful and has a great figure. Come over here if you dare, and I'll cut out your tongue and gouge out your eyes." Luo Qianshun was silently enraged, drawing her exquisite sword, ready to unleash her swordsmanship, rush out, kill the depraved man, and blind him. Wuling felt utterly aggrieved. What did they mean by almost there? She certainly had a good figure. She was so infuriated that she itched to rush out and slay the beast. Lan Qingyun scoffed, advising his junior sister not to be impulsive, suggesting that there was no harm in letting them engage in some verbal sparring. He turned to He Buwei, remarking on his eloquence and entrusting him with the task of dealing with them. Jiang Tong and Mu Guxian also nodded in agreement. Thus, regardless of the 5 men in black's taunts and provocations from the periphery, the students of South River War Academy stood united like an impregnable fortress. They would not attack or disperse, allowing their opponents to say what they would, while they hurled insults in return. He Buwei led the barrage of invectives, denouncing the opposing side for bullying the weak, lacking character, and being utterly despicable. The 5 men in black were unable to win the verbal joust, and finally, in a fit of rage, they roared and charged into the crowd with their blades. "Understood. I'll complete the mission." The students took their positions and engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Li Yuan fought his way toward the command center, covered in blood, both from the men in black and from other students of different academies. Along the way, he had slain several more men in black and aided Mi Qilin of West River, extricating her from a perilous situation. Since the Central China Prefecture War Academy and West River War Academy were on opposite sides of the command center, he was unaware of their respective situations. Finally, he broke into the heart of the camp, where the command center was located, only to find the area in ruins. Lu Qifeng was locked in an intense battle with a man in black, his 7-fold staff technique even more astonishing than before, having mastered the 5th fold. 5 Lu Qingfengs, wielding 5 staff matrices, surrounded a long-haired, fox-masked man in black, their combined aura overwhelming. Yet the fox wielded a long sword, elusive and swift, its glimmering blade forming a constellation of stars that intermittently shattered Lu Qingfeng's deadly array. Within the 100-meter radius of their confrontation, none dared to approach. For should one be ensnared by the slightest trace of the lethal formation or the celestial blade, they would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Lu Qingfeng sensed Li Yuan's urgent call, urging him to utilize the earpiece to notify the dean to dispatch reinforcements, for their target was their 6th sense combat technique. "Hurry!" Li Yuan exclaimed before dashing away. Chapter 45. The Training at Shenlong Ridge 8 in the office of the Dean of South River Battle Academy. Mo Wenhai stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the students coming and going, his thoughts in turmoil. He was aware that the new recruits had already settled at Shenlong Ridge, and tonight Lu Qifeng would present him with a briefing on the first day's developments. This training exercise served as a battleground for competition among the 5 battle academies of Huazhong Prefecture. What ranking would South River Battle Academy ultimately achieve? Mo Wenhai furrowed his brow, pondering why Lu Qifeng, a person known for his punctuality, was late today. 5 minutes passed, yet Lu Qingfeng's profile remained motionless. Mo Wenhai chuckled bitterly, questioning whether the security measures had been overly stringent. What if an issue arose at the camp, leaving both parties unaware? It was possible Lu Qifeng had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. After all, he had canceled the meeting and severed the connection to his wrist terminal. Should there be any pressing matters, Lu Qifeng would surely reach out to him. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he had turned off the communicator, a call had come through, only to be swiftly extinguished by his unyielding hand. The fox remained oblivious to the whereabouts of Lu Qingfeng's earpiece. Otherwise, they might have directly obliterated all the mechs within the truck. In a bid to swiftly connect with Mo Wenhai, Li Yuan instinctively summoned his 6th sense, wielding his staff to send 2 individuals flying, their fates uncertain. With resolute determination, he struck 3 cloaked figures, each blow targeting their vital points, resulting in their swift demise. However, Li Yuan soon found himself overwhelmed, his head pounding painfully. Gasping for breath, he shook his head in an effort to alleviate the agony brought on by the excessive use of his 6th sense. If he faced a few more infiltrators, he feared he would reach his limit. Fortunately, there were no more assailants obstructing his path, allowing him to dash towards the truck, retrieve a mech, and secure the door. With the area devoid of enemies, he hastily maneuvered the mech aside to don it. He was wary that operating within the confines of the truck might reveal the mech's presence, which would undoubtedly lead to its destruction. He swiftly activated the semi-autonomous system, his earpiece buzzing to life as he dialed Mo1 High's number from his wrist terminal. The call connected, but was abruptly terminated by the other party. In frustration, Li Yuan cursed, contemplating redialing when a faint voice echoed from behind. "Young man, we meet again. Have you donned the mech? Who are you trying to reach? Mo1 High?" Li Yuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He understood that diverting his attention to dial the number, even for a fleeting moment, could result in his demise at the hands of his adversary. "It's you." Li Yuan turned to face a cloaked figure, squinting his eyes. "Indeed, tonight marks your end. Before you perish, let me introduce myself. I am Robert, the squad leader of the Technology Federation's task force stationed at the South River Division." The cloaked figure grinned with unshakable confidence. "Robert, is it? The outcome of life and death remains uncertain. Have you truly secured your advantage over me?" Li Yuan massaged his temples and donned the mech mask. Practicing combat with the mech beforehand proved to be advantageous, especially since, with the assistance of the Wuling vehicle, the mech control system had achieved a profound integration with his neural pathways. "Indeed, do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions of engaging me in conversation to buy time for recovery or to familiarize yourself with the mech combat system. In the realm of mechs, we are the true progenitors. Therefore, I shall grant you the time to recuperate, allowing for a more dignified demise." Robert smiled nonchalantly, exuding unwavering confidence. Li Yuan extended his thumb in approval, wishing him happiness in the afterlife. Without warning, Li Yuan launched an attack, his mechanical hand seizing the mystic. As the threefold mystic lunged towards Robert, a flash of white light erupted, and a flying sword hurtled toward Robert's heart. Robert continued to smile, yet his response was swift. With no vehicle at his disposal, he believed he could eliminate this individual on the spot, yet he set aside any underestimation and committed himself entirely. His C-Class Super Titanium Alloy sword flew forth, its technique reminiscent of a fox, as stars began to twinkle in the sky. Although the number and inherent power were far inferior to that of the fox, Li Yuan was no match for Lu Qingfeng. The stars collided with the matrix, and amidst the cacophony, everything faded into oblivion. To Robert, that flying sword appeared remarkably slow. His sixth sense locked onto its trajectory, and he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the sword's body. This was no ordinary strike. It was imbued with 90% of its strength, reflecting his seriousness toward Li Yuan. With a resounding crack, the flying sword was sent spiraling away, its body warping slightly, a testament to the force of the blow. Though his prowess has seen some improvement, he remains but a novice, and the fate of death is inescapable. Robert smiled faintly, and in the next moment, the sword in his hand morphed into a furious black serpent, its eyes as dark as obsidian, and its forked tongue, several meters long, coiled menacingly towards Li Yuan, while 2 rows of exceedingly sharp fangs advanced to consume him. With a cold sneer, Robert remarked that dying beneath his arcane combat technique, the serpent blade, would afford Li Yuan a VIP experience. However, a subtle tremor coursed through his mind, and he suddenly found himself amidst a flurry of peach blossoms, their fragrance wafting through the air. He stood in an expansive peach blossom grove, where a lavishly large mattress lay upon the lush green grass. Reclining upon the soft bed was an ethereal beauty, adorned with a sheer veil and dressed in an alluringly light attire. The heavenly maiden, seemingly apprehensive of the ferocious aura of the serpent blade, gazed at the man in black with a mixture of admiration, fear, and desperation, pleading, "My lord, please do not slay me. I am willing to serve you for a lifetime." Robert was momentarily stunned. Was she truly this beautiful? How was it that his long-held desires manifested so effortlessly? No, he was a luminary of the Technological Federation. Did he not envision a golden-haired, blue-eyed Western beauty? Why did this woman resemble one from the divine continent? And where was Li Yuan? Abruptly awakened, he realized this was undoubtedly a lethal illusion. With this thought, a chill ran down Robert's spine. Losing focus in battle, even for an instant, could prove fatal, and he had been entranced for several seconds. A sharp pain radiated from his forehead, and the enchanting maiden along with the peach trees vanished from sight. Chapter 46. The trial at Shunlong Ridge. A slightly bent flying sword was embedded in Robert's forehead, crimson blood oozing slowly from the wound. At this moment, Li Yuan trembled all over. The excessive use of his sixth sense had rendered the celestial body within his Niwen palace dim and listless. His sixth sense merely surpassed Robert's by a mere 0.2 stars, allowing him to confine his adversary for but an instant. This fleeting moment had come at a grave cost. Without the opportunity to recuperate through cultivation, he would be unable to utilize his sixth sense in the ensuing battle. Any further exertion would shatter his Yuan palace. However, such precautions may not be necessary. Yuan shook his head to clear the dizziness clouding his mind. Disregarding the dying Robert as he activated his earpiece communicator, dialing the wrist terminal of the venerable elder Mo once more. Just as he initiated the call, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from behind him. Though encased in his mech, he dared not underestimate this imminent threat. He deftly recoiled to evade the strike. In an instant, a devilish scene unfolded before him. Robert, with the sword still lodged in his forehead, had dark crimson blood trickling from the wound, tracing a macabre pattern across his face, reminiscent of a blooming flower of death. His pallid visage, purplish lips, eyes filled with hatred, and the sword emanating an aura of slaughter painted a grim picture. Today, I am wounded. You shall perish, along with your entire kin. Robert's voice was cold and filled with animosity. Yuan narrowed his eyes, sensing the impending threat of death in the dense atmosphere of malice. When warriors clash, the bold shall prevail. Kill. Both men bellowed in unison, launching their attacks. Each was prepared to fight to the death, unflinching in the face of demise. The Serpent Gang's sword unleashed its most formidable strike, a torrent of lethal intent aimed at Yuan, while an ordinary screwdriver, swift as lightning, hurtled toward Robert's heart. Bang! Yuan was sent hurtling backward, his mecha shattered, a gaping wound rent in his chest, from which blood gushed forth. Robert remained steadfast, rooted to the spot. Yet a soft hiss escaped him as his body betrayed a breach. He cast his gaze downward, bemused by the perforating injury. His Serpent Force sword's final strike, he recalled, was fortified by a threefold sword aura, for he harbored no desire to meet his end there. His assailant, it seemed, had wielded naught but a screwdriver. WTF? Could such a paltry tool truly pierce his Serpent Force sword? Why? But the vital force to unravel this enigma was no longer his to command. The soulless frame relinquished its grip, the super titanium sword clattered to the earth, and the corpse slumped, lifeless, in a final, resounding thud. Yuan, cross-legged, regulated his vital energy, staunching the flow of blood. He disregarded his own grievous wounds, swiftly activating Mo1Hi's mobile terminal, though not without a furtive glance at the super titanium alloy long sword upon the ground, a veritable hoard of divine continent currency. With a swift motion, he seized Robert's wrist terminal, adding it to the growing collection amassed from the fallen black-clad assailants, a veritable windfall. Hello, is this Instructor Liu? Dean, this is Yuan. The training camp has been infiltrated by a multitude of assailants. The situation is dire. I implore you to dispatch reinforcements immediately. Understood. Mo1Hi's tone betrayed no surprise. Yet unseen by Yuan, his brows had already furrowed in consternation. He focused his sixth sense, and with a resounding bellow, he commanded, all instructors of the War Academy, assemble before the administrative building, forthwith. In less than a minute, the instructors remaining on campus materialized before the dean's office. As Yuan concluded the call, a wave of relief washed over him, swiftly followed by an overwhelming surge of pain, a cacophony of agony assailing every inch of his being. After a brief grimace, he sat up, struggling to extricate himself from the damaged mech. He carefully stowed away his screwdriver, flying sword, and talisman, his sole possessions, which he could not afford to lose. Naturally, Robert's C-grade super titanium alloy sword was his own hard-earned prize, invaluable in worth. As he grasped the sword, he felt a notable alleviation of pain coursing through his body. Although the chaos of battle raged on around the camp, he believed that once the information was relayed, the turmoil would soon cease. With the sword secured to his back, he hastily tended to the wound on his chest and took a few moments to gather his breath before rising to seek out Feng. It was imperative to inform him that he had established contact with the elder Mo to bolster the morale of their forces. The carnage remained brutal, with severed limbs strewn about, predominantly belonging to students. A pang of sorrow gripped Yuan's heart as he gazed upon the youthful faces, so full of promise and vitality, now extinguished in this grim setting. The anguish of their families upon receiving such news would be unfathomable. How many silver-haired souls would mourn their youthful kin? Such a heart-wrenching sorrow would be unbearable. At last, he fought his way to the center of the camp, where Feng confronted the fox. Both were wounded, yet the fox was missing an arm. Upon seeing Yuan approach, Feng burst into laughter, taunting, "Fox, you miserable wretch! Your inept crew is on the brink of annihilation. You shall all perish. Li Yuan managed a wry smile, questioning Lu Qingfeng's faith in his ability to resolve the situation. I must not fail in my mission, otherwise, I shall have no face left to boast. He raised his voice, striving to be heard above the din. Captain Lu. The Dean has assured me that he will dispatch a fully equipped Xinzhou army to eradicate the infiltrators, expected to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Lu Qifeng laughed heartily once more. The boy had not misjudged the situation. In crucial moments, he did not falter, demonstrating his audacity. Li Yuan's voice resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of the bloodied students engaged in battle, stirring a palpable shift in their morale, igniting their fervor for combat. With that single proclamation, the tides of the conflict subtly altered. Should the carnage continue unabated, it would not be long before the infiltrators faced utter collapse. Lu Qifeng resumed his air of nonchalance. Addressing the fox, I offer you a chance to retreat, else I shall show no mercy. Yet, Lu Qifeng felt a twinge of helplessness. The fox had displayed remarkable prowess, leaving him uncertain of his ability to vanquish her within 10 minutes. The fox, clutching her sword with a severed arm, stood resolutely before him, a serene smile gracing her features. Lu Qingfeng, do you truly believe you have triumphed? She queried, a hint of mockery in her tone. Lu Qingfeng chuckled in response. If you perish, can it not be deemed a victory for me? The fox's smile twisted into something enigmatic as she removed her mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful Western visage. No, for I have come here to embrace my demise. Lu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. He had fallen into a trap. Chapter 47. The Dragon Ridge training exercise. A powerful surge of energy coursed through him. Mo Wenhai was resolute in his belief that once reinforcements arrived, they would obliterate the infiltrators. He glanced at the time on his wrist terminal. It had been 10 minutes since Li Yuan had raised the alarm. The airship was advancing at full throttle, yet it would still take approximately 20 minutes to reach their destination. Were it not for his responsibility to oversee the entire operation, he would have preferred to lead the charge against these intruders himself. As 3 airships ascended into the sky, the students of the South River War Academy sensed that something significant was unfolding, engaging in hushed inquiries amongst themselves, an undercurrent of unease permeating the campus. He exhaled deeply, finally feeling a sense of relief. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed through the campus, sending shivers down the spine. Mo Wenhai's figure vanished in an instant. Reappearing at the source of the commotion, the entrance of the South River Combat Academy. A fierce battle raged on, as a horde of individuals clad in black emerged from the shadows, wielding either long swords or laser guns, overwhelming the security teams stationed at the entrance. A dark tide surged into the South River Combat Academy. Enraged, Mo Wenhai recalled the earlier attack on the Shenlong Ridge camp and began to piece together the situation. Who are you? Dare you assault the South River Combat Academy? Are you seeking death? Mo Wenhai bellowed, striking with his palm. However, his attack was intercepted by a formidable gust of wind, the collision uprooting the academy's gate. Students screamed, scattering in all directions. Director Mo, I shall entertain you. A figure appeared unexpectedly in the air, donning a zombie mask. Mo Wenhai recognized his longtime adversary, the zombie. Humph, I never expected you to still be alive. How audacious of you to invade the South River Combat Academy. Do you have a death wish? Huh. Director Mo, you jest. My life is exceedingly precious. I fear death immensely, the zombie retorted, laced with sarcasm. Let us not kid ourselves. Are you truly willing to forsake the lives of the thousands of new students at Shenlong Ridge? If you can accept that, then so be it, he laughed heartily. At that moment, the black-clad army surged into the campus, cutting down anyone who dared to obstruct their path. Making a beeline for the library of the South River Combat Academy, Mo Wenhai let out a disdainful snort, realizing that your true intention lies here. All the talk of the Dragon Ridge attack was merely a pretext. You seek to seize the Sixth Sense combat technique from the library, do you not? No wonder you are the dean. You have seen through our scheme with remarkable clarity. So what will it be? Surrender the combat technique, and we shall spare lives. Otherwise, from this moment forth, we shall kill indiscriminately, staining the campus with blood. Mo Wenhai bellowed, then you may certainly try. To the valiant young men of Nanjing Battle Academy, he proclaimed, listen well. Intruders have infiltrated our campus, intent on stealing our precious combat techniques from the Xinzhou continent, and we shall not stand for it. When the wolves of greed approach, they will be met with the hunter's rifle. Let us fight back. The zombie let out a chilling laugh, launching a sword strike from the air towards Mo Wenhai. Dean Mo, your adversary is me. The formidable sword swept through the air like the end of days, causing the once orderly campus to tremble and quake. Enraged, Mo1Hai retaliated with a palm strike, forcing the massive sword away from the ground. Their battle could not unfold on the earth, lest they demolish the school in their clash. Although there was a disparity in strength, the school possessed the advantage of numbers. As the assault commenced from the ground, it also offered an opportunity to eliminate some of the future potential of the Shinjo continent. In front of the library, teachers led the senior students into combat, engaging in a fierce melee. However, the teachers quickly found themselves outmatched, dispersed by the black-clad assailants. As the crowd scattered, the black-clad figures noticed an elderly man in a janitor's uniform, his back turned towards them as he swept the ground, conveniently obstructing the entrance to the library. He raised his voice, "I warn you one last time, step aside, or face dire consequences." Finally, hearing the commotion, the janitor turned around, his broom dragging a trail of dust across the ground. "What did you say?" The old man glared at him. "I am but a humble groundskeeper. Can I simply depart at your command when my duties remain unfulfilled?" The men in black, growing anxious, realized they were being deliberately obstructed. Bewilderment washed over them as they turned to find the groundskeeper already fleeing, broom in hand. The groundskeeper, hard of hearing, had been oblivious to the crowd behind him. Upon turning and realizing they were not students, he had promptly taken flight. The men in black, enraged, cursed under their breath. "What kind of fraudulent school is this?" Muttering, they stormed toward the library. "Halt, all of you!" A shrill voice pierced the air. "There may be no sweeping monk, but there is a librarian. Not on my watch will you enter." A plump old woman materialized as if from thin air, hands on hips, blocking the entrance. The men in black were beyond exasperated. "Another deceitful old codger. I'll crush you with a single blow." He charged toward the library door, fist aimed at the old woman. A truly lethal strike, intended to splatter brains. "Insolent whelp, how dare you utter such vulgarities to your esteemed grandaunt? Prepare to be annihilated." The old woman brandished a backscratcher, bringing it down upon the attacker's fist. Crack. Ack. My hand is broken. Chapter 48. Divine Dragon Ridge Training 11. The stout old woman, hands on hips, pointed at the man. "Bah. Do you truly believe that with your grotesque countenance you could damage this library? I dare you to try." The man in black frowned, marveling at the wall's resilience. "Is this wall constructed from some hyperdurable titanium alloy? Enlighten now, you little rascal. Come, test the strength of your fist a few more times." The plump old lady stood proudly, single-handedly obstructing a large crowd, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Zhang Fei from ancient history, who, with his horse and formidable spear, repelled a million foes. "Get lost, you old hack." A voice from above sneered, as a massive hand, measuring 2 meters in diameter, lunged toward her. The figures clad in black cheered, surging into the library like a tidal wave. The second floor lay unguarded, and the black-clad individuals rejoiced, for it appeared that the instructors of the Battle Academy had all ventured to Dragon Ridge. The third floor was also devoid of defenders, and the black-clad throng swept through with fervor. In the skies, Mo1Hai engaged in a fierce battle with the zombie. After a powerful clash, both retreated a step. The zombie, upon witnessing the influx of black-clad figures into the library, erupted into laughter. "Director Mo, it seems everything has come to an end. Is there any point in our continued struggle? Zombie, should you dare to desecrate the library, I, Mo1Hai, swear to pursue you to the ends of the earth." Mo1Hai, enraged, also took note of the library's dire situation. "We merely require the sixth sense combat technique, and we shall only make copies. Rest assured, we will not damage the library." The zombie chuckled, sensing that Mo1Hai had resigned himself to fate. The zombie made no attempt to stop him, allowing the old man a chance to vent his frustrations, having laid waste to the treasured library. After all, one must permit him to express his ire, especially since the zombie could not hope to subdue him in the immediate future. His mission was to impede Mo1Hai, a task he had accomplished splendidly. As for the demise of a few infiltrators, the zombie held no concern. Growing increasingly impatient, the zombie coldly declared, "Enough, Mo1Hai. If you slay one more, I shall unleash a massacre upon your institution." "Enough? Certainly not. It has been quite some time since I last practiced my skills. Come, let us engage in a little play." Suddenly, Mo1Hai transformed from his earlier fury into a jovial demeanor, twisting his neck and swaying his hips. He jested, admitting that it had been ages since he last stepped onto the battlefield, and he felt somewhat rusty in the art of killing. Despite battling for several minutes without managing to dispatch his opponent, he merely succeeded in causing them to spout blood, which, of course, was far from sufficient. Though the zombie mask concealed any change in expression, Mo Wenhai sensed a fluctuation in the creature's emotions, astonished and taken aback. Was this not a deliberate ploy to lure us into sending reinforcements to Dragon Ridge? The tactic of feigning one's intentions to strike elsewhere is a relic from the ancient ancestors of our Shinjo continent, yet you dare to employ it against us? Do you truly believe we would fall for such a ruse? The zombie wore a bitter expression. Indeed, it is akin to pulling the rug from beneath one's feet. Have you not noticed that the infiltrators entering the library have fallen silent? Are you not curious about what transpires within? Mo Wenhai blinked in response. The zombie's emotions shifted once more. Momentarily distracted by Mo Wenhai, he had failed to consider this crucial point, but now, a sixth sense surged within him, leaving him astonished. Before them stood a stout woman with hands on her hips. And before a shelf brimming with tomes on sixth sense combat techniques sat a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. The angel remained composed. And Ouyang Chongkong seemingly had not taken you along to report. Is he your hidden backup? When did you uncover our plans? Jiangdong Shin, with hands clasped behind his back, replied nonchalantly, do not presume that just because you have placed a few infiltrators within our Southern River Patrol, we are oblivious to your schemes. Previously, you deliberately exposed flaws in the pursuit of the traitors by the patrol office, intentionally allowing us to discern the presence of an insider, thereby directing our attention solely towards the patrol office, which led us to believe that the situation was far from simple. Mo Wenhai gazed at the angel, stating that the mole you arranged within the War Academy had also been uncovered. Do not presume that your occasional visits to the library went unnoticed. This training exercise aims to seize the opportunity to root out the insider. The angel sighed, acknowledging, you are all cunning old foxes. We have failed. Yet, even so, Jiangdong Xian, you are unworthy of our departure. Zombie, let us go. However, a soft cough resonated from above, and in the next moment, the janitor appeared behind the angel. The zombie's eyes widened. He had witnessed the earlier scene in the library and was astonished to find a true monk amongst them. Mo Wenhai chuckled bitterly, brother. Please refrain from teasing them further. You and Director Jiang have truly outplayed them this time. The janitor laughed heartily. His body invigorated as he magically donned a crisp military uniform. Upon seeing this, the angel's emotions surged wildly. You are the esteemed Mo Wentian of the 9th Aerospace Division of the Shinjo Army. Mo Wentian, adorned with 7 gleaming gold insignias on his shoulders, grinned widely. Ah, so you know me? After sweeping the floors all day, I awaited your arrival. It is time to prepare the scorpion broth. Chapter 49. The training exercise at Shenlong Ridge 12. The sky over Nanjing was clear and cloudless, yet it was filled with the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning, accompanied by a continuous roar. The citizens of the city, though somewhat anxious, remained composed, and everything was in a state of orderly calm. For over a century, the Shinjo continent has been engaged in a relentless struggle against extraterrestrial pirates, acutely aware of the tumultuous and war-torn era in which they reside. In the past, the presence of the Shinjo army provided a formidable barrier against these marauders, rendering their plight somewhat abstract. Nevertheless, the intensity of the conflict remains elusive to the common folk, as the skirmishes transpire at such breathtaking speeds, leaving only echoes of explosions and fleeting shadows in their wake. In the governor's residence, an elderly man stands in the backyard, idly tending to the flora, occasionally glancing up with an apparent air of indifference. My lord, should we intervene? A middle-aged companion inquires in a hushed tone. Understood. However, ensure that the Shinjo army discreetly encircles the War Academy. Not a single infiltrator shall escape. Inform Mo Wentian to unleash a massacre. Yes, the middle-aged man withdraws, while the elder resumes his nurturing of the plants. In the sky, a disheveled angel gazes down at Mo Wentian, exclaiming in fury, do you truly wish to kill me? Mo Wentian shrugs nonchalantly. Is that not permissible? A bandit has invaded my home. Should I not defend myself? The angel snorts contemptuously, bandit? We are all of the same human race. You on the Shinjo continent have exclusively inherited the ancient martial arts system of Huaxia, honing your skills in the wake of capturing extraterrestrial pirates, thereby gaining a significant advantage. Our technological federation, devoid of any martial arts foundation, suffers grievously due to your retention of the sixth sense combat techniques developed by these pirates, techniques you refuse to share. Do you realize that last month, extraterrestrial pirates attacked our capital, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands? They are of our kind, just as you are. We share a common lineage. Why do you refuse to share the sixth sense combat techniques, which would empower us to better detect and perceive these extraterrestrial marauders? Mo Wentian sneered. Now you understand the agony, do you? Initially, it was the extraterrestrial pirates who invaded our Shinjo continent. When we sought your aid with our all-drive mechs, how did you respond? You dismissively claimed it was no concern of yours, each to their own fate. Now that we have achieved something, you wish to seize it. Do you think that will come to fruition? Regardless of the circumstances, history is history. Past events must be put behind us. You cannot perpetually dwell on the past. I concede this round, allow me to depart, and I shall persuade the higher-ups to negotiate a trade of our latest, most advanced all-drive mechs and high-energy laser cannons for your sixth sense combat techniques. How does that sound? You are overestimating your position. We now possess a formidable group of warriors, along with our own semi-drive mechs and thermal weapon production lines. Do you truly believe we still require your inferior contraptions? If you wish to leave, it must be through genuine prowess. Wentian, do not force my hand. The angel, upon uttering these words, produced an object. In the courtyard, Ouyang Chongguan shuddered. The angel had indeed lost his sanity, carrying such a devastating weapon. A supercharged nuclear bomb. Have you lost your mind? Are you seeking to incite a full-scale war between the Shinjo continent and the Technological Federation? Wentian was also taken aback upon recognizing the item in the angel's possession. That was a military-controlled item, intended for obliterating enemy warships. Surely, the angel lacked the authority to wield such power. The only possibility remains that it was procured from the Super Ghost market. Can we leave now, or shall we face mutual destruction? The angel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was his last resort, a means of self-preservation. Wentian appeared furious, seething with rage, and let out a roar. The angel smiled, a sense of triumphant satisfaction washing over him, a vindictive pleasure derived from the thwarted Phoenix project. However, Wentian followed with an amused chuckle. All traces of anger vanished, as he jested, "Angel, old man, did you presume we lacked energy shields? Furthermore, weren't you after the sixth sense? Do you take my sixth sense combat skills for granted? Be it a small egg or a larger one. Not only can we in Nanjiang withstand it, but I'll detonate your pineal gland before you even trigger it. Therefore, you should just embrace oblivion." Wentian erupted in laughter, brimming with scorn. He had no desire for further banter, having merely been amusing himself with the old codger. Having had his fill of jesting, he resolved to eliminate him. They removed their masks, abandoning the charade. Kananyi, Francis, you two old relics from Elysium also feigning youth to muddy the waters? Wentian exclaimed with surprise upon recognizing the newcomers, repeatedly clicking his tongue. The angel lamented, as this was the final phase of the Phoenix project. He had hoped to keep these two concealed, as their agreement stipulated a 30-70 split of the sixth sense combat skills if their intervention proved unnecessary. Now, he could only sigh. Kananyi clasped his hands together, chanting, "Amaba, may Master Mo not mock us. Compared to your acting prowess and playful spirit, we are but insignificant." Francis, brandishing a crucifix, spat and scoffed, "At your age, still vying for an Oscar?" Wentian's smile vanished, replaced by a palpable aura of murderous intent. "You collude with the Technological Federation, antagonizing my divine continent. Death." With hands clasped in supplication once more, Kanan Leaf intoned, "Reverend Mo, it is indeed our desire to glean insights from the sixth sense combat techniques of the War Academy. However, since such an endeavor is untenable, we concede defeat and shall withdraw. Reverend Mo, let us not resort to mutually assured destruction." A torrent of mendacity. "Slay them all," Wentian roared, a golden saber materializing in his grasp. He cleaved at the angel with a single, heaven-rending strike, bellowing, "This old curmudgeon shall meet his end at my hand." The angel, in a desperate attempt, raised the nuclear device to parry the golden blade, but before he could fully lift it, a wretched cry escaped his lips. His Niwen palace convulsed violently, rendering him unable to maintain his grip. Francis unfurled his crucifix, a radiant cross of light interposing itself against the golden saber's advance. Yet, scarcely a second elapsed before the celestial barrier shattered with a resounding crack. Kanan Leaf, with a somber countenance, uttered Umitba and cast forth a wooden fish. The instrument swelled in size, transforming into a mountain of 1,000 fathoms, staunching Wentian's blade. After a mere 2 seconds, the wooden mountain fractured audibly, and the 100-meter-long golden blade, with unstoppable momentum, slashed towards the angel. In a flash of lightning, the angel teleported away, yet was unable to evade the blow entirely, losing an arm to the golden edge. Kanan Leaf, his expression grave, unleashed his ultimate technique, "I am Buddha," and an infinite multitude of Buddha Kanan Leaves materialized. each extending a finger towards Mo Wentian. Francis, with a malevolent grin, unleashed his own ultimate technique, Light of Paradise. A rustic wooden door materialized silently amidst the azure sky and white clouds, adorned with a depiction of the crucifixion of Jesus. As the door creaked open, a beam of resplendent light emanated forth, enveloping Mo Wentian. He instantly felt his 3 souls and 7 spirits yearning to depart his mortal coil. Francis chanted, "Almighty Lord, receive this humble, defiled soul. In the celestial realm, may his spirit find exaltation and purification. Amen." Chapter 50, Maneuvers at Dragon Ridge. Part 13. With a resounding laugh that echoed through the heavens, Mo Wentian unleashed his full power, instantly shattering the celestial radiance. Once more, he cleaved with his blade, causing Kanan Ye's ethereal fingers to disintegrate and his colossal golden form to collapse. "Do you tremble now? It is too late. Surrender your life," Mo Wentian roared, his battle robes billowing as he unleashed the most formidable strike of his life, causing the very fabric of existence to distort. Although the clash of these formidable beings unfolded in the upper echelons of the atmosphere, the metropolis of Nanjiang found itself teetering on the brink of disaster. The violent shockwaves of their battle cascaded downwards, causing the city's towering structures to sway precariously, their glass facades shattering into countless fragments, sending the occupants into a frenzy as they desperately sought escape. The streets transformed into a chaotic scene of pedestrians fleeing in terror as shards of glass rained down upon them. With a serene smile, Ouyang Chongguan casually waved his hand, conjuring an invisible vortex that instantly dissipated the destructive shockwaves, restoring tranquility to Nanjiang. The city's inhabitants were left with a profound sense of deliverance. Kanan Yi and Francis, their sixth senses severely compromised, found themselves unable to discern the trajectory of Mo Wentian's blade. Their reactions dulled. In desperation, they simultaneously cast forth objects of immense power. A state-of-the-art plasma hand cannon, a product of the Technological Federation's latest research, unleashed a deafening blast as a beam of azure energy hurtled towards the impending deadly strike. Francis, in turn, hurled his crucifix, transforming it into a tangible celestial barrier above him. A grand spectacle, a cataclysmic event. The blade, radiating golden light, descended with irresistible force, shattering the azure beam. The angel, seized by terror, attempted to flee but was cleaved in two, his soul returning to the heavens. No one witnessed the peculiar smile that flickered in the depths of the angel's gaze before the body shattered. In that fleeting moment, the fabric of space experienced an almost imperceptible distortion. It was then that Kanan Yi transformed into a wisp of Buddha's light, vanishing from sight. The heavens and earth, once unified, were cleaved in twain after the disappearance of the Buddha's essence, while Francis was reduced to mere dust under the earth-shattering blow, drifting ethereally into paradise. The onlooking zombies trembled in fear, only to be seized and crushed by Jiang Dongxian, who shattered their entire skeletal structure, rupturing the sixth sense energy sphere of the Mudball Palace and overwhelming the blood energy sphere of the Qi world, yet sparing his life, tossing him directly to the plump old lady of the library. He had sensed a slight anomaly in space moments before, yet upon closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was the result of a spatial rift he had created with his strike. Dismissing the thought, Jiang Dongxian raised his wrist terminal and uttered 2 words, "Action." Instantaneously, the various divisions of the Nanjing police, already vigilant and monitoring the hideouts of the black-clad infiltrators, surged forth to commence a fervent pursuit. In a heartbeat, chaos erupted both within and beyond the campus as heads rolled. This scene was broadcast live by multiple reporters dispatched from the Nanjing News Center, capturing the tumultuous times. A regime of iron and blood is imperative, especially when contending with infiltrators and traitors. Once verified, the punishment is swift and severe, with no regard for legal proceedings. An hour later, the bodies of the black-clad figures from the War Academy were entirely removed, and the blood staining the campus pathway was being meticulously cleansed. Mo Wahai observed this scene, devoid of any exuberance over victory. Instead, his heart was filled with melancholy. This time, in order to ensnare the high-ranking infiltrators. The Academy and the Patrol Department had unmistakably identified the traitors, yet they proceeded with the trap, which, as it seemed, had yielded remarkable success at a significant cost. The Academy suffered the loss of 15 students, with 82 severely injured and 236 sustaining minor injuries. The battle at Shenlong Ridge was still ongoing, and casualty figures had yet to be compiled. Mo Wenhai raised his wrist terminal and dialed Gu Jija's device. Old Gu, it's time to close the net. The big fish has been caught. Excellent. We shall immediately commence the apprehension. Let us maintain some decorum. After all, we have been colleagues for many years. Understood. In the pursuit of seizing the sixth sense combat technique from the library, the infiltrators not only enlisted the traitors they had been manipulating in Nanjing for decades, but also mobilized all infiltrators and traitors within the central Huazhong region. This decapitation feast shattered their aspirations, without a span of 20 years to lick their wounds. The infiltrators of the Technological Federation could no longer pose a threat to Nanjing or even to Huazhong. 10 minutes earlier, at the Shenlong Ridge camp, the wounded Li Yuan and Liu Beiding leaned against each other, gasping for breath, surrounded by 4 black-clad figures. Team Liu, I'll take out the 2 on the left. The ones on the right are yours. Sounds good, just keep an eye on it. Grasping Robert's C-grade hyper-titanium blade in his right hand, Li Yuan subtly integrated a screwdriver into its edge. His left hand wielded the divine staff, melded with a large wrench. Arrogant whelp, I'll slay you. 2 infiltrators lunged from the left, their D-grade alloy blades poised for a simultaneous strike, leaving Li Yuan in a precarious position. Unperturbed, Li Yuan parried the horizontal slash with his left-hand staff. With a mighty upward sweep, his right-hand C-grade hyper-titanium blade cleaved through the opponent's D-grade weapon with a resounding crack. Li Yuan followed through, bringing the C-grade blade down with tremendous force, bisecting the assailant and splattering himself with gore. The screwdriver is truly effective, fused with the C-grade. It cleaves through D-grade blades effortlessly. Li Yuan collapsed, utterly spent. The 2 sat back to back, panting, occasionally spitting out bloodied froth. Li Yuan, finally found you. Teacher Liu sent me to protect you. Soon, a figure dashed over. Li Yuan recognized Teacher Pai Yang from Class 3. A wave of relief washed over Li Yuan. Now feeling secure, Pai Yang knelt to examine Li Yuan. Are you all right? I'm here. It's all right. Thank you, Teacher Pai. As the black-clad figure sprinted towards them, Li Yuan's sense of impending doom intensified. Liu Beiding, gripping a long blade, shouted, Li Yuan, stay put. We'll take him down. The black-clad figure was incensed. Liu Beiding. You fool, he's the villain. Be careful. Liu Beiding was taken aback. He knows me. What does that mean? Just then, Li Yuan groaned, spewing a mouthful of blood onto Liu Beiding. Li Yuan collapsed powerlessly, lines of blood trickling from his mouth. His body convulsed a few times, then stilled. Pai Yang. You traitor. I will make you pay. The figure in black roared, brandishing a long knife aimed at Pai Yang. Liu Beiding's weapon clattered to the ground, and he trembled as he knelt, cradling the still-shaking body of Li Yuan. His eyes reddened. Having endured countless life-and-death battles and witnessed the sacrifice of many comrades, he had never shed a tear despite his sorrow. Yet today, the death of Li Yuan, a young man who had saved him multiple times, rendered him numb with cold. Li Yuan was still a child at heart. He should not have succumbed so early. With such immense talent and youth, he ought to have traversed further along the path of the strong. Why him? Why not me? Silent tears dripped onto Li Yuan's youthful, pure face, carving 2 crimson trails. More individuals surged forward to encircle Pai Yang, including the frenzied students of Class A5, as well as those whom Li Yuan had rescued. Upon seeing the tragic sight of Li Yuan lying lifeless on the grass, some cried out in anguish, others howled in fury, while some stood silently, covering their faces in grief. Yet, all of this was lost on Liu Beiding. He could neither hear nor see it. He held Li Yuan's lifeless body tightly, almost mechanically, as the depth of his sorrow eclipsed that of anyone else, though he and Li Yuan had only met by chance. That unforgettable life-and-death struggle had forged an unbreakable bond between them, transforming them into lifelong brothers, comrades in arms who could trust each other with their lives on the battlefield. He despised himself for not having been vigilant against that traitor. Was it not suspicious for someone to suddenly appear from the battlefield? As the captain of a notorious patrol team, how could he commit such a grave mistake? The more Liu Beiding reflected on his carelessness, the more he loathed himself for the demise of Li Yuan. In anguish, he tugged at his own hair, furiously slapping his face in a frenzy of torment that he could no longer suppress. He threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching roar, questioning why. He continued to strike his own face when suddenly he felt a tug on his hand. Let go. Don't pull me. I despise my own negligence that cost my brother's life. I hate it. With a resounding slap, Liu Beiding exclaimed, Stop. If you hit me again, I might truly perish. A weak and somewhat indistinct voice reached Liu Beiding's ears. He shuddered violently and looked down, his eyes widening in shock. Li Yuan, whom he had held tightly, had opened his eyes, his mouth stained with blood, and his speech barely intelligible. In an instant, Liu Beiding realized that he had embraced him too tightly. The severe injuries sustained by Li Yuan were exacerbated by his grip, causing him to expel even more blood and fragments of organs. Huh, you're alive, truly alive. Heaven has opened its eyes. Liu Beiding wept tears of joy, and then gently laid Li Yuan on the grass. Surrounding classmates, including Lan Xingyun, Ouyang Fenglai, Luo Qianchen, Jiang Tong, Mu Gushan, Wuling, along with the East River Tyrannosaurus and the West River Michilin, all wore expressions of delight, for Li Yuan had survived. Why not scold him with a tearful glare, exclaiming, "What a fool! Why pretend to be dead? You nearly frightened me to death." Liu Beiding gave him a light tap on the head, questioning how he dared to speak. Li Yuan is a hero, having slain numerous infiltrators who harbor resentment and seek to ambush him. However, he possesses an extraordinary destiny, making it improbable for him to meet an untimely demise. Alas, I am curious about how you managed to survive. Do you perhaps have relatives in the underworld or in Fengdu? Let us not dwell on trivialities. Without administering medicine, one could genuinely perish. Truly, one must possess a remarkable fortitude. Lan Xingyun approached, forcefully pulling apart Liu Beiding and He Buwei, and took a seat beside Li Yuan. With her left hand supporting his head, she administered a golden healing pill with her right. Li Yuan was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, a captivating aroma that penetrated his senses. How wonderful it is to be alive again. He managed a feeble smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Senior. Lan Xingyun's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly losing her composure. With your sinews and bones rated at 2 stars, are you even human? Li Yuan offered a wry smile. Well, for now I still am. I nearly became a ghost just moments ago. The group erupted into laughter, and it was then that Lu Qingfeng appeared beside Li Yuan, promptly beginning to assess his veins and stabilize his severely damaged internal organs. Lu Qingfeng nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Li Yuan had survived by displacing his muscles and bones. Had it not been for his sinews and bones being rated at 2 stars, he would have truly become a martyr. Lu Qingfeng briefly recounted the battle that transpired at the South River War Academy, eliciting ecstatic cheers from all the students. They were exhilarated to learn the magnitude of the events. As participants, they would forever etch this remarkable chapter in their academic careers and lives. A tale grand enough to boast about for a lifetime. Lu Qingfeng had to attend to subsequent matters, thus he entrusted Li Yuan to Liu Beiding, while Lan Xingyun and the class leaders of Class A5 were tasked with his care, leaving Xiang Liang and teacher Yin Su to offer close protection to him and the others. Fellow students, the battle is far from over. Our training has only just commenced. This was the profound remark Lu Qingfeng left behind as he departed. Chapter 52. The Dragon Ridge training. After Pai Yang was taken away by the constabulary, Jiang Tong's face turned ashen. He was subsequently summoned for questioning, where he divulged everything he knew. Although he was not under arrest, he lived in constant trepidation. He was not a traitor, yet he had entered Jingxi Daijia through Pai Yang's introduction. He had just heard from the reinforcements that Jingxi Daijia had already been infiltrated, and the infiltrator Robert, who was killed by Li Yuan, was indeed their behind-the-scenes mastermind. Now, the RIST terminal's blockade had been lifted, allowing students to contact their families to report their safety, and Li Yuan received a report from Zhang San. Brother Yuan, we are in trouble. What trouble? Have you been caught evading taxes? At this time, please don't jest. Jingxi Daijia has recently insisted on adding an investment of 5 million. They now hold 10% of our shares. The constabulary has already come to the company to interrogate me, nearly threatening my life. I quickly stated that the company owner is you. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble. This isn't betraying you, right? We are not traitors. You are quite the cunning rascal, jeopardizing your teammates at a crucial moment, Li Yuan retorted with a laugh, yet he felt no concern. Brother Yuan, I truly don't want to expose you. However, my neck isn't sturdy enough. Further prevarication would result in summary execution by the constabulary. They explicitly stated that if anyone other than you, boss, were involved, our establishment would have been sealed off en route home. Your reputation precedes you, Yuan. Li Yuan offered a wry smile, recalling when Captain Liu had privately sought him out to inquire about the matter. He had meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events. Lu Qingfeng, without suspicion, nodded and departed. The individual responsible for Robert's demise could not possibly be an infiltrator, coupled with his unwavering trust in Li Yuan. He dismissed the motion from a minority faction to delve deeper into Li Yuan's background during a clandestine tripartite conference involving the Shenzhou army, the constabulary, in the War Academy. A few individuals unfamiliar with Li Yuan descended, but Lu Qingfeng silenced them with a definitive statement. Li Yuan is not only a student in my elite class 5, but also my personally mentored disciple. If he were indeed an infiltrator, I would gladly forfeit my life alongside him. His resolute declaration quelled all opposition. The constabulary representative also staunchly defended Li Yuan, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, the constabulary's investigation reveals that Li Yuan was unaware of the inner workings of Jingxi Daojia. Previously, Xuanlu Daojia and Jingxi Daojia had business conflicts, prompting Jingxi Daojia to dispatch President Assistant Jiang Tong to address the issue. Jiang Tong, the head of Class 1, was recruited into Jingxi Daojia by Pai Yang, presumably with the intent of subordination. This case warrants further investigation." After Jiang Tong threatened Xuanlu Daojia with closure, Li Yuan negotiated with Jingxi Daojia, resulting in Jiang Tong's capitulation. Subsequently, Jingxi Daojia invested a total of 5 million in the fledgling Xuanlu Daojia in 2 tranches, yet only acquired a 10% stake. According to Lu Jingxi's testimony, the constabulary has determined that Robert directed the loss-making investment with the intention of buying off Li Yuan. Thus, the matter was decisively settled. Li Yuan was one of their own, merely a target for the infiltrators' corruption and manipulation. This was quite ordinary, should they succeed. It would greatly bolster the infiltrators' efforts. After several hours of fierce combat, the infiltrators who had launched the surprise attack on the training camp were completely annihilated, their heads rolling and blood flowing, transforming the grass into a crimson expanse. The fox was slain by Lu Qingfeng with a single stroke, and the remaining infiltrators were doomed as reinforcements arrived. Many of the infiltrators, aware that they were merely pawns and bait for the angels, realized their fate the moment they saw the reinforcements charging forward, scattering in a desperate attempt to flee, but escape was futile. The policy regarding infiltrators and traitors on the Shenzhou continent was unequivocal. Once identified, they were to be executed without mercy, ensuring that none would dare to join the infiltrators again. If one chose to forsake their humanity, they would meet their end as a ghost, for there was no chance to straddle both sides. Pai Yang had long been under scrutiny since his time at the War Academy. His frequent visits to the library and occasional lingerings on the 5th floor, where he perused the display cases of sixth sense combat techniques, did not go unnoticed. However, he lacked the qualifications to practice them, relegating him to mere observation. His avaricious gaze was detected by a plump old lady, once could be excused, for all yearned to cultivate advanced techniques. Most would abandon such aspirations after 2 attempts. But Pai Yang's repeated displays of greed caught her attention and prompted her to report him. Coupled with the pursuit by the patrol division and the subsequent counterattack, Mo Wenhai and Jiang Dongshtin held a clandestine meeting, suspecting that the infiltrators might have devised a plan targeting the library. In addition to the peculiar behavior of Pai Yang, they also discerned that a few members within the constabulary were acting strangely. Consequently, they approached Lu Qingfeng to devise an unprecedented training plan at Shenlong Ridge, aimed at intensifying their efforts and drawing out the hidden adversaries. Both individuals were exceptionally astute, quietly laying their strategies. Unbeknownst to them, the Fire Phoenix initiative was in motion until they ensnared the Angel, Kanan Yi and Francis. Following a clandestine meeting, they conferred with the governor of Huazhong, Xiao Mingfeng, requesting the central government to arrange an impromptu performance review in Huazhong, ostensibly to facilitate the transfer of Ouyang Changwan and Mo Wentian, thereby granting the infiltrators an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The central government orchestrated performance reviews across various provinces, ultimately dispelling the last vestiges of doubt from the angel's mind. He believed that Ouyang Changwan and Mo Wentian lacked the capacity to persuade the central government to partake in their ruse. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Mo Wentian was quite the actor and equally persuasive. That evening, Lu Qingfeng announced a 3-day period for the entire camp to rest and recuperate, stating that any assessment of their recent martial accomplishments would be deferred until the conclusion of the training exercises. The following day, while lying beside Li Yuan to recover, Lu Beiting's wrist terminal vibrated. He glanced at it and immediately sprang to his feet, then sighed deeply at the sky. "Brother Lu, have you risen from the dead, or what?" Li Yuan teased, bemused by Lu Beiting's uncharacteristic display of emotion. "Li Yuan, old Zhang is a traitor. He must be dealt with." "That is preposterous," Li Yuan exclaimed, springing up as well, feeling pain both inside and out. This was a comrade with whom he had fought side by side. How could he possibly be a traitor? Before his demise, he had already confessed. revealing that the previous ambush had been preceded by a warning to Robert. Reflecting upon the events, his vociferous pronouncements at the time did not translate into the elimination of a single infiltrator. "The scoundrel," he exclaimed, "I lament that I did not personally dispatch the cur, for he was responsible for the demise of so many comrades." With that, Liu Beiding shattered the bedside table with a single blow. "Alas," he continued, "one can never truly know another's heart. Old Wang next door must be inconsolable." Li Yuan sighed and reclined. In addition to him, the constabulary apprehended 3 internal spies, all of whom were executed. Your war college must continue its investigation. Pai Yong committed suicide during his confinement, severing the trail to other suspected instructors. Only a few insignificant figures were discovered: 5 senior students and 2 new recruits from the camp, all of whom were summarily executed without deliberation. Yet, the internal spies have not been entirely eradicated. "Brother Liu," he queried, "I am perplexed. Are these individuals unaware that the divine continent holds treachery and utter contempt? Why do they persist in offering their lives in a continuous stream? Do you presume that everyone possesses your inherent genius and access to the school's abundant resources? Some, though lacking in talent, harbor ambitions that surpass the heavens and seek to acquire greater resources. As the school and the divine continent cannot provide these, they succumb to the enticing overtures extended by the infiltrators." Li Yuan lamented. "Indeed, a multitude jostle for gain, and heads roll in pursuit of profit." Chapter 53. The Divine Dragon Ridge Training Exercise 16. Despite sustaining severe injuries from the traitor Pai Yong, Li Yuan, through the manipulation of his tendons, muscles, and bones, managed to dislodge his heart, thereby evading a mortal wound. Several students from Class Alpha 5 who had sustained minor injuries, along with those whom Li Yuan had rescued, came to visit him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Eastern River brought several plump turkeys and sizable hares, proclaiming his intention to replenish Li Yuan's strength and vitality. Additionally, there were Shijiang Michelin, Ouyang Fenglei, Jiang Tong, Wuling, Mu Guxin, Luo Qianshun, Hu Lai, Hao Wan, and Qin Feilu, who accompanied Zhao Hanqing. Wang Changfeng, Wu Li, and Lu Taibing also arrived. The high school classmates were all old acquaintances. Reflecting on the past, when the frail and unnoticed Li Yuan stood in stark contrast to the current Li Yuan, who basked in the limelight, Zhao Hanqing felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Was there not a time when he too shone brightly? Yet now, at the Central Hu Province Battle Academy, his brilliance was completely overshadowed by several class leaders, particularly Ouyang Fenghua and Lin Longfei. He felt it was impossible for him to ever rival these two. Noticing Zhao Hanqing's despondency, Qin Feilu gently grasped his hand, saying, "Look at Li Yuan. He has worked diligently to achieve remarkable results. You can certainly do the same." Zhao Hanqing was momentarily taken aback, although he smiled. He realized he had been limiting his own perspective. "Indeed, my classmates, since we are students of the Battle Academy, destined to walk this path together, we shall fight side by side to repel the infiltrators. I believe we will surely join forces to fend off the extraterrestrial pirates in the future." Zhao Hanqing rediscovered a flicker of past emotions, and his manner of speaking captivated Qin Feilu, who gazed at him with admiration. She envisioned a future where he would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Li Yuan, with an inward smile of resignation, noted that once again someone was stealing the spotlight. However, he chose not to mind it this time. Zhao Hanqing was right. They should unite to face the enemy. To Li Yuan's surprise, apart from He Bohui, who accompanied him and Liu Beiding daily, Lan Qingyun inexplicably showed up every day, persistently like a stubborn ailment. Liu Beiding and He Bohui could not help but tease. "Lan Qingyun, have you taken a liking to our Li Yuan? This would be a rather unconventional sister-brother romance, wouldn't it?" As Lan Qingyun forcefully administered the healing ointment to Li Yuan, she smirked and remarked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling envious and resentful? Perhaps you too should seek out a senior as well? I come and go as I please. It is none of your concern. If you have any objections, keep them to yourselves." "No, absolutely no objections." Her fierce demeanor was strikingly bold. Why not simply concede? The senior's personality mirrored her voluptuous figure, exceedingly alluring. Liu Beiding chuckled softly, noting that this young lady, seemingly carefree and brash, possessed a cunning edge. The more she spoke so candidly, the more she appeared forthright, leaving no room for unfounded speculation. Although the notion of a relationship between seniors and juniors was often jested about, the truth of the matter remained obscure to all. Naturally, Lan Xingyun was unconcerned with others' opinions regarding her daily visits to care for Li Yuan. Her intentions were genuine. By the way, how exactly do you manage to move your muscles so effortlessly? Come on, show the senior a demonstration. Don't be stingy. I am risking my reputation to tend to this little brat. Surely you can share a bit of your secret? Li Yuan was on the verge of losing his sanity. For heaven's sake, are you here to care for me or to torment me? Help. Reluctantly, he resorted to injuring himself to showcase his muscle movement to Lan Xingyun, prompting her to finally relent. In the entire camp of thousands of students, only a fraction remained unscathed, though just 3 days of recuperation. It was ample time for the strong. On the first day, the camp was enveloped in silence as everyone tended to their wounds. By the second day, the sounds of training began to echo through the area. On the third day, some expressed their boredom from lingering in the camp and started organizing hunting excursions. Meanwhile, Li Yuan found himself exceedingly occupied. He discovered, with no astonishment whatsoever, that after ensconcing himself within the Wuling vehicle, his vigorous exertions during the previous night's skirmish had enabled him to accumulate an additional 40 of his sanguinary energy. In accordance with Lu Qingfeng's directives, a period of 3 days respite would precede further rigorous training, thus fueling his desire to elevate his cultivation. Li Yuan meticulously calculated that his dispatch of a double-digit number of infiltrators had yielded him no less than 2 million Shinjo coins in cold weaponry spoils alone, in addition to a Grade C ultra-titanium alloy blade, valued at 1 million. Ergo, exclusive of merit points, he had amassed nearly 3 million in revenue. Good heavens, he mused. No wonder some are willing to embrace the life of bandits, licking blood from their blades. The returns are exceedingly swift and gratifying. Crucially, he seemed to be engaged in a form of legally sanctioned banditry. He chuckled inwardly. Zhang San was beside himself with elation. For upon learning that Li Yuan's domicile was en route, several astute commercial magnates had approached him, eager to invest, with intended investments nearing 1 billion. Li Yuan was somewhat vexed, for such an influx of capital would undoubtedly dilute his equity. Moreover, who could ascertain whether malevolent individuals might insinuate themselves into the enterprise? Ultimately, he sought counsel from Liu Beiding, who simply smiled and said, "Quite simple. They shall be entitled only to dividends, not to governance." So, we are effectively soliciting funds? Indeed. Hold on. What do you mean by we? Brother Liu, I wish to grant you a 10 equity stake in Xuanlu Daojia's compensation for overseeing its operations. What say you? Liu Beiding was momentarily taken aback, for even without the impending influx of substantial venture capital, Xuanlu Daojia was already a company valued in the millions. A 10 stake equated to 1 million, a rather generous gesture. I should be taking advantage of you, he demurred. I shall merely offer you my counsel. Liu Beiding shook his head. Are you certain you decline? Otherwise, I shall offer it to old Wang next door. Halt right there, you rascal. I interjected, seizing the calm. Old Zhang is swamped. Don't bother him. And what about you? Are you occupied? Indubitably, I replied. However, when might we anticipate the distribution of dividends, dear proprietor? Liu Beiding chuckled, draping an arm around my shoulders. Around the winter solstice, perhaps. I shall promptly reach out to Director Wang. Securing funding for such a trivial matter shouldn't impede your cultivation and recuperation, esteemed boss. In any case, my cultivation progresses at a snail's pace. I can readily manage the corporation's affairs concurrently. Liu Beiding chuckled as he contacted Zhang San. It goes without saying that he would devote himself to his own brother's enterprise. Shared adversity, shared prosperity, even the vexation of excessive wealth should be shared. Furthermore, who would spurn legitimate earnings? Only a simpleton, surely. Chapter 54, Drills at the Divine Dragon Ridge Day 4. Respite concluded. Thousands congregated, densely packed yet impeccably arranged, upon the once blood-soaked meadow. Lu Qingfeng surveyed the assembly, his voice resonating with solemnity. Esteemed students, let us first observe a minute of silence for our fallen comrades. The grounds fell into hushed reverence as heads bowed in somber reflection. In each metropolis of the central China prefecture, a sprawling necropolis stands. The final resting place for the valiant soldiers of the divine continent, the educators and pupils of the war academies, and the constabulary who perished in the defense against extraterrestrial marauders. Presently, Lu Qingfeng's voice ascended, infused with renewed vigor. You have all witnessed bloodshed. You have all tasted mortality. Do you succumb to trepidation? Perhaps, in the engagements to come, more of our peers shall meet their end. Tell me, do you cower in fear? Nay. A resounding chorus erupted. We shall vanquish the pirates. Thousands of students roared. A a rallying cry that had become ingrained in the very essence of the Shinjo continent. From the moment they could comprehend, they had been incessantly instructed by their families that to become formidable warriors capable of vanquishing pirates was paramount. This phrase bears dual significance. First, one must cultivate oneself into a powerful warrior to earn the right to confront foes. Second, one must aspire to be even stronger to eliminate more pirates and safeguard their homeland. However, a resounding slogan does not equate to readiness, for they had never encountered true interstellar pirates. In comparison, infiltrators were but child's play, mere trifles. Yet, even such trifles had wrought considerable casualties among us. Which underscores a sobering truth. You are far too weak. You are a mere assembly of fledglings. The stinging words compelled the students to lower their heads. The entire playground fell into a profound silence, but an undercurrent of defiance pulsed through the air, a palpable tension waiting to ignite. Dissatisfied? Excellent. A few still possess some spirit. My fellow students, we are now poised to hunt down the genuine adversaries, the remnants of extraterrestrial pirates. At this proclamation, the students stirred with excitement. What? There are extraterrestrial pirates here. How could that be? Lu Qingfeng raised his hand to quell the chatter, and the crowd quickly quieted down. They all recalled the harrowing extraterrestrial pirate attack that transpired 4 months prior, when 3 alien marauders breached our double-layered defense, crashing heavily in the vicinity of Shenlong Ridge. This area stretches for hundreds of kilometers, and despite several searches, we returned empty-handed. Whispers erupted once more among the crowd. The revelation was utterly staggering. It was their first inkling that extraterrestrial pirates had infiltrated their homeland. The sanguinary confrontation was imminent. Lu Qingfeng chuckled. Did you presume the extraterrestrial marauders are simpletons? Would they remain stationary, awaiting our arrival? They are cunning. Their objective in assailing Earth may be to pilfer a particular mineral deposit, hence they're skulking underground like rodents. Understood. Instructor. So, it's a rat hunt? I excel at that. A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. At Lu Qingfeng's command, the expansive drill ground, teeming with thousands, became vibrant with activity. Students naturally gravitated towards the stronger contenders. Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, and others were instantly surrounded by 10 aspirants. Similarly, Li Yuan was a magnet. He Wei was like a marshmallow, and Blue Qingyun promptly attached himself to him, followed by Qin Feilu, Wang Changfeng, Wu Li, Hu Lai, Hao Wan, and 2 veterans from the previous infiltration exercise, Huang Shang and Peng Guang. Li Yuan naturally assumed the role of team leader. Luo Qianchen merely glanced at Li Yuan from afar, but ultimately refrained from approaching. Her pride forbade such an action. She eventually joined Ouyang Fenglei's group. Li Yuan was content with the tranquility, spared from the incessant clamoring for life-or-death duels that he found irksome. Everyone donned their mechs and stood together in groups, awaiting the assignment of their supervising instructors. Li Yuan's group, along with 9 others, was assigned to the 18th Squad, under the tutelage of instructor Jiang Jingqiu. The entire squad assembled, and Jiang Jingqiu surveyed them, stating in a solemn tone, "This mountain expedition is not merely a competitive exercise. It is, more importantly, about locating the lurking extraterrestrial pirates. Of course, your mission is solely to find the aliens, then signal the alarm and flee. Under no circumstances are you to directly engage the extraterrestrial pirates, for you are too feeble. Even the wounded pirates are not a match for you. Otherwise, death awaits. Do you understand?" "Yes." 100 members replied in unison. "By the way, this expedition into the deep mountains will last for 3 days. During this time, you must fend for yourselves regarding drinking water and food, as it is a test of survival in the wild. Your mech systems contain detailed illustrations and texts on surviving in the wilderness. Observe as you walk. Now, let us depart." At this moment, more than a dozen teams had already raced ahead under the guidance of their instructors, plunging into the vast expanse of Shenlong Ridge. In their team, Li Yuan took the lead, guiding his members forward. "Senior, are you being a bit oppressive?" Hibu asked. "What's wrong? You can bully me too, you know. How about we have a little contest?" "I yield, is that all right?" Hibu thought to himself. "Even if I could defeat you, I wouldn't dare to strike. Or else Li Yuan would surely retaliate." "Good, that's settled then. If you're hungry later, I'll treat you to a sweet fruit." Chapter 55. Hunting in Fenghe Valley. Shenlong Ridge is one of the largest mountain ranges in the territory of Huazhong Prefecture, situated within the borders of Nanjing. It stretches several hundred kilometers from east to west, and nearly 100 kilometers from north to south. The highest peak, Shenlong Peak, stands at just over 4,000 meters. with dozens of mountains of varying sizes undulating throughout the range. Li Yuan led his small group ahead of Team 18, climbing the mountain. Although the students donned heavy mechs, which made movement cumbersome, they enjoyed the significant advantage of being unbothered by thorns and mosquitoes. After a morning of trekking, they had distanced themselves from the camp, having surpassed Shenlong Peak, the site of the first day's competition. The mountain region lay in serene silence. Not a trace of extraterrestrial pirates could be seen, nor any sign of strange beasts. Li Yuan, why do I feel that something is amiss? Why is there not a single sound around us? Lan Qingyan inquired, taking a couple of strides to stand beside him. Just days ago, the night was filled with the eerie howls of strange creatures, yet now they are utterly silent. Have we frightened them away? Li Yuan chuckled at her remark, feeling a pang of hunger himself. Why don't we set up camp here, have lunch, and then continue our journey? He then communicated with the leaders of the other 9 squads through his earpiece. As the captain of the 100-member team, he held a position of authority, yet each member had their own will. The operation of the 100-member team was primarily led by the students themselves, with the teachers merely serving as guardians, refraining from interfering too much in their decisions, which was also a form of training. Thus, Jiang Jingxiu had no objections. Stay vigilant. 1 group will maintain outer defense, 2 groups will fish, 2 will gather fruits, 2 will capture small animals, while the remaining groups will prepare the meal. As for cooking pots, they had none. Instead, they would utilize leaves for sustenance and fashion makeshift grills from branches to roast fish and meat. Team 18 began to bustle about, filling the air with lively commotion. Being youthful, they momentarily cast aside thoughts of bloody battles and extraterrestrial pirates, engaging joyfully in playful antics among the mountains. Lan Xingyun, accompanied by a few others, kindled a fire when suddenly she noticed movement in the distant underbrush. Who goes there? Who is it? She shouted. The outer defense team immediately rushed over to encircle the low shrubbery she had pointed at. Li Yuan, wielding a staff, strode purposefully towards the commotion. Could it be a strange beast? Identify yourselves, or face the consequences. A figure emerged cautiously from the low shrubs. Who are you? And what brings you to these remote mountains? Li Yuan inquired, his brow furrowed. Yibue circled the man, jesting. Could this be a specter in disguise? Huangshan, another team member, brandished his blade, his gaze fixed upon the tanned, 20-something man. Confess now, are you an infiltrator? Spare me. I am merely a hunter from these mountains. The man pleaded. I am no infiltrator. Where do you reside? Lujiaten, east of the Divine Dragon Ridge. Li Yuan consulted the map on his wrist terminal. Indeed, there is a village by that name. He examined the hunter's calloused hands, consistent with his profession. Li Yuan scanned the man once more, detecting no deception in his steady heartbeat. Do you know of any mineral deposits nearby? Li Yuan pressed, considering the possibility of employing the man as a guide. Who are you, and what are your intentions? The hunter asked warily. We represent the Nanjiang Mining Corporation, scouting for minerals. A reward awaits you if your information proves accurate. Li Yuan improvised. From a treetop in the distance, Jiang Jingxiu smiled, observing, that lad is astute, concealing his true identity while appealing to avarice. Oh, I believe there are minerals in Wind River Valley. What reward do you offer? The hunter from the mountains had evidently lowered his guard. How far is it from here? On the mountain path, with your swift pace, it would likely take about a day and a half. If you guide us there, I shall reward you with 1,000 Shinjo coins, and should we confirm the presence of valuable minerals, a greater reward awaits. Very well. Huangshan, accompany him to finish his meal, and then join us on our journey. Lunch will conclude in an hour and a half, after which the 18th team will set forth, led by the mountain hunter towards Wind River Valley. Li Yuan, might there be traps? Ouyang Fenglai, Jiang Tong, and a few others huddled closer, lowering their voices. We must not rely solely on his guidance. We should search for traces of the alien pirates as we proceed, particularly around caves and such. Leave no stone unturned. As for Wind River Valley, it would not hurt to take a look. Maintain distance between the groups and support one another, like flanking horns. Li Yuan shook his head. He possessed a keen sixth sense, and besides, several instructors were accompanying them from the treetops. After traversing the rugged, dense mountain trail for a while, they turned a corner and were met with a sudden expanse, revealing a broad meadow amidst the forest, dotted with low-growing fruit trees. To their astonishment, numerous rabbits were nibbling on the fruit scattered throughout the grass and the surrounding trees. These plump, white-furred creatures with round ears stared wide-eyed in terror at the sudden appearance of a large group of mechanical beings. Such adorable rabbits! I must catch one to play with. The youthful exuberance of Lan Qingyun burst forth as she eagerly leaped into the clearing, followed by Luo Qianqian and other girls who ventured into the open space. The teachers, including Jiang Jingqiu, noticed nothing amiss and allowed the girls to frolic, as it is natural for young maidens to adore small creatures. The plump little rabbits were lifted before their eyes, petted and playfully shaken, appearing somewhat dizzy as they rolled their eyes. The girls were filled with delight, relishing the unexpected joy of petting rabbits just before the impending battle. However, in the blink of an eye, the once adorable rabbits' pupils turned pitch black, their teeth elongated and sharpened into lethal blades. Before the girls could react, they swiftly snapped and shattered their masks. A cacophony of screams erupted as Jiang Jingqiu and her companions rushed over, yet they were too late. These were no ordinary rabbits, but rather fearsome beasts. Upon tearing through the masks, they unleashed a torrent of toxic gas. Only Lan Qingyun and Luo Qianqian, quick on their feet and shielded from the poison, remained unharmed. The other 7 girls gasped, collapsing to the ground in a thud. Li Yuan dashed forward, dispatching the now menacing black-eyed creatures with swift strikes, while Huang Shang led the charge, urging others to trample the remnants into a pulpy mess. The 7 girls were already poisoned, their faces darkening, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 56. The Hunt in Wind River Valley 2. Li Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed on the hunter in the mountains. I have heard that for every venomous entity in nature, there exists an antidote. Am I correct? Huang Shang gestured towards the mountain hunter, who quickly affirmed, indeed. I have spotted a herb at the edge of the meadow that should serve as an antidote. Should you deceive me, you know the consequences, Li Yuan warned. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that shattered a distant boulder into fragments. The mountain hunter shuddered, nodding hastily. I wouldn't dare. I speak the truth. Though I cannot be entirely certain, I am about 90% sure. Li Yuan glanced at Jiang Jingqiu, uncertain whether to trust the man. Jiang Jingqiu deliberated briefly before making a decisive decision. Huang Shang, lead him to gather the herbs, and take several others with you. Lan Qingyun, Luo Qianqian, Wuling, prepare to administer the medicine to the female students. Ouyang Fenglei, Jiang Tong, and Mu Guxian, each of you take 10 men to maintain vigilance around the perimeter. Crush any rabbits you see. Yes. Soon, the mountain hunter delivered the gathered herbs to Jiang Jingqiu, who carefully examined them. Finding nothing amiss, he swiftly crushed them into a paste and handed it to Lan Qingyun and the others, who gently pried open the female students' mouths and carefully inserted the concoction. As expected, one thing subdues another. Within 10 minutes of administering the medicine, the black blotches on their faces gradually faded. Jiang Jingqiu and Li Yuan exchanged glances, each questioning the other silently. Why hadn't this seemingly simple mountain man stopped them from capturing the strange rabbits earlier? Could he be a traitor? They nodded in agreement, choosing to remain discreet for the moment, to see if they could use him to lure out bigger prey. Jiang Jingqiu infused the female students with qi energy. After an hour of rest, they were mostly able to walk. However, the mechs were too heavy, and the visors were destroyed, making it unsuitable for them to wear the mechs. Li Yuan enlisted 7 male mech students to carry them on their backs. Soon, night fell, and the mountain hunter located an open area on a slope with a water source. The team quickly divided tasks. Some pitched camp, others sought food, and they would rest here for the night. In the outer region of Shenlong Ridge, the night remained eerily silent, devoid of any sounds from the mysterious beasts. A silence that instilled a sense of unease among the students. Many were gripped by a creeping fear, feeling that something was amiss. Such irregularities often herald the presence of the extraordinary. Li Yuan, along with Jiang Jingqiu and several teachers, convened to bolster the defenses of their temporary encampment. Team 18 organized 3 groups to take turns on guard duty, with lower-ranking members encircling the center. The teachers also divided into several groups to monitor the surroundings of the camp. As midnight approached, a gentle breeze began to stir within the dense forest. The night wind wafted through, lulling the students on watch into a drowsy haze. Even the teachers, usually vigilant, felt a twinge of sleepiness, puzzled by this unusual fatigue. Suddenly, with eyes wide open, Jiang Jingqiu, who had been meditating, was jolted by a startling thought. Strangely, despite activating his 6th sense to scan the mountainous terrain, he detected no approaching beasts. Alarm! A beast was attacking from beneath the ground. Without hesitation, Li Yuan issued a warning, and Jiang Jingqiu's 6th sense immediately enveloped the area, propelling him like a great bird towards the ground, where he struck with tremendous force. The earth where Li Yuan had pointed erupted, revealing countless ravines. It was a rabbit-like beast. Caution was paramount. Everyone prepare for battle. Jiang Jingqiu's sixth sense uncovered several lifeless bodies of the rabbit beasts, which he had inadvertently killed with his earlier strike. Yet, it was once again too late. Dozens of rabbit beasts burrowed up from the depths, charging towards the students. Li Yuan and several class leaders led the charge to intercept them, swiftly dispatching half of the oncoming horde. However, the number of rabbit beasts swelled, and they began to spew toxic mist from a distance. Teachers such as Xiang Liang, Yun Su, and Mei Shunglin unleashed powerful punches to disperse the noxious fumes, for without their intervention, the students would face severe injuries on a grand scale. Jiang Jingqiu unleashed his prowess, sweeping his sword with a lethal arc that swiftly dispatched the surrounding venomous rabbits. Li Yuan, Lan Xingyun, and the class leaders instinctively shielded the students, ensuring the complete eradication of the remaining rabbits and the toxic mist. Huang Shang grasped the mountain hunter with one hand, wary of his potential escape amidst the chaos. Jiang Jingqiu and Li Yuan observed the hunter from a distance, communicating through their earpieces. Teacher, could it be that this hunter has been subverted by alien pirates, deliberately luring us into Fenghe Valley? There is a possibility. Keep a close watch on him. I have already informed the other teachers in our teams to head towards Fenghe Valley. Should any issues arise, we can turn the tables and lure out the alien pirates while ensuring our safety. We can ensnare them once more. After half an hour, this wave of toxins was thoroughly eradicated. However, the night had been irrevocably disturbed. No one possessed the inclination to sleep, and all sat cross-legged in meditation. The cultivation resources for the week were distributed by Gu Jiejia upon the arrival of reinforcements, allowing students to consume the strength-enhancing pills whenever they had the chance. The night passed in rigorous training, and by the following morning, the wild fruits, fish, and small animals in the vicinity were deemed inedible, prompting a swift relocation. After advancing for over an hour, the group of more than 100 halted to have breakfast in an area confirmed to be free from toxic mist. Unexpectedly, just over an hour after breaking camp, Jiang Jingqiu called for a halt. Everyone, prepare for battle. Is there an infiltrator blocking our path? Li Yuan inquired, his sixth sense not as keen as Jiang Jingqiu's. Yes, came the unanimous response. After a few moments, the dense forest reverberated with tremors, trees swayed precariously, and a cloud of shattered leaves and dust billowed through the undergrowth. Jiang Jingqiu stood at the forefront, confronting the onrushing twin-headed tigers. When Li Yuan and the squad leaders sensed the approach of the beasts, they were taken aback. These monstrous twin-headed tigers measured 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, possessing 2 heads and 4 legs, weighing several thousand pounds. Dozens of twin-headed tigers charged forth in unison, drawing nearer and nearer, causing the earth to tremble. A pack of beasts, courting death. Jiang Jingqiu remained unmoved, his long sword already imbued with sanguine energy. As the twin-headed tiger beast entered his 100-meter range, he unleashed a thunderous roar and swung his sword, releasing a resplendent sword aura that sliced through the trees and rocks in its path like tofu, reducing them to dust. Then came the onrushing twin-headed tigers, either cleaved in 2 or decapitated, their legs severed. With a single strike, he slaughtered 7 or 8 beasts. In an instant, blood and gore filled the mountain forest, and mournful roars echoed through the trees, sending flocks of startled birds into the air. Li Yuan, wielding a C-grade super titanium alloy blade, joined Xiang Liang and the others in delivering the coup de GRC to Jiang Jingqiu's targets, swiftly dispatching several charging twin-headed tigers. Simultaneously, the 100-member teams from the Huazhong Prefecture military academies of Eastern River, Northern River, and Western River were ambushed by various beasts. Different creatures, in varying numbers, surged toward the students. Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, Zhang Hanwei, Tyrannosaurus Suwei, Mi Qilin, Zhuo Wenjun, Meng Chang'an, and other elite students from the academies followed their leading instructors in slaying the rampaging beasts. Unbeknownst to them, a larger horde of twin-headed tigers surged forth from the distance, their destination being the Wind River Valley. Chapter 57, The Wind River Valley Hunt, Part 3. The Wind River Valley, an immense gorge flanked by towering cliffs, forms a basin capable of easily engulfing thousands. 3 sibilant whispers echoed from a secluded corner, resembling the chirping of insects to the human ear. However, a wrist-mounted device equipped with intelligent translation would reveal these to be alien utterances, not mere avian sounds. Will those witless humans take the bait? Though our recuperation has been hampered these past months, Our collaboration with those doltish infiltrators has ensured that a number of beasts, guided by their cerebral wave emission terminals, will pose a significant threat. Exceedingly well. Subsequently, the imperceptible insectal chirps dissipated, as if nothing had transpired. In the aftermath of a considerable slaughter, the 18th Squad found themselves surrounded by mountainous piles of two-headed tiger corpses, their bestial blood staining the forest floor crimson. Li Yuan mused, "Teacher Jiang, how is it that the divine Dragon Ridge harbors such an abundance of two-headed tigers? The situation is rather peculiar." Jiang Jingxiu nodded in agreement. "In all likelihood, they have been drawn here from the surrounding mountains." Drawn? By the infiltrators or the alien pirates? Difficult to ascertain, though the general direction of this search is undoubtedly correct. The alien pirates are most likely concealed within these mountains, and their injuries are probably not fully healed. Can we then confidently assert that Orion is a traitor? Preferably so. He will invariably lead us to the alien pirates. Might they not be laying a trap for us? And if they are, what does it matter? He chuckled. Precisely. Jiang Jingxiu employed his wrist-mounted terminal to disseminate textual communiques, apprising the other Centurion squads of the prevailing circumstances and his stratagem. He directed them to disperse and position themselves proximal to the 18th Squad, poised to render immediate assistance should the latter be ambushed by extraterrestrial buccaneers upon entering Wind River Valley, thereby orchestrating a classic maneuver of entrapment. Huangshang executed his duties with commendable diligence, maintaining a vigilant watch over the mountain hunter throughout their journey. Subsequent to the dispatch of the two-headed tiger beast, the 18th Squad resumed their advance. In the process, they were subjected to a series of assaults by various mutated beasts. This time, however, the assailants were not limited to two-headed tigers, but included aberrant hares and other feral creatures. Indeed, they were confronted by purely uncultivated, large wild animals, such as 2-meter-long, tusked boars and forest wolves. These beasts, possessing strength akin to that of a nascent martial artist, could pose a considerable threat when charging en masse in groups of several dozen. He Buwei, Hu Lai, and Hao Wan were galvanized into action, dispatching the creatures with fervor. He Buwei exclaimed, "Li Yuan, our provisions for the next few days are now assured." Hao Wan, surveying the accumulation of fallen beasts, questioned, "Indeed, but who shall bear the burden?" Hu Lai, having obliterated a forest wolf, responded with boisterous mirth, "Verily, those who have slain the fewest shall bear the load. Come, let us, the weaker among us, determine who has proven the most lethal." Thus, the boars and forest wolves found themselves in dire straits, pursued and slaughtered relentlessly. Huangshang, having felled several boars himself, assailed the mountain hunter with vituperation. "You rustic bumpkin, are you deliberately attempting to lead us into a snare? What of this Wind River Valley? Is there an ambush lying in wait? Do not presume that we are fools." The mountain hunter, having witnessed the formidable prowess of these armored warriors, appeared pallid and apprehensive. He stammered, "Esteemed sirs, I would never dare to be a traitorous adversary. Such an act would warrant execution. I implore you, do not make such unfounded accusations." Unfounded? Pray tell, why have we been relentlessly beset by wild beasts along our journey? Could it be that you are secretly orchestrating these attacks? I, too, am at a loss. How could I possibly exert control over the beasts? Such nonsensical drivel. I must inquire, is there truly mineral wealth in Wind River Valley? To deceive us could warrant a death sentence. My lord, please do not frighten me. I never asserted with certainty that there is. I once beheld vast expanses of exposed jet-black stones in Wind River Valley. When you previously inquired, I surmised that those dark boulders might be what you refer to as minerals. However, your assertion leaves me in doubt. I beseech you, do not take my life. Humph, you hardly strike me as a virtuous individual. Should there be an ambush in Wind River Valley, I would not hesitate to strike you down. The hunter from the mountains appeared pallid, exclaiming, "My lord, Wind River Valley is but an uninhabited gorge, devoid of beasts in ordinary times. What ambush could there possibly be? I cannot fathom why so many beasts have assailed us today. I swear it is beyond my comprehension." Huangshang, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough of this prattle. Lead on." In the afternoon, as the caravan progressed, Jiang Jingxiu once again called for a halt. His expression grave. "Indeed, teachers, let us prepare to confront the foe." Leaders such as Li Yuan, Lan Xingyun, and Ouyang Fenglei gathered the students, adopting a tactical formation. Those trailing behind the teachers, including Li Yuan, were taken aback. The towering ape stood at 3 meters tall, weighing well over 1,000 pounds. Its formidable mass allowed it to move with both swiftness and silence, instilling a sense of dread. The burly leader among the apes rose, thumping its powerful chest. and gestured towards the rear of Team 18. Jiang Jingxiu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped its intent. The ape regarded him with an icy stare before suddenly bellowing in fury. The tumultuous waves of sound abruptly shattered the serene tranquility of the dense forest, sending sand and stones flying and trees crashing down. Jiang Jingxiu unleashed a powerful strike, dissipating the tumultuous sound waves before the 18th squad. You dare to assert your dominance before me, the South River Battle Academy? You shall either withdraw or face your demise. With a piercing cry, Jiang Jingxiu thrust his longsword, like a rainbow, towards the heart of the approaching ape-man. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, the sword energy manifested before the beast. The ape-man pounded its chest and roared once more, this time intertwining its formidable cultivation power with the sound waves, shattering the incoming sword energy with a single bellow. As it roared again, a more ferocious maw formed, instantly materializing before Jiang Jingxiu, its gaping mouth ready to devour him. Jiang Jingxiu countered with a palm strike, summoning a gigantic hand that crashed down upon the snarling beast's head. Bang! The ape-man's massive jaws vanished. At that moment, the true form of the ape-man lunged towards Jiang Jingxiu, its 5 claws slicing through the air like blades aimed at him. A single strike could shatter stone. In Chapter 58, Hunting in Wind River Valley 4, the second ape-man, seizing the opportunity as the two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, launched a sudden assault while Jiang Jingxiu evaded. A powerful fist wind surged forth in a stealthy attack against him. Several observing instructors gasped in shock. Their instincts were insufficient to anticipate the ape-man's ambush, leaving them unable to intervene in time. However, Li Yuan's intuition remained fixed on the second ape-man. At the moment it threw its punch, he flicked his wrist, unleashing a flying sword that soared directly towards the punch's shadow. Strictly speaking, it was not merely a sword. It was akin to a soaring screwdriver. The collision between the fist and the flying sword occurred almost simultaneously, leaving the observing students unable to discern the events clearly. Compared to their human counterparts, the strength of the ape warriors is indeed more formidable. However, due to their late cognitive development, these extraordinary beasts possess a somewhat lesser sixth sense. The second ape warrior snorted, disregarding the flying sword, and directed a powerful punch towards Jiang Jingxiu. In a flash, the colossal fist of the ape collided with the seemingly fragile flying sword, which resembled a mere toothpick. Rather than obliterating the sword instantly, the ape's hardened fist suffered immense pain, radiating throughout its arm, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at its heart. This agony stemmed from Li Yuan's sixth sense controlling a screwdriver that wreaked havoc within the ape's body, shredding its muscles, meridians, and bones, rendering one of its limbs useless in an instant. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from the second ape, which clutched its injured arm and leaped through the forest, trampling a vast expanse of trees in a futile attempt to alleviate its torment. It was clear that it would not succumb easily. Even though the ape was a formidable warrior, at its core, it remained a beast. A wounded beast is the most terrifying, and its uncontrollable rage had reached a boiling point. The second ape, intent on annihilating the ant that had harmed it, found itself ignited by an inferno of wrath. Did it truly believe the mighty ape could be trifled with? Xiang Liang was prepared to intervene, but Li Yuan bellowed, "Teacher, don't concern yourself with me. I wish to hone my skills. A man must never admit defeat, thus I shall prove my capabilities. In that case, I shall assist Teacher Jiang. And you can entertain yourself," thought Xiang Liang, pondering whether this young man had grown overly arrogant, dismissing even the strength of his own teacher. What a farce. Do not retreat. In case you cannot rise to the occasion, you may still need to take action. Xiang Liang, with a smile, relaxed as he crossed his arms. At that moment, Li Yuan had engaged in battle with the first ape. With threefold sticks unfurled, multiple Li Yuans encircled the beast, launching a relentless assault. The second ape, driven to madness and exhibiting ferocity, lunged despite having lost an arm, intent on overpowering this detestable human. Li Yuan focused his energy, unleashing a sixth sense attack. The second ape was momentarily bewildered, perceiving an enchanting vision before it. Why are there so many beautiful apes? It pondered, finding itself amidst a vibrant paradise of green grass, blossoming flowers, and melodious birds. A throng of lovely apes beckoned, some flirtatiously posing, others casting coy glances, while several charming ones blew kisses. Enraptured, the second ape exclaimed, "Ladies, I am here." It was captivated by an exceptionally alluring ape with an impressively robust form. Drooling, it lunged forward. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the smiling beauty transformed, her sharp claws piercing the second ape's heart. The picturesque scene vanished, leaving only a gruesome wound in its chest. Fortunately, This foolish creature possessed a weak sixth sense and lacked the capability to counteract illusions. Being a beast, its intellect was limited, and it was quite dim-witted. Li Yuan scratched his head in bemusement. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingxiu had also dispatched the first ape. The remaining apes, taken aback by the human's prowess, lost their will to fight and fled in haste. Jiang Jingxiu offered a nonchalant smile to Li Yuan, acknowledging the tactical shift in the heat of battle. The defeat of the man-ape was commendable. Yet, internally, Jiang Jingxiu was cursing vehemently, thinking, is this insolent brat deliberately trying to embarrass me? He managed to eliminate his opponent even before I did. How am I supposed to maintain my authority as a mentor now? What a wretched child. The students erupted in cheers, though many harbored a tinge of bitterness within. Ouyang Folai felt particularly resentful as the grandson of Ouyang Chaman. He considered himself superior to his classmate, who lacked resources and mentorship. As for Luo Qianqian, despite being somewhat numbed by Li Yuan's provocations, the embers of discontent still flickered within her heart. Only Lan Qingyan remained forthright, reflecting, so Li Yuan has taken down one already? I had thought he would seek assistance from the senior sister. Should you require aid, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than willing to lend a hand in dispatching a few exotic beasts, though he dared not voice such sentiments directly. Lan Qingyan knew that dealing with exotic beasts was a trivial matter for him. Huangshang, Hu Lai, and Hao Wan cast disdainful glances, already beginning to flatter the future sister-in-law. Xiang Liang turned on his heel and departed, while Jiang Jingxiu shook his head, pondering how challenging it was to guide this cohort of students. Chapter 59, The Hunt in Fenghe Valley 5, following the Mountain Hunter Guide. Team 18 had trekked for 2 days and had now ventured deep into the heart of Shenlong Ridge. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, far removed from civilization. Huangshang finally discerned the hunter's name and, blocking his path, impatiently inquired, Lu Wankai, how much farther to Fenghe Valley? My lord, it is not far now. We shall reach it upon crossing the ridge ahead. Lu Wankai, with a forced smile, pointed towards the misty mountains ahead. Continue onward, refrain from any tricks, or I shall bestow upon you a blade. I wouldn't dare, Lu Wankai repeatedly nodded. An hour later, Jiang Jingxiu raised his hand once more, bringing the procession to a halt. This time, his expression was grave, and he cast a stern gaze upon Lu Wankai. Are you concealing something? Concealing? No, not at all. My lord, Lu Wankai stammered, his anxiety palpable. Having witnessed these middle-aged individuals effortlessly slay the fearsome beasts they usually dreaded, he was already trembling with trepidation. Toxic mist? What toxic mist? I truly know nothing of it, he exclaimed, his face reflecting confusion and fear. Huangshang, keep a close watch, Jiang Jingxiu grunted, dismissing him. Understood. Should there be any unusual movements, rest assured, your head shall meet the ground. Jiang Jingxiu, accompanied by several instructors, hastened forward and soon encountered a vast expanse of white toxic mist that obstructed their path. Lu Wankai mentioned that the Wind River Valley lies just ahead. Could it be that the rabbit-like beasts have conjured this toxic fog to hinder our progress? Mei Shenglin speculated. It is highly probable, came the reply. What shall we do then? Should we unite to dispel the mist? That would consume a considerable amount of energy, and we would require over an hour to recuperate. If, by chance, the beasts were to attack during that time, it would be disastrous. Yin Su expressed her concerns. Still somewhat hesitant, she added, Jiang Laoshi. Are we truly to enter Wind River Valley? What if, hypothetically, it is a trap? Jiang Jingxiu smiled. We must enter Wind River Valley without fail. Firstly, we have traversed for 3 days. The arrow is knocked and must be loosed. Secondly, the greater the obstacles, the more significant the issues. I observed Huangshang persistently interrogating along the way, indicating that there may indeed be problems in the Wind River Valley. The teachers nodded in agreement, refraining from further discourse. The 4 instructors unleashed a formidable gust of wind, several meters long, dispelling the noxious miasma emitted by the mutant rabbits. An hour later, they instructed the students to pass through the area. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Wankai pointed towards the mouth of a canyon, exclaiming, Sir, we have arrived. Ahead lies the Wind River Valley. The Wind River Valley, encircled by steep cliffs, exuded an aura of deep tranquility. Jiang Jingxiu commanded Team 18 to remain on standby while he and Xiang Liang proceeded to explore the valley, meticulously scanning the surroundings at the entrance, yet finding nothing of note. It was impractical to conduct a thorough scan of the entire valley due to its vastness. Jiang Jingxiu did indeed identify the black rock that Lu Wankai had mentioned, possibly a mineral, but he sensed no presence of extraterrestrial pirates. Perhaps a more extensive search with additional personnel was required to flush out the 3 alien creatures. Exiting, Jiang Jingqiu gathered Team 18, affirming their understanding. The 100-member team commenced their descent into the Wind River Valley, with Li Yuan leading the charge. Huang Shang patted Lu Wangkai on the back of the knife, saying, "Let us go together. Once we complete our search of this area, I shall reward you with 1,000 Shinjo coins." Lu Wangkai was inclined to refuse. Yet the imposing blade loomed before him, rendering him speechless. Jiang Jingqiu contacted the other team leaders to ascertain their locations. However, he was taken aback by the urgent voices of other teachers crackling through his earpiece. "This is not good. Our team is besieged by a multitude of monstrous beasts. I sense there are more than several thousand. We are unable to withstand their onslaught and must retreat into Wind River Valley for now." "Teacher Jiang, what is the situation in Wind River Valley?" 1, 2, 3. Soon all the other 100-member teams reported similar circumstances. They had originally been stationed near Wind River Valley, but were now forced into its confines by the overwhelming hordes of beasts. Jiang Jingqiu was truly taken aback. This was indeed a trap. "Teacher Jiang, now is not the time to discuss accountability. Let us gather together to strategize, for the beasts are upon us." At this moment, the members of Team 18 could already hear the roars of the beast horde and witness the swirling dust around Wind River Valley, with trees falling in droves. "Fellow students, we may have been ensnared in a cunning plot. Do not panic. We shall continue to employ a defensive strategy at our encampment. Other schools' 100-member teams will also enter the valley, and together we shall withstand the assault of these thousands of beasts." Upon hearing this, the students of Team 18 were engulfed in panic. Huang Shang seized Lu Wangkai, shouting, "You scoundrel! So you are indeed a traitor, leading us into this inferno. I will end you." Li Yuan intervened, preventing Huang Shang from attacking, and turned to Jiang Jingqiu, saying, "Teacher, I previously contacted the patrol bureau through my wrist terminal to verify the village he mentioned. Upon investigation, his information is accurate. His ancestors were hunters, and he has not been in contact with anyone recently. We should dismiss any suspicion of treachery." Upon hearing these words, Lu Wangkai felt as though he had found a lifeline, desperately pleading with Li Yuan, "Please, sir, I am merely a hunter, not a traitor. I implore you to spare me." Li Yuan reassured Lu Wangkai, "Do not fret. We shall not mistakenly harm an innocent nor allow a traitor to escape. You mentioned that there were no strange beasts here before. When did they first appear?" Lu Wangkai replied, "Approximately 3 months ago. I recall witnessing a large group of strange beasts silently entering Shunlong Ridge from the surrounding mountains. However, these creatures did not disturb the nearby villages, nor did they harm anyone. After their arrival, they seemed to lie low in the mountains, remaining unseen, which is why I did not report it. Had I not spotted them in recent days, I would have thought they had already departed from Shunlong Ridge." Li Yuan furrowed his brow. "Teacher, does this imply that the group of strange beasts may have been driven here by extraterrestrial pirates?" Jiang Jingqiu nodded. "It is indeed a possibility. This suggests that after breaching the defensive base, they have been plotting against us." Li Yuan was taken aback. "So, are we to believe that the ambush on the camp and the attack on the library of the Nanjing War Academy were merely distractions, while their true intention was to lay an ambush for us here? What could their ultimate goal be? Have they perhaps taken control of the infiltrators?" Chapter 60. Hunting in Wind River Valley 6. Li Yuan's words caused Jiang Jingqiu's brow to furrow into a W shape, as the situation indeed appeared exceedingly complex. Though the Shinjo continent harbored a deep animosity towards the infiltrators from the Technological Federation and the Pure Land of Bliss for their attempts to steal the Sixth Sense combat techniques, the 3 factions ultimately belonged to the Human Alliance and had not yet engaged in any overt large-scale conflict. Furthermore, the extraterrestrial marauders are a mutual adversary to the tripartite human factions, rendering their subjugation by said pirates improbable. Nevertheless, to assert the absence of clandestine collusion would be imprudent. The Wind River Valley incident does, in fact, appear to be a consequential event stemming from the preceding 2 incursions. Let us eschew such conjecture for the nonce and expeditiously familiarize ourselves with the topography of Wind River Valley, as a horde of bestial creatures shall soon assail us. Jiang Jingqiu swiftly made a determination: disperse, each team, and reconnoiter the terrain. Before long, the 8th and 10th squads plunged into Wind River Valley, followed by an increasing number of teams. Within half an hour, the neophytes from the 5 war academies of Central China Prefecture were forcibly herded into the basin-like Wind River Valley. The instructors, constrained by circumstances, could only lead their students into the valley for temporary refuge. Bicephalous tiger beasts also surged in, only to be slain. The constricted entrance to Wind River Valley proved fortuitous for the war academies. Several instructors stood sentinel, dispatching any intruding beast with alacrity, resulting in a chaotic scene of trampling and carnage. A thunderous roar reverberated from within the bestial throng, causing the assault to momentarily cease. With the creatures maintaining their position at the egress, Lu Qifeng observed a towering, golden-hued winged leopard, its presence indicative of a beast king orchestrating the situation. Lu Qingfeng's visage darkened, realizing that the presence of a beast king implied a carefully laid snare. He had been overseeing the entire training exercise and had considered the possibility of a trap, as Zhang Jingqiu had suggested. However, he had also reasoned that even if the 18th squad were ensnared, the other squads could provide support, thus he had acquiesced to the plan. Lu Qifeng convened a council of instructors from each squad, with the class monitors, such as Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, and Li Yuan, in attendance as observers. Zhang Jingqiu was the first to speak, addressing the teachers with an apology. I am truly sorry for my misjudgment that has led us into this perilous situation. I will accept any consequences the school deems necessary. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. This is not your fault. Your intentions are well understood by all. This is a collective decision we have made. Although we find ourselves trapped now, it indicates that the beast tide is either a ploy by infiltrators or the work of extraterrestrial pirates. Given the scale of this operation, it seems unlikely that the infiltrators possess such capability. It must be the extraterrestrial pirates behind this, which means you have not only erred but have actually contributed positively. The lead instructor from Huazhong Prefectural Academy concurred with Lu's assessment, emphasizing, our immediate priority is to establish a defensive strategy against the impending assault of the beast horde. Lu Qingfeng nodded in agreement, as did the other instructors. 10% of the teachers were designated as mobile forces, ready to support the attacking teams at a moment's notice, while another 10% would lead the aspiring warriors in a search of the canyon for any signs of the extraterrestrial pirates. The allocation of personnel was to be arranged by Teacher Hua. Let us act swiftly. The thousands of student soldiers began to organize themselves into groups with remarkable order. Yet the monstrous beasts offered them no respite. A multitude of two-headed tigers, man-apes, and wild boars, alongside jungle wolves, fearlessly surged toward the narrow entrance. Teachers such as Xiang Liang, who were absent from the meeting, fought valiantly amidst the chaos. The ground at the entrance became a graveyard for the fallen beasts, trampled upon by the advancing creatures, as flesh and soil mingled to form a veritable mouth of hell. After holding their ground for several minutes, Xiang Liang and his comrades completed the distribution of tasks among the student army. The attacking forces split into two groups, taking turns to engage in fierce combat. Determined to prevent the monstrous creatures from breaching their defenses, Li Yuan was assigned to the first cohort alongside Ouyang Fenghua and Lin Longfei from Huazhong Prefecture, Su Wei and Jiang Mingde from Dongjiang, Mi Qilin and Jin Jia from Shijiang, and Zhuo Wenjun and Ming Chang'an from Beijiang. Under the guidance of instructors like Lu Qifeng, Hua Xianyuan, and Zhang Jingqiu, they annihilated countless exotic beasts. After a relentless half-hour of combat, they had slain thousands of these creatures. Yet, the passage mouth had been partially filled, and the beasts had advanced several meters, creating a veritable river of blood. The exotic beasts, fearless in their onslaught, were determined to breach the defenses and tear everyone to shreds. During Li Yuan's respite, a teacher suddenly issued a loud alarm. A massive swarm of giant bats, each carrying mutated rabbits, was approaching from afar. Brace yourselves. A wave of panic washed over the students. The appearance of aerial beasts suggested that their doom was imminent. A pack of brutes, get lost. Despite the dire situation, the students continued their assault. Qin Palu, wielding weapons in both hands, ignited a series of crimson explosions. Su Chongwan and Yu Manhong soared towards the lower cliffs, where a horde of ape-like creatures were descending with furious roars. Yu Manhong, with a hearty laugh, unleashed a barrage of finger strikes, each as sharp as a blade, shattering the skulls of over a dozen apes, sending them plummeting into the valley. The cliffside was instantly transformed into a deadly purgatory. The battle raged on, both in the skies and on the ground. Li Yuan, brandishing his divine staff, executed a triple strike, crushing the skulls of over a dozen two-headed tigers. Nearby, Lin Longfei scoffed and wielded his twin blades with remarkable speed and precision, dispatching over a dozen wild boars and forest wolves as if slicing vegetables. In the blink of an eye, an hour of carnage had passed, leaving behind a landscape littered with corpses, not only those of the exotic beasts, but also of fallen students. They dragged the headless corpses of several two-headed tigers into the valley's plain, skinning and dismembering them before burning the remains, preparing to provide sustenance to the warriors and students engaged in the fierce battle ahead. Even the strongest of men require nourishment, unless one chooses to become a ghost or ascend to immortality. Chapter 61. The Hunt in Wind River Valley. 7. The number of two-headed tigers, humanoid apes, and toxic mutated rabbits was rapidly increasing. The onslaught also included monstrous pigs, winged leopards, and colossal bears surging toward the entrance of Wind River Valley, where the carcasses of these beasts piled high like mountains. The combatants on both sides, consumed by fury, bled profusely, their blood pooling upon the ground, creating a veritable hell on earth. Fall back. Retreat to the secondary defensive position. Lu Qifeng bellowed, realizing that the assault of the beast horde had become insurmountable. Any further resistance would only lead to more students perishing in the fray. The tide of monstrous creatures surged through the nearly flattened entrance, trampling through the morass of blood and flesh as they charged into Wind River Valley. Many beasts, unable to halt their momentum, tumbled into the 100-meter-deep trench, transforming into mere heaps of flesh and blood. After a brief moment of chaos, the beast horde stabilized, gazing across at the second wave of students and teachers, howling incessantly. The ground battle came to a temporary standstill, the scent of blood saturating the air. The teachers and students, panting heavily, turned their attention to the aerial combat above. Qin Polu, the head of the Central Province Military Academy, stood resolute against the army of giant bats, his longsword crackling like thunder, cleaving through the air with devastating might, claiming a swath of foes with each swing. The giant bats found themselves unable to advance, and after a series of screeches in their beastly tongue, they altered their strategy, discarding the toxic rabbits beneath their claws as if they were refuse, sending them plummeting toward the ground of Wind River Valley. As the mutated rabbits descended, they began to release toxic mist, resembling deadly gas grenades aimed at the cluster of students below. Qin Polu unleashed a gale of energy, dispatching numerous toxic rabbits. Yet he could not eradicate them all. Upon the towering cliffs surrounding the valley, a multitude of simians ascended with remarkable agility, seeking to penetrate the depths of Wind River Valley. He Chuangguan and Yuan Hong, armed with their sword and saber, intertwined their weapons in a deadly dance, sending severed simian corpses cascading to the ground like hailstones. The simians suffered grievously and began to retreat, and soon the giant bats followed suit. After 3 hours of fierce combat, darkness enveloped the sky. The temporary students from the Fire Stove Workshop, including Lan Qingyun, Luo Qinshan, and Wuling, ignited torches to illuminate the gorge. Hot, albeit pungent, chunks of meat were presented to the weary combatants. In that moment, the foul odor was of little concern. The teachers and students feasted heartily. It was a peculiar and strange experience, for the exotic beast posed a threat to their existence yet also represented a means of sustenance. Qin Polu called out from the air, "Lu team, I observe that the beast horde is unlikely to attack in the immediate future. Expedite the search for traces of extraterrestrial pirates within the valley." Given the relentless intensity of the beast horde, the alien marauders might indeed be concealed within. Lu Qingfeng nodded, instructing Team 2 to maintain vigilance while Team 1, led by him, would pursue the search for extraterrestrial pirate signs. Li Yuan accompanied Lu Qingfeng as they patrolled other areas of Wind River Valley. Xiang Liang had already scouted a third of the region with a portion of the new martial artists. "Teacher Lu, the Black Rocks are indeed ore. Yet we have found no traces of extraterrestrial pirates nearby. Let us split up and search," he suggested. Lu Qingfeng nodded, emphasizing caution against potential ambushes by hidden extraterrestrial pirates. He led Li Yuan, Lan Qingyun, and 100 others in a concentrated search of Wind River Valley. Half an hour passed, then an hour, yet they uncovered nothing. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the entire valley. He Wei, who had been following Li Yuan, was utterly terrified. "Oh dear, have we slain too many alien beasts, rousing their ancestors? We are doomed." Lan Qingyan swiftly silenced him with a sharp clap. "Enough." Meanwhile, the student army had already penetrated deep into the heart of Shenlong Ridge. Although the camp had been alerted, by the time they arrived, it would be too late. Qin Polu, Su Chongguan, and Yu Manhong shouted, "Do you wish to annihilate our kind? Should any harm befall our new recruits today, we shall summon the armies of Shenzhou to eradicate your entire race on another day. Think wisely." The creature glanced down, extending a finger to trace across its throat, indicating unmistakably that if they were to eradicate them, no one would be aware of their involvement. Beast, dare you? Qin Polu sword energy swept forth, engaging in a fierce battle with the formidable black bear. At that juncture, the ground was also engulfed by a frenzied onslaught of beasts. Lu Qifeng, feeling anxious, recognized that the situation was spiraling out of control. Teacher Lu, I have an idea. Li Yuan rushed over, gripping Lu Qingfeng's arm. Speak quickly. We are currently too passive, attempting to locate the extraterrestrial pirates while remaining oblivious to how they command the beasts to attack us. This peculiarity is far too unusual. I am convinced the aliens are nearby. What if we feign retreat to lure them out? Lu Qingfeng shook his head. We have been searching for them. They would likely prefer us to withdraw. I once thought the same, Li Yuan replied, but I suddenly realized, why would they want to draw us here? They must be coveting something from our group, so if we retreat now, they may act out of desperation. Lu Qifeng was taken aback. He had not considered this possibility, and his mind raced with thoughts. The situation was precarious, leaving him little time for contemplation. Although climbing was no easy feat for those students who cast aside their mechs, even aspiring warriors could ascend the steep cliffs without much difficulty. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qifeng made a resolute decision. Everyone scatter and retreat. With that, he immediately sent out a mass message through his wrist terminal, explaining the reasons for the withdrawal, as the second line of defense was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 62. Hunting in Wind River Valley 8. Li Yuan shouted hoarsely. This place is a trap. Teacher Lu has issued a command. Team 2. Continue the fight to hold back the horde of alien beasts. The rest of you, immediately abandon your mechs, climb the mountains, and escape from Wind River Valley while covering Team 2's retreat. Hurry. Ibuwei, Lan Qingyun, and others echoed through their earpieces, urging the same, and promptly began to shed their battle mechs. After a few seconds of chaos, the student army, witnessing their leaders act first, no longer hesitated and swiftly followed Lu Qingfeng's orders. They harbored no doubts about Li Yuan's words. He had suddenly emerged as the leader of the entire student army, eclipsing Ouyang Fenghua. Teachers, we are retreating to advance, forcing the alien pirates to reveal themselves. If they do not appear, it signifies that there are no extraterrestrial pirates here. We can contact the Shenzhou military to dispatch combat airships for bombardment. There is no need to sacrifice students in vain. Yuan was somewhat perplexed, murmuring softly to himself. Even if extraterrestrial pirates were present, couldn't we simply unleash a barrage of artillery to obliterate these wretches? Was it truly necessary to mobilize such a multitude of students for a siege, especially when so many had already perished along the way? Why don't you just kick him? He scoffed. You understand nothing. The alien pirates are far superior to us in terms of thermal weaponry. What use is a bombardment? Moreover, their mechs are extraordinarily swift, capable of teleporting several hundred meters in an instant. It is nearly impossible to annihilate them with our outdated thermal arms. The monstrous beasts, however, lack the superlative protective mechs of the extraterrestrial pirates and have limited speed. A comprehensive bombardment from within to without could decimate the majority of them. Reflecting on this, Yuan ceased his ramblings and, shedding his mech, commenced his ascent of the mountain. What was Li Yuan currently engaged in? Lan Qingyun was following him. Thus, He Faoi could only trail behind Lan Qingyun, while Yuan remained close to He Faoi, resembling a string of locusts. The student army swiftly and orderly climbed towards the precipice of Wind River Valley, while the second combat team fought and retreated simultaneously. Upon witnessing the student army's withdrawal, the monstrous beasts seemed to grow even more frenzied, rapidly breaching the trench defenses, their corpses nearly filling the trenches to the brim. At this juncture, the entire student army had reached the cliff, some higher, some lower. The ape-like beasts excelled at scaling cliffs, yet the two-headed tigers, wild boars, black bears, jungle wolves, and venomous mist rabbits were ill-equipped for such steep ascents. Only the apes were audibly climbing upwards, but under the assault from those left behind, such as Lu Qingfeng and others, they fell, shrieking in agony. Nevertheless, undeterred by the peril, they continued their relentless charge upwards. Li Yuan, Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, Su Wei, Zhou Wenjun, and Mi Qilin exhibited remarkable speed in their ascent, drawing near a group of students hovering in the air. They nodded in unison. Yet Lin Longfei harbored a sense of discontent, thinking to himself, why should you command me? However, in such a grand context, he found himself unable to voice his dissent and reluctantly joined the others in deploying their sixth sense to disrupt the five-segment, one-star black-brown wild boar. A multitude of one-star sixth senses enveloped the black-brown wild boar, which perceived them as a swarm of bothersome buzzing mosquitoes. Ordinarily, it would have swatted them away without a second thought, but now it dared not retaliate, enduring the incessant annoyance of these vexatious insects gnawing at its sixth sense. Feeling both irked and helpless, Yu Manhong detected this discontent and laughed heartily, intensifying his assault. He already held a slight advantage in sixth sense, and with his bold and sweeping techniques, he caused the black-brown wild boar to sputter blood and tumble helplessly. In a moment of instability, Lin Yuan unleashed his sixth sense flying sword, delivering a sharp stab that felt akin to a bee's sting, quite painful. Enraged, the black wild boar momentarily forgot about Yu Manhong, fixated solely on annihilating this irritating mosquito. In its desperation, the great black bear unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground. This primal roar brought the battle to a sudden halt, plunging the Finghe Valley into an eerie silence. Then, an even more peculiar sound emerged, one that left the student army perplexed and looking around in confusion. Qin Polu, however, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "So you little pest really were hiding here. Why don't you come out?" Boom. The heavens erupted with a thunderous roar as the mountainside of Wind River Valley detonated, and in an instant, 3 towering figures emerged before the massive black bear. Standing at 3 meters tall, the bear was dwarfed by these enigmatic black mechs, each exceeding 5 meters in height. They soared through the air without the aid of synthetic wings, their formidable presence illuminated by the faint blue flames that flickered beneath their feet. In the next moment, the lead black mech emitted a piercing mechanical voice, speaking in the ancient tongue of the Han people. "Wretched humans, bow down and pay homage to your ancestral masters." Chapter 63. The hunt in Wind River Valley. Upon encountering the elusive black mech alien pirates he had sought for months, Lu Qifeng felt an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent coursing through him. Yet, bereft of his silver half-powered combat mech capable of brief flight, he found himself unable to engage in battle. He raised his voice, calling out to the Danes, "Slay these beasts. Their hands are stained with the blood of our valiant soldiers." Beside him, Huang Shang, controlling Lu Wangkai, echoed the sentiment with fervor, urging, "Capture them." The student army rallied behind their leaders, their voices rising in a fervent cacophony. Without hesitation, Qin Pola brandished his longsword, unleashing a torrent of sword shadows that filled the air, a manifestation of his unparalleled martial prowess directed towards the 3 alien marauders. The leading pirate remained unmoved, their masked visage obscuring any trace of emotion. However, the overwhelming onslaught of sword shadows was swiftly absorbed by an invisible barrier that the pirates had erected before them. Qin Polu's expression darkened. He had fought on high-altitude battlefields and had dispatched countless alien pirates at the Shattered Star Defense Base. Yet he had never witnessed such a formidable shield. Indeed, the genesis of human cultivation from extraterrestrial pirates is irrefutable. A millennium old, reclusive martial arts clan from ancient China unearthed resources from the wreckage of alien marauders a century ago, pioneering the development of potent elixirs that distinguished cultivation from traditional martial arts. These trailblazers amalgamated conventional martial arts techniques, refining diverse combat skills, thereby gradually reversing humanity's disadvantage and expelling the alien pirates from Earth's upper atmosphere. Thus, in essence, the cultivation hierarchies of both factions are analogous. Such paltry skills dare to be flaunted before our ancestors, the leading alien pirate proclaimed. Today, all of you inferior beings shall meet your demise. The pronouncement from the chief alien pirate elicited jubilant howls from all the alien beasts, their grotesque visages contorting even more ferociously, their eyes fixated on the student soldiers with ravenous anticipation. The foremost alien pirate raised his mechanical hand, instantly silencing the agitated alien beast army. This spectacle left all humans dumbfounded. How could extraterrestrial entities manipulate Earth's alien beasts with such seamless control? What if they could one day control humans? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. The principal pirate turned towards the left flank, uttering coldly, "I have detected you." Emerge. A figure materialized from the void, displaying a hint of surprise. "The technological prowess of you pirates is truly remarkable. Is that a bioelectrical wave radar? Or a blood energy detection radar?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, the student soldiers experienced a slight sense of relief. It was none other than Gu Jiejia, the director of academic affairs at Nanjing War College and the supreme commander of this reinforcement mission. "Old Gu, so you didn't return with the reinforcements. Did you foresee that the alien pirates were hunting us? But just you alone?" Qin Polu scrutinized the surroundings with some suspicion, wishing that Mo Wenhai were lurking nearby. With a wry smile, Gu Jiejia remarked, "Just me? Somewhat anticlimactic, isn't it? I had intended to withdraw with the reinforcements, but on a whim, I decided to linger and observe if the infiltrators had any further stratagems. As it turns out, my hunch was correct. Gu Jijia shook his head. There was no need for such measures. I surmise these three are but spent forces. I have been observing you all these past few days. Pondering a question, from whence does the horde of chimeric beasts originate? And how do these extraterrestrial pirates manage to control them, gradually luring the student army here? It was a discourse I overheard from Li Yuan that illuminated the matter for me. Li Yuan? The students were quite familiar with this name, though Qin Polu, Su Chongguan, and Yuan Hong were only vaguely acquainted. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Li Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. I simply prefer to avoid the limelight. Yuan Hong guffawed. Well, if it isn't Li Yuan. It was he who, along with Ouyang Fenghua and a few other students, disrupted the black-bristled boar head, allowing me to cleave it in twain with a single stroke. But what insight could he possibly offer? The extraterrestrial pirate scheme concerning this student army. After much deliberation, I believe I have deciphered it. To slaughter all of us and extract our sanguine energy, is it not? All were aghast at this revelation. These nefarious extraterrestrial pirates intended to annihilate thousands in one fell swoop. The leading pirate coldly retorted, "You are but insignificant ants. Is it not self-evident that your slaughter would serve to aid my blood servants, and through them, assist our venerable elders in recuperating from their wounds?" Qin Polu erupted in fury. "I spit upon you. You vile beasts dare to dream of slaying us? Today shall mark your demise. Old Gu, enough with the idle chatter. Let us unite to vanquish them and eliminate the beasts." Gu Jia just smiled. "Director Hua, do not be anxious. The three pirates lack sufficient energy and pose no genuine threat to us. The protective shield they just erected was merely their utmost limit, a tactic designed to intimidate you. The two-headed tiger, the ape, the black-brown wild boar, the jungle wolf, the great black bear, and the venomous mist rabbit roared in a cacophony, shaking the earth and sky. Silence. Gu Jijia commanded, unleashing his sixth sense to suppress the majority of the beastly roars, which prompted the student army of humanity to erupt in cheers. The leading alien pirate glanced at the crowd and declared, "Attack. Let us annihilate this pack of flesh-eaters. I promise you the mech upgrade technology one avowed to provide." Gu Jijia was taken aback, instantly consumed with rage. The students heard a piercing scream as Huang Shang kicked Lu Wangkai aside and simultaneously plunged a knife into Lu Qingfeng's left chest, seizing his neck and soaring towards the alien pirate. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What was happening? Senior Huang Shang was a traitor, and yet he could soar. Chapter 64. The Hunt in Fenghe Valley 10. In the midst of the stupefied student army, Huang Shang clutched Lu Qingfeng and flew to the side of the alien pirate. Gu Jijia's gaze turned frigid. "You are not Huang Shang. Who are you truly?" Huang Shang, however, let out a sinister laugh. "Director Gu. Who says I am not Huang Shang? I am indeed Huang Shang, but also not Huang Shang, haha." Qin Polu, Su Chongguan, and Yuan Hong exchanged bewildered glances. Had this fellow lost his mind? The leading alien pirate coldly interjected, "You lowly humans could never comprehend the supreme cultivation secrets of my holy race. Behold, this is the method of the shared Niwen Palace, by which the corporeal memories, or what you call the soul, can be lodged within another's body. Observe closely, and you shall see who he truly is." At that moment, Huang Shang's countenance underwent a transformation, revealing a blurred visage. Gu Jijia exclaimed in astonishment, "An angel? You are not deceased? You extraterrestrial marauder are indeed malevolent, not only controlling and commanding alien beasts but also engaging in soul possession and usurpation. You deserve divine retribution." The extraterrestrial pirate scoffed, "Provincial simpleton, humanity is destined for annihilation." The angel responded with a smile, "Gu Jijia, my corporeal form was vanquished by Mo Wentian, and I am temporarily residing within Huang Shang. I have not usurped his body. Huang Shang is one of my special forces operatives. He has rendered a great service today by capturing Lu Qingfeng." Qin Polu rebuked sternly, "Angel, you are also human. Why would you betray your own kind and allow yourself to be controlled by extraterrestrial pirates? You orchestrated the assault on the library and the ambush on the camp as bait, all to provide sustenance for these pirates. Do you not fear the eternal pursuit of the divine continent, nor the condemnation of the technological federation? A traitor to humanity? You short-sighted fools cannot comprehend our grand aspirations. I am merely offering you, the useless, as sacrifices to acquire advanced extraterrestrial technology. If our technological federation can utilize this technology to reforge and upgrade our mechs, we can neutralize your sixth sense advantage. Then, what is the harm in sharing Earth with our extraterrestrial allies? Of course, this would require the divine continent to cede territory." Haha. Su Chongguan, His fury ignited, roared, "You heinous madman, colluding with extraterrestrial pirates, your crimes are unforgivable, and you deserve to be executed." With his great sword in hand, he advanced menacingly. "Do not approach, or I shall immediately slay Lu Qifeng." Gu Jiejiao. You are presented with a choice. Either relinquish the sixth sense combat technique, or I shall terminate Lu Qifeng forthwith. Gu Jiejiao was incensed, yet momentarily indecisive. Lu Qifeng, as a commander of the Divine Continent's army, was indispensable, but the sixth sense combat technique was not his to surrender. As he grappled with the dilemma, Lu Qifeng emitted a subdued roar, unleashing the full force of his sixth sense to assault Huangshang's Yuan palace. Having imparted the art of will manifestation to Li Yuan, his sixth sense dagger was all the more acute. Thus, Huangshang, caught unawares, emitted a wretched cry as he was pierced by Lu Qifeng's sixth sense dagger. With gritted teeth, Lu Qifeng forcibly extracted himself from the clutches of Huangshang's blade, his blood cascading across the firmament. In that instant, Gu Jiejiao assailed the recovering angel, preventing it from delivering a fatal blow to the plummeting Lu Qifeng. Kill. The leading extraterrestrial pirate, observing the unfolding situation deviating from his expectations, promptly issued an order to the horde of alien beasts, while simultaneously launching 3 azure energy shields aimed at Gu Jiejiao, Qin Pelu, and Su Chongwan. Attack its sixth sense. The angel is merely a soul form now. Lu Qifeng bellowed, hastily ingesting a Jin Shuang pill, extricating himself from Li Yuan, and charging towards the advancing angel. Hua Xian Yuan, Jiang Jingqiu, Mei Shenglin, and other instructors also joined the fray, unleashing their sixth sense upon the angel. Above, Gu Jiejiao waved his hand, shattering the azure light. However, Qin Pelu and Su Chongwan were ensnared, their valiant resistance proving futile. Instead of directly rescuing them, Gu Jiejiao made a beeline for the 3 extraterrestrial pirates, adhering to the principle of capturing the chieftain first. Our energy reserves are dwindling, but it's sufficient to subdue those 2 and eliminate you. The extraterrestrial pirate uttered in a synthesized monotone, then delivered a kick towards Gu Jiejiao, initiating a fierce entanglement between man and armor. Jiang Jingqiu hesitated momentarily, while Lu Qifeng shouted, "Act according to Li Yuan's wishes. His sixth sense is sharper than ours. If we don't assist soon, old you will be beyond saving." Yu Manhong, bloodied yet exuberant, laughed heartily. "Very well, today we shall engage in a grand battle. I have traversed 3,000 miles and once faced 1,000,000 troops with a single sword." With a bold stroke, he repelled the great black bear and swiftly soared towards Jiang Jingqiu and the others, with a few allies to shield him. He could take a moment to consume a golden healing pill. "Li Yuan, was it you who dispatched Robert? Today, I shall sever your head in remembrance of my fallen comrade." Upon hearing Li Yuan's name, the angel immediately turned and charged towards him. "Come forth. What kind of angel are you? I'll send you to the netherworld to serve as a ghostly messenger." Li Yuan activated his Wuling mode and began to dash rapidly along the cliff. The angel, thwarted in a series of attacks, grew increasingly furious. Unable to catch up with Li Yuan, even as he flew along the precipice, the angel's ire did not cloud his judgment. He redirected his focus onto Lu Qifeng. Since he could not eliminate Li Yuan immediately, he decided to concede the sesame and instead seize the watermelon. "Li Yuan, I shall flay you alive." After repeated failures, the angel finally erupted in fury, disregarding all else as he unleashed a barrage upon Li Yuan. Chapter 65. The Hunt in Wind River Valley. 11 Lu Qifeng and the others watched as Li Yuan darted across the cliffside like a nimble monkey, narrowly evading the angel's lethal assaults, which seemed incapable of bringing him down. Despite sustaining several blows to his back that left him spitting blood and suffering shattered organs, each time he tumbled down the cliff, he either found a rock to halt his fall or seized a crevice to cling to before continuing his escape. Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling remarkably fortunate to have summoned the large wrench, which he concealed on his back. Coupled with his robust 3-star skin and sinew, he would have been reduced to mere fragments by the angelic elder otherwise. "Hey, you wretched specter, come on, continue your pursuit. Your little brother still has plenty of fight left in him." Observing the angel pivot to attack Lu Qifeng and his companions, Li Yuan leapt forth to provoke the celestial being once more. Thus began yet another perilous and somewhat unconventional chase along the precipice. A host of instructors charged towards the 2-headed tiger, which had been mercilessly battering Jiang Jingqiu and the others, their arrival instantly altering the tide of battle. Li Yuan and the angels circled the cliff, with the latter shattering countless boulders in their wake, leaving no refuge for Li Yuan. In a fit of determination, He leapt from the cliff towards the horde of beasts below. The two-headed tigers, momentarily bewildered, lunged with their jaws wide open, while the frenzied angel roared and unleashed a devastating strike, obliterating a swath of the monstrous creatures. "This brat is mine, clear out." Employing his sixth sense, Li Yuan maneuvered through the throng of beasts like an elusive eel. Those obstructing his path either driven mad by a small sword or smashed to pieces by the angel's wrath. They wove through the chaos, one on the ground and the other in the air, battling amidst the horde in the Wind River Valley, inflicting considerable damage and causing the beasts to recoil in fear. Indeed, risk and opportunity coexisted in this perilous dance. Since the onset of conflict in the Wind River Valley, Li Yuan had seamlessly integrated into the fray, amassing 90 of his blood energy. His convertible combat prowess had surged to an impressive 40. Overcome with elation, he wasted no time in transforming. Any delay could jeopardize his very existence. As a thought sparked within him, a virtual steering wheel materialized in his grasp, visible only to him. Upon pressing the yes button, an immense power surged forth, and the background music began to play. In that instant, Li Yuan transformed 40 of his overall combat prowess into dual 2-star muscle and bone enhancements, enabling him to endure further blows. Instantly, his carapace and sinew reached a remarkable 5-star rating, while the durability of his flesh surged dramatically. Li Yuan dashed forward, his strength escalating. Though he continued to sprint, he gradually slowed, appearing utterly fatigued. The angel above, too, exhibited signs of weariness. He was merely a hermit crab in this instance. His control over Huang Shang's body was limited, and this frail form was quickly exhausting him. Just as he closed the distance to within 10 meters of Li Yuan, the angel sneered and struck downwards with a powerful hand, convinced that even divine intervention could not save that detestable little wretch this time. The angel's cold laughter echoed as he recognized the serpent-patterned sword in Li Yuan's hand, a worthless C-grade item, a gift he had bestowed upon Robert, of little utility. Yet, in the next moment, with a resounding thrust, the serpent-patterned sword, now fused with a screwdriver, pierced through the angel's palm and subsequently punctured his chest, delivering a chilling sensation. "Kill!" Li Yuan roared, unleashing the sixth sense small sword. This was a 1/6-star enhanced version, its speed and destructive power amplified, and it swiftly struck the angel's formidable mud pill star. The genius let out a wretched scream, cradling his head as he plummeted. Next came Huang Shang's anguished wails as he rolled on the ground. Li Yuan swung a club down upon him, shattering his skull. Huang Shang's corpse was swiftly consumed by the ravenous beast pack, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, the background music concluded, and as he struggled to catch his breath, the intense pain throughout his body surged forth, overwhelming him with an agony so profound he felt as though he might perish. Numerous instructors and students witnessed his feat of downing the angel, and while they didn't observe Huang Shang's dismemberment, the spectacle was sufficiently astounding to nearly send them tumbling off the precipice. A throng of savage beasts swiftly encircled Li Yuan, presuming his vulnerability and seeking to exploit the opportunity to slay him. Little did they know, Li Yuan lifted his gaze, a fiendish grin spreading across his face, and commenced a frenzied slaughter. In short order, he carved a crimson sea through the Wind River Valley, his carnage instilling dread in the hearts of the beasts and causing the very air to seethe with bloodlust. The entire bestial horde was cowed, and lacking the control of a beast king, they began to retreat, falling back towards the entrance. The student army was galvanized with fervor. Ouyang Fenghua, Lin Longfei, Su Wei, Mi Qilin, Zhuo Wenjun, Lan Xingyun, Meng Chang'an, and others leaped from the precipice to dispatch the beasts whose courage had been shattered by Li Yuan. The tide of battle shifted once more. With the pressure from the angel dissipated, Lu Qingfeng and Jiang Jingqiu, in concert, slew the two-headed tiger, while the great black bear, its spirit finally broken by Yuan Hong, abandoned a limb and fled in disarray, disregarding the coercion of the alien pirates. Though drenched in blood and missing an arm, Yuan Hong continued to assist Su Chongguan and Qin Pelu in their struggle against the blue light, and their liberation was imminent. Gu Jiejia roared with laughter, "Pirate scoundrels! Your cause is lost. Surrender now." Li Yuan fixed his gaze upon the winged panther, snarling, "You son of a turtle. You're the one who led the beast horde to attack us, causing the deaths of dozens of classmates. Today, I'll butcher you for meat." The winged panther unfurled its wings, preparing to flee. It had come to a full understanding that it could not outrun this frenzied demon of a beast slayer, even with its 4 legs against his 2. However, with a mere extension of its wings, it realized its miscalculation, for as soon as it took flight, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed its mind, causing it to plummet to the earth. Its feeble, nascent sixth sense, scarcely at the first tier, was no match for Li Yuan's prowess. At that moment, the winged leopard became acutely aware of its impending demise, and in a frenzy, it bolted towards a secluded area within the Wind River Valley. Perhaps driven by an instinctive urge for self-preservation, Li Yuan relentlessly pursued, cutting down any creature that dared to impede his path, dispatching them with a single stroke of his sword. Soon, the winged leopard plunged into the depths of the Wind River Valley, twisting and turning in vain attempts to shake off Li Yuan's relentless pursuit. Li Yuan grew increasingly frustrated with the chase, beginning to empathize with the angel's plight. It seemed that those who sought to survive were invariably swifter than those who sought to kill. Closing the distance, he flicked his wrist, and the screwdriver shot forth like a lightning bolt, piercing the winged leopard's skull, scattering blood and gore. With a final, agonizing cry, the winged leopard collapsed, its body tumbling and rolling from the force of its momentum before finally coming to rest, its abdomen still twitching. Li Yuan swiftly approached, retrieving his screwdriver. The winged leopard was covered in golden fur, devoid of any blemish. It was not the kind of leopard with circular black markings, but rather pure golden fur. Indeed, it was a king among beasts, exuding an air of grandeur. At that moment, the winged leopard king was not yet dead, its eyes devoid of fear, but filled with an intensely human-like plea, a desperate entreaty. Li Yuan was perplexed. Its skull had been pierced, and no amount of pleading could save it. To his surprise, 2 golden tears welled up in its eyes. Alas, this sight was too much for him to bear. Forget it. I shall not consume you nor strip your skin. Instead, let me dig a grave for your peaceful rest. The eyes of the winged leopard have nearly lost their luster, yet it persists with unwavering determination. It struggles to turn its neck, seemingly attempting to gaze at the extraterrestrial pirates above, then laboriously looks towards Li Yuan, and finally, with the last of its strength, casts a glance at its own abdomen. Li Yuan is taken aback, pondering deeply, and suddenly comprehends the implication of the winged leopard's plight. Perhaps it wishes to convey that it was coerced by the alien pirates to pursue the student army, and then, could it be that it is with child? With a keen sense, Li Yuan inspects and indeed discovers a small winged leopard writhing within its belly. With a sigh, he concedes, I understand. I shall care for your little cub. Grudges and vendettas arise so unexpectedly. Upon hearing these words, the winged leopard king appears to find solace. Its gaze softens with profound affection towards its abdomen, and with that, it breathes its last, its soul returning to the netherworld. Li Yuan reflects, realizing that maternal love knows no boundaries of species. He cannot blame himself for slaying the winged leopard in the midst of battle. It is a matter of survival. Either one must slay the other, leaving no room for compassion. Yet, confronted with this innocent life, he acknowledges his promise and must nurture it. Under the precise control of his sixth sense, Li Yuan gently employs the serpent blade to delicately part the abdomen of the winged leopard, carefully extracting the wind-red, wriggling cub. The little creature is coated in a viscous fluid, emitting cries akin to a human infant's wails upon birth. Li Yuan cleanses the cub of its filth, and it then emits a contented coo, trembling as it opens its eyes to gaze at Li Yuan, attempting to extend its delicate tongue to lick his fingers. So, this is what it means to acknowledge a master. Li Yuan was aware that the first creature a wild beast cub beholds upon opening its eyes is imprinted as its parent, a bond that lasts a lifetime. Li Yuan sighed, regretting his pursuit, especially knowing the winged panther was pregnant. Ultimately, the extraterrestrial pirates were responsible for its demise. He wondered from which mountain range the winged panther king had been abducted. Nevertheless, he allowed the little winged panther a glimpse of its deceased mother, fulfilling his sense of duty. However, his sixth sense suddenly alerted him to a confined space ahead, accompanied by energy fluctuations. Overcome by curiosity, Li Yuan ventured forward. Forgetting the adage that curiosity killed the cat, he followed the energy trail into a vast cavern where faint light filtered from above. He cautiously proceeded, eventually entering the cavern, which was remarkably tall. The ground was littered with recently fallen rubble. The winding cavern led to an area where the light above was more pronounced. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the lair of the extraterrestrial pirates? Their method of breaking through the mountain aligned with the current situation. Resigned to his fate, Li Yuan delved deeper into the cavern, discovering various items scattered on the ground. Perhaps the extraterrestrial pirates, confident in their impending victory over the student soldiers, had not bothered to carry all their belongings. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, employing his sixth sense to ensure there were no hidden beasts, before examining the items. A small blue box rested on a large stone, adorned with peculiar extraterrestrial inscriptions. Yuan employed his wrist terminal to decipher the inscriptions, discovering that it was, in fact, an extraterrestrial energy shield. Recognizing its potential value, he promptly secured it. While it might be a flawed specimen, otherwise, the alien pirates would have surely deployed it against Director Gu. It was better than nothing. Next, he encountered 3 crimson orbs, each adorned with similar alien glyphs. A scan with his wrist terminal revealed them to be extraterrestrial superenergy. If they possessed such formidable weaponry, Director Gu could be in grave peril. However, upon further reflection, he reasoned that their destructive power was likely too immense. Detonating them would obliterate the entire student army, rendering the extraction of blood-chi energy impossible. Therefore, the alien pirates, confident in their hunting expedition, had opted not to carry the devastating superenergy, a weapon several times more potent than human nuclear devices. With utmost caution, he stowed away the 3 crimson orbs, placing them securely in his pocket. He offered a silent prayer, hoping they wouldn't detonate and obliterate him, leaving him with no one to blame. It seemed this den of thieves held numerous treasures. As Yuan prepared to leave no stone unturned in his search for more valuables, his sixth sense suddenly alerted him to imminent danger. Several powerful auras were rapidly approaching his location. Chapter 67. The Hunt in Wind River Valley 13 above. Gu Jiejia clashed with a colossal transformer giant formed from the fusion of 3 alien pirates. Initially, there was hope that the sudden appearance of angels could reverse the situation. But after a period of intense combat, the transformer giant could no longer sense the angels' presence, their fate uncertain. Moreover, to compound the situation, the 2-headed tiger had been slain, and the great black bear had fled. The vast herd of beasts had also been routed and scattered by a single human. Incensed by the utter failure of their meticulously orchestrated scheme, a plan months in the making, the transformer giants were consumed by discontent. Under ordinary circumstances, a setback could be readily overcome, but their current predicament was dire. The plan's collapse meant they were deprived of the vital hematic energy needed to mend their injuries, thus jeopardizing their ability to plunder human cities and return to their mothership laden with spoils. Adding insult to injury, Qin Polu and Su Chongwan, aided by Yuan Hong, breached the cerulean shield and launched an assault from the rear, while the gravely wounded Yuan Hong withdrew from the fray. The Transformers instantly disaggregated, and after a brief exchange, the 3 alien pirates pivoted and dashed towards the cavern below, where their last hope for reversing their fortunes lay. With no time to spare for sanguinary sustenance, they risked losing their lives. If they survived this ordeal, they would be forced to prey upon the insignificant hamlets they once disdained. Think you can escape? The only open door for you is the gate to hell, Gu Jiejia roared, as Qin Polu and Su Chongwan relentlessly pursued the 3 pirates. With each strike of their blades, the mechs of the aliens shattered, spewing forth torrents of blood. Utterly disregarding the barrage of attacks, the pirates desperately scrambled towards the cavern mouth, their only salvation. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures streaked across the sky, leaving trails of afterimages in the newly dawned light. The lead pirate, outpacing the others, plunged into the cavern. His 2 companions turned, desperately sacrificing themselves to hold off the relentless onslaught of Gu Jiejia and his comrades. They summoned the last vestiges of their cerulean energy to shield themselves from the tidal wave of attacks. The lead pirate bolted into the cavern, making a beeline for the large boulder, only to be met with utter dismay. What in the cosmos? Where are my herbs of power? Its frantic search proving fruitless. It overturned the large boulder in a fit of pique, rummaging on the ground, yet still, no egg. The alien pirate emitted a piercing shriek. These were their last hope. Without the eggs, they had nowhere to retreat. If discovered by the enraged pirates at this moment, he was doomed. The leading alien pirate, having searched in vain, seemed to contemplate for a moment. Then the mecha helmet sprang open, and to Li Yuan's perception, an octopus-like alien creature of considerable size emerged. Good heavens, he thought. Such a small thing causing such chaos on Earth. Such a creature piloting such a massive mecha is ludicrous. The alien pirate octopus deftly escaped into a crevice and vanished. Then, with a bang, the mecha's self-destruct mechanism activated, obliterating it into a heap of fragments. Simultaneously, the blue light shields of the other 2 alien pirates shattered, and they were sent hurtling into the opposite mountainside by the full force of Gu Jiejia and the others' palms, their mechas and bodies exploding together, torn asunder. Gu Jiejia was the first to rush into the cave, his sixth sense sweeping through, locking onto a location. Just as a massive palm strike was about to descend, a shriek rang out, "Don't kill me. It's Li Yuan." Gu Jiejia's palm strike instantly altered course, cleaving into the mountain, creating a massive crater with a deafening roar, sending dust flying everywhere. Li Yuan emerged from the shadows, covered in dirt, large clumps clinging to him, his face coated in dust, coughing incessantly. "It really is you. What are you doing here?" Gu Jiejia asked, perplexed. "Director, I'll explain later. The leading pirate octopus has escaped into that crevice over there. Don't let it get away." Gu Jiejia nodded, immediately lunging forward, as the powerful sixth sense of the trio locked onto the area, leaving no avenue for escape. Qin Polu and Su Chongwan hastily followed suit, with the former exclaiming, "Old Gu, if you feast on meat, do leave us some broth." "Of course, no problem." The three erupted into hearty laughter as Gu Jiejia seized Li Yuan and soared into the air. Li Yuan wished to protest, "Don't fly. It would be quicker to go below." The aftermath of the great battle left the Fenghe Valley in utter disarray, with rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the landscape. In the midst of a patch of grass, Gu Jiejia, Qin Polu, Hua Xianyuan, Su Chongwan, Yu Manhong, Lu Qingfeng, and Jiang Jingqiu gazed at the awkwardly positioned Li Yuan, who scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin. "I was merely pursuing the winged leopard beast king and inadvertently stumbled into the lair of the extraterrestrial pirates." Qin Polu furrowed his brow. "What a coincidence." Yu Manhong expressed his dissatisfaction. "Old Hua, Li Yuan is indeed a great contributor. Had he not diverted and eliminated the angel, we might still be in a dire predicament." "Are you suggesting you harbor doubts about him?" "It's not doubt. Rather, I feel this occurrence is rather fortuitous," he replied. Lu Qingfeng chuckled. "There's nothing coincidental about it. We all know that this winged leopard was the former beast king of this group of aberrant creatures. When cornered by Li Yuan, its instinctual response would surely be to seek refuge. And who would be its refuge? Naturally, the extraterrestrial pirates." Gu Jiejia nodded in agreement. "Indeed. As the beast king, it would be well aware of the thieves' den. However, Li Yuan, did you not uncover anything else?" "Certainly. I discovered 3 super energy aggregation bombs on the large boulders within the cave." Having spoken, Li Yuan produced 3 aggregation grenades. With a swift motion, Gu Jiejia reached out, and the devices were in his possession. Upon closer inspection, he inhaled sharply, a gasp of astonishment. Gu Jiejia remarked with deep emotion that Li Yuan had not only distinguished himself, but had also saved the lives of everyone present. Some individuals expressed bewilderment, prompting Gu Jiejia to elaborate. A collective gasp of relief echoed through the vicinity as they realized the peril they had narrowly escaped. Just then, a distinct sound emanated from Li Yuan's pocket, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Chapter 68. To sacrifice oneself for the nation, to face death as returning home. Following their return, South River War College declared a week-long recess, necessitated by the fact that 60 of the students required medical attention for their injuries, and the aftermath of the fallen needed to be addressed. Li Yuan's week was occupied not only with recuperation, but also with various affairs. Ma Yun, demonstrating the qualities of a prominent magnate, promptly advanced Li Yuan 3.45 million Shinjo coins at a rate of 150,000 per item. A new D-grade alloy blade fetches 200,000, so these spoils of war would be discounted. Additionally, the 23 wrist terminals seized from the traders or infiltrators were entrusted to Ma Yun for decryption. Ultimately, 9 million Shinjo coins were extracted from them, while Robert's wrist terminal and the foreign currency from the Tech Federation, once converted, were worth an additional 5 million Shinjo coins. Had the Archangel not been a sole entity, it would have been worth hundreds of millions, a thought that caused a pang of regret. Subsequently, the wrist terminals were handed over, to be relayed by the school to the constabulary, as they potentially contained further information for tracking down other traders. Thus, with the addition of the previous 35 million Shinjo coins, Li Yuan now possessed a considerable fortune of nearly 20 million Shinjo coins. In just a month and a half since enrolling, Li Yuan had transformed from having nothing to being a multimillionaire, a meteoric rise from poverty to wealth. It should be noted that not every warrior can achieve such financial success. One must first possess the ability and courage to vanquish enemies. For instance, if Robert had bested Li Yuan, the latter would have perished, thus forfeiting the opportunity to revel in the delight of wealth. Ultimately, the advent of the Wuling vehicle irrevocably altered his destiny. Consequently, Li Yuan summoned forth the Wuling, earnestly prostrating himself before it and lavishing upon it a comprehensive pampering session. Employing a bevy of beauties to cleanse its feet, wheels, and massage its back, refurbished seat exterior. The diminutive winged leopard devoured the potent pills with the crispness of chewing on sugared peas. Li Yuan refrained from selling his newly concocted potent pills, as their abundance would likely be insufficient to sustain the creature. To Li Yuan's utmost elation, he discerned the activation method for the extraterrestrial blue light protective shield, an artifact he discreetly retained. Accompanied by Liu Beiding, Li Yuan journeyed to the constabulary's recuperation center to visit his parents. The elders had long since acquiesced to the personal ministrations of He Buwei's grandfather, and with the aid of the potent pills, their condition had been favorably stabilized, though complete remission necessitated continued treatment. Upon their reunion, Li's mother embraced Li Yuan, meticulously examining him from head to toe, apprehensive of any missing appendages. A mother's heart knows no bounds, and the prospect of her son's demise was unbearable. Li's father's eyes glistened as well. The constabulary's medical staff at the recuperation center, cognizant of their identity as Li Yuan's parents, extended compassionate care while also divulging accounts of Li Yuan's valiant exploits in Wind River Valley. "Shaw, you old codger. With your raven's tongue, my Yuan will live to be 100. Nothing will happen to him." Li's mother immediately spat at old Li's face. Liu Beiding chuckled, "Rest assured. You too, Li Yuan is formidable. He is the one who slays enemies. No one can slay him. You can set your minds at ease." Upon hearing these words, Li's parents gazed at their son with a mixture of pride and sorrow. In the second week following their return, the South River War Academy held a grand commendation ceremony. The day prior, a solemn funeral service had taken place. Distinguished figures such as Governor Hua Tianke of the Central Hu Province, Chief Su Qingchun of the Provincial Constabulary, Dean Xin Polu of the War Academy, Su Chongwan from East River, Yu Manhong from North River, Mo Wenhai from South River, Hua Xianyuan from West River, General Mo Wentian of the 9th Aerospace Division of the Shenzhou Army, Luo Jiotong of the 5th Aerospace Division, Governor Ouyang Chang'an of South River, and Director Jiang Dongxian of the Constabulary were all in attendance. The ceremony was presided over by Mo Wenhai, who commenced with a poignant recitation of an ancient poem, honoring the sacrifices of the fallen students and constables. He urged all present to rise for a minute of silence. The mournful notes of the Chang flute echoed, resonating with deep emotion. Mo Wenhai continued, stating that today, the entire faculty and student body of the South River War Academy, along with representatives from various colleges, constables, and families of new students, totaling 15,000 individuals, gathered to solemnly mourn the fallen constables, among whom were 162 students from various schools. It was their brave sacrifice that ultimately enabled us to thwart the infiltrators' collusion with alien pirates, who sought to usurp our sixth sense combat techniques and conspire against our training teams. Just as the soldiers of the Shenzhou Army sacrificed themselves to protect our homeland, history shall not forget them, nor shall the Shenzhou continent. Future generations will forever remember their remarkable achievements. Mo Wenhai's resonant voice reverberated throughout the South River War Academy, reaching the ears of the entire populace of Central Hu Province through the live broadcast. Furthermore, he ingeniously infiltrated the extraterrestrial pirate's lair, assisting Director Gu, Dean Qin, and others in capturing an alien pirate alive, seizing several pieces of perilous enemy equipment, and averting extensive casualties among our student army, rendering his contribution indispensable. Within a ward at the Nanjiang Constabulary Sanatorium, a multitude of medical personnel congregated, accompanying Li's parents as they watched the awards ceremony live. Chapter 69. A united onslaught. Observing Li Yuan's spirited demeanor on stage, Ouyang Fenghua's eyes narrowed slightly. This glory should have been his, yet Li Yuan had usurped it, causing him profound anguish and besmirching the reputation of the Ouyang family. Nonetheless, it was not without merit, for after all these years, he had finally encountered a truly formidable adversary. With a point of comparison established, his cultivation would only intensify. As the grandson of Ouyang Chang'an, he could scarcely bear to lag behind others. His ambition had shifted from Ouyang Fenghua to Li Yuan, and the next joint training session would be at the mid-year Central China Prefecture 5 Schools Elite Competition. "I must vanquish you and soar to new heights by trampling upon you." Gazing at the celebrated Li Yuan, radiant with starlight on the podium, Luo Qianxin finally comprehended the rationale behind her ranking as 4th in Nanjiang. Moreover, he had already surpassed Ouyang Fenghua, leaving her with no grounds for discontent. However, Witnessing Lan Qingyun's exuberance, along with Yi Buwei, Su Wei, Mi Qian, and others, unabashedly cheering and applauding Li Yuan, her heart was filled with complex emotions. Even contemplating transferring schools. From the VIP platform, her father, Luo Jiotong, keenly perceived his daughter's despondent mood, aware that it was somewhat related to Li Yuan. He, too, had initially disapproved of Luo Qianqian's decision to relinquish her place at the Central China Prefecture Lizhan Academy. Oblivious to the message on her wrist terminal, Luo Qianqian was nevertheless alerted to its presence by Luo Jiotong's sixth sense. A mixture of bewilderment and dawning comprehension flickered across her face as she smiled at her father on the stage. In that instant, she was ethereally beautiful. Zhao Hanqing was perhaps the most resentful of all. The scene he had envisioned countless times in his dreams was unfolding before his very eyes. Yet he was relegated to a mere spectator. Had it been Ouyang Fenghua, he might have reconciled himself to it, but it was the frail man he had once derided. Fate, it seemed, was a cruel mistress. Had his rival risen to power and sought retribution, Zhao Hanqing might have found a perverse comfort in it. For association with a powerful figure, even through animosity, held a certain allure. But he was beneath consideration, as if Zhao Hanqing had never existed. Even Wang Changfeng and Wu Li had distanced themselves. Zhao Hanqing, once the darling of the spotlight, had become an invisible bystander, the psychological chasm a constant source of irritation. Only Qin Feilu's unwavering loyalty offered him solace. "Let's drink until we drop," the other two exclaimed, their voices ringing with forced bravado. Many of the auxiliary troops nearby scoffed, quietly ridiculing their audacity. "As if you lot have a chance with a lieutenant." "Lieutenant, my foot." "Before us old-timers, he's still just a greenhorn." A chorus of derisive whispers rippled through the air. Though the sun shone brightly, shadows lingered, breeding resentment. Following the training exercise, the class rosters remained unchanged, a tacit acknowledgement of the newcomer's performance. However, the end-of-month musical chairs competition loomed, as Li Yuan resumed his daily reports. Indulging in the usual routine of skipping classes to race cars and accumulate vitality, a myriad of doubts began to circulate, their origins and timing shrouded in mystery. Why does Li Yuan cultivate at such an astonishing pace? How could he possibly overcome 3 levels to vanquish an angel? What secrets lie hidden beneath his rapid progress? Many speculated that his frequent slaying of traitors must rely on some clandestine weapon rather than genuine prowess. Perhaps his peculiar physiological structure warrants dissection by the Academy of Sciences. There were whispers alleging that Li Yuan had slain the winged leopard king and seized its offspring, insisting he should surrender them for the Academy to domesticate. In hopes of unraveling the enigma of how extraterrestrial pirates could command otherworldly beasts, malicious rumors proliferated, echoing through the corridors. During a faculty meeting at the South River Battle Academy, Lu Qingfeng, incensed, demanded a thorough investigation into these campus rumors, insisting on uncovering who was fanning the flames behind the scenes. In light of the recent incident involving Pai Yang's treachery, it is imperative we continue our inquiries into potential infiltrators within the school. Huangshang serves as a prime example. We must eradicate this filth, strike down one by one without mercy. Mei Shunglin hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Teacher Lu, this is inevitable. All traitors must be eliminated." However, Li Yuan's remarkable cultivation speed is indeed astonishing. As his supervising teacher, have you made any discoveries? Lu Qingfeng's expression darkened. "Mei Shunglin, I am appalled. Is this your first day in cultivation? What of it if he cultivates swiftly? Does every strong individual not harbor their own secrets? Li Yuan's rapid advancement is a testament to his talent and abilities. What right do you have to covet it? If he were not progressing swiftly, if his strength were lacking, would you still be seated here, so boldly expressing your thoughts? I surmise he either succumbed to an angelic vanquishing or was obliterated by extraterrestrial marauders, the poor wretch." Upon witnessing Lu Qingfeng's abrupt shift in demeanor and vituperation, Mei Xinglin retorted, "Lu Qifeng, I am merely addressing the matter at hand. There is no need for such animosity." "Addressing the matter at hand? Nay, I perceive you are consumed by envy. It would not surprise me if you were the instigator of these calumnies." "Preposterous," Gu Jiejia interjected, gesturing for them to cease their quarrel. "Let us all temper our tempers. Regarding the rumors targeting Li Yuan, I advocate for Teacher Lu to initiate an immediate inquiry to unearth the source. Such defamation of a hero is utterly unacceptable. As for Li Yuan's rapid cultivation, that is his personal affair. As long as it does not contravene any laws or regulations, the school shall not interfere, nor should it." Emma Wenhai concurred. "Esteemed teachers, The school committee encourages you to express your opinions freely, but civil discourse is imperative. The cultivation of a prodigy over a century is no simple feat. We ought not to compel them to contend with frivolous rumors while simultaneously engaging in combat against adversaries. I implore the Academic Affairs Office to promptly commence an investigation into the genesis of these rumors and ensure that the perpetrators are dealt with severely upon verification. Li Yuan had caught wind of these rumors as well. Though he dismissed them with a chuckle, a sense of unease lingered within him. Confound it all. Does my rapid cultivation truly concern you? And why does the school not intervene? However, upon hearing Lu Qingfeng relay the school's decision, his spirits lifted considerably. Li Yuan, rest assured, should anyone dare to lay a hand on you, I, Lu Qingfeng, shall cleave them in twain. Master, thank you, Li Yuan earnestly expressed. His zealous slaying of enemies was not driven by some grand sense of justice, for he had not yet attained such enlightenment, but rather by the influence of Lu Qingfeng. He held Lu Qingfeng's entrustment firmly in his heart. The frenzied slaughter in the Battle of Wind River Valley stemmed primarily from anxiety upon witnessing Lu Qingfeng's injury. He merely sought to alleviate some of Lu Qingfeng's burden. Master, even if the entire world misunderstands me and covets what I possess, as long as you believe in me, I shall continue to vanquish our foes. Very well, let us exterminate these scoundrels together. Chapter 70. A Bleeding Heart, the Grand Metropolitan Governor's Rear Garden in the Southern River Region. Jiang Dongxian and Mo Wenhai descended gracefully from the sky, alighting gently on either side of the elderly gardener. Governor, you are not yet of retirement age. Is this constant gardening a mere pastime? Or are you plotting to ensnare someone once more? Jiang Dongxian jested. He enjoyed a close rapport with Governor Ouyang Changwan, and such banter was commonplace. Mo Wenhai, less informal, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Ouyang Changwan continued his gardening. Gardening is beneficial. It fosters a tranquil state of mind and allows one to contemplate with serenity. Mo Wenhai interjected. Do you have a plan for us to execute? Ouyang Changwan nodded. Regarding Pai Yang, Huang Shang from your academy, and old Zhang from the constabulary, those traitors from the previous incident, it remains uncertain whether they had accomplices. Mo Wenhai inquired, what is your intent, Governor? Ouyang Changwan set down the watering can. In the previous battle of Wind River Valley, Li Yuan vanquished the angelic soul entity whose body had been severed by Mo Wentian. However, according to Gu Jiejia, Lu Qifeng, and several instructors, they only witnessed the angel's defeat, but could not definitively confirm its demise. Jiang Dongxian and Mo Wenhai exchanged glances. Do you mean to ascertain whether the angel is truly dead? That is unnecessary. My intuition suggests it still lingers. This individual is indeed the principal architect behind this immense sacrifice. According to Governor Huo's directives, we must bring him to justice. Are we to deal with angels and instigate further chaos? Jiang Dongxian furrowed his brow. Of course, if we could also acquire the latest schematics for their fully autonomous mecha, that would be ideal. Although we lack the resources to fabricate fully autonomous mechas, the black rocks being studied by the extraterrestrial pirates in Wind River Valley may possess the potential to be refined into the necessary materials for their construction. Thus, we must dispatch someone to infiltrate the research institutions of the Technological Federation to uncover the truth. Mo Wenhai frowned. My lord, your plan appears exceedingly formidable. Who do you deem suitable for this task? Initially, there were two candidates, Ouyang Fenghua and Li Yuan. However, upon reflection, as fellow students who have journeyed together in Team 18, Li Yuan seems to have a deeper understanding of him, and moreover, Li Yuan's true abilities far surpass those of my grandson. Hence, it would be most fitting to send Li Yuan disguised as Huang Shang to the Technological Alliance, particularly since none have witnessed Li Yuan eliminate Huang Shang with their own eyes. Rest assured, I am not sending Li Yuan to his demise. We shall activate other operatives to assist him. Jiang Dongxian nodded. So, you intend for us to disseminate information suggesting that the traitor Huang Shang has escaped from Wind River Valley? Precisely. This information must be conveyed with utmost precision. However, how will Li Yuan masquerade as Huang Shang? Ordinary techniques of disguise surely will not suffice. Naturally, I shall impart to him one of my most esteemed skills, the art of body transformation. Indeed, this young man is no weakling. He has already attained a sixth sense of 6 stars, and I sense that both his tendons and bones are at 5 stars. Is that not so? Jiang Dongxian had observed Li Yuan meticulously during the award ceremony. At this moment, Li Yuan was heading to his company. Wow! It had been nearly half a month since his last visit, and the company had undergone a remarkable transformation. The office had been newly decorated. And they even prepared a chairman's office for him, complete with a plush executive chair that was incredibly soft and comfortable. The general manager, Zhang San, stood nearby, smiling as he served tea and water. Upon hearing the staggering figure, Li Yuan nearly toppled from the grand chair, only to be steadied by Zhang San. "How much?" he exclaimed. 3 billion. Absolutely. And that's after eliminating some inferior capital, such as Jia Shirbua's 100 million. Well, let Jia Shirbua keep that, Li Yuan mused. Brother Liu, we are merely small ants. Can we truly consume this colossal elephant? With such a disparity, do I still hold any shares? Do you genuinely know Jia Shirbua? I have designed an AB shareholding system for the company. Regardless of the amount of external investment, you will always retain 51 of the ultimate decision-making power. Other shareholders can only partake in the dividends, but cannot interfere in the management of the company. Furthermore, with your capabilities and my connections, who would dare to seize our company? So, you should boldly seek financing to expand our business scope. Indeed, Brother Yuan, that's precisely my thought. With 30 billion in capital at our disposal, we could purchase a fleet of delivery vans and monopolize the noodle industry throughout central China. Wouldn't that be feasible? Zhang San chuckled. Li Yuan tapped his forehead and remarked, "Look at your limited aspirations. Still thinking about noodles? Can't you envision a grander scheme? Brother Liu, what do you propose as our next step? For now, we should focus on deepening our involvement in the passenger transport, express delivery, and freight sectors, which are relatively low-end service transportation industries. I intend to develop an intelligent transportation platform, migrating all transport companies in central China onto this platform, thereby providing a unified service for the transportation industry." Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was insufficient. Given the increasing frequency of extraterrestrial pirate attacks, I believe our air raid shelters may not suffice in the future. We should contemplate the development of doomsday escape devices, such as survival bunkers. Creating mass-market products in this realm could offer ordinary citizens, particularly aspiring warriors, a chance at survival. This direction warrants investigation. Have we accepted the 3 billion financing? As long as I am not betrayed, it is fine. I am merely a hands-off manager. Entrusting the operation of the company to the two of you, please do not let it falter. Zhang San, accompany me this afternoon to purchase a larger apartment. I wish to relocate my parents and younger brother to a community near the academy for their safety and security. Liu Bei smiled, stating that it would be a simple task for him and Zhang San. You are now a billionaire. This sum is but a trifling amount. To the left of the South Jiang Battle Academy lies South Jiang No. 1 Courtyard, and to the right, the South Jiang Patrol Office. The area features villas, high-rise buildings, and supermarkets, offering great convenience. Many skilled officers and school teachers reside there, ensuring no infiltrators would dare to cause trouble. Villas? I cannot afford one. Li Yuan chuckled awkwardly, admitting that with our 20 million, purchasing a villa would leave us destitute. The company will receive 3 billion tonight. Are you suggesting we utilize company funds for this purchase? It feels as though that money does not belong to us. Li Yuan scratched his head. No worries. We can purchase it in the company's name and then gift it to you, which is perfectly legal. The villas here commence at a valuation of 50 million, cresting at a staggering 100 million, each endowed with a complete suite of furnishings, veritably the zenith of opulence in the South River region. There are no legal issues, correct? Then I'll take 3. 1 for each of us. Consult Jasper Jia. He likely possesses the means to secure a discount. As I am frequently absent, I entrust the care of my family to you. Is this agreeable? Heavens, this is exceedingly generous. Brother Yuan, your magnanimity knows no bounds. From this day forward, my life is yours to command. Liu Bei was uncertain if he had heard correctly. Li Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Brother Liu, we share a bond forged in the crucible of shared peril. A mere villa is of little consequence. I implore you to dedicate your attention to the affairs of the company. I must now depart to fetch someone. Li Yuan feigned an air of nonchalance as he meandered homeward, yet inwardly, he was hemorrhaging emotionally. 2 villas, 200 million, vanished in an instant. Chapter 71. Deceive. Continued deceiving upon his return in the 3rd week. Li Yuan was elated to receive cultivation resources from the school, 20 vigorous pills, 10 golden wound pills, and a 1-month cultivation privilege in the school's martial arts hall energy cultivation chamber. Lu Qingfeng personally presented these resources to Li Yuan and then introduced him to Dean Mo Wenhai. As this was not Li Yuan's first encounter with Mo Wenhai, he remained composed. Greetings, Dean. You appear exceedingly dashing today. Mo Wenhai responded with a good-natured chiding, always jesting. Li Yuan, The cultivation resources you have obtained this time are provided gratis by the school, a singular occurrence in the annals of South River War College. I am eternally grateful for the dean's benevolence, Li Yuan expressed with profound gratitude. Li Yuan's eyes widened in incredulity. Passing as Huangshan for a month is manageable, but to impersonate a substandard product would be exceedingly arduous. Very well, should you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation, do not hesitate to consult Teacher Liu or myself. We shall undoubtedly provide you with comprehensive guidance. Thank you. Dean, allow me to bow in your respect. Haha, I believe I can withstand it. Li Yuan, we are currently investigating those rumors circulating on campus, so do not take them to heart. In a vast forest, there are bound to be a few ill-natured birds that disrupt the harmony. Just remember, Teacher Liu, Director Gu, and I all place our trust in you. These whispers are merely trifles to be dismissed over a meal. Ah, I understand. I have no time to concern myself with them. As Li Yuan exited the dean's office, his spirits were notably high. The thought of mastering unparalleled combat techniques exhilarated him. Over the past fortnight, he had driven numerous formidable individuals. His Wuling vehicle had become a renowned emblem within the metropolis of Nanjing. To be a passenger in this car was no small feat, however. Li Yuan aspired to associate with even more illustrious figures. The two individuals were unable to withstand his relentless pursuit. Thus they had no choice but to have their dedicated chauffeur trail behind the Wuling. Jiang Dongxin and Mo Wahai were well aware of Li Yuan's background and did not ponder too deeply about his company's circumstances. They merely assumed he sought to enhance his financial standing by showcasing himself, and they were pleased to provide him with that opportunity. Li Yuan, you rascal. You are not being entirely forthright. Pray tell, how does a tycoon overseeing a 3 billion financing enterprise still contemplate driving a cab? Director, did we not come from humble beginnings? I am accustomed to hard work. Moreover, that 3 billion is merely hot money acquired through financing, not my personal wealth. Earning even a small profit is still worthwhile. Indeed, your point is valid. However, do not let your quest for profit impede your cultivation. Why not consider taking a part-time position at the police department? Surely it would yield more than driving a cab. I must tell you, the complimentary resources provided by your institution have certainly honed my eloquence. What a cheeky compliment. Nevertheless, I do enjoy hearing such praise, haha. Mo Wenhai chuckled, acknowledging that he indeed relished the flattery. Come now, let us accelerate to the utmost speed and relish the experience. Very well, please make yourself comfortable. Quite satisfying. Indeed invigorating. Should there be another mission, may I borrow it for a while? Oh no, my esteemed dean, I rely on it for my livelihood. A mere jest. You continue to jest. You've already acquired 3 properties at South River No. 1 Courtyard, and yet you attempt to deceive me? I wonder. Can you not spare a thought for me? Understood. Rest assured. Dean, grant me a month's time, and I shall lend you one for your temporary stay. How does that sound? That is agreeable. Borrowing would not contravene any regulations. I like it, haha. Very well, as long as I have no other engagements. I shall ride in your vehicle. Excellent. Li Yuan has achieved a breakthrough. The profound skill of the transformation technique has captivated his thoughts for 2 weeks. To ensure success, Li Yuan utilized 40 of his vitality energy to convert it into 0. 2 stars of the 6th sense, attaining a level of 1. 8 stars. Subsequently, he allocated 30 of his vitality energy to transform into 3 small stars, causing 9 luminous stars to reappear in his vital reservoir. The formidable one, 8 stars of the 6th sense, instantly connected the 9 small stars, spinning at high speed, gradually compressing while their brilliance intensified. Ultimately, with a resounding boom, a 3rd energy sphere emerged, radiating dazzling light. At this moment, within his vital reservoir, a projection of a Wuling vehicle was suspended like the sun at its zenith. Encircling it were 3 radiant orbs of energy, resembling a miniature galaxy. Once more, Li Yuan's personal soundtrack commenced, this time lasting a full 30 minutes, leaving him drenched in a foul odor. Again, Li Yuan experienced a significant surge in power, speed, instinctive perception, without the need for his 6th sense, and physical resilience. He estimated that he could now dispatch the winged panther beast king with a single kick, and if he were to encounter Robert again, he could likely defeat him in an instant. His large wrench and screwdriver had also evolved, the wrench becoming heavier and the screwdriver faster and sharper. What on earth does this signify? Chapter 72, Consultant's Dormitory. In the rear courtyard of the Southern Frontier Protectorate in Nanjiang, an elderly man was tending to his flowers. Greetings. Protectorate General. Li Yuan offered a simple smile and a respectful bow. This was his second time seeing Ouyang Changguan, having only caught a glimpse of him on the podium during the award ceremony. This time, it was face-to-face, which made him somewhat nervous. Jiang Dongxian and Mo Wenhai beside him nearly chuckled, noting how docile the young man had become, no longer daring to flatter recklessly. However, they still couldn't perceive the Wuling van within Li Yuan's sea of qi, nor his large wrench, screwdriver, or box-shaped vehicle body. Li Yuan had spent the entire night tinkering with the box-shaped vehicle body, finally understanding that it was a replacement for the passenger compartment of the Wuling van projected in his sea of qi, transforming it into a cargo vehicle. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cargo compartment was a parallel storage space, capable of storing items from the real world within the compartment. He had planned to experiment with living creatures that morning, but the sudden appearance of Mo Wenhai and Jiang Dongxian led him to the Protectorate General's rear garden. Ouyang Changguan's words caused Jiang Dongxian and Mo Wenhai to be taken aback. I believe I may have indulged a bit too much in the elixir. Honing the transformative techniques of Master Lu and the seven-stacked staff, Li Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. This elder possessed an astute perception that had laid bare his vulnerabilities. Fortunately, he still had a layer of protective undergarments, which brought him some solace. Ouyang Changguan, noticing Li Yuan's discomfort and apprehension, waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him that each individual possesses their own unique path. Your accelerated cultivation and strength surpassing your peers is indeed a commendable trait. You too should extend your unwavering support to him. This statement roused the dazed Jiang Dongxian and Mo Wenhai from their stupor. The governor's words resonated. It was indeed a moment of indiscretion on their part. Cultivation is inherently a personal journey, and deviations from the norm are to be expected. They were taken aback by their inability to see through Li Yuan, which had momentarily clouded their spirits. Now, I shall formally impart to Li Yuan the art of transformation. You two may take your leave to the parlor for a brief respite. Ouyang Changguan began to usher them away. The transmission of profound combat techniques is not something to be taken lightly. Although we have long since moved beyond the archaic prejudices of exclusive lineage, the teaching of such skills typically adheres to a formal structure. Nevertheless, the transmission of extraordinary techniques is not solely a personal endeavor. If it were, it would no longer retain its exceptional status. The outcome was exceedingly satisfactory, surpassing his expectations. The first aspect involved transformation, altering one's appearance and position. The essence of the practice is elucidated in the mnemonic I have provided, and I encourage you to ponder it at your leisure. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to reach out via my wrist terminal. You do indeed possess a sense of gratitude, which is commendable. I have no further demands. I merely hope that, in the future, during our battles against extraterrestrial pirates in the Shattered Star Cluster base, you might protect my two grandsons, if circumstances allow. I meant to say, if possible. Not that you must do so. Understood, Li Yuan will remember. Li Yuan bowed deeply to Ouyang Changguan before turning to exit the garden. After exchanging greetings with the governor from a distance, Jiang Dongxian and Mo Wenhai took to the skies alongside Li Yuan. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. While other students were in the classroom listening to their teacher expound on combat techniques or practicing in the martial arts hall, Li Yuan had preliminarily completed the first level of the body transformation technique in a dilapidated park. The art of body transformation was akin to turning bones to ash. It was a painful experience, reminiscent of the torment of a celestial being. The body transformation technique consists of 3 levels. The first level renders the practitioner indistinguishable from another, allowing one to impersonate a person with certain imperfections. Ouyang Changguan had only cultivated to the second level. The technique of transformation also has 3 levels. The first is a change of appearance to accompany the body transformation. The second enables one to instantaneously move several dozen to 100 meters, and the third allows for the exchange of positions with an opponent. On this day, Li Yuan sensed that his journey was approaching, so he made a brief visit home. Brother Yuan, you are truly a distinguished guest. It is not often that you come by. Come, let me brew you a fine cup of tea and give you a back rub. Zhang Xin beamed with a smile, insisting on escorting Li Yuan to the office. It was rather irritating. Liu Beiding wore a broad smile. Boss, we have secured another billion in financing. Shall we accept it? Of course we shall accept it. One cannot let a meat bun pass by without taking a bite. However, you must resolve the matter concerning AB shares, lest I be cast out. Understood. Boss, do you have any further instructions? Liu, you have become rather corrupt. Was it Zhang San who led me astray? The incessant chatter about boss sends shivers down my spine. From now on, call me Li Yuan. Now, what further directives do you have for me? It's been weeks since I've concerned myself with the platform or the doomsday bunker. My sole desire is for you to negotiate with the proprietor of Nanjiang No. 1 and secure a discount for us, while also arranging to purchase 10 villas from their company in one fell swoop. 10 villas? Allow me to assess that. Liu Bei leaned closer, placing his hand on Li Yuan's forehead to check for a fever. No fever, huh? Li Yuan chuckled in mock annoyance. Get away. This is the residence for senior advisors. Do you understand? These accommodations are intended for the esteemed officials. Lord Fudu, Director Jiang, Dean Mo, Director Gu, Teacher Liu, and Teacher Jiang. The remaining villas will be addressed later. The company plans to acquire these properties under the guise of strategic investment, appointing the aforementioned dignitaries as senior security advisors to safeguard both the company and my family, allowing me to fulfill my tasks with peace of mind. The ownership of these senior residences will still belong to the company, ensuring there are no issues. We cannot jeopardize the well-being of these esteemed figures. Brother Liu, please consult with the legal department to handle this matter, ensuring it is conducted transparently. Understood, I will manage it, ensuring absolute legality and compliance, so the advisors can reside with peace of mind. Li Yuan felt quite satisfied. Convincing these dignitaries to serve as advisors hinged first on winning over the master, followed by the dean, and then all would be well. Chapter 73. I was wrong. Indeed, Jia Shibua had a strategy. He called Li Yuan to confirm that the 10 villas could be acquired at a 70% discount, complete with luxurious renovations and a full suite of top-tier household appliances. The surrounding 10 villas have all been allocated. Ouyang Chong declined the offers from Mo Wentian, Mo Wenhai, Jiang Dongxian, Gu Xiejiao, Lu Qingfeng, and Jiang Jingqiu, who had all signed high-level consulting agreements with the company, thus justifying the legal distribution of the residences to them. The reason for the 2-week delay in moving in was that Li Yuan invested 15 million, enabling Ma Yun to procure a substantial amount of D-grade super titanium alloy steel to construct a secure shelter within the villa, capable of accommodating 3 individuals. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, the elderly couple found themselves hesitant to enter the quaint, courtyard-style villa. After Li Yuan confirmed repeatedly that it was indeed their home, Li's mother joyfully pushed the door open, eagerly exploring every corner with uncontainable excitement. Observing Li Jin's jubilant demeanor, Li's father sighed, reminding him, "You must understand. All of this has been earned through your brother's tireless efforts." The family, along with Zhang San, Liu Beiding, He Buwei, and Lan Qingyun, who brought an abundance of groceries, joyously celebrated their housewarming with a sumptuous meal. Lan Qingyun showed no signs of shyness, enthusiastically calling them uncle and auntie, quickly becoming quite familiar. "Auntie, your home is so close to the school. I'll be sure to come over for meals whenever I have the chance." Li's mother took a particular liking to this strikingly handsome, tall, and vibrant girl, whose extroverted personality was delightfully carefree. With Li's father's condition under control, and the dedicated care provided by the medical staff, supplemented by a hired caregiver, Li's mother no longer needed to remain vigilantly by his side. He Buwei chuckled, "Auntie, it's no trouble at all. Li Yuan and I share an unbreakable bond of brotherhood, akin to life and death. Li Jin's academic burden rests upon my shoulders, while my uncle's ailment is entrusted to my grandfather, who will undoubtedly find a cure. Hey, with my involvement in Li Jin's studies, you should step aside," Lan Qingyun exclaimed, pushing He Buwei aside. Though He Buwei felt a pang of frustration within, he managed to smile. "Indeed, the senior boasts impressive grades," he replied. Laughter erupted among the group. Li Yuan recognized that this fellow had begun to boast again, yet it was a subject that couldn't be easily contested. In 3 days, Li Yuan would embark on his expedition. After a week of intense training, he had nearly perfected the first level of his transformation technique. Before his departure, he resolved to test it, lest he meet an unfortunate fate upon venturing out. The following day, after several days of absence, Li Yuan made a timely appearance in Class A5. His desk mate, Hao Wan, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my heavens, everyone look! Our great hero has finally emerged." He Buwei scoffed, "You know nothing. Brother Yuan has been diligently honing his skills these past few days. Do you have any idea what level he has reached?" Hao Wan, bewildered, inquired, "How high is it?" 3 stories. As the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Luo Qianxin was engrossed in her homework, while Hulai noticed that her notebook was marred by ink stains. In the next moment, Sensing his gaze, Luo Qianxian shot him a cold glare, causing Hu Lai to quickly avert his eyes and count his fingers. Li Yuan scratched his head and said, Classmates, please study diligently. I need to speak with the teacher. How Wan, feeling disheartened, remarked, You just arrived, and you're already making an exit. Truly the king of skipping class. Li Yuan paid no heed to such matters and hurried straight to the 4th floor, where Lan Xingyun's classroom was located. He stealthily slipped into the restroom, and by the time he emerged, it was already too late for He Buwei. With a hint of trepidation, Li Yuan approached Lan Xingyun's classroom. Noticing her seated at her desk, he walked over and gently tapped her shoulder, greeting her with, Hey, senior. Lan Xingyun turned her head, looking at Li Yuan with a puzzled expression. He Buwei, why are you skipping class to come over and tap me? Are you asking for a beating? Not recognizing him at first, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He squinted playfully and said, Senior, take a look at me. Do I seem any different? Lan Xingyun scoffed, retorting with sarcasm. With that crooked appearance of yours, nothing has changed. What is up? Did you apply your sister's perfume? You're still as ugly as ever. You are the ugly one. You brainless, clumsy pig. Goodbye. Li Yuan aimed to irritate the two of them, insulted them, and then turned to flee. Lan Xingyun was momentarily taken aback. How dare this brat call her a pig in front of so many classmates? It infuriated her. But where was He Buwei? Why was this kid running so fast? Humph, running fast 1T save you. Today, I shall surely teach you a lesson. In an instant, Lan Xingyun leaped from the 4th floor down to the 2nd, racing towards Class 5A. She spotted Li Yuan seated, boasting with He Buwei. Connecting the dots, Lan Xingyun surmised that He Buwei must be bragging about how Li Yuan had just insulted her. How audacious of him to remain in place while she approached him for retribution. Infuriated, she charged forward and kicked him. If that kick connected, He Buwei's leg would surely break. Li Yuan swiftly employed his 6th sense to create a distraction, causing Lan Xingyun to feel a sudden dizziness, resulting in her kicking the desk leg, which promptly snapped with a resounding crack. He Buwei's complexion turned pale as he exclaimed, Senior, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? To which she retorted, What am I doing? I'll beat you to death. Beads of sweat formed on Li Yuan's forehead. The girl was exceedingly furious, reacting so violently over what was merely a jest. He had no choice but to intervene as a peacemaker, placing himself between the two. He Buwei, looking utterly bewildered, innocent, helpless, and aggrieved, promptly bent at a 90-degree angle and bowed, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. This, however, was not the end of it. He would also have to endure an additional week of breakfast obligations to settle the matter. Subsequently, he masqueraded as Xiang Liang to provoke teacher Yun Su, only to find the real Xiang Liang cornered by her on a school path. She inquired why he hadn't spoken up sooner, now that she was married, questioning the relevance of such cheesy romantic lines. Xiang Liang felt as if his head might explode, exclaiming, OMG, when did I ever say anything cheesy? He was met with a resounding slap, leaving 5 distinct fingerprints on his cheek. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. Why were women so relentless? Was it truly necessary to resort to such severity over a mere joke? If he did not strive harder, he would soon be outpaced by his students. His 6th sense had also allowed him to forge 2 small swords, and Li Yuan surmised that their effectiveness could be enhanced based on the star rating of his 6th sense. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 74. Facing death as if it were home in the rear garden of the Nanjing Prefecture. Ouyang Chongwan, Jiang Dongxian, Mo Wentian, Mo Wenhui, Qin Pelu, Su Chongwan, and Hua Xianyuan sat facing one another. Master Mo, Ouyang Chongwan inquired, could you elaborate on the specifics of the interrogation? Ouyang Chongwan nodded. In terms of the Huazhong Prefecture, last time, our Nanjing metropolis undertook the primary offensive, while the other 3 metropolises provided auxiliary support. Therefore, Governor Hu will likely orchestrate a primary assault from the East River metropolis, with the southern, northern, and western river metropolises providing supplementary support. Mo Wentian nodded in agreement, concurring with the governor's assessment, and inquired about the next strategic deployment for their forces. Mo Wenhai and Qin Polu exchanged glances before asking the governor when they would embark. Ouyang Chongwan turned to Mo Wentian, proposing that the departure be scheduled for 10 o'clock a.m. the day after tomorrow. An affirmative response was given. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was at home, preparing his luggage for a mission to disrupt the Technological Federation, with New York as the initial target. His assignment comprised 2 objectives. First, to locate and eliminate the Angel, and second, to acquire the blueprints for the Technological Federation's latest fully actuated mecha. He Buwei expressed his longing. recounting how his grandfather had described New York as the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the Technological Federation, boasting a population of 30 million citizens. He noted that the city's emphasis on technology was in stark contrast to their own, characterized by towering skyscrapers and flying vehicles, fundamentally different from their own style. Yuan reflected on this, observing that the Southern River metropolis exemplified a typical Jiang'an watertown layout, with a lower level of technological advancement but a significantly higher proportion of citizen warriors compared to New York. He dismissed the flashy technology, asserting that their superior strength would prevail, easily overpowering flying cars with a single punch, and that automobiles should remain grounded. Yuan, speechless, was about to kick his companion when a message appeared on his wrist terminal, summoning him to an immediate meeting at the school auditorium. The Southern River Battle Academy's auditorium, capable of accommodating thousands, was gradually filling with students. Yuan found a seat and settled down. 10 minutes later, the grand auditorium was filled to capacity, with an estimated 1,000 attendees. Soon, several school leaders took their places at the podium, including Mo Wenhai, Gu Jizhe, Lu Qingfeng, and Jiang Jingqiu. Mo Wenhai, without the aid of a microphone, projected his voice into the ears of every student. Dear students, we have gathered you here urgently to convey an important announcement. Extraterrestrial pirates are poised to launch a new wave of attacks. Once again, it falls upon us, the Huazhong Prefecture, to bear the responsibility of defense, primarily in the Dongjiang metropolis, with assistance from other academies. This startling revelation ignited a fervor among the students, who began to murmur and discuss animatedly information regarding the shattered star cluster base, the extraterrestrial pirates' advanced weaponry, their habits, combat strategies, strengths, and weaknesses has been disseminated to your wrist terminals. It is imperative that you study this material diligently before our departure. It is a matter of safeguarding your lives. Fellow students, the extraterrestrial pirates have been invading Earth and slaughtering our human brethren for a century, resulting in the deaths of over 1 billion souls. This is a blood debt that cannot be erased. The day after tomorrow, we shall raise our cold and hot weapons and eliminate every invading pirate. Kill, kill, kill. As Yuan exited the grand auditorium, he felt a surge of excitement, even a hint of anticipation, though he could not fathom why. Lu Qingfeng appeared beside him, smiling. You seem eager to head to the shattered star defense base in the skies, don't you? Nonsense. I see you have your sights set on Su Dingxi. Me? Not at all. The moment Lu Qingfeng spoke, an image of a poised and striking woman clad in tactical gear flashed through Li Yuan's mind. My dear friend, I am well aware of that. There is no need for embarrassment. However, Su Tingxi's family background is rather intricate, so you must exercise caution in your dealings with her. Furthermore, the journey to confront the alien pirates is fraught with peril. You must safeguard yourself. While vanquishing foes is imperative, surviving is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Understood. Master, are you also going? As a captain in the Xinzhou military, do you think I should attend? Oh, it just struck me that you were also a lieutenant. How infuriating. With that, Lu Qifeng turned on his heel and departed. I am unsure how to divide our forces. There is a possibility we may not be assigned to the same unit. Do not enter the battlefield with a carefree demeanor. Prioritize the preservation of your life. Lan Xingyun pouted but offered no retort, accepting Li Yuan's golden ointment. Li Yuan, take care as well. You must survive, for I still wish to dine at your home. Very well, come tomorrow. I shall personally prepare a meal, and we shall indulge until inebriation. Excellent. That sounds delightful. Lan Xingyun laughed heartily. A true woman of fortitude is indeed generous. Classmates, it is both a stroke of fortune and a trial of hardship for us new students to partake in this great battle. I shall refrain from overly dramatic rhetoric. Once on the front lines, focus on defeating the enemy, but remember to survive. Now let us raise our glasses together to the cause of slaying foes and cherishing life. As Lan Xingyun and the others lifted their glasses in unison, they proclaimed, to defeating enemies and surviving. Indeed, this venture carries the uncertainty of life and death. Yet a true man should willingly sacrifice himself for his nation, facing death with the same indifference as returning home. Chapter 75. Ascending 9,000 miles into the clouds on the third day, at 10 o'clock a.m., at the central square of the South River War Academy. A legion of 1,000 students, all holding the rank of at least a second Dan, and nearly 300 instructors, each surpassing the third Dan, stood assembled in the plaza. They were clad in immaculate white combat mechs, creating an atmosphere of profound silence and chilling austerity. Unlike other squads, these were composed of seasoned veterans from their sophomore to senior years. The expansive central plaza was thronged with well-wishers and remaining faculty. A multitude gathered to bid farewell. As the crowd swelled, a gentle murmur arose as friends and acquaintances exchanged parting words. Li Jin, Lu Beiding, Old Wang next door, Zhang San, Di Buwei, Hao Wan. Hu Lai, along with Ma Yun and Jia Shibua, had all come to see Li Yuan off. Lu Beiding's gaze swept across the identical ranks of mechs, swiftly scanning their chest plates. He soon located Li Yuan at the front of the formation and pointed him out to Li Jin. Li Jin rushed forward, embracing his brother as silent tears streamed down his face. Why the tears? I'm off to fight the enemy, Li Yuan said, ruffling his younger brother's hair. Don't tell Mom and Dad just yet. All right, I promise, Li Jin replied. Lu Beiding clapped Li Yuan on the shoulder. Li Yuan, may your might once again be unleashed, crushing all alien pirates. When you return in triumph, your brother will prepare a celebratory feast with wine, enough for 3 days and 3 nights of revelry. Li Yuan laughed heartily. Very well, Brother Lu, but make sure it is fine wine. The others stepped forward to shake Li Yuan's hand and offer their farewells. At that moment, 5 colossal combat airships appeared in the sky, arrayed in a line overhead. The thunderous roar of their engines drowned out the parting words of the crowd. A figure descended from the sky, none other than Mo Wentian, the commander of the 9th Division of the Divine Province Army stationed in Nanjiang, Huazhong Prefecture. He was clad in a vibrant red combat mech, radiating vigor and resolve. His resounding voice instantly eclipsed the roar of machinery. Soldiers, the great battle approaches. The audacious extraterrestrial marauders dare to invade our homeland once more, to slay our kin. Can we allow this? No. 1,000 voices united in a thunderous roar, shaking the very air. Excellent. If we refuse to acquiesce, then let us wield our sharp blades and vanquish these invading brigands. On the battlefield, we must fight with unwavering resolve. Only thus can we achieve victory, safeguard our homeland, and preserve our lives. Brave warriors, slay the pirates. Brave warriors, slay the pirates. The fervent cry of 1,000 voices reverberated anew. Mo Wentian gazed skyward and proclaimed, reporting to the esteemed governor, the Academy's forces are fully assembled. Please issue your commands. The atmosphere trembled slightly as a figure clad in white robes, with long white hair billowing gracefully, appeared, a spirited elder, the governor of the Southern River Metropolitan, Ouyang Chongguan. The elder, exuding warmth rather than intimidation, surveyed the crowd with kind eyes, his gentle voice resonating. He raised his hand in salute, evoking a surge of valor in every chest, for we have such beloved kin and elders to protect. The commander of the Academy's forces, Lu Qingfeng, bellowed, all teams, board a battle airship for every 3 squads, and ascend in sequence. With a commanding shout, General Mo Wentian ordered, let us embark. Booming thunderously, 5 battle airships soared into the skies. Watching the departing vessels, Lu Beiding, who had resigned from the patrol division, waved farewell. With a heavy heart, he sighed, Li Yuan, no matter what, I shall ensure the well-being of your parents and brothers, and I will diligently manage our company, providing them with a stable and joyous life. On the battle airship, Li Yuan, along with all the cadets, was filled with curiosity and wonder. The airship was furnished with rows of seats, and at its center was a transparent canopy designed to withstand laser projectiles, offering a panoramic view of the vast sky. The control room of the airship featured a colossal display screen, revealing an array of laser weapons, thermal missiles, and rapid-fire particle cannons, all prepared to fend off potential assaults from extraterrestrial pirates. The impending clash between humanity and these space marauders would unfold amidst the debris of shattered stars, where hand-to-hand combat would reign supreme. Aerial combat was secondary, as both sides were formidable warriors, making it exceedingly challenging to bombard one another. The battle airship soared swiftly, ascending above the clouds in less than 10 minutes, where it came to rest alongside a massive space carrier. This was not only Li Yuan's first encounter with such an immense flying vessel, but for nearly all the cadets, it was their inaugural close-up experience with such a colossal entity. The battle airship, which had seemed remarkably spacious with its capacity of 300 occupants, appeared diminutive when compared to the space carrier capable of accommodating 30 battle airships. Attention, all cadet soldiers, take your seats and do not disembark the airship. The voice of Lu Qingfeng resonated through the helmets and headsets. At this moment, the battle airship had securely docked on the space carrier, followed closely by the vessels from Dongjiang, Beijiang, Shijiang, and Huazhong Military Academy. The immense space carrier trembled slightly before accelerating, shooting upward like a meteor towards the higher reaches of the sky. Li Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration, akin to the mythical Kunping soaring 9,000 miles into the clouds. Activate the protective shield. A command echoed through the headset, and immediately, a layer of milky white luminescence emitted from the edges of the space carrier, enveloping the entire vessel in its protective embrace. Attention! The cadet Junshi gripped the handrail tightly as they pierced through Earth's atmosphere. The aerospace carrier shuddered once more, and Li Yuan gazed upwards to witness intense friction outside the milky white halo, followed by a cerulean blaze enveloping the massive vessel. Shielded by the halo, they felt no heat. Above, the specks in the sky, once distant, loomed larger, marking their destination, the shattered star cluster defense base. This colossal defense, formed from planetary fragments, warded off alien pirates but also obscured sunlight from the metropolis below. Li Yuan, who had spent his youth as if dwelling within a forest where sunlight trickled sparingly, now reveled in the prospect of basking in its full glory. 10 minutes later, as the aerospace carrier neared the edge of Earth's atmosphere, a vista of unparalleled clarity unfolded before Li Yuan. The immense planetary fragments stood in the distance, adorned with colossal laser cannons, their muzzles trained towards outer space. Suddenly, a terse warning crackled through the cadets' headsets. Alert! Alert! Unidentified objects approaching. Li Yuan was taken aback. Had the alien pirates breached the first layer of the shattered star cluster defense? Chapter 76. I am indeed taking what is yours as the alarm blared within the combat airship, accompanied by the incessant flashing of red warning lights. The vessel transitioned to a state of high alert, suffusing the atmosphere with palpable tension. Abruptly, a playful voice echoed through everyone's headsets. Haha, relax everyone. We're friendly forces from the Technological Federation and the Pure Land of utmost bliss. Simultaneously, 3 ebony warships materialized to the combat airship's starboard bow. The stern voice of Lu Qingfeng echoed, demanding the intruders to announce their identification number or face consequences as if under enemy attack. Lu Qingfeng harbored little affection for the Technology Federation, although he recognized that the infiltrators did not represent the entirety of its members. In the struggle against the extraterrestrial pirates, the Technology Federation, the blissful Pure Land, and the Shenzhou continent were united, yet he couldn't shake off his disdain for them. Hold your horses. Are you Captain Lu? One of the newcomers interjected. We are from the vanguard camp of the Technology Federation. My name is Trap, known as the King of Understanding. I am well versed in mech technology, warship design, and cultivation. Li Yuan frowned at the audacity of this individual. Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly. Is that so? I demand your identification number. Did you obtain the approval of the Shenzhou military to partake in this operation? Speak further, and I shall not hesitate to fire. Remain calm. The joint operation between the Technology Federation and the blissful Pure Land has received the authorization of the Shenzhou Army's 2nd Corps, Command Order number 1098. Please refer to your wrist terminal. Lu Qifeng merely scoffed, disinterested in checking. His lack of trust in this individual was not the issue. He had already received an internal directive and was simply indulging in a minor display of obstinacy. At that moment, a soldier from the Academy Army exclaimed, "Look to your left. It's a colossal winged leopard. How can they soar through the atmosphere without a care?" Li Yuan turned his gaze to the left side of the battle airship, where dozens of gigantic winged leopards emerged, their size exceeding that of the Wind River Valley's king of winged leopards by more than twice. Each winged leopard bore a cabin akin to a battle airship, occupied by 3 men clad in black robes, some bald, others with golden hair, all gazing intently at the battle airship. Amipa, Amen, hallowed be the Lord. As a variety of distinct voices echoed, a bald man clad in a black robe gestured towards the battle airship where Lu Qingfeng was situated. This individual traveled alone aboard a magnificent golden-haired beast, which bore an emblematic pattern of black lines upon its forehead. Although he did not don any armor, he was equipped with a headset, and it remained a mystery how he managed to circumvent the turbulent winds and friction of the atmosphere, yet still connect to Lu Qingfeng and the Academy's military communication system. "Captain Lu, my old friend, how have you been?" he inquired. "I am quite well, Jomozu. Just ensure you do not roast yourselves in the process," Lu Qingfeng replied with a smile. "Ha, Captain Lu, you jest. We, the winged beasts, possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. Mere atmospheric turbulence is but a trifle. The winged beast will shield us without issue." "That is reassuring. We are about to breach the atmosphere, so do be cautious of the flames from our airship's exhaust. Captain Liu, you truly have a knack for humor. Mozu remarked with a slight smile, laden with veiled sarcasm and intrigue. Indeed, it is precisely the result of eliminating your infiltrators. How does that sit with you? Lu Qingfeng retorted without hesitation. Captain Liu, that is hardly impressive. The infiltrators and traitors do not represent our Technological Federation's military. Besides, they are merely a collection of mercenaries recruited from the Divine Continent, fighting for mere coins. Your soldiers from the Divine Continent eliminated them, and so be it, haha. Lu Qingfeng's expression turned cold, recognizing the mockery aimed at the valiant warriors of the Divine Continent, who fell victim to internal strife for gain. Li Yuan interjected, Mr. Trap has a point, like attracts like, and thus, those who orchestrate recruitment in your Technological Federation, such as the Angels, are merely a bunch of worthless scum. I see you were vanquished by me last time as well. Oh, you slew an angel? Is that genuinely the case? Trap feigned astonishment. Yet his exaggerated inflection suggested he was mocking Li Yuan's audacity. Upon hearing this, Jamozi was somewhat taken aback. Benefactor Li Yuan, did you truly slay an angel? Lu Qingfeng guffawed loudly. Indeed, it is true. And also, Robert eliminated a multitude of infiltrators from the Technological Federation. I do not offend unless I am offended. If they encroach, I shall cleave them asunder. Jamozi chuckled dryly. Indeed, indeed. However, this time, the Shinjo army is here to resist the invasion of extraterrestrial pirates. The representatives from Elysium and the Technological Federation are here to learn how you vanquish the enemy. Therefore, let us refrain from discussing the tiresome matter of infiltrators, shall we? Trap echoed. Precisely, precisely. This time, let us eagerly anticipate how your esteemed army annihilates the extraterrestrial pirates. By no means should you disappoint us. If you are routed and utterly defeated by the extraterrestrial pirates, then we shall be in an awkward predicament. Lu Qingfeng sneered, you can rest assured. However, instructing you elementary students is permissible, but I advise you not to harbor any malicious intentions. Otherwise, you shall be treated as wartime enemies and summarily executed. Jamozi smiled. Rest assured, we shall not interfere with your esteemed army's engagement with the enemy, nor shall we provide assistance in resisting the enemy forces. We are merely here to learn with humility, observing from the sidelines. Insolent fools, do we require your assistance? Lest you soil yourselves in terror and desperately seek our protection. Lamenting your predicament. Before Jamaz could counter, Trap interjected, Captain Liu, our Tech Federation is prepared to take action. How about this? Let me challenge your so-called century of elites to a contest of who can eliminate more alien pirates. Are you brave enough to accept? Ouyang Fenghua scoffed. Just you? What do you possess beyond your mecha? Do you believe I couldn't shatter you with a single punch? Trap was taken aback. Who are you? I am Ouyang Fenghua from the Central Hu Province Battle Academy. And I am Lin Longfei. Shijiang's Mi Qilin. Dongjiang Su Wei. Beijiang Zhiwenjun. Trap clicked his tongue in astonishment. Ah, the century of elites from Central Hu Province has gathered. Be cautious not to be wiped out by alien pirates. However, you all seem rather insignificant, with only Li Yuan being a worthy contender. Ouyang Fenghua and the others were infuriated, but they could not rush in to retaliate and instead simmered in frustration. Lin Longfei cursed under his breath. Once we reach the battlefield at the base. Just wait and see how I deal with you, scum. Li Yuan scratched his head. Do you truly hold me in such high regard? You wish to compete in killing? Very well, but what will happen if you lose? Trap laughed heartily. You do possess quite the confidence, but do try not to weep if you lose. It's simple. If I win, you will provide me with a copy of your sixth sense combat technique. If I lose, I shall give you the blueprints for the latest mecha. What do you say? And if you lose, in addition to the blueprints for the newest, fully driven mecha, you must also pay me 100 million Shinjo coins. Do you dare? 100 million. Why not just go rob a bank? Li Yuan chuckled innocently. Am I not seizing the opportunity from you now? Why the hesitation? If you're afraid, just be silent. Don't buzz around like a bothersome fly. You've spoiled my delightful mood intended for enjoying the scenery. The comms were immediately filled with laughter. All right, I agree to your terms. But it shall be 100 million KB. However, you must possess research-level combat skills. Do not attempt to deceive me with mere scholarly prowess. It's a deal. But do you truly have 100 million? Do not issue a blank check, for that will not suffice. If you lack the funds, promptly contact your superior to transfer the money to your wrist terminal. Otherwise, we shall part ways immediately. All right, just wait. Chapter 77. The royal winged leopard Li Yuan activated a one-way comms link with Lu Qingfeng. Captain, how is that foreign monk unperturbed while seated upon the back of the winged leopard amidst the fierce gales? The royal breed. Did we not fail to extract any useful information from that octopus during our interrogation? Moreover, will my Dudu not be able to contend with this royal winged leopard when it matures? Li Yuan expressed his frustration. I understand now, he added, his gaze fixated on the resplendent royal winged leopard, his throat bobbing slightly, barely suppressing his salivation. Before long, the aerial aircraft carrier was the first to breach the atmosphere. As the milky white aura enveloping it dissipated, the Academy's military personnel immediately felt a significant expansion of their surroundings, illuminated more brightly. The myriad celestial debris encircling Earth resembled a tightening spell, securing the planet while simultaneously safeguarding its inhabitants. The black warships swiftly followed, soaring into the heights, while the winged leopard pack unfurled their wings, wholly unaffected by the turbulent upper winds or the rarefied air. In silence, the fleets of the three factions arrived at their destination, the 1080th fragmented star base, 15 minutes later. This locale, bathed in sunlight, was far more luminous than the dark and shadowy realms of the alien pirate bases. Attention! The aerospace carrier is about to land at the 1080th fragmented star base. Please secure yourselves. The voices of Lu Qingfeng, Qin Pelu, Hua Xinyuan, Su Chongguan, and Yu Manhong resonated, loudly alerting their respective academy troops. Before them loomed a colossal structure, a massive edifice with an octagonal sloped design, standing resolutely upon the desolate fragment of a star. Atop the base was mounted an ultra-long-range laser cannon, measuring 1 meter in diameter, with such artillery positioned at intervals of 1 kilometer, all interconnected through subterranean pipelines and systems, collectively aimed at the obscure alien pirate base. A mechanical voice echoed, "This is Base 1080. Visiting fleets, please confirm your identities." Base 1080, we are the aerospace carrier of the Huazhong Prefecture Academy Military. Temporary operational number 919, under the jurisdiction of the 9th Aerospace Division, requesting entry. Identity confirmed, entry granted. I am from the Vanguard Battalion of the Technological Federation, bearing the command Decree number 1098 from the 2nd Legion of the Shenzhou Military, requesting entry. Identity confirmed, entry approved. I represent the Pure Land Observation Group, holding the command Decree number 1097 from the 2nd Legion of the Shenzhou Military, requesting entry. Identity confirmed, entry approved. With a resounding clank, the massive laser cannon, spanning hundreds of meters in length and width, bombarded the mechanical sloped doors, which gradually opened to reveal the docking bay. The aerospace carrier, the Black Warship, and the Winged Leopard Squadron sequentially entered the confines of the base. Li Yuan gazed upward, estimating that the base was at least as large as 10 school auditoriums. Expansive and grand. As the aerospace carrier docked, a subtle tremor reverberated through the combat airship, causing a slight jolt before the carrier came to a steady halt. Attention, all Academy military personnel. I am your temporary commander for this mission, General Gao Zhun of the 9th Aerospace Division, 9th Regiment. All commanding officers, report to me. Squad leaders, relay your status to your respective commanders and refrain from acting independently. Is that understood? Understood. One by one, the personnel disembarked from the combat airship and proceeded to their assigned barracks under the guidance of their leaders. Please take heed, whether resting or dining. You must be in uniform and remain within 10 meters of your combat matches. There will be no time to don your match should the enemy strike. Moreover, extraterrestrial pirates may launch an attack at any moment. Stay vigilant and become formidable warriors to vanquish the pirates. The nearly 6,000 Academy soldiers echoed in unison. Become formidable warriors to vanquish the pirates. Li Yuan followed Lu Qingfeng as they made their way to the dormitories that extended from the base. The Tech Federation and the blissful Pure Land forces were also assigned to adjacent accommodations, which puzzled Li Yuan. Master, what are we doing? Why complicate matters for ourselves? Lu Qingfeng chuckled. Young one, this may be beyond your comprehension. From a broader perspective, the three factions are united against the extraterrestrial pirates. Though they may privately undermine each other, they have not truly severed ties. Their presence here undoubtedly comes at a significant cost. You must trust the resolve of our military leader, Su Wanfeng. It is impossible for them to partake without some form of sacrifice. Even if we were to suffer losses, what if our strength or secrets were to be exposed to them? Aside from our instinctive combat techniques, we possess several exceptional martial arts. Given our technological lag behind them, What is there to conceal? It would be far more advantageous to publicly showcase the prowess of our formidable warriors, deterring any recklessness from these individuals while simultaneously reaping benefits. How foolish of me to have thought otherwise. Having settled into the dormitory, Li Yuan was eager to reunite with an old friend. Su Tingshi would remain stationed at this base while Li Yuan, clad in his mech, proceeded through the corridors of the facility with a rhythmic clatter. He had already contacted Su Tingshi via the earpiece communication system, arranging to meet in the leisure area, a space reminiscent of the gardens of Nanjiang. However, devoid of birdsong and fragrant blossoms, this abstract garden was constructed from discarded mechs, warships, and other mechanical components, exuding a wild beauty of machinery. Shiji, Li Yuan called out, waving cheerfully as he spotted the approaching mech. He had already exited his own mech, which now stood sentinel beside him. Su Tingshi had also disembarked from her mech, her fitted uniform showcasing her unwavering elegance. Hello, little handsome. Have you grown taller? Su Tingshi scrutinized Li Yuan, teasing him. Look who is talking. As if I were still a child, Li Yuan chuckled innocently. Isn't it true? When we first met, you actually inquired about my star rating as a martial artist. Such youthful audacity. When I wasn't training, I wouldn't dare ask a martial artist such a question for fear of a beating. Thank goodness you didn't lay a hand on me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to drive that night, and we would have been done for. They engaged in lively conversation, while behind the decorative wall of the steel jungle, a solitary figure lurked. Lan Xingyun, feeling somewhat disheartened, observed Li Yuan chatting with Su Tingshi. She did not perceive herself as inferior to Su Tingshi. In fact, she considered herself taller and more alluring. Yet, the radiant enthusiasm emanating from Li Yuan at that moment was something she had never witnessed before. With a sigh, Lan Xingyun turned to leave. This scene unfolded before the lens of a distant telescope, where Trap chuckled to himself, relishing the drama of a love triangle. This is getting interesting, he mused. That girl is indeed incredibly attractive. I must assist Li Yuan in navigating this predicament. Chapter 78. Suffocating oppression. Li Yuan sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze toward the metallic decorative wall. He had been engrossed in conversation with an old friend, yet an instinctive awareness detected faint sounds nearby. What's wrong? Su Tingshi inquired. Shijia, do you think there are mice in our base? Li Yuan replied with a smile. Indeed, they are like the extraterrestrial pirates. Whenever they arrive, our base turns into chaos. Aren't they akin to mice that everyone wants to chase away? Perhaps we should suggest renaming them as alien mice? Great idea. You should submit a request to the Legion for a name change. Su Tingshi laughed lightly. At that moment, the base suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, and the synthesized voice of the AI computer broadcasted, Alert! Alert! The Deep Space Radar System has detected movements at the extraterrestrial pirate base. All soldiers are to immediately enter secondary combat readiness. Attack positions, soldiers, take your places. Li Yuan had yet to fully grasp the situation when Su Tingshi had already donned her mech. Li Yuan, I must take my leave. If fate permits, we shall converse another day. Li Yuan stood there, dazed, watching as the mech clattered away, reminiscent of a celestial being. Why must they engage in battle immediately upon arriving at the base? Could they not spare a moment for a proper conversation? Perhaps a night's rest before the fray? Despite his grievances, he promptly equipped himself in his own mech and hurried towards the dormitory. He was not part of the main assault team and was uncertain where to assemble at that moment. The voice of Lu Qingfeng crackled through the earpiece with an authoritative tone. All members of the Nanjing battle team converge immediately at exit 20. Post-haste. Shortly thereafter, the coordinates for exit 20 illuminated on Li Yuan's visor, prompting him to rush forth. Inside the base, alarms blared incessantly, with mechs scurrying about in a seemingly chaotic yet orderly fashion. Trap stood at the dormitory entrance, leaning against the railing, observing the scene with a slight smirk. The response speed of the Shinjo military was commendable, yet their mech technology was woefully outdated, still clinging to the archaic 1.0 version. In the Technological Federation, our mechs would have already taken to the skies. They wouldn't be clattering about like this. A bunch of incompetents, he scoffed. Beside him, Jiomozu shook his head. Trap, I implore you not to underestimate the warriors of the Shinjo continent. Though their mechs may be antiquated, their discipline is unwavering and their combat prowess formidable. Just observe the ironclad resolve they exhibit. It would indeed be peculiar if they were to falter against the alien pirates. Then let us learn from them. Trap shrugged. There is no need for alarm. This is merely a precautionary alert from the earpiece. The alien pirate base is behaving unusually, and even when they mobilize, it will take them a good while to reach us. Let us wait until they have departed. It would not be too late to learn once both parties are engaged in earnest conflict. Let us not forget that we invested a staggering 100 million Shinjo coins for this precious opportunity to learn, and it must be cherished. Trap. I wager you will prevail. Should you acquire the Sixth Sense combat technique? Might I request a copy? No problem. 100 million per page. How does that sound? Jalmaz furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. He shrugged and turned to enter the dormitory. At this juncture, accusations and threats hold little value. As for who shall ultimately possess the Sixth Sense combat technique should Trap emerge victorious, who can truly know? Trap snapped his fingers, and 30 dark red mecha soldiers from the Technology Federation's vanguard swiftly emerged from the dormitory, appearing before him. Let us demonstrate to these unsophisticated folk the prowess of our 3.0 version mecha. We shall vanquish the pirates and store them within spatial ink cartridges. Let us commence. Trap, soaring through the air, remained utterly unperturbed. Some team members had questioned the 100 million wager if they were to lose. Life for the vanguard within the Technology Federation would become exceedingly difficult. How could he possibly lose? The people of Shinjo continent are rather antiquated, clinging to notions of martial virtue despite the passage of time. He is no antiquated dogmatist. Could Li Yuan single-handedly defeat alien pirates as effectively as 30 individuals working in unison? The base's red alarm blared incessantly, crimson warning lights flashing. Warning! Warning! The alien pirate fleet has assembled. All personnel, immediately enter Combat Readiness Level 1. Combat Readiness Level 1 entails that all personnel are on duty, and the entire base is to enter a state of war. The 18th Squad of the Academy's military stood in solemn anticipation, awaiting the opening of Gate 20, each member standing resolutely. Each alabaster combat mech was emblazoned with the pilot's name, designation, and squadron insignia across its chest plate, though their expressions remained obscured. A palpable sense of trepidation permeated the air. A flamboyant squadron of crimson mechs descended with grace, alighting beside Li Yuan. You all seem rather on edge. Trap remarked with a chuckle. Is eliminating a few extraterrestrial marauders truly cause for such consternation? Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Trap, taking in the sight of his red mech for the first time. It was noticeably more streamlined than their own, promising superior agility. What brings you here? You'd be better off ensconced in the safe house, lest I have to rescue you. And let's be clear, each rescue will cost you 1 million Shinjo coins. WTF? As if I require your assistance. Trap retorted. Li Yuan, our wager is in effect. My deposit of 100 million has been transferred to the neutral escrow account. As per your specifications, upon your victory, the funds will be released to you. Luo, if you would be so kind as to present the transfer confirmation. To attest to my integrity, Li Yuan verified the information, accessing the neutral banking system through his wrist-mounted terminal. The funds were indeed present, dispelling any suspicion of falsified documentation. Splendid. You've journeyed far to deliver 1 billion credits. My gratitude knows no bounds. Hold your accolades, Trap cautioned. My stake is secured. Where is your demonstration of battle prowess? I will not be placated with mere words, as if I would attempt to deceive a patron of your stature. Behold, the arcane art of will manifestation. Observe closely, for I am a man of honor, and deception is not in my repertoire. Trap's anticipation was palpable as he beheld Li Yuan demonstrating the Sixth Sense combat technique, his eagerness almost causing him to salivate. Should he seize, or rather, triumphantly acquire this will manifestation art of war, he could then pilot the more formidable 4.0 version of the combat mech beyond its intended limits. Therefore, wagering a mere 100 million was inconsequential. Even 500 million or 1 billion would be readily provided by his influential benefactor. Warning! Warning! The iron gates are about to open. All military personnel, prepare for combat. The soldiers vociferously chanted, Chung Chong soldiers, slay the pirates. Immediately following, a thunderous rumble echoed as the massive iron gates sequentially swung open. Gate number 20 also gradually opened, allowing the wind from beyond the base to rush in, as the soldiers valiantly surged out to confront the impending threat. Gazing upwards, a dense array of luminous specks slowly materialized in the inky expanse of the night sky, an alien pirate fleet that evoked an overwhelming sense of suffocating dread. Chapter 79. Divide and conquer. The immense alien pirate armada descended like a swarm of locusts from the abyss, arriving in formidable formations. The Shinjo army of the base emerged from various iron gates, dispersing in squads around the vicinity. Gao Zhen's voice resonated through the earpiece communication devices of all personnel, all laser cannons. Prepare for firing. Awaiting my command. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. The laser cannons, each a meter in diameter and tens of meters in length, situated atop the base, shuddered momentarily as beams of concentrated light lanced out towards the approaching fleet. Subsequently, 1, 2, then hundreds of white laser columns intertwined to form a lethal web, enshrouding the onrushing extraterrestrial pirate horde. In response, the alien pirate fleet unleashed a barrage of blue light beams and red energy projectiles, blanketing the area in a cataclysmic downpour. The intercepting beams of the laser columns and those directed at the base erupted in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the heavens. The opposing fleet activated its protective shields, causing eerie blue blossoms to unfurl across the night sky. Some of the foremost alien pirate warships were struck, their hulls shattered. Yet hundreds upon thousands of minuscule entities emerged from the fragmented vessels, heading straight for the base. The base endured a barrage of heavy blows, its milky white aura struggling to deflect the alien pirates' artillery, trembling incessantly. Vulnerable sections began to exhibit fissures. The laser cannon base, along with the logistical support system beneath the base, was already in full operation, channeling a continuous influx of energy to desperately sustain the milky white shield. Tens of thousands of Shinjo soldiers, along with 5,000 Academy soldiers, faced the incoming blue light beams and crimson super-energy projectiles, relying on their enhanced sixth sense to swiftly leap and evade. Despite the incessant explosions, hardly any warriors were directly hit and killed. Only a few unfortunate soldiers were injured by the thermal ordnance from nearby blasts. However, they did not withdraw from the battle, fixing their gaze on the densely packed swarm of alien pirate black mechs approaching, each gripping their standard-issue military knives, ready for a fierce melee. Their hair bristled with rage, their swords and blades radiating a sky-high murderous intent. Before setting out, linguistics experts from the Academy had adjusted all the Academy soldiers' RIS terminals to automatically translate the alien pirates' language and connected them to the battle mech's headset communication system to facilitate understanding of the enemy. At this moment, a cacophony of voices flooded everyone's headset communication. Haha, they brought in so many fresh blood sacrifices again. Excellent. Hey, this pile here is mine. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. Colossus, be silent. Whoever seizes it first claims it is their own. Rangers, rush forth. Closia, you seek your doom. These succulent morsels belong to me, all of them. Li Yuan's fury ignited as he realized that the forces of the Academy were being treated as delectable desserts by others. Contemplating the alien pirates of Wind River Valley, he wondered if these extraterrestrial ruffians truly feasted upon human flesh. His anger flared. Brothers, do not be misled by the formidable appearance of the alien pirates' mechs. Their true form is but that of an octopus. Now that the fish have gathered, shall we roast them or fry them? What? You've seen the alien pirate's true form, an octopus? Lin Longfei asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed. Last time in Wind River Valley, Li Yuan helped our director Gu slay 2 octopus pirates and even captured one alive, asserted Lan Qingyun loudly. Ouyang Fenlei burst into laughter. Li Yuan, we must roast them. Sprinkle some cumin. The flavor is exquisite. Trap, however, was not contemplating how to prepare the octopus. He glanced at Li Yuan and Lan Qingyun, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Imagining Li Yuan rendezvousing with that dashing female soldier, he found it rather intriguing. This might well be his final bet for guaranteed victory. A swarm of human ants dared to speak of their ancestral lineage. They shall be devoured first. How dare mayflies attempt to shake the tree, draining these blood delicacies? Time and again, being treated as mere snacks, with alien pirates salivating directly towards him, Trap was incensed. Before my superior lineage, they dare to claim ancestry? They shall be executed without mercy. The extraterrestrial pirate mecha fleet swiftly dove into the ranks of the human army, igniting an instant melee of chaos. The cannons of the aerial base unleashed a barrage against the pirate ships, illuminating the pitch-black cosmos with bursts of artillery fire. Some pirates attempted to circumvent the Academy's military forces, aiming directly for the base to sabotage the cannons, but were intercepted by the elite troops of the Shinjo army stationed in the inner perimeter, resulting in relentless skirmishes. Li Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, with his fist resembling a dragon as it hurtled toward an alien pirate, who was greedily grinning as he swooped down. Through the mask, Li Yuan could discern the twisted, octopus-like visage of his foe, whose mechanical arms reached out with 5 fingers aimed at Li Yuan's throat, showing utter disregard for his impending blow. Yet, that punch shattered the pirate's helmet, which he had presumed to be impervious, along with its very essence, rendering it into fragments, leaving no time for a scream to escape. Several alien pirates collided head-on with the bludgeoning array, instantly being pulverized in a spectacle of horror. Trap was taken aback, exclaiming, "OMG, this kid is formidable. My 100 million is in jeopardy." With a furious roar, he summoned 2 laser swords to slash at the extraterrestrial marauders. 30 members from the Vanguard Corps of the Technological Federation charged into the fray, wielding their laser swords with fervor. For every alien pirate they vanquished, they removed the helmet and stowed it in the spatial box affixed to Trap's waist, an advanced product of the Technological Federation, exceedingly valuable, yet not widely circulated in the realms of Shenzhou and the Pure Land. Ouyang Fenghua had, of course, mastered the art of transformation taught by Ouyang Chang'an, excelling particularly in the technique of shifting forms. In an instant, Ouyang Fenghua materialized behind an alien swordsman, striking with a swift blade that shattered the helmet with a single stroke. Amidst the astonishment of the remaining pirates, he materialized once more amongst them, executing simultaneous strikes with both hands, instantly eliminating 4 adversaries. The art of translocation, a lifelong masterpiece of Ouyang Chang'an, though exceedingly formidable, exacted a substantial toll on vital energy, precluding continuous deployment. Ouyang Fenghua, from the outset, unleashed his signature combat technique, spurred by Li Yuan's formidable display in vanquishing pirates, vowing to surpass Li Yuan on the battlefield. Naturally unwilling to be outdone, presently, slightly winded, he ingested a potent elixir before resuming his assault. His cultivation seamlessly integrated with the mecha, affording him intuitive control. The metallic frame unleashed immense destructive force, a fist hurtling towards Li Yuan. A fusion of might and steel, a convergence of mechanics and brutality, seemingly cleaved through the atmosphere, immediately imposing a sense of coercion upon Li Yuan. Somewhat formidable, yet insufficient. Li Yuan bellowed, his wrench-infused staff colliding with the opponent's iron fist. A grating, metallic screech reverberated as the two recoiled in surprise. My invincible iron fist was thwarted by a mere D-grade super titanium alloy rod. Wakaraka. The wrench failed to shatter his iron fist. This marked the inaugural instance of Li Yuan's wrench-wielding assault encountering failure against an opponent of comparable stature. Verily, amidst strength, there exists greater strength. Behind competence, there resides greater competence. One must remain vigilant. Exquisite energy essence, a delicacy long unfelt. You are destined to grace my table. A bizarre, discordant alien tongue permeated the earpiece communication. First, I shall shatter your legs, precluding escape, then bore into your skull, leisurely devouring the energy spheres within your Yuan Palace and Qi realm. Wakaraka, so delightful. The extraterrestrial pirate's iron grasp seized the blade of Lan Qingyun, and with a forceful twist, the D-grade super titanium alloy sword snapped with a sharp crack, carelessly discarded like refuse. Simultaneously, the alien marauder's sixth sense severely disrupted Lan Qingyun's thoughts. You wish to self-destruct your Yuan Palace? Not a chance. I find the essence of vitality far more delectable. He chuckled. One iron hand clutched her throat, effortlessly lifting her, while the other constrained her arms, rendering her utterly immobile. First, I shall restrain your movements. Then conjure a blue energy shield, allowing me to savor this feast uninterrupted by other insignificant pests. How delightful. The alien pirate grinned with comfort, poised to manipulate his tentacles to activate the protective barrier when a silent red lightsaber streaked through the air. The enraged octopus burst forth, shattering its mask in an attempt to eliminate the meddlesome ant. Yet, in the next instant, another swift red lightsaber cleaved through its supple form, emitting a sizzling sound as it watched in horror as its body split in two, green blood spurting forth as it succumbed to death. Lan Qingyun fell to the ground, prying apart the iron hand that had gripped her throat, and began to cough violently. The sensation of having narrowly escaped death filled her with terror and fury. She turned to the red mech, Trap, who had saved her life, rising to clasp her fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Trap, for your timely rescue. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall not refuse. To outsiders, especially those from the Technological Federation, she maintained an air of refined superiority. Ah, It is but a trivial matter, Senior Lan Yuan, Trap replied, glancing at the name and number on her mech with a serene smile. In that case, farewell. I shall go forth and slay our enemies. With a nod, Azure Cloud turned to depart. Is there something else? Azure Cloud frowned, her mind preoccupied with avenging her humiliation by exterminating as many extraterrestrial pirates as possible, leaving her with little patience for idle chatter. Indeed, there is a minor matter for which I require your assistance, Trap responded with a grin. You are aware of the wager between Li Yuan and myself, are you not? A substantial gamble of 100 million. It is because of this that I have taken the liberty of seeking your aid. What assistance could I possibly render? Surely you do not covet my sixth sense combat skill? It is merely erudite level, hardly worthy of your attention, Azure Cloud chuckled derisively. Your sixth sense combat skill may be rather mediocre, but to Li Yuan, you are an invaluable treasure and my trump card to secure victory. Azure Cloud recoiled in shock, stepping back and brandishing her sword defensively. What is your meaning? Simply to capture you, simpleton, Trap retorted. With lightning speed, he struck Azure Cloud's helmet. The force shattered the helmet, rendering her unconscious and causing her to collapse to the ground. Huh. Li Yuan, your will manifestation technique shall be mine. Trap caressed Azure Cloud's exquisite face with a mechanical finger, remarking, Li Yuan, there is an ancient adage in your divine continent that even heroes are susceptible to the allure of beauty. I have overcome this obstacle, while you have not. Therefore, my victory is assured. At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from behind, Hey, you Technological Federation scoundrel. What do you think you're doing? Azure Cloud is a dear friend of Li Yuan's. How dare you knock her unconscious? Trap ignored him, and a spatial box at his waist emitted a crimson light that enveloped Lan Yuan, subsequently drawing him into the shifting void. The enraged Academy soldier was swiftly dispatched by the mecha assault of the Technological Federation's Vanguard Corps. Only he and a few soldiers who had faintly witnessed the incident were eliminated by the mecha onslaught, their bodies swiftly collected before retreating. Trap spat a mouthful of blood and turned to flee. The alien pirate pursued him relentlessly, both men racing across the battlefield, eliminating everything that dared to obstruct their path. Ant, you cannot escape, the alien pirate taunted, relentlessly bombarding Trap, causing his red mecha to fracture, his ribcage to splinter, and blood to gush forth in torrents. Suddenly, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope and hastened towards it. Master Jumas, save me. On the edge of the battlefield stood Jumas and his entourage of black-robed monks. Observing the chaos, Jumas smiled. Trap, have you forgotten our purpose here? I warned you not to involve yourself in this battle that does not concern us. Yet you chose to disregard my counsel. My extraterrestrial friend, I declare that we are mere spectators and shall not intervene in this conflict. Do not misconstrue our position. The alien pirate cast a disdainful glance at Jumas, opting to ignore him and continue his assault on the desperate Trap. Enraged, Trap shouted, Jumas, you are not merely a monk. At the very least, you are of the human race. To turn a blind eye in the face of death. You could be court-martialed and sentenced to death. Jumas shook his head. No one is watching now. If you perish, it is of no concern to me. Trap, infuriated, spat another mouthful of blood, knowing that the alien pirate's next strike would likely claim his life. It's imperative that Lan Yuan be offered as a scapegoat. Trap was taken aback by this, experiencing a mix of shock, delight, and trepidation, but survival took precedence. Should he unearth the truth, an opportune moment would be seized to approach and assassinate him. Brotherly, save me. Very well, but as agreed, it's $1 million per instance. No problem. Chapter 81. I simply relish unvarnished truth yet. The strike missed its mark as Li Yuan's figure vanished into thin air, reappearing behind the space pirate a split second later, delivering a crushing blow with a rod. The alien pirate, with its tentacles flailing, maneuvered the mecha, which emitted blue flames from its base, evading Li Yuan's assault. Simultaneously, the mecha's integrated laser cannon system targeted Li Yuan, unleashing a barrage. However, at that precise moment, the alien pirate experienced an excruciating cerebral pain, emitting a blood-curdling scream as both propulsion and firing went haywire. The mecha careened haphazardly towards the ground, yet due to the immense propulsive force, it tumbled and scraped along the surface with a cacophony of grating sounds. The mecha's laser cannon misfired, narrowly missing Jamosi, who was observing the spectacle from the sidelines. Li Yuan teleported once more, materializing atop the rolling pirate, brandishing a large wrench, and rained down blows upon the underdog. 2 swift strikes shattered bones and extinguished life. Come now, let's make a transaction. Li Yuan gestured towards Trap with his wrist terminal, the intent unmistakable. Trap remained in a daze, bewildered by the situation. The formidable alien pursuer who had been hunting him for half a day had been dispatched with such dispatch by this youth. Was he truly that formidable? Why are you dawdling? Surely you're not contemplating reneging on our agreement. Li Yuan scratched his head. If that's the case, I might just switch roles. Transforming from savior to pursuer, you know. No, the transaction will be executed immediately, in the form of the Technological Federation's credits. Trap exclaimed, jolted back to reality. In the realm of the Divine Continent, individuals of comparable strength are indeed not a match for the Technological Federation. Li Yuan's recent maneuver was unmistakably a manifestation of Sixth Sense combat. At this moment, his desire to acquire the Sixth Sense combat technique intensified, compelling him to pursue it at any cost. May I inquire if there are any Academy soldiers nearby? It seems I have not spotted a single one. Li Yuan remarked, his gaze scanning the surroundings with suspicion. This was perplexing. Although this area was somewhat distanced from the base, and the extraterrestrial pirates tended to overlook it, he distinctly recalled the presence of Academy soldiers engaged in combat here before. The people from Trap had eliminated them, and he pondered how to articulate this situation more reasonably. We have not seen anyone. It is just the two observation teams present. Jioma smiled faintly, although internally he was profoundly shaken. The prowess displayed by Li Yuan compelled him to regard the latter with renewed respect. He weighed the agreements made prior with the Technological Federation, and Li Yuan's formidable abilities prompted him to consider altering his plans. Very well, you may continue to observe at your leisure. I still have enemies to vanquish. Trap. Should I need to rescue you again? Do speak up, he called out, noting that 1 million Technological Federation credits equated to 5 million Divine Continent coins. A rather lucrative transaction. Trap forced a smile, acutely aware that the swagger of his past had now transformed into embarrassment. Furthermore, he did not possess the funds to compensate Li Yuan. The 1 million credits had been siphoned from a public account of 100 million. Watching as Li Yuan departed, Trap's smile vanished in an instant. How could he leverage Lan Qingyan to deal with Li Yuan? Should he consider collaborating with Jioma? A meticulous plan was imperative. Should the wager fail, the loss of not just 100 million, but even that 1 million technological credits would render his standing in the vanguard camp untenable. Charging towards the epicenter of the base, Li Yuan cleaved through the alien pirates, their remains instantaneously absorbed into the cargo hold of his Wuling van. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, his collection of corpses went largely unnoticed. He had already dispatched the adversary who dared to obstruct his wrench, crushing his very essence. Observing the pirates' gauntlets, Li Yuan noted their unique composition, distinct from the standard alien armaments, likely forged from exotic materials, a testament to the pirates' privileged status. A grim thought crossed his mind. Would eliminating this affluent scion invite future tribulations? Dismissing the concern, he prioritized stowing away the mechs. Then, spotting the disheveled Trap, he seized the opportunity for a lucrative rescue worth 5 million, a prospect that filled him with glee. Remain vigilant, and let us coordinate our attacks, he advised before departing with a smile. To the astonishment of onlookers, he seized several more mechs, retreating before secreting them away in a bomb crater. A few Academy soldiers watched Li Yuan's flamboyant exit with awe, oblivious to the subsequent disappearance of the alien mechs and the salvaged remains littering the vicinity. With a wager of 100 million at stake, Li Yuan's avarice knew no bounds, envisioning a mountain of wealth. The abstract notions of martial ethics took a back seat to the immediate prospect of plundering corpses for profit. However, discretion was paramount. Revealing his spatial storage capabilities could attract unwanted attention from powerful entities. A nagging question lingered in his mind. Where was Lan Qingyan? She should have been in his vicinity. As he continued to decimate the alien pirates, he employed his sixth sense to locate her, yet to no avail. Amidst the carnage, his gaze fell upon Lin Longfei. However, he was already at the end of his strength. One arm was broken, and a massive wound had been blasted into his thigh by a laser cannon, leaving him in a lamentable state. In the midst of the battle, Lin Longfei failed to discern the name on Li Yuan's mech. Upon seeing a comrade approach, he cried out desperately, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. "Senior, save me." "Who are you?" Li Yuan inquired, his tone shifting. "Senior, I am Lin Longfei from the Central Hu Province Military Academy. Kill this beast." "Lin Longfei? I only know Li Yuan. If you are acquainted with him, I might assist you. Tell me, how do you compare to him?" The other party, seemingly indifferent, continued to slay the alien pirates, clearly indicating a lack of intent to help. This caused Lin Longfei, who had just taken another punch, to spit out a mouthful of blood. He is merely a man of hollow reputation. Oh, are you speaking the truth? If you are lying, I shall take my leave. Once more, Lin Longfei was struck, collapsing to the ground. Please, don't go. I am not his equal. Haha, I relish hearing the unvarnished truth. Lin Longfei. Your senior is Li Yuan as well. In a moment of disbelief, Lin Longfei witnessed what he perceived to be an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, who was instantly vanquished by a single punch from Li Yuan, shattering the visor and obliterating the core of the foe. Chapter 82. A blood-soaked struggle. Since their departure from the South River Military Academy, Li Yuan had activated the fusion mode of the Wuling vehicle. He had initially thought that traveling by combat airship would allow all military academies to contribute their vital energy. However, the outcome was rather disappointing. It seemed that unless one was a formidable warrior equipped with Wuling or actively pursuing him, it was impossible to accrue vital energy. Despite his relentless pursuit of the extraterrestrial marauders, he continued to accumulate convertible hematic energy, which has now reached 50. After reaping a wave of incredulous, shocked, and mortified expressions from Lin Longfei, tinged with a sense of utter shame, Li Yuan contentedly headed towards the inner perimeter of the base. Lin Longfei, do me a favor and look for Lan Qinyun. Consider it your repayment for my saving your life, Li Yuan called out from afar. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated as the base's artillery was struck by a combined barrage of shipborne laser weaponry from the alien fleet. The milky white protective shield above the base was breached, and the unprepared Shinjo soldiers in the vicinity were decimated by the immense power of the coordinated laser cannons, resulting in dozens of casualties. Some suffered the loss of limbs, while others perished, their screams echoing through the air. The base's artillery was repeatedly struck by the extreme alien laser cannons, leaving the entire structure riddled with cracks and trembling. Below, on the second-level control panel, Su Tingshi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, her vision blurred by the crimson haze. She was the auxiliary operator of the base's artillery on the second level, while one of the two primary operators on the upper level had already been killed by the concussive force. The base's artillery must not be silenced. We must return fire. A severely wounded primary operator, his face covered in blood, shouted down. Yes. Without hesitation, Su Tingshi rose and leaped onto the upper-level primary control panel, coordinating with the primary operator to direct the artillery fire towards the alien fleet. The massive screen displayed an incoming coordinated volley from the enemy ships, with dozens of thick laser beams converging into a single, concentrated blast aimed at the base's artillery. If struck again, the base's artillery and the base itself, now deprived of their milky white protective shield, would inevitably be obliterated. The main gunner's eyes widened in desperation as he bellowed, vowing to bring down a hostile battleship even at the cost of his own life. Is the energy fully charged? Su Tingshi shouted. Energy loading completed at 99. Came the reply. Quickly. Yes. Su Tingshi fervently pressed the control buttons, channeling all her vitality into the cannon, hastening the energy load. For should they reach full capacity and be struck by the enemy before firing, the accumulated energy could trigger a catastrophic explosion, obliterating both the underground and above-ground sections of the base. In that critical moment, both the gunner and Su Tingshi were astonished to witness a massive crimson beam emerge from the sky, intercepting the incoming united light column with precision. The extraterrestrial laser beam was effectively neutralized, resulting in an intense explosion that sent shockwaves of energy rippling outward. The soldiers below and the alien pirates were instantaneously obliterated by the tempest of energy. In this fleeting moment of divine intervention, the base cannon finally completed its loading sequence. Main gunner, energy loading at 100, requesting to fire. Immediately target the enemy battleship and fire. The main gunner screamed hoarsely, determined to strike down the accursed alien vessel. Boom. The base cannon trembled slightly as a 1-meter-wide laser beam erupted forth. Su Tingshi followed its trajectory, and mere seconds later, it struck the protective shield of the advancing enemy battleship. Previously, the base cannon had relentlessly bombarded this very spot, and now, the shield could no longer withstand the assault, tearing open a gaping hole and revealing the dark hull beneath. The gunner, in a state of euphoric elation, vociferously commanded over the headset system, "Secondary gunner, heed. Immediately compensate for the primary gun's firing position and unleash your barrage." A thunderous cascade ensued as scores of compromised laser cannons discharged, impacting the enemy flagship at the point of rupture. The flagship sustained a significant breach, yet in the ensuing moment, a multitude of formidable extraterrestrial pirates, numbering in the dozens if not hundreds, emerged from the alien fleet, advancing with haste. Should this transpire, the alien pirate armada could advance unhindered, breaching the defensive cordon of the first asteroid cluster, precipitating a calamitous recurrence of the decimation suffered by billions a century prior. Though repelled intermittently, some persisted in their ascent. Yuan vacillated, contemplating whether to engage in combat for the sake of a greater cause, a conviction not yet fully embraced. Impede them, all soldiers. Spare no effort in obstructing their advance. Should the base's artillery be compromised, our people are imperiled. Lu Qingfeng's stentorian proclamation reverberated through the headset system of all personnel. However, the lower-ranking soldiers were too distant to intervene effectively, leaving them to vent their fury upon the lesser alien pirates in their immediate vicinity. Yuan materialized, brandishing his wrenched staff, thrusting it upward with vigor, uncertain of its efficacy, but compelled by the exigency of the moment to attempt a rescue. Constrained to engage in a desperate gambit, he hoped to endure until Lu Qifeng and company could vanquish their adversaries and come to his aid. Insignificance. Your puny rod possesses a modicum of intrigue. Surrender it. The alien pirate extended a metallic palm, unleashing a gravitational force of considerable magnitude, causing the staff to be wrenched from Yuan's grasp. The extraterrestrial marauder scrutinized the scepter in his grasp, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. Merely an inferior C-grade alloy construct, not even reaching the level of a paltry A-grade. How peculiar that it withstood my initial assault. With a dismissive gesture, the pirate kneaded the unfortunate scepter until it was nothing more than a mangled clump of metal, which he then hurled towards Yuan. A seemingly effortless yet potentially lethal maneuver. Chapter 83. Three-dimensional warfare. Jamosi cast a sardonic and pitying glance at Trap. Are you departing so soon? Abandoning the wager of 100 million? Youthful impulsiveness, indeed. Observe the precariousness of your current situation. Trap chuckled. Fear not. I have retained 20 Vanguard troopers to aid in dispatching the pirates. A ratio of 20 to 1. Can I truly be defeated? This is your affair. Our respective dignitaries have reached an accord. A joint exploration of the potential extraterrestrial warship wreckage is paramount to this costly expedition. Indulge in your diversions, but do not jeopardize the grand scheme, lest you face dire consequences. Rest assured, my wager with Yuan is merely an embellishment. That foolish divine state military general extorted 100 million Corby from us, presuming he had profited. Little does he realize that the countless casualties among his soldiers served only as stepping stones for our ascent. Trap erupted in laughter. Exercise caution in your pronouncements regarding matters of state. The military general may be listening from above. Should he hear your insults, he might obliterate you with a single gesture. Nevertheless, should you emerge victorious in your wager, furnish me with a copy. Such a coincidence is unlikely. Old Jumo, your previous refusal to aid me has resulted in an inflated price for your services. The previous rate of 100 million per page has increased to 200 million per page. Take it or leave it. Cease this puerile conduct. Here's the proposition. All discoveries and accomplishments gleaned from infiltrating the extraterrestrial warship shall be divided equitably, 50-50. In exchange for a facsimile of your sixth sense combat techniques, I shall safeguard you throughout this endeavor. In truth, I am at a disadvantage, given the potential for your failure. My protection serves as an advance deposit. Only upon your triumph do I reap any reward. Conversely, should you falter, my deposit vanishes, does it not? Old Gio, you are indeed a cunning and astute old fox, adept at exploiting others while leaving them without recourse. I concede to your brazen audacity. Giomazzi offered a wry smile and a shake of his head, falling silent. He then seated himself upon the rapidly advancing royal winged leopard, hurtling toward the fallen warship. At present, both the Shinjo army and the Academy forces are preoccupied with safeguarding the base, leaving the warship's crash site largely unattended. Though devoid of Shinjo army and Academy presence, the warship's crash site teams with extraterrestrial pirates on guard. Giomazzi and Trap, leading their contingent, charge into the fray. Engaging in lethal combat. Each combatant sustains injuries and sheds blood, yet none retreat, engaging in relentless slaughter. Countless comrades have already fallen victim to the alien pirates' hands. Fueling their vengeful fury, they roar, they bellow, uniting in collective retribution. However, their deep space base is equipped with ultimate weaponry. Were a great strategist to forcibly attack them, the deep space base would launch over 10,000 high-yield, superluminal, super-energy aggregation bombs, capable of effortlessly obliterating a small star system, let alone Earth. But in the subsequent moment, He was somewhat taken aback as the metal lump was cleaved in twain by his opponent's blade, remaining unscathed. Good heavens, you are truly discourteous, perpetually soliciting others' melee weapons. With a resounding cry, Li Yuan wielded his C-grade blade, ingeniously merged with a large wrench, employing it as a staff to execute the threefold blade technique. Eschewing the common pitfall of underestimating adversaries, a mistake often leading to their downfall, he aimed for nothing short of a swift and decisive kill. His previous assault on Taigata had been a guaranteed lethal blow, only narrowly evaded by Li Yuan. This time, the alien pirate's tentacles writhed as it manipulated its mech to counter the attack. Two iron fists, forged from extraterrestrial materials and imbued with its combat skill, Skyhammer, crashed directly into the matrix of three-blade auras, instantly shattering the formation and sending Li Yuan hurtling backward. Subsequently, a blue laser illuminated Li Yuan, and an unprecedented sense of mortal danger washed over him. Escape. This was Li Yuan's immediate reaction, accelerating to a speed of 200 yards per hour. Attempting to flee? Human insect, your naivety is your undoing. Can mere legs outpace my airborne mech? A pathetically puerile notion. Undaunted, it maintained the relentless intensity of its assault. Its consistent strategy in combat was to either abstain from action altogether or, once engaged, to decimate the opponent without reservation, precluding any possibility of a last-ditch counterattack. At that moment, possessed by the spirit of the Wuling automobile and the divine skill of a driver, Li Yuan executed an immediate emergency brake, drifting his body 90 degrees to evade the alien pirate's full-force strike, continuing his escape at an angle. Learning from its previous oversight, it reserved the capacity to fly while simultaneously activating the mech's automatic weapon system, unleashing a barrage of laser cannons and high-speed, super titanium armor-piercing rounds at the fleeing Li Yuan. In its estimation, this insignificant creature was destined for complete annihilation. Instantly sensing mortal peril, Li Yuan unhesitatingly deployed his blue light protective shield. With a resolute demeanor, the young man employed extraterrestrial technology to counter the onslaught of the octopus-like creature's artillery. Gravity watched as Li Yuan suddenly summoned a blue energy shield behind him, effectively neutralizing all of its thermal weaponry's assaults, much to the creature's chagrin, causing it to emit frustrated sounds from within its armored helm. With its initial attack thwarted, gravity hastened its flight speed, intent on closing the distance to within 100 meters to crush this insignificant being with sheer force. At that moment, Li Yuan spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Although the blue shield had safeguarded him from the alien's relentless bombardment, the shockwaves from the explosions were undeniably impactful. Gravity was simply too formidable to confront directly. Thus, Li Yuan resolved to outsmart his opponent. As he fled, he noticed numerous corpses of alien pirates strewn across the ground. Reminded of the 100 million wager, he collected the bodies along the way, leaving Gravity perplexed in his wake. The creature could not comprehend why, after the man's passage, the ground was devoid of remains. It had heard tales of plucking feathers from passing geese, but never had it witnessed a human scavenging corpses. Disregarding the peculiar scene, it accelerated its pursuit for the third time, swiftly appearing 100 meters behind Li Yuan. With a synthetic, mechanical voice, it sneered, "Ant, you must be exhausted from your futile flight. It is time for you to perish." The alien pirate unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which struck Li Yuan squarely in the back. The clash of metal resonated like a bell, sending Li Yuan tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. A deep, bloodied impression, shaped like a massive wrench, marred his back, leaving him bleeding profusely, a sight both shocking and visceral. What is this object that possesses such hardness? Li Yuan pondered. I understand now. The small sticks and knives wielded by the lesser beings must have been imbued with this material to withstand my strike. I cannot believe that an inferior ant possesses such a treasure. Gravity erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "This time, I have stumbled upon a true gem." The extraterrestrial buccaneer was elated. A glint of cold light flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. He thought to himself that he could not continuously be suppressed and beaten like this, and a counterattack was imperative. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Clowety had already closed the distance to a mere 100 meters, delivering a kick from afar that arrived in an instant. Once more, he was sent hurtling backward, somersaulting 10.5 times with a difficulty rating of A, before rolling dozens of meters. His wrist felt as though it was about to break, and he could no longer grip the iron fist, which slipped from his grasp. Clowety's eyes lit up once more as he darted forward, seizing the iron fist and exclaiming in astonishment, "By Jove! Is this not the very star marrow iron core forged steel gauntlet unique to our planet? How could it be on this insignificant being? Nay, it seems a scion of the sacred clan may have been involved in this escapade, only to perish at the hands of this wretch. Methinks that azure shield also belonged to an unfortunate member of an eminent family. Nonetheless, the spoil shall be mine. Perchance the star marrow iron core forged mecha is also on this wretch. If so, I shall be exceedingly prosperous indeed. As Cloudi was lost in unbridled elation, Yuan once again fled several kilometers. Cloudi's disposition shifted somewhat, as he grew reluctant to slay the wretch immediately. Perhaps coercing him would prove more advantageous than outright killing him, to ascertain what other treasures he possessed, lest he inadvertently slay him and leave other valuables to be scavenged by others. Wretch, do not flee, for you cannot escape. Instead, confess what other treasures you possess, and I may yet spare you. Cloudi's mechanical voice suddenly softened. Octopus, I possess many, many treasures. I dare you to cease your pursuit, allow me a respite, and I shall unveil wonders that will undoubtedly leave you salivating. Yuan feigned exhaustion as he sprinted ahead, though in truth, he possessed the vigor of a fully fueled Wuling van, capable of traversing another 600 kilometers without faltering. Very well, since escape is beyond your grasp, I shall grant you a moment's reprieve before your demise. Or rather, if you possess treasures of sufficient allure, I may spare your life. After all, you are but an insignificant insect, your existence or non-existence of little consequence. Cloudi chuckled, yet within the confines of his helmet's central system. His octopod tentacles swiftly manipulated the controls, covertly arming a high-yield fusion projectile within the Black Mech's core, poised to eject and obliterate the insect should the situation demand it. Behold, this grand wrench is an heirloom of my lineage, its principal virtue being its aptitude for tightening bolts, and on occasion, serving as a makeshift hammer. This particular wrench. Yuan launched into a prolix explanation. Silence. You court death. Cloudi discerned that the insect was deliberately toying with him, and his attempt to manipulate the insect had backfired. Cloudi prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Given the insect's celerity, it was imperative to expend energy and employ a combat skill to annihilate him. The alien pirate's tendrils writhed, and in an instant, a colossal metallic palm materialized above Yuan, who had darted 1,000 meters away, descending like the hand of Buddha to seize him from afar. Yuan reactivated his azure shield, positioning it as a bulwark. The gargantuan hand grasped Yuan, encased within the cerulean barrier. Chapter 85. Crimson and verdant Yuan, enveloped in his azure shield, found himself ensnared within Cloudi's colossal grasp, transported before him. As the colossal hand exerted increasing pressure, the blue light shield emitted faint cracking sounds, gradually becoming adorned with intricate fissures. Within the helmet's control system, the visage of the octopus Cloudi contorted in agitation. Shattering the blue light shield was no trivial task, even for a second-rate specimen. Should the grip tighten further, the shield would inevitably shatter completely. Yuan, acutely aware of the tightening grasp, assessed Cloudi's condition. He bided his time, hoping that the adversary's avarice for his precious treasure would grant him a fleeting opportunity to strike back. The giant hand diminished by another 30 centimeters, prompting a desperate scream from Yuan as the cracks in the blue light shield continued to expand, its edges fracturing, seemingly on the brink of catastrophic failure. Cloudi erupted in laughter, its tentacles thrashing wildly. A final squeeze, and this insignificant creature would be reduced to a mere pile of shattered bones. Yet it would spare him for a moment longer. Treasure, all of it, belongs to me. Cloudi's eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed, the avaricious glint piercing through the visor without reservation. In that moment, the ant-like creature appeared utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. Suddenly, Cloudi's mocking expression froze. The sixth sense sphere of its cerebral center was ambushed by a small sword. However, Cloudi's demeanor faltered again as yet another small sword materialized before its sixth sense sphere's protective barrier. How many of these small swords can you conjure, boy? No matter. Once I claim this one, we shall see if you have any left. Cloudi's protective shield of the sixth sense transformed into a massive hand, reaching out to seize the small sword. Yet, it let out a cry of anguish as the sixth sense hand was directly pierced by Yuan's small sword. In an instant, the small sword seized the fleeting moment when Crow's focus wavered, surging forth to penetrate the planetary defenses. The shield of the sixth sense planet had thinned by 2/3 due to the gathering of a massive hand, presenting the small sword an opportune chance to breach the barrier and embed itself into the sixth sense planet. A searing pain engulfed Crow's mind, and his mech body trembled as the colossal, transforming hand dissipated into nothingness. The extraordinary prowess of Li Yuan's small sword stemmed from its incorporation of a screwdriver, a lethal technique conceived only in the past couple of days. This transformation from tangible to intangible mirrored the ingenuity of a Wuling vehicle, integrating the screwdriver into the sixth sense small sword, blurring the lines between reality and illusion to strike without warning. Crow let out a harrowing scream as the small sword fully embedded itself into his sixth sense planet, rolling about chaotically, causing the planet to shudder as if it were a sentient being. Close at hand, Li Yuan summoned a large wrench. At this juncture, there was no need to merge with any cold weapon. The surrounding troops from both the Shinjo army and the Academy army would undoubtedly witness the desperate struggle. With determination, he swung the wrench directly at the vulnerable visor of Crow's helmet, the most fragile point of the mech. In a state of panic, Crow instinctively extended his claws to command the mech's iron fist for defense. The resounding clang echoed, causing blood to seep from Li Yuan's 7 orifices, a terrifying spectacle. Yet, he remained undeterred, swiftly grasping another iron fist forged from star marrow, and struck once more at Crow's visor. The speed was overwhelming, rendering Crow's iron fist incapable of defense. In a moment of sheer terror, he watched as the iron fist collided with the visor, shattering it with a resounding crack. The mech of Cloverdale boasts a formidable level of sophistication. Had it not been for Li Yuan wielding the iron fists forged from their very own star marrow iron core, it would have been utterly impossible to shatter such a high-grade mask. In the fleeting moment when the star marrow iron fist crushed the mask, it struck the core of Cloverdale, only to be ensnared by 4 of its 8 appendages. Although the iron fist was thwarted, it severely wounded the 4 tentacles, causing green ichor to spurt from the wounds and splatter across Li Yuan's face. The mingling of red and green blood was rather grotesque. Cloverdale's final 2 appendages surged forth, transforming into sharp blades that plunged with a sickening sound into Li Yuan's left and right chests. At the critical moment, as the heart was perilously close to being pierced, Li Yuan's sinews and bones shifted, miraculously relocating his heart by 5 centimeters. No sooner had this adjustment been made than the long blades of the octopus accurately pierced the original position of his heart. Blood gushed from the gaping wounds in his chest, staining his helmet with a shocking crimson and sickly green hue. Li Yuan sensed Cloverdale's intention to retreat, and he would not allow it. Despite the blades embedded in his chest, Cloverdale mirrored the attack, brandishing its long knives. Li Yuan trembled in agony, blood spraying forth like a fountain. 3 blood energy orbs, 6 stars of sinews and bones, and 8 stars of sixth sense erupted in a display of unparalleled skill. The star marrow iron fist, gripped by Cloverdale's 5 appendages, suddenly vanished and reappeared inexplicably behind the very appendages that had seized it, materializing right before Cloverdale's eyes. This astonishing scene filled Cloverdale with terror, prompting an instinctive thought. What battle technique is this? Just as this thought emerged, the star marrow iron fist crashed into its soft, muscular visage, reducing it to a pulpy mess, blurring the lines between brain matter and shredded flesh. The extraterrestrial marauders possess 2 vulnerabilities. Firstly, their mecha visors, a weakness negated by advanced mecha designs, and secondly, the octopus-like entity at their core, inherently boneless and fatally susceptible to human attacks on its true form. At that moment, the ebony mecha, devoid of its animating essence, ceased all activity. Its iron fist, poised to intercept the massive wrench, froze mid-air, resembling a gesture of surrender to Li Yuan. The twin claw blades on Li Yuan's chest reverted to limp, tentacle-like appendages, sliding feebly from his chest cavity. Li Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing vehemently. "You son of a turtle, nearly killed this young master." With that, he crushed the octopus underfoot. The octopus parasitizes the mecha, so its valuable possessions must be on the mecha. They must be worth a great deal of money. I'll collect them in the container first and study them later. This was Li Yuan's thought as he ingested a potent elixir to replenish his blood and energy, and a wound-healing pill to mend his injuries. I can't help it. This young master simply has a penchant for money, even if I am supposedly a billionaire through financing. I've been poor since childhood, after all. The wound-healing pill dissolved into countless fine threads upon entering his body, reconnecting shattered muscle tissue, fractured bone fragments, and lacerated wounds, swiftly restoring them to their original positions. Subsequently, the blood energy star and the sixth sense star within his body emitted a brilliant radiance, regenerating the missing muscle tissue with delicate buds, like tendrils, visibly restoring, intertwining, and forming new muscle, while also filling the gaps in his bones. Just as Li Yuan settled down for a brief respite, a piercing scream echoed through the earphone system, startling him. The scream sounded eerily familiar. Chapter 86. Feigned strength. Li Yuan rose, feeling considerably improved, with his combat prowess restored to 50%. Though he did not rely on the might-enhancing pills for his cultivation, replenishing his energy was still essential. Henceforth, he should carry some of those pills with him. The sound of anguished cries was eerily familiar. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed towards the source of the screams. The mech's chest was already sullied beyond recognition, its name long lost to obscurity. Yet, some still recognized him, leaving a chorus of cheers in their wake. Senior Li is magnificent. From a distance, he clearly discerned the figures of Ouyang Fenghua and his companions. 5 individuals, each at the 3rd stage with a single star, harbored a desperate desire to capture them alive, intending to transform them into living vessels to gradually siphon off their energy. Had it not been for their nefarious intentions, these individuals would likely have been defeated long ago. At this moment, confined within a makeshift prison, he angrily slashed at the violet barrier, but to no avail. Ouyang Fole, momentarily disheartened, caught sight of an approaching figure and instantly regained his vigor, exclaiming, "Look, that's Li Yuan. He is here to rescue us." The frenzied Ouyang Fenghua ceased his assault, and the others turned their gazes towards the individual who was cutting through the alien pirates with relentless ferocity. It was indeed Li Yuan. Su Wei, the Tyrannosaurus of Dongjiang, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Li Yuan has arrived. We have nothing to fear now." Zhuo Wenjun from Beijiang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and questioned Su Wei. "Do you trust him so easily?" Zhuo Wenjun found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mi Qilan from Shijiang shook her head, adding, "Look closely at Li Yuan. He is bleeding from his chest. I suspect he has encountered formidable foes and may be gravely injured." With this revelation, the group fell into a contemplative silence. They were all elite students from their respective institutions. None were foolish. It was evident that Li Yuan had disregarded his own injuries to break through the encirclement in order to save them. This time, all the mechs activated their thermal weapon systems, unleashing laser cannons, cluster bombs, and plasma-cutting beams towards Li Yuan, determined to obliterate him. The ensuing explosions were deafening. But after the smoke cleared, all that remained was a scene of utter astonishment. In reality, Li Yuan was severely injured and in need of recuperation. Otherwise, he would have brandished his C-grade blade and cleaved these adversaries in a matter of moments. "Who exactly are you, daring to antagonize us? Just you wait." Without uttering another word, the mechs turned tail and fled. They had encountered a formidable opponent. In a 5-on-1 situation, neither martial nor thermal attacks had any effect. There was no point in lingering. "Damn it, don't run. I'll hack you to pieces." The scene was somewhat farcical, incongruous with the grim reality of war. Ouyang Fenghua and the others were dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. Li Yuan, unexpectedly, did not pursue them but instead sat down abruptly. The purple energy shield, no longer under its master's control, dissipated. Ouyang Fenghua approached them, meditating Li Yuan, remaining silent and sitting down beside him. The others understood that Li Yuan was merely at the end of his tether, having frightened off the enemy and now requiring rest and recuperation. "What are you doing? Why aren't you running? Do you want to doom us all?" someone exclaimed. "Not at all. Consider this." The newcomer appeared to be severely wounded. "And why didn't he pursue us when he had the upper hand?" "That's plausible, but we must carefully strategize to avoid not only failing but also suffering an unexpected setback." "Then what course of action do you propose?" As Li Yuan, Ouyang Fenghua, and the others meditated, their injuries were significantly alleviated in a mere 15 minutes. The Jin Chuang pills were indeed a panacea, synergizing with the energy planet to expedite the regeneration of injured tissues. Ouyang Fenghua and his companions immediately surrounded Li Yuan, collectively resisting the laser cannon fire. Chapter 87. The Shadow to eliminate you. Any sacrifice is justified. Do you presume to have me at your mercy? Li Yuan scratched his head, flashing a radiant smile. Ouyang Fenghua cast a sympathetic glance at the pirates. Whenever Li Yuan scratched his head and smiled radiantly, rather than sheepishly, it signaled his intent to deceive. With a flash of his translocation skill, Li Yuan seized the Star Marrow Iron Fist, delivering a series of crushing blows. The visors of 5 mechs shattered, the Iron Fist stained with verdant beast blood. From afar, Luo Qianqian watched Li Yuan, her exquisite, doll-like face etched with fatigue. yet managing a forced smile, though she remained silent. Tyrannosaurus Su Wei and Ouyang Feng Lei roared with laughter, while Mi Qilin greeted Li Yuan boisterously. As anticipated, Li Yuan turned to him. Lin Longfei, have you located Lan Qinyan? Not yet. After we separated, I encountered Ouyang Fenghua and the others. We joined forces to eliminate pirates and did not continue the search. Shall I proceed to find him immediately? Lin Longfei seemed somewhat embarrassed. Mindful of his promise to Li Yuan furrowed his brow. The prolonged absence of Lan Qinyan stirred concern. In which direction did you two separate? Luo Qianqian's emotions were a complex blend, tinged with bitterness. He was still concerned about Lan Qinyan. What about her? Never mind. I used to always want to cause him trouble. He's probably sick of me. Why would he care about me? Over there. Luo Qianqian gestured towards the location of the crashed ship. All right. Ouyang Fenghua nodded. Although he was somewhat displeased with Li Yuan assigning him work, Li Yuan had saved him. And he had also obtained his grandfather's unique skill, thus forming a connection with the Ouyang family. Therefore, even if he was unwilling and wanted to compete with him, he would compete openly and fairly after the war. Su Wei patted Li Yuan's shoulder and said, Li Yuan, I have to pat you now. I'm afraid you'll quickly advance and your strength will skyrocket in the future, and I won't dare to pat you anymore, haha. Yes, I want to hug you too. Li Yuan, no matter how awesome you become in the future, don't forget about me. Mi Qilin hugged Li Yuan with a smile, not caring what others thought. Ouyang Fenglei pulled her and said, Hey, it's our turn. Also, pay attention to the strength of your hug. Senior sister Lan will chop you if she sees you. Everyone laughed, and Luo Qianqian's smile carried a trace of helpless bitterness. Li Yuan scratched his head and said, Well, I will take care of myself. But if you guys don't leave, I'll be embarrassed to collect the corpses. At this moment, the cannon was already askew. If the alien pirates fired a few more precise laser cannons, the entire cannon would crash. If the situation continued to deteriorate like this, the 1080 asteroid base would not be able to be defended. At this time, below the laser cannon on the 1080 asteroid base, at the control panel, Su Tingshi had already vomited a lot of blood, and her face was pale. The cannon's energy supply was also experiencing problems, often requiring several minutes of waiting for energy to be loaded before firing a shot, during which time it would be fiercely bombarded by alien warships. The opalescent protective shield was already in tatters, and it was only a matter of time before the base's artillery would be destroyed. Su Tingshi, you must evacuate. The chief gunner, his face etched with anguish, gestured towards Su Tingshi, his gaze fixed on the intermittently blackening monitor. Nay, I shall remain and stand by your side. Leave. This is an order. But you are not leaving. How can I abandon you? Su Tingshi retorted obstinately. As the chief gunner, it is my duty to stand or fall with the base's artillery. It is my destiny. I shall not allow the alien pirates to seize our cannons with ease. Allow me to stand with you, to hold our final vigil. Do you intend to defy a direct military order? Depart. Helpless, Su Tingshi could only rise, render a crisp military salute, and turn away from the number 1080 main gun emplacement, where she had been stationed for several months. A sense of despondency, bewilderment, and torment washed over her as she entered the base beneath the main gun turret. The base was now deserted. All the soldiers had surged out to engage the alien pirates in a desperate struggle. Dozens of iron gates stood open, and the aerial aircraft carrier, laden with combat airships, had already ascended into the sky. As Su Tingshi emerged from the base, she was met with a cacophony of earth-shattering battle cries and a landscape awash with rivers of blood. With an effortless grasp, an alien pirate could seize Su Tingshi from a distance of nearly 100 meters. She attempted to flee, but an immense force held her captive, rendering her immobile. Despite her profound unwillingness, Su Tingshi was unable to escape her impending doom. In the fleeting moments before her demise, a series of faces flashed through her mind, ultimately settling on a young man. She recalled their first encounter. He had seemed somewhat timid and awkward, yet his smile had been genuinely sincere. Farewell. May we meet again in the next life. Surrendering to her fate, Su Tingshi gently closed her eyes. In a swift motion, the shadowy figure whisked her away, causing her to vanish from sight. Chapter 88. Breaking the formation a few minutes prior, Kayamos and Traff, leading their respective forces, engaged in a fierce battle against the alien pirates guarding the wreckage of the fallen warship. Traff's advanced red mecha, once flaunted before the Academy army, proved to be of little advantage against the alien pirates' mechs. The vanguard of the Tech Federation suffered repeated casualties from the enemy's thermal weapon systems, leaving Traff humiliated. In stark contrast, Kayamos, leading the winged leopard squadron from the Elysian Paradise, effortlessly carved a silent path of bloodshed through the enemy ranks. The Elysian Paradise was governed by 5 major sects: the Christian sect, the Quran sect, the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the Orthodox sect. Seated regally atop his royal winged leopard, Kaiamos held a string of prayer beads in his left hand and a consecrated wooden fish in his right, gently striking the fish while chanting a contemporary version of the rebirth mantra. Kaiamos did not linger, gliding past the fallen pirates. The Buddha sect disciples, following closely behind, bestowed a benevolent Buddha's hand empowerment upon the devout alien pirates. This unique Buddha sect combat technique, combined with the demonic rebirth mantra, was infused into the octopus-like brains within the mecha helmets, causing them to peacefully slumber and have their souls return to the Buddha's Elysian Paradise. The alien octopus pirates cursed within their helmets, denouncing the so-called compassionate Buddhist sounds as murderous demons. Slaughtering my holy race, you shall be flayed, have your bones scraped, and be plunged into the depths of hell to be boiled in oil. They knew that while the red energy liquid provided momentary gratification, repeated consumption exceeding 5 times would cause their energy planets within their Chi-Si world to become severely dependent, dimming their prospects for future cultivation. Trap was compelled to exert himself to avoid falling behind Jamosi. Layman Trap, Jamosi said with a smile, turning to Trap, Buddhism emphasizes predestined affinity. And I sense you have a connection with this place. Why don't you proceed first? Trap frowned. Aren't you concerned that I might acquire the treasure before you? Jamosi smiled. Not at all. The destined one obtains the destined object. Such is the essence of Buddhism. Spare me, Trap retorted. You old fox are merely apprehensive about potential ambushes within this derelict vessel, aren't you? Is there any purpose to these machinations? How can you say such a thing? Jamosi exclaimed. We are allies. How could I possibly harbor any intention to scheme against you? Since you declined to accept my benevolent Buddhist gesture of allowing you to proceed first, then we shall enter together. Trap, knowing he had been outmaneuvered, pointed his index finger at Jamosi, at a loss for words to rebuke the hypocrite cloaked in Buddhist vestments. Jamosi, disregarding him, directed the disciples of the Buddhist sect and the vanguard members of the Technological Federation to approach the breach in the derelict vessel. The two cautiously stepped into the massive gap created by the laser cannon bombardment of the ship's hull. Immediately upon entry, they cried out in agony as their bodies were dissected into dozens of pieces by invisible rays, scattering fragments of flesh across the ground. The others recoiled in horror. Jamosi's expression remained unchanged, while Trap nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that the old fox's caution was justified and that the entrance to the warship's wreckage indeed harbored danger. Jamosi, what is our course of action now? Trap inquired. Should we attempt a brute force assault with laser cannons? You may certainly try, Jamosi replied. Is that not your forte? Very well, Trap responded. If that proves insufficient, we shall simply enlarge the breach by detonating it. Trap promptly assembled the Crimson Mechs in formation, activating their integrated laser cannons for a synchronized volley directed at the breach and its surroundings. Zomo scrutinized the opening, observing that upon impact, the laser beams were pulverized and scattered, yet the breach remained unexpanded. Their extraterrestrial thermal weaponry surpasses ours considerably. I am at an impasse. It is up to you, Master. Trap gestured helplessly towards Zumos. Zumos deliberated momentarily, surmising, this must be a spatial distortion laceration shield established by the alien pirates. Any unauthorized entry results in certain demise. However, there must be an energy constraint. Thus, we can employ a war of attrition, a rudimentary method to exhaust its driving energy, worthy of consideration. Do we have sufficient time? I perceive the Shinjo military base is nearing collapse. Fear not, they can endure for another half hour. Immediately, everyone, seize the extraterrestrial cadavers and hurl them into the breach to deplete the spatial distortion shield's energy. Execute forthwith. The adherents of the Elysian Pure Land Buddhist sect and the vanguard battalion of the Technological Federation mobilized, casting the corpses of the alien pirates they had either slain or crowned into the spatial distortion. Following a series of grating metallic clashes, the pirate mechs were reduced to heaps of metallic detritus strewn across the terrain. Once all the extraterrestrial pirate mechs had been eradicated, Zumos sensed the area and turned towards Trap. You may attempt to bombard it with the laser cannons once more. This time, it may prove efficacious. Very well. I shall trust you once more. Trap said tersely. Time was of the essence, and haste was imperative. Trap had lost interest in the 100 million wager. Perhaps Li Yuan had already perished amidst the chaos, and upon securing the treasure, he would make a swift escape, indifferent to any stakes. He summoned all the Vanguard members, urging them to unleash their firepower. Over 30 laser cannons and cluster bombs unleashed a fierce barrage upon the breach of the derelict ship. After a series of cuts from the spatial distortion mechanisms, the artillery penetrated the vessel's interior, resulting in a cascade of explosions. Finally, the energy of the spatial distortion shield was depleted. With a wave of his hand, Jamosi exclaimed with delight, "Advance!" The forces of the Technological Federation and the Pure Land surged forth, and as the last member of the Buddha sect vanished with a muffled grunt, another appeared the next moment, smiling as he surveyed his surroundings before joining the throng into the derelict ship. Chapter 89. Has the treasure been secured? Within the battered hull, the occasional crackle of electricity resonated. A laser cannon with a diameter of 1 meter pierced through the alien warship, tearing a third of its massive frame apart and damaging numerous advanced devices. This appeared to be a cargo hold, yet the sophistication of the alien technology left Jamosi, Trap, and others in awe. The derelict ship was colossal, with each mech station enclosed within its own small chamber, suggesting that individuals could escape into space at a moment's notice if danger arose. What astonished everyone the most was the sight of rows of mech stations, each adorned with a human warrior. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these warriors of various skin tones belonged to the three great powers of Earth. Clearly, the alien pirates had been siphoning the life energy from these human captives. All the warriors were in a state of unconsciousness, yet not deceased. The grotesque scene of living beings being drained of their vitality left the onlookers feeling nauseated. The damage was situated in the central compartment of the battleship, and with a flicker of his sixth sense, Jumaz led the group towards the bow of the wrecked ship. He possessed 2 pieces of spatial equipment, one for conventional supplies and the other for classified materials. Fearing that Base 1080 of the Shinjo army would soon succumb, Jumaz hurriedly guided everyone towards the ship's bow. They intended to retreat alongside the remnants of the Shinjo army to the fragmentary celestial body designated as 1081. Any delay could result in being besieged by extraterrestrial pirates, which would spell certain doom. Upon entering the main control room at the bow, Trap exclaimed in excitement, greedily surveying everything within the chamber. The massive holographic projection screen remained illuminated, displaying a panoramic view of Earth, including the debris field now suspended in the upper atmosphere. The screen boasted interactive capabilities. With a mere flick of his fingers, the imagery shifted seamlessly. At that moment, Trap manipulated the display, gazing down from an aerial perspective hundreds of thousands of meters above. The entirety of the debris base, the whole of Earth, and the grand metropolises of the 3 major factions lay vividly before him. Mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna were all within his sight. Turns out our undergarments have been laid bare for all to see. What a farce! Trap muttered in frustration. With such a precise spatial map of their own forces, if the extraterrestrial pirates truly wished to annihilate Earth, it would hardly pose a challenge. Yet, what purpose did their current game of hide-and-seek serve? Jumaz pointed to a specific location, saying, "Look here, the extraterrestrial pirates seem to have marked this spot with particular significance, and there are many such places." Trap, having just navigated the aerial view, had indeed overlooked this detail. His fingertip lingered over the marked locations: the Mount Everest of the Divine Continent, Mount Fuji, Mount Hala, Mount Suthep, Mount Jade, Mount Kinabalu, the McKinley Peak, Mount Elbrus, and the Alps of the Technological Federation, the Kilimanjaro, Table Mountain, Mount Snow, and Damavand Peak of the Land of Ultimate Bliss. One after another, colossal peaks materialized before his eyes as his finger glided across the screen, with striking verisimilitude. Nay, they were genuine peaks. Trap was perplexed as to how the extraterrestrials had accomplished this feat, surely not through satellite imagery, be it space-based or some other unfathomable, hyper-advanced technology. Document it, he mused, and let's see if there are any other treasures. Jumaz shook his head. He was not adept in the realm of technology and could not decipher the various operational arrangements of the central control, but this was not what he sought. With the aid of his wrist-mounted terminal, Trap translated the alien glyphs on the main control screen, meticulously navigating through the layers of the central control storage center. All eyes were fixed on Trap's manipulations when, gradually, a row of folders appeared on the main screen. Trap erupted in ecstatic shouts. "We've struck gold. We've struck gold. These are schematics for alien mechs and layered blueprints for ship hulls. Copy them immediately," Jumaz commanded. "Duplicate them for both of us, then delete everything. Leave nothing for the Divine Continent." "Got it," Deli responded. We came here anticipating they might shoot down the warship, stand idly by during the conflict, and then be the first to land on the wreckage to seize the treasures, right? I understand. But the credit is mine, and you'll have to pay a small interest. Haha. Trap guffawed triumphantly, his men encircling him to prevent any sudden aggression from Jomas. With a playful smile, Jomas remarked, "Naturally, you shall be compensated handsomely. Would 1,000,000 credits suffice? Old Jomas, do you jest? Had you not left me to perish, I would not have had to seek the aid of that wretchedly Yuan. Since you have broached the subject, 10,000,000 credits it shall be. Deciphering alien technology is mentally taxing, you know. Very well, I shall transfer the funds forthwith." To Trap's surprise, Jomas agreed without hesitation. The disciples of the Buddhist sect inwardly sneered, for while wealth is desirable, one must possess the longevity to enjoy it. That is of no concern to you. Besides technological ineptitude such as myself, the pure land of bliss is replete with polymaths. Jomas responded with a smile. Trap said no more, accepting the payment and promptly tossing a fully loaded copy disk to Jomas. "The goods are in your possession. Farewell," Trap stated before turning to leave, a peculiar glint in Jomas' eyes. He had noticed that Trap had seemingly skipped over an icon, the significance of which eluded him. He wondered if Trap had overlooked it during a hasty processing of the data, fearing that he would miss the evacuation, as Jomas was about to inquire. Several beams of purple light, reminiscent of the spatial misalignment shields at the breach, suddenly shot from behind. Several screams ensued as two members of the Technology Federation Vanguard camp, along with 3 winged leopards and their masters, were instantly torn to shreds. The crowd scattered for cover, but some were too slow and suffered the same gruesome fate. Jomas was enraged, this being the first time he had ever displayed such fury. The purple light was clearly not spatial misalignment cutting, but rather a form of laser cutting beam, which Jomas promptly shattered with his Buddhist palm and sonic waves. Trap's forces unleashed a barrage of attacks. 3 mechs projected cerulean force fields, and then, in flight, discharged beams of violet light, eliminating several more combatants. The sonic attacks of Jomas and the royal winged leopard were thwarted by the azure shields, while the 3 mechs callously extinguished the lives of their adversaries with purple rays. "Trap, cease your reticence. If we do not shatter those azure shields, we are all doomed," Jomas bellowed. Trap, acquiescing, reluctantly activated his mech's ultimate weapon, the electromagnetic cannon he had hitherto refrained from employing. The electromagnetic cannon impacted the azure shield instantaneously. A sizzling sound ensued. Yet the azure shield remained unscathed, though the metallic mech faltered, plummeting onto the wreckage-strewn deck with a resounding crash. Swift as lightning, Jomas materialized above the 3 mechs in the subsequent instant. His fingers transformed into steel claws, shattering their visors with a sharp crack and crushing the octopi within. At that precise moment, Trap's electromagnetic cannon was abruptly aimed at Jomas. The royal mutant beast, in a display of protective devotion, expelled a powerful sonic wave in a desperate attempt to parry the electromagnetic cannon, yet it could not entirely withstand the assault. It was struck and sent hurtling backward, emitting a mournful cry. Jomas, nonetheless, was struck by the ultra-high-pressure discharge, causing him to spew blood. His face contorted with fury as he roared, "Trap! Have you lost your mind? Why do you attack me?" Jomas wiped the blood from his mouth, realizing there was indeed treachery afoot. "Pray, enlighten me as to the significance of that insignia." "I shall deign to inform you," Trap sneered. "It is an extraterrestrial combat technique. I could scarcely permit you, the Elysian fields, to replicate it." "Trap, are we not allies?" Jomas rebuked angrily. "Why would you do this?" Having uttered these words, Trap once more discharged the electromagnetic cannon. The electromagnetic cannon transcends the conventional definition of artillery. It harnesses ultra-high voltage currents and transforms them into a formidable weapon capable of penetrating any physical barrier in an instant. The consequences of striking a human body are dire. A surge of tens of thousands of volts can incinerate an ordinary individual in the blink of an eye, reducing even the mightiest warrior to mere ashes. Trap's maniacal laughter echoed. "Huh? You wretches from the Pure Land think you can seize the alien martial techniques from me? Should I master these skills, who would dare challenge me on Earth? To hell with that fool Li Yuan. Perish, all of you." "Trap, your betrayal against allies is utterly vile. It defies the natural order." The remaining disciples of the Buddha sect roared in fury, unleashing a chorus of Buddhist chants to subdue Trap and avenge Jomas. The red mechs of the Technological Federation retaliated immediately, although they lacked electromagnetic cannons. Their laser artillery fired relentlessly, turning the battlefield into chaos. The laser cannons of the Technological Federation's vanguard clashed against the winged leopard's sonic waves. With Trap's involvement, they swiftly gained the upper hand, annihilating the disheartened representatives of the Pure Land. At this moment, only 10 members of the Technological Federation remained, each bearing wounds inflicted by the radiant light of the Buddha, yet their faces radiated exhilaration. The prospect of acquiring upgraded mech schematics and alien martial techniques was a monumental triumph. Stay vigilant here. I shall retrieve the alien pirates' martial techniques. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses, understood? Trap commanded. Yes. The other Vanguard members responded in unison. Trap then turned, making his way towards the control center at the bow of the ship, deliberately clicking on the icon of the storage center he had previously overlooked. If the icon were translated into Shinjo language, it would unmistakably be referred to as the Transformational Union Combat Technique. According to this extraterrestrial combat skill, numerous mechs can merge into one, akin to the demonstration previously showcased by the alien pirates at Wind River Valley. This multi-combination combat technique significantly enhances our combat capabilities. Should the Tech Federation master this technique and integrate the latest mech schematics, the prospect of dominating Earth will no longer remain a mere fantasy. Trap, having successfully replicated the combinatorial skill of these transformers, was about to lead the remaining 10 surviving Vanguard troops out of the wreckage, blending into the retreating forces of the Shinjo Army and the Academy troops toward Fragment 1081. However, he was intercepted by an individual from Pure Land. Were there still survivors from Pure Land? Trap regarded the figure before him with a sense of peculiar intrigue. Hadn't he just exterminated all the vile monks from Pure Land? Where had this person emerged from? Trap, you were quite ruthless. To have annihilated your allies who conspired with your Tech Federation is indeed a testament to your malevolence, mocked the black-robed monk from Pure Land. Who exactly are you? Trap instantly recognized that this individual was not to be underestimated, fixating his gaze upon the last representative of Pure Land, his voice icy. Who am I? Do you truly not know? The man retorted with a teasing tone. Enough of your rambling. If you do not reveal your identity, I will obliterate you with a single shot. Trap glanced around, unable to discern the opponent's true identity, as his mech's integrated electromagnetic cannon was aimed squarely at the figure. Trap, you truly have a forgetful nature. Do you genuinely not remember who I am? The newcomer smiled, scratching his head. Trap's pupils dilated in horror, his expression one of shock. He had only witnessed such a gesture from one person before. You are Yuan. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? At long last, you have discerned the truth. The sage possesses his own ingenious strategies. Now that you recognize my identity, you must understand what must be done. You insolent wretch, do you dare to attack me? The man's visage contorted, transforming into Yuan. In a moment of shock, Trap instinctively opened fire, and the mech's integrated electromagnetic cannon unleashed its fury. A surge of ultra-high voltage electricity raced toward Yuan, only to veer off course in the next heartbeat, striking the remnants of the ship's hull and erupting in a cacophony of sparks. Trap clutched his head in agony, howling in pain, as Yuan, wielding the sixth sense of a screwdriver, penetrated his sixth sense sphere, causing chaos within. What brought Yuan to this place? He had been hastening along the path indicated by Luo Qianchen, but after a brief sprint, he discovered the site of the alien pirates crash ablaze with activity. With a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and headed directly toward the wreck. Upon arrival, he witnessed Geomaz and Trap bombarding the breach in the ship's remains and overheard their conversation, which revealed their nefarious intentions. Thus, he could not be faulted for his ruthless actions. Yuan, you are despicable. I shall kill you. Trap bellowed, enduring excruciating pain as he fired the electromagnetic cannon once more. Alas, it again veered off course. The disparity between Yuan's 1.8-star sixth sense and Trap's was insurmountable. At that moment, Trap's sixth sense sphere remained in tatters, repeatedly penetrated by Yuan. After a fierce struggle, blood spewing from his mouth, he succumbed to despair. I have lost. Spare me. Hey, Trap, losing means a wager of 100 million, you know. Pay up, Yuan chuckled, not forgetting to offer a friendly reminder. It is astonishing that at such a critical juncture, you still harbor thoughts of 100 million wager. Release me, and I shall grant you that sum. I could spare you this time, but you must comprehend that I have indeed triumphed over you. Just take a look. As Yuan spoke, a surge of thought conjured before Trap a multitude of extraterrestrial pirate corpses, rendering him utterly speechless in shock. Are you truly serious? I have already offered you 100 million. Is there still a need for this display? Have you forsaken your humanity to slaughter so many alien pirates? Is there truly a code of martial ethics? I have always believed that a gentleman acquires wealth through righteous means. Come now, you have lost. Instruct the third bank to transfer the funds to me without delay. The military of Shenzhou is on the verge of retreating, Li Yuan urged. Trap shook his head, rendered speechless. Indeed, he had lost, and under the current circumstances, even if he had won, he would still owe the other party 100 million. For he wished to preserve his own life. Tick-tock, the wager of 100 million Ku coins was instantly converted into 500 million Shenzhou coins. Deposited into Li Yuan's bank account. He felt quite at ease, a smile gracing his lips. Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated, causing his eardrums to throb. Chapter 91. Escape together. Listening to the cataclysmic explosions in the distance, Li Yuan's heart plummeted. Could it be that the base's artillery had been utterly compromised? If so, what had become of the gunner, Su Tingshi? What of Master Lu Qingfeng? These thoughts flickered momentarily in his mind, despite the unease. He had no time to ponder them now. He needed to press Trap to copy the data immediately. Trap, you two have heard the tremendous explosions from the base's artillery. Hasten to provide me the data, for perhaps I can assist you in escaping from base 1080. Trap gazed at Li Yuan with a solemn countenance. Li Yuan, I shall bestow upon you the wager of 100 million, and I shall also furnish you with the extraterrestrial combat techniques and the blueprints for the mecha. My sole entreaty is that you do not renege on your promise to escort me to safety. That is assured, Li Yuan replied with equanimity. As long as you refrain from perfidy, you shall not meet a fate worse than death. Trap responded with obsequious alacrity, fear not. I shall transfer the data disk containing the combat techniques and mecha blueprints forthwith, and promptly toss the data disk to Li Yuan. Li Yuan regarded the lamenting royal winged panther beside Jomu's cadaver, his eyes betraying a flicker of ruthlessness. However, he swiftly reconsidered, realizing that this very creature could serve as the catalyst to irrevocably sever Trap's ties with Elysium. Trap, divining Li Yuan's intentions, inquired, do you suggest that I dispatch it? The decision rests with you, Li Yuan responded with a wry smile, mimicking Trap's gesture of open palms. The royal winged panther, upon overhearing their exchange, emitted a potent sonic wave. However, an excruciating pain in its third eye caused the wave to dissipate instantaneously. Trap, recognizing Li Yuan's subtle intervention, promptly adjusted the electromagnetic cannon and discharged it upon the royal winged panther, which perished in bewildered agony, lamenting its former master. Li Yuan, does this serve as a token of my fealty? Trap inquired, seeking commendation from Li Yuan. Assuredly, Li Yuan replied. Await my return momentarily, and we shall depart together. Instantly, Li Yuan materialized beside the imperial winged leopard. His sixth sense pinpointed the location of the leopard's core, and with a single strike, he shattered its skull, extracting the core. This is the core? Li Yuan mused, examining the walnut-like object with some surprise. Indeed, that is the winged leopard's core. May I inquire as to its purpose? Trap inquired obsequiously, his curiosity piqued. Whether I require it is immaterial. The crucial point is that you eliminated Jamozi and the winged leopard, correct? Li Yuan retorted with a smile, pocketing the core and turning to leave. Trap, as an aside, ensure that your attempt to silence witnesses is thorough. Trap shuddered at Li Yuan's words. How ruthless this seemingly innocuous student was, blatantly coercing him into exterminating the remaining members of the Technological Federation. Yet, he had no recourse. Trap lowered his head, seemingly in torment, before unleashing the final electromagnetic cannon blast. The 10 vanguard members of the Technological Federation, realizing the danger, attempted to evade and retaliate. However, they were swiftly overcome by excruciating pain in their minds, leaving them completely vulnerable as Trap's cannon obliterated them. Trap was filled with trepidation, but he had no other option. Li Yuan had not only threatened him, but also surreptitiously aided in the cover-up, a display of extreme ruthlessness. Each acted according to their allegiance, and Li Yuan was compelled to do the same. If the secret of the alien combat techniques and mecha blueprints obtained by the Divine Continent were to be exposed, neither the Technological Federation nor the blissful Pure Land would take it lightly. Having eliminated one of his own, Trap was acutely aware that he, too, was marked for termination. Though resentful, he recognized that he stood no chance of escaping Li Yuan's grasp. Thus, his only recourse was to feign compliance, awaiting an opportune moment to launch a surprise attack that might secure his freedom. Li Yuan was no paragon of virtue. Yet having just received a substantial stake of 100 million Shenzhou currency, along with advanced alien combat techniques and mecha schematics, He found himself ethically constrained from executing trap without cause. Over Li Yuan's mecha comms, Lu Qingfeng's voice resonated. Attention, scattered Academy soldiers. By order of the Xinzhou Military Command, Base 1080 is to be abandoned. All personnel must converge at the initial landing site within 5 minutes. Division Commander Mo Wenhai and Luo Jiotong will escort you aboard the aerospace carrier for a complete relocation to asteroid fragment 1081, where we will engage the alien pirates in a decisive battle. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan promptly directed trap toward the designated rendezvous point. However, he soon realized that he was deeply entrenched behind enemy lines and that reaching the assembly point within the allotted time was virtually impossible. Observing the futility of meeting the deadline, Li Yuan turned to Trap with resignation, stating, "Trap, it's not that I'm breaking my word, but I can no longer reach the extraction point. Let's part ways and trust in fate." "No, Li Yuan, you must save me. I beg you," Trap pleaded, his gaze fixed on the swarms of alien pirates in the distance, his despair palpable. "My friend, how can I possibly assist you? Do you truly believe the two of us can fight our way out of this?" Li Yuan responded, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I don't care. If you don't save me, I'll kill your girlfriend." Trap grinned as he released Lan Qingyun from the spatial box, still unconscious. "So, you did capture her? Intending to threaten me?" Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, a telltale sign to those who knew him that he was on the verge of explosive rage. "I haven't harmed her. As long as you help me escape, I'll return her to you unharmed," Trap said, slightly unnerved by Li Yuan's murderous gaze. "Very well, I can help you escape." A faint smile touched Li Yuan's lips. "How do you intend to escape?" Trap asked, dubious. "I'll simply take you with me. Now, release her. My patience is wearing thin." Trap considered his options and relented, figuring that at least Li Yuan had agreed to help him escape. Reluctantly, Trap tossed Lan Qingyun toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan caught Lan Qingyun, and after a brief examination, he was relieved to find she was merely unconscious and otherwise unharmed. "Let's go. Let's escape." "How? Are you going to summon a Xinzhou army battle airship to pick us up? You think too highly of me. There are no Xinzhou forces to summon. We'll simply fight our way out. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a bonus, so I'm prepared to fight to the death." Li Yuan gazed at Trap, hoisted Lan Qingyun onto his back, and readied his C-grade alloy blade, preparing to charge. "You deceived me. Fighting our way out is certain death." Trap cursed inwardly, thinking, "Fighting alongside you is a death sentence. This is the only option available. It's not that I'm unwilling to help you break through, but you must decide for yourself." Trap internally berated Li Yuan, but he resolved to hide and wait for an opportunity to escape. He could not think of any other way to survive. 5 minutes had elapsed. Lu Qingfeng was in a state of utmost anxiety. He had repeatedly counted the numbers, and aside from confirming the casualties, both Li Yuan and Lan Qingyun were absent. Chapter 92. Do you wish to elope with me? Ouyang Fenghua, Ouyang Fenglai, and others exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by Li Yuan's absence. How could he not have arrived? Had something gone awry? Lu Qingfeng's complexion turned ashen. He could not fathom why he was unable to reach Li Yuan through the mech headset communications. Little did he know that Li Yuan had to shed his battle mech to infiltrate the group of Jiomozu, masquerading as one of the Buddhists. Li Yuan had assured him that he had mastered the unparalleled art of body displacement taught by Ouyang Changguan, the esteemed governor of Nanjing Prefecture. A technique so elusive that none could discern it. He would certainly be safe. Gao Zhen issued the command. The time for retreat had arrived. All Academy soldiers were to immediately withdraw alongside the main forces of the Xinzhou army to base 1081, continuing the fight against the alien pirate invasion. "We cannot retreat indefinitely." Commander Su Wanfeng had issued an edict that all soldiers must steadfastly defend base 1081. Not a single soldier would withdraw until the last battle. For the valiant must slay the pirates. The soldiers' inner humiliation was ignited. They had to engage in a decisive battle against the alien pirates at base 1081. From Nanjing, Lu Qingfeng; from Huazhong, Qin Pelu; from Dongjiang, Su Chongguan; from Beijiang, Yu Manhong; and from Shijiang, Hua Xianyuan exchanged knowing glances, all having received the notification that Li Yuan had not returned to the ranks. With a determined clench of his jaw, Lu Qifeng commanded the soldiers of the Nanjing War Academy to set forth to base 1081. The other deans sighed in unison, issuing the same command. Despite Li Yuan's exceptional standing among the elite of the century, his role as the acting commander of the Nanjing War Academy necessitated a comprehensive perspective. It was untenable for the Academy's forces, numbering in the thousands, to remain in harm's way solely for the sake of Li Yuan. Lu Qingfeng left a communication for Li Yuan via his mecha, stating, "Li Yuan, we are withdrawing to base 1081. If you receive this message, please contact me immediately, and I will bring a team to retrieve you." Tens of thousands of individuals boarded hundreds of combat airships, heading towards the adjacent base 1081. This base was now heavily reinforced with troops from the Divine Province Army, with High Command having resolved to engage in a decisive battle against the alien pirates at this location. On the ground of base 1080, nearly 1,000 bodies of fallen soldiers remained permanently. Many soldiers on the airships, witnessing the ravaged base, the rampaging alien pirates, and the shattered remains of their comrades, wept openly, their tears falling across the sky. Luo Qinshan silently gazed at the smoldering base, a sense of unease stirring within her. Where could he be? She wondered. Has he found Lan Qingyun and secluded himself with her? A myriad of emotions, including vexation, melancholy, disappointment, and anxiety, ignited an inexplicable fury within her, seeking an outlet. Just then, Lin Longfei, noticing her pallid complexion, approached with the intention of offering comfort. But the outcome was predictable. The already bruised face of the young Master Lin was once again adorned with a mosaic of colors. Ouyang Fenghua, gazing out the window, silently mused, "Li Yuan, you must not perish. Your death would lead me to slacken in my training due to the loss of a benchmark for competition. You have yet to be vanquished by me. You cannot die." Ouyang Fenglei, Su Wei, Mi Qilin, Zhuo Wenjun, and others were similarly subdued, remaining silently in their thoughts. At this juncture, in the opposite direction from the derelict base vessel, Li Yuan, bearing Lan Qingyun on his back, concealed himself within a ravine. He surmised that Lu Qifeng was undoubtedly in a state of anxious search for him. However, devoid of his mecha, he was unable to establish communication with Lu Qifeng, constrained to merely observe the departure of the colossal combat airship. Trap, with a sense of resignation, trailed behind Li Yuan. Devoid of recourse, he recognized that only Li Yuan's formidable martial prowess sustained a modicum of hope for extricating himself from this locale. Despite the fact that this individual, in pursuit of financial gain, occasionally exhibited the unscrupulousness of a Philistine, Li Yuan, in general, adhered to fundamental ethical standards, outwardly honoring his commitments. He merely needed to exercise caution, lest he be ensnared by Li Yuan's overt machinations. "I shall simply follow you, uttering not a word. You avowed to safeguard me. I shall observe how you renege on your promise." Li Yuan, bereft of the capacity to heed him, dismounted Lan Qingyun from his shoulders and unsealed her visor. Her exquisitely beautiful countenance resembled that of a sleeping beauty. It was now imperative to rouse her and subsequently devise the next course of action. "How did you render her unconscious?" Li Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Trap. "Oh, I nearly forgot about that matter. I merely employed a modicum of special agent soporific. This is the antidote. Upon ingestion, she should awaken within a few minutes," Trap stammered, gingerly tossing a small phial to Li Yuan. "It behooves you to be sensible. If she fails to awaken, you shall also succumb to unconsciousness permanently," Li Yuan retorted, accepting the phial with a mirthless chuckle. "Assuredly, she shall awaken. I am cognizant that she is your paramour, and I dare not administer an excessive dosage." Trap had already divested himself of his mecha, stowing it within the armor case. Donning the mecha at this juncture would render him susceptible to detection by extraterrestrial technology. Li Yuan glared at him. "Refrain from uttering such falsehoods. She is my senior classmate." Trap chuckled softly, contemplating the ambiguous relationship between senior and junior, pondering who could truly discern the difference. Li Yuan administered an antidote to Lan Qingyun, and 5 minutes later, she gradually awoke, springing up from his embrace with a fierce demeanor. "Who are you?" Li Yuan felt a twinge of headache. Truly, his silly senior sister was quite the character. However, he managed a goofy smile. "Lan Jia, don't be alarmed, it's me." Upon closer inspection, Lan Qingyun's eyes widened with joy. "Li Yuan, it's really you." But the next moment, she caught sight of Trap and her expression shifted to fury. "You're here too. Li Yuan, he is the one who knocked me out. Let us defeat him together." Before Li Yuan could respond, Trap suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Lan Jia, I was wrong. It was my folly not to realize you are Li Yuan's girlfriend. I've been blinded by my own foolishness. I beg for your forgiveness." He knelt before Lan Qingyun, professing ignorance of her relationship with Li Yuan, a stark contrast to his earlier claims to Li Yuan. Yet, women in love often become dizzy and lose the ability to discern the truth behind apologies. Lan Qingyun momentarily paused, her cheeks flushing slightly with an unexpected shyness. "Well, Since you haven't harmed me, I shall show mercy this once. Li Yuan, let us return to our team. Li Yuan was utterly speechless. Was this really his silly senior sister? A few flattering words, and she was ready to forgive? And was she perhaps looking to take advantage of him? Though the foolish senior sister is not truly foolish, she embodies a robust femininity and possesses striking beauty and allure. However, given your status as a senior, must we not exercise a modicum of discretion? Li Yuan chuckled bitterly. Yet when he became earnest, he said, Senior Sister Lan, we will not be going for the time being. Lan Qingyun appeared somewhat bewildered, and then, feeling a surge of embarrassment and indignation, exclaimed, Li Yuan, do you truly intend for us to elope? What were you thinking? That simply cannot be. Clearing his throat, Li Yuan recounted the circumstances surrounding her unconsciousness. When he mentioned that the Foundation had been compromised and the main forces had retreated, the blush on Lan Qingyun's exquisite face drained away, and two crystalline tears silently rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 93, The Celestial Unity Combat Technique. After absorbing the entirety of the events, Lan Qingyun sat quietly beside Li Yuan, enveloped in silence. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she forced a bittersweet smile, reflecting on the countless soldiers who may have perished with the loss of the base, and the alien pirates drawing ever closer to Earth. We cannot leave now. In any case, death awaits us. If we must meet our end, I would prefer to do so alongside you, rather than having my existence be in vain. Such words you speak. I have no desire to die. I have yet to marry, Li Yuan replied, attempting to uplift her spirits. Do not lose hope, senior sister. I will surely find a way to take you with me. Lan Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, giving him an exasperated glance. And you still think of marriage at a time like this? How shameless. Trap, feeling slightly awkward, interjected, do not forget to take me along. He moved a little farther away, feeling aggrieved. Am I merely a third wheel? Why must you be so fierce? Li Yuan pondered, considering that the spacious cargo area of the Wuling vehicle might indeed accommodate living beings, for, in principle, trucks are capable of transporting both goods and people. There was no reason it should only be used for cargo. He wanted someone to test it out. With this thought, he glanced at Trap, and, with a grab of his hand, Trap vanished in an instant. Lan Qingyun was startled by the sudden disappearance of a living person. He stood up abruptly, adopting a fighting stance, and shouted, Who took Trap? Show yourself. Li Yuan felt a slight headache but ignored her self-absorbed search for an enemy. At this moment, he could clearly see Trap inside the Wuling box, looking utterly bewildered and shocked. His astonishment didn't stem from the fact that he had appeared in the storage space, but rather he was overwhelmed by the mountain of alien pirate corpses piled up inside the box. Good heavens! Li Yuan had slain so many alien pirates. Wasn't he a butcher? But then again, alien pirates weren't humans, so perhaps he should be considered a fishmonger. Thinking this way, his 100 million bet didn't seem so unjust after all. He quickly snapped a few photos to prove that he had indeed lost, although it also proved his incompetence. How could he have won against such a fishmonger? The next moment, he reappeared beside Li Yuan. Are you all right? Come, take a couple of steps. Li Yuan sized Trap up and down. What could be wrong? It's just a spatial item. I have one too. Trap gave a sheepish smile. That's right. I almost forgot. A spatial box, is it? Show it to me. Li Yuan crooked his index finger. Trap cursed inwardly. You're a real robber, wanting to snatch even this little trinket? Compared to your space, my spatial box is a joke. But he dared not resist and obediently handed over the spatial box. A mere appeasement, but only spatial box number 1. With a smile plastered on his face, Trap reluctantly relinquished the spatial box to Li Yuan, employing his sixth sense. Li Yuan shattered Trap's imprint and delved into the box's contents. To his surprise, he discovered a mech suit from the Red Tech Federation. Quite extravagant, aren't we? Li Yuan remarked. Inwardly despondent, Trap maintained his cheerful facade, responding, Consider it my ransom. Is it a deal? Deal, Li Yuan exclaimed. Remember, I'm not robbing you. You offered it yourself. Yes, Trap replied, forcing a smile while secretly plotting Li Yuan's demise. You insufferable ingrate. I'll get you sooner or later. Li Yuan pocketed the spatial box, recognizing its rarity among Shinjo continent's warriors. He mused that if it were given to the Artifact Academy for research and mass production, the combat prowess of Shinjo's army would be greatly enhanced. The red mech suit, along with the extraterrestrial pirates' mech blueprints, could be modified to create super mechs for elite soldiers, making the Shinjo army even more formidable. Turning to Trap, Li Yuan said, I need to place you and my senior apprentice sister in spatial storage. To ensure her safety, I'll have to bind you temporarily. Is that acceptable? Acceptable. Trap agreed without hesitation, fearing any dissent would result in his immediate execution. Lan Qingyun frowned slightly, questioning, Li Yuan, why confine me? Li Yuan chuckled. I intend to transform into an octopus. It would be quite impractical to carry you both in that form. Realizing that Li Yuan planned to infiltrate the extraterrestrial pirate ranks, Lan Qingyun ceased her objections. Li Yuan clasped her hand, and in an instant, she materialized within the box. The beautiful and alluring young woman was equally startled, screaming in shock at the sight of a heap of alien pirate corpses. In the next moment, Trap, whose hands were bound by Li Yuan, was also thrown into the fray. Li Yuan envisioned the form of an octopus, striving fervently to master the art of shape-shifting, yet he faced repeated failures. Either he conjured an octopus head but retained a human body and hands, or he succeeded in transforming into an octopus, only to have his human head remain, resulting in a grotesque amalgamation. After all, Ouyang Changwan's shape-shifting technique was a sophisticated martial skill developed for the human race, and now he was masquerading as an alien pirate. Nevertheless, Li Yuan remained undaunted, embarking on a quest to perfect his transformation in this desolate canyon. Success was imperative, otherwise, the three of them would meet their demise. He practiced tirelessly for 3 days, utilizing the octopus he had extracted from the cargo bay, roasting it before offering it to Lan Qingyun and Trap. Though it seemed somewhat repulsive, Lan Qingyun consumed the alien pirate as if it were an ordinary octopus, relishing every bite. As Li Yuan stated, it was also a means of avenging the fallen soldiers. After enduring a prolonged struggle and a hasty escape in the Wuling vehicle, Li Yuan's blood energy had accumulated to 80. This realization brought him both exhilaration and lamentation, for he understood that his path of cultivation would inevitably involve relentless battles and retreats against formidable foes to swiftly amass blood energy. It was a dual-edged path, one leading towards heaven, the other towards hell. Setting aside these thoughts, Li Yuan first converted 40 of his transferable blood energy, elevating his sixth sense to 2 stars. A milestone upgrade. This 2-star sixth sense could rival that of a 5th-tier warrior's sixth sense, experiencing the transformation of his own power. Li Yuan felt that if he were to engage in battle with Crowdy at this moment, he would no longer find himself in a desperate struggle for survival. With his 2-star sixth sense, a wrench, and a screwdriver at his disposal, he was confident of confronting him directly, rather than cunningly enticing him with treasures, only to exploit his momentary lapse in vigilance to strike. After advancing in rank, Li Yuan diligently practiced the art of transformation, and after his 16th attempt, he successfully metamorphosed into an octopus, albeit for a brief duration. With his elevation in rank, his 7-stacked staff technique progressed to 5-stacked. During the past 3 days, with the assistance of the terminal on his wrist, Li Yuan delved into the strategy of the Transformers combination techniques. Having just achieved the 5-stack staff kill, he contemplated whether it was possible to merge it back into a 1-stack staff kill. The two concepts were fundamentally distinct. The 5-stacked staff matrix and the 1-stacked staff matrix differed in quantity. If he could amalgamate the 5-stacked staff matrix into one, he would not only retain the quantitative advantage, but also amplify the qualitative superiority. With excitement, Li Yuan researched and experimented, and after numerous failures, he finally succeeded in reshaping the 5-stacked staff matrix into a new technique he named the Celestial Unity Combat Skill. This technique was a unique creation that fused Lu Qingfeng's 7-stacked staff with the Transformers combination techniques. Upon its execution, a colossal image of Li Yuan wielding a divine staff or sword would manifest, capable of delivering earth-shattering blows that were utterly unstoppable. Chapter 94. A solo offering of treasures. The spatial curvature fluctuation in this area is at 500, indicating the possible use of the Transformers combination technique. The residual concentration of human blood energy in this area is at 60, suggesting that someone had recently practiced human combat techniques here. In this location, remnants of the sacred race's molecular bodies linger at 30, suggesting the presence of human heretics who may have feasted upon the sacred ones. A series of red alert messages left the alien pirate, Crocya, somewhat astonished. This pirate had previously collaborated with Crosses to ambush human soldiers, draining the life essence of numerous academy troops. However, Crosses had vanished while pursuing a human soldier, and the life signature scans received from the command center indicated that Crosses had been slain by a human academy soldier named Li Yuan. After reporting, Crocya cautiously led a team of 10 to search the outskirts of the gorge, but found nothing of particular note. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the valley ahead, raising a cloud of dust. Could it truly be the infamous Li Yuan? Crocea felt a twinge of apprehension. If it were indeed Li Yuan, they would be severely outmatched. Reflecting on this, Crocea turned to the inept Clodic within the team, instructing, "Clodic, proceed to investigate the situation ahead. Report any anomalies at once." "Understood," replied the alien pirate named Clodic as he soared toward the valley of the explosion. Crocea and the others ascended to observe, ready to support Clodic, though their true concern was the possibility of a surprise attack from Li Yuan. A landslide? How peculiar, Crocea thought with a cold smirk. "I find it hard to believe your words." Moments later, a mech appeared, leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. The sound of its approach preceded its arrival. "Who is the squad leader?" it inquired. Crocea quickly stepped forward, declaring, "Reporting, Commander. I am Crocea, responsible for this patrol. We discovered traces and scents of formidable human warriors lingering within the canyon, and dared not venture recklessly inside. Instead, we opted to guard the entrance, awaiting your arrival." After the alien pirate spoke, he departed on his own. Crocea felt a tinge of disappointment yet also a significant sense of relief, thankful it was not a great demon. With a wave of his hand, he led his team out of the canyon. The team proceeded to fly, soon arriving at the occupied base. At that moment, the iron gates of the base stood wide open, guarded by alien pirates. Numerous mechas were entering and exiting, seemingly engaged in the repairs of Base 1080. Meanwhile, the main cannons and emplacement artillery of Base 1080 were gradually being directed towards Base 1081, under the control of the alien pirates. Crocea instructed his team, "You shall enter and assist in rectifying the energy systems of the laser cannons, upgrading the outdated terrestrial systems to the latest Holy Clan assault configurations." The group entered the base, tasked with transporting the necessary hardware for the updates, amidst the bustling activity of the entire facility. Clodic observed the surroundings, noting the multitude of pirates fervently adjusting the advanced military systems. He noticed Crocea directly flying towards the 5 massive alien warships stationed beside the base. And with a hint of confusion, he leaned towards a pirate and muttered, "The captain goes off to feast on terrestrial blood, leaving us to toil away. How unfair." The pirate kicked Clodic, hissing, "Silence. If Lord Crocea hears you, he will have your head. Do you not wish to join him aboard the warship to savor the strength of the warriors?" At this, Clodic ceased his chatter, casting his gaze upon the colossal warships. An hour later, the figure of Crocea appeared, looking quite satisfied as he soared towards the 10-member squad. "Follow me, we have a new search mission to undertake." According to intelligence verification, the human assassin had indeed not departed from Base 1080. "The command center has ordered our squad, along with 9 others, to conduct a thorough search from various directions. I reiterate, this individual is a notorious human villain who has slaughtered dozens, if not hundreds, of our sacred warriors. If this person is encountered and proves to be formidable, we must immediately report their whereabouts." Understood. Crocea led the 10 pirates out of the base. Adhering to the flight route assigned by the command center, they began to space themselves out, activating the integrated thermal radar of their mechs for seamless scanning. A single 10-member team can cover an area of 10,000 square units. Thus, 10 teams can scan 100,000 square units, allowing for the entire base 1080 to be surveyed within a day. As the team advanced, Clodic suddenly flew towards Crocea and discreetly contacted him through a one-way communication channel. "Commander, while working at the base, I inadvertently acquired a human artifact that I wish to present to you privately." Crocea's interest piqued at this statement. "Oh, what is it?" "It appears to be a piece of spatial equipment. I suspect it contains valuable data regarding Earth's mechs. If our sacred tribe can decipher and infiltrate their mech control systems, we could easily overwhelm the Earth's Shinjo army." "Excellent. Present it to me." "Commander, this object is exceptionally eye-catching. I fear that revealing it here may attract unwanted attention. If reported to our superiors, your credit for the discovery might be usurped." "Then follow me." Crocea considered that there was some validity to this statement. Naturally, the fewer individuals aware of a treasure of this magnitude, the better. It guided Clodic over a projecting cliff and extended its hand. Clodic smiled, promptly producing the treasure. Crocea was taken aback and about to reprimand him when, in the next instant, a splitting headache seized it, and the mech lost control, plummeting rapidly. As it was on the verge of emitting a piercing shriek, a bizarre screwdriver pierced the mech's visor in an instant, directly perforating Crocea's fleshy brain, pinning it mortally to the cliff's rear face. Li Yuan, having morphed and transformed into Clodic, flew from the mech's helmet into Clausea's mech helmet system, then stowed Clodic's mech into the container. He disposed of Clausea's corpse into the container, assuming its identity. His transformation into an alien pirate could not be sustained for an extended duration, at most a day. The pretense as Clodic had already reached its limit, which was one of the reasons he had to kill Clausea. If he continued the charade, he would reveal his true form. Now, with Clausea's identity secured, he could find a place to revert to his original form and rest. Li Yuan flew out of the cliff, looked at his mech pirate squadron, and said in a low voice, "Where is Clodic?" "Sir, didn't he lead you into the cliff?" "Sir, no." "Increase the search immediately. Clodic may have been murdered or kidnapped by humans. Act immediately and regroup in the same place in 1 hour." "Yes, sir." The 9 mecha pirates dispersed in different directions, while Li Yuan plunged alone into a crevice. Impatiently disembarking from his mecha, he reverted to his original form and collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for air, Li Yuan realized that had he delayed any longer, he would have either ruptured his helmet's visor or suffocated within it. "Any discoveries?" "Reporting, Commander, no trace of Clodic has been found. It is highly probable that he was assassinated by concealed human combatants. Shall we report this incident to the Warship Command Center?" "You are to report this immediately. The rest of you, continue the scanning operation." With that, Lokija and his team activated the integrated spatial dynamic radar on their mechas, initiating a comprehensive scan for any spatial or thermal fluctuations. However, even the most meticulous scan would undoubtedly yield no results. During this interval, Li Yuan feigned the need for another half-day of rest. That evening, after arranging for his squad to continue assisting with energy replacement duties at the base in exchange for wages, he infiltrated the alien warship, an area accessible only to those with Lokija's authorization. As he approached the warship's entrance, a spectral azure beam scanned Lokija's mecha helmet. Although Yuan was aware of this procedure, he still felt apprehensive, wondering if his impersonation would be detected by the aura-sensitive beam. The azure beam paused momentarily as it swept over him. Alarmed, Li Yuan immediately revealed his contingency plan, producing Clodic's corpse to shield himself. The azure beam continued to scan Clodic's body several times before Li Yuan subtly entered Clodic's Niwen palace with his sixth sense, finally deceiving the scan. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of Li Yuan's plump, octopus-like form. That was a close call. During a prior respite, he had meticulously examined the control systems of the Loxia, specifically the segment concerning warship data, which illuminated the nature of the cerulean light. Perspiration once again beaded on Li Yuan's brow, apprehension mounting that his ruse might be exposed. Yet, he was compelled to brazenly remove his visor, revealing the gash he had artfully created with his own screwdriver. Ultimately, however, he congratulated himself on his ingenuity in refining Ouyang Changwan's combat techniques. Could this be regarded as his own unique martial skill? Having previously conceived the Qingtian combined art, Li Yuan now improved the transformation art, christening it the myriad manifestations at will combat technique. If he were to disseminate these two techniques for a fee, how substantial would his earnings be? Already possessing 500 million and presiding over a company, he seemed quite affluent. Nevertheless, the desire to accumulate further wealth persisted, money-making having become a secondary occupation. Yet an itch he felt compelled to scratch. He soared towards the Loxia's medical bay, where a human warrior was restrained. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan was astonished to discover it was none other than Jiarini. He resolved to liberate Jiarini at all costs. Composing himself, Li Yuan entered the medical bay. He harbored no intention of consuming Jiarini's blood, nor did he even know how to do so, finding the prospect repulsive. Even though he experienced no qualms when devouring grilled octopus, perhaps this was the principle of interspecies consumption, where different species could prey upon each other. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that, despite the absence of combat, his ability to convert blood energy was increasing as he undertook this perilous mission. Having integrated with the Wuling vehicle, it had now reached 40 from its previous 0. His convertible comprehensive martial prowess had reached 10. Li Yuan regulated his emotions and continued to explore the colossal warship in a deliberate, seemingly normal manner. At this moment, the extraterrestrial pirates have successfully repaired the laser cannon array at base 1080 and are currently engaged in energy supply adjustments for the artillery. Should the upgrades be completed, they will pose a significant threat to base 1081. A bold and perilous plan emerged in Li Yuan's mind. He resolved to undertake a solo mission to thwart the strategic ambitions of the alien pirates. Li Yuan stealthily approached the resource and armament chamber of the warship. an area guarded by personnel which could not be accessed without the captain's orders. Eliminating the guards was not a viable option. He would have to impersonate the captain, a task fraught with peril. The first step was to find an opportunity to approach the captain, allowing him to mimic both appearance and voice, and once successful, he must act swiftly to avoid detection by the alien pirates. The captain's visage was obscured by the helmet system, rendering it impossible to discern. Thus, Li Yuan relied solely on voice and presence. He was confident that the guards at the resource and armament chamber had never witnessed the captain's true face. They likely identified high-ranking officers through their demeanor and vocal tone. The following day, Li Yuan continued his search for information with a team of 10. During this time, he concocted excuses to evade the search party and secluded himself to practice impersonating the warship's captain. After 20 attempts, he believed he had achieved a preliminary resemblance. Additionally, he converted 20 of his vitality into 1 star of muscle and skin, and 10 of his overall strength into 1 star of bone, both reaching a level of 7 stars. Chapter 96, The Gaunt Figure. Haste makes waste. Impersonating the captain was inherently challenging. He needed to succeed in one attempt, for failure would lead to an unmarked grave. In the ensuing days, Li Yuan led his team in preparations for the alien fleet's readiness operations. A supply ship arrived from the deep space base, unloading immense black boxes filled with resources directly into the storage of armaments. His 10-member squad was tasked with the unloading and transportation, and Li Yuan eagerly participated, seizing the opportunity to explore the resource and weaponry compartment. The vastness of the armory left Li Yuan in awe, as orderly rows of shelves brimmed with transparent vessels, each containing a resplendent blue energy liquid. This substance was essential for the integration of the mecha's thermal weapon systems and laser cannon systems. Additionally, there were boxes filled with energy crystals, remnants from when he and Su Tingshi had eliminated the first infiltrator, hinting at a sinister alliance between the infiltrators and the alien pirates. Most of these energy crystals were white, with a few boxes containing blue ones. According to the records from the Loxia system, blue crystals were of a superior grade, possessing 5 times the energy reserves of their white counterparts. The resource compartment also housed rows of brand-new battle mechas, meticulously suspended along its sides, exuding an ominous and lethal aura. Li Yuan estimated there were over 500 of these newly arrived black mechas, poised to replace the losses suffered from the recent skirmishes against the pirates as they prepared to launch a full-scale assault on the 1081 base, where the Shinjo army had retreated. However, should they be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, their fate would be dire. After a day of relentless labor, Li Yuan was finally assigned to clear the debris from the upgraded artillery components and to clean the entire base. All indicators suggested that the alien pirates had completed their artillery upgrades and were on the verge of launching an attack on the 1081 base. Should a domino effect transpire, the entire first layer of humanity's fragmented star debris defense perimeter faces the perilous threat of collapse, an eventuality he cannot permit. In recent days, through the extraterrestrial system, he has discerned that alien marauders have seized control of several substantial fragments on the periphery of the fragmented star cluster, establishing a long-term stronghold as a deep space base, meticulously monitoring every movement of Earth's shattered remnants. Another day has passed, and Li Yuan has successfully replicated the captain's tone, voice, and commanding presence. The next step is to execute a perilously audacious plan. The electric surge of excitement stirred Jia Ren's eyelids, which flickered before he managed to pry them open. Gazing upon the octopus-like state, he refrained from revealing his true self to Li Yuan and began to sob. To his astonishment, the next moment, Jia Ren directly uttered words in an alien tongue, bypassing the translator. "Commander, I implore you, do not consume me any further. I have come to convey intelligence on your behalf. I am the representative of the infiltrators. You cannot devour me, I beseech you. I can lead you to capture more human warriors for your sustenance. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Engulfed in confusion and disbelief, Jia Ren was, in fact, another infiltrator that the Nanjing War Academy and the Patrol Department had been tirelessly investigating. How could this be? Reflecting on his valiant battles in the Wind River Valley, was it all merely a charade? Sensing a shift in the emotional state of Clausia, Jia Ren assumed he had moved him and immediately broke into a smile, declaring, "Commander, I possess the defense maps of the Nanjing metropolis, along with intelligence regarding the bases of the fragmented star debris, all of which I offer to you." Overjoyed at his narrow escape, Jia Rini reflected on his past predicament. When he was encircled by Closaya, he immediately attempted to identify himself as an operative, but Closaya disregarded him entirely, perhaps disdaining such infiltrators, and simply seized him as a long-term sustenance source. I am deeply grateful to the superior officer. Yes, I possess a contact list of infiltrators within the Nanjiang metropolis, which I can transcribe for you. Li Yuan inquired in Mandarin, his tone icy. Jia Rini, why did you betray humanity? Do you believe being a cur is preferable to being human? Jia Rini was taken aback, then offered a wry smile, presuming Closaya was testing him. Superior officer, though I possess the corporeal form of a human, my heart is loyal to and yearns for the holy race. This sentiment is witnessed by the heavens and the earth, and attested by the sun and moon. Li Yuan remained silent. The mecha's mask opened, and the octopus-like body emerged, amidst Jia Rini's fawning smile, which then morphed into a blank stare, disbelief, and ultimately, utter shock. He reverted to his human form. It was Li Yuan himself. Li Yuan merely gazed at him, his stare causing Jia Rini to tremble uncontrollably, shaking like a leaf. His trembling reached its zenith, giving rise to a surge of humiliation and indignation, inciting him to desperate action. He roared, Li Yuan, how dare you plot against Lord Closaya? You are doomed. Li Yuan cast a mocking glance at him. Do you believe that by acting in this manner, you can relay information to your masters? As a lackey, they merely regard you as sustenance, treat you like swine. Yet, you continue to servilely lick their toes. You are indeed unworthy of being human. Jia Rini's complexion alternated between shades of green and white. He bellowed. You are merely a student. What right do you have to censure your teacher? What is wrong with me defecting to the aliens? Why shouldn't I forsake the parochialism of my own race when advanced technology is offered to me, coupled with the boon of energy crystals for cultivation? A wave of revulsion washed over Li Yuan as he regarded Jia Rini. You are unworthy of the appellation teacher. Your very presence is an affront to my senses. Have you spared a thought for your progeny, who shall forever bear the odious stigma of being the offspring of a traitor? You have single-handedly ruined his existence. Do you feel no remorse? And what of the parents who nurtured you? They shall be subjected to scorn and derision wherever they tread. You are a paragon of impiety, disloyalty, and injustice, deserving of your demise. Jia Rini trembled once more, his face contorting in spasms. As he attempted to speak, Li Yuan swiftly silenced him. Do you seek to pledge allegiance to the extraterrestrial pirates? I shall grant you your wish. Li Yuan reverted to his octopoid form, soaring into the helmet's command system. He then seized Jia Rini, carrying him out of the warship and casting him before his 10-man mech squad. This curse still possesses some residual energy. Let it be your reward. The 10 extraterrestrial pirates erupted in frenzied delight, swarming upon him to drain his essence. Jia Rini emitted agonizing screams, yet was unable to vocalize them. His energy, including his very life force, was being consumed by the pirates. His face contorted, flesh receding until he was naught but a withered, skeletal husk. His eyes gradually dimmed, transforming him into a desiccated mummy. Chapter 97. Come, embrace me. He released Lan Qingzhen, who had subsisted on octopus for a week, his complexion now pallid. Upon emerging, he extended his arms, gazing upward to embrace the sunlight and air. The sensation of freedom was truly exquisite. Li Yuan smiled, resuming his true form and informing Lan Qingyan of his scheme. Lan Qingyun's countenance grew solemn. Is such a course of action feasible? Feasible or not, it must be done. This is our sole opportunity, even if it means our demise. We must ensure that base 1081 is defended. Lan Qingyun spoke earnestly. If it means dying together with you, I fear not. Li Yuan offered a faint smile, scratching his head in silence. Lan Qingyun approached him slowly, her expression softening as she remarked, Junior, come, let us bid farewell before the parting of life and death. Very well, he replied, extending his hand for a farewell shake. Until we meet again in the Yellow Springs, we shall remain as senior and junior. Yet, without further ado, Lan Qingyun stepped forward and enveloped Li Yuan in a rare embrace, her tone unusually gentle as she said, having you by my side on the road to the Yellow Springs makes it worthwhile. With that, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan swiftly ascended towards the resource chamber, transforming into the imposing figure of the captain mid-flight, only to materialize before the guards at the entrance. Greetings, Captain. Open the door. At once. The guards did not dare question why the captain himself had come to the resource chamber. The captain's voice was all too familiar. And they promptly unsealed the chamber's door. Without hesitation, Li Yuan sprang into action, diligently collecting piles of energy crystals, both milky white and deep blue, filling the container to the brim, nearly occupying 25 cubic units. Though Lan Qingyun stood astounded by the sheer volume of resources, her space dwindled, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. It was a classic case of possessing gold while living as a beggar. As for herself, should Li Yuan forbid her from revealing this to anyone, she would resolutely adhere to his wishes, even keeping it from Dean Mo Wenhai. She understood all too well that mishandling such treasures could incite disastrous envy. Subsequently, Li Yuan discreetly installed a timed energy bomb in a concealed spot within the resource chamber. Having completed his task, he swiftly exited the chamber, barely a minute having passed. Having just evaded the sentry's gaze, he was immediately met by his successor, Klaus. Klaus cast a frigid glare upon Li Yuan, demanding to know his purpose there. With disdain, he accused Li Yuan of overestimating himself, warning that entry was forbidden without orders, punishable by death. Klaus, however, spared him, citing his first infraction, but penalized him with 3 months' worth of cultivation resources, ordering him to depart. Yes, thank you, sir, for sparing my life. Li Yuan, seized by panic, repeatedly bowed in gratitude before retreating. He returned to the lower levels of the warship, the escape pod bay, where individual fighter craft were docked. Li Yuan boarded Closia's fighter, initiating facial recognition, and launched from the mothership. Klaus, on duty in the main control center, immediately noticed a red alert on the main control screen, indicating that a single fighter had detached from the mothership. Klaus frowned, puzzled as he had not issued any patrol orders. Who dared to commandeer a fighter without authorization? He swiftly activated the spatial fluctuation radar, his unease deepening. Received. After issuing a series of commands, Klaus remained unsettled, sensing something amiss. A sudden realization struck him, and he transformed into a blur of motion, appearing in an instant before the resource bay guards. What was Closia doing here just now? Sir, Closia has not been here. The guard hesitated. Nonsense. I clearly saw him emerge from the resource bay area. Sir, we swear we have not seen Closia, the guard stammered, trembling under Klaus's immense pressure. They were being truthful, however, unable to fabricate a lie. Open the resource bay. I will conduct an inspection. Sir, absent the captain's express directive, entry into the resource hold is strictly forbidden. Though visibly intimidated by Klaus's imposing presence, the guard stood firm, resolutely denying his request. As the officer on duty, I possess the authority to access the resource hold in the captain's absence. Open it immediately, or face the consequences. Klaus's apprehension grew with each passing moment. Impossible. Our mandate is to safeguard the resource hold. Without the captain's explicit command, no one shall pass, even at the cost of our lives. The guard, though internally hemorrhaging from the oppressive aura, remained steadfast. Insolent fools. I shall dispatch you and offer my explanation to the captain later. Klaus, consumed by fury, launched a devastating blow towards the two guards. Closest, I suspect Clesius of treachery, perhaps in collusion with these very guards to infiltrate the resource hold. We must investigate forthwith. What? The captain? Klaus and Closius were both taken aback, immediately recognizing the unsettling nature of the situation. The captain was expected to be aboard the command ship, participating in the strategic discussions concerning the assault on base 1081. How could he possibly be present on this vessel? We shall jointly sign a letter of responsibility. Open the doors to the resource hold for immediate inspection. Closius bellowed. Before the guards could comply, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated through the vessel, followed by a series of concussive blasts. Klaus, his sixth sense tingling, exclaimed in alarm, "Disaster. The base's artillery has been breached." Chapter 98. The Interstitial Paddy Base, 1081. Within the war room, the atmosphere was fraught with tension and solemnity. The overall commander, Gao Zhen, wore a grave expression as he addressed the commanders of various regiments and the leaders of military academies. Among them were Qin Polu from the Central Plains Military Academy, Lu Qifeng from the Southern River, Su Chongwan from the Eastern River, Yu Manhong from the Northern River, and Hua Xianyuan from the Western River. Ladies and gentlemen, according to intelligence relayed from the base's aerospace radar, extraterrestrial pirates have occupied Base 1080 and are reconfiguring their laser artillery arrays. Additionally, supply fleets from deep space pirate bases have arrived at the debris of Base 1080. The command center assesses that the enemy is likely to launch a full-scale assault on Base 1081 in the near future. Thus, we must prepare our countermeasures. Commander, the ultra-long-range laser artillery under my command is fully operational, and we also possess ICBM-converged super long-range missiles. We could preemptively bombard base 1080 and deliver a surprise missile barrage to the extraterrestrial pirates, Lu Qingfeng proposed, raising his hand. However, Lu Qingfeng continued. I request that the joint forces delay the counterattack for a brief moment. Qin Pelu, Yu Manhong, Su Chongyuan, and Hua Xianyuan exchanged glances, all letting out a gentle sigh. Gao Zhen, taken aback, asked, Team Leader Lu, why advocate for a postponement of the attack? Are you aware that if the extraterrestrial pirates strike first, we will lose the advantage of preemptive action at base 1081 and may be unable to withstand their assault? Can you bear the grave consequences that may ensue? Lu Qingfeng, resolute, nodded affirmatively. Let us delay the final offensive by 1 hour. Should any repercussions arise, I shall bear full responsibility. You may not be aware, but one of the most outstanding students of our Southern River Military Academy, Li Yuan, is currently trapped at base 1080, until we receive his signal. I do not advise initiating the attack. I firmly believe that even though I cannot reach him through the mech, I am convinced that he will notify us in some other form. The most outstanding student, Captain Lu, even the most distinguished individuals cannot delay the counteroffensive. You are not only the lead instructor of the South River Military Academy, but also the captain of our Xinzhou army. Do you lack this awareness? Furthermore, what is there to notify us about? To rescue him? Gao Zhen's voice grew stern. Indeed, we must go to his aid, Lu Qingfeng replied resolutely. Gao Zhen's breathing became heavy with anger. Yu Manhong also interjected, that's right. Classmate Li Yuan is an exceptionally talented student who may potentially evolve into a superpower of national caliber in the future. We must avoid launching a bombardment on base 1080 directly, lest we fail to eliminate the enemy and instead sacrifice our most promising future star. Hua Xianyuan glanced around, but ultimately chose not to speak. Gao Zhen's expression darkened. He was somewhat taken aback to discover that a mere 19-year-old student held the rank of lieutenant, a position only 1 grade above his own. After a moment of contemplation, he stated gravely, very well, since you all feel this way, we shall postpone our counteroffensive by another 4 hours. Just then, Mo Wenhai suddenly appeared, declaring loudly, everyone. We cannot delay. Rather, we must advance and commence the counteroffensive immediately. The crowd was taken aback, and Lu Qingfeng shot up, slamming the table in anger. Mo Wenhai. What do you mean? Hasn't Li Yuan already brought enough glory to the South River Military Academy? Are you trying to add insult to injury? Mo Wenhai offered a wry smile. Captain Lu, please don't be agitated. Allow me to show you something. You will understand once you see it for yourself. Everyone, come and take a look. Commander Gao, please initiate the attack at once. Gao Zhen found himself at a loss, his resolve wavering under the pressure from the personnel of the South River War Academy. It was you who delayed. It is you who must launch the assault. What is the situation? In the next instant, Mo Wenhai appeared, delivering a swift kick, exclaiming, You little rascal, why are you dawdling? Counterattack immediately. Yes, Commander. Mo Wenhai, engulfed in fury, quickly soared into the sky with the struggling Lu Qingfeng. He produced a space telescope and handed it to Lu Qingfeng with a grin, saying, Old Lu, stop glaring at me. Look, the signal from Li Yuan has arrived. Lu Qingfeng paused, skepticism flickering in his eyes as he raised the telescope to his gaze. Oh my heavens! Base 1080. After stealthily launching his fighter jet, Li Yuan headed straight for the base's laser cannon array. The adversary remained utterly unprepared for Li Yuan and the alien pirates' aircraft. Li Yuan promptly targeted and fired 2 blue light-concentrated intelligent energy projectiles, aimed directly at the recently upgraded blue energy reservoir at the base's core. Boom! The blue energy detonated, triggering a violent explosion that set off a chain reaction throughout the base, obliterating the entire laser cannon emplacement. Hundreds, if not thousands, of alien pirates perished in a cacophony of screams, torn to shreds and reduced to ashes by the searing flames. Following the explosion at the base, 200s of solitary fighters fled the mothership, while a greater number were annihilated outright, a sight that caused Chloe's, piloting one of the lead fighters, to become incensed with rage. Clausia, I shall obliterate your entire lineage. Chloe's, driven to madness, recklessly charged towards Li Yuan, signaling hundreds of other fighters to follow suit. A simultaneous volley unleashed a tempest of azure laser beams, missiles, and laser cannon fire. Li Yuan's fighter was inescapably locked on, leaving him no recourse but to eject. Within a minute of his escape, his fighter was reduced to ashes by the overwhelming barrage. The exosuits of the alien pirates feature larger helmets to accommodate the cephalopod control systems, whereas human exosuits are hollow, designed for human occupancy. Consequently, Li Yuan was forced to flee clad in his red exosuit. He was soon after retargeted by hundreds of fighters. The multitude of laser projectiles and azure beams aimed at him caused a cold sweat to break out across his back. Commander Liu, if you haven't witnessed this pyrotechnic display, I'm done for. As the alien pirate's artillery thundered towards him, Li Yuan dodged and weaved, yet remained unable to shake the lock. Just then, a barrage of laser cannon fire and ICBM cluster missiles erupted from ahead, mirroring the overwhelming onslaught. From a distant vantage point, the spectacle was magnificent. Two waves of hundreds of projectiles and laser beams colliding, with a minuscule red dot caught in the middle, like filling in a sandwich. Chapter 99. Hunted to the ends of the universe with devastating ordnance assailing him from both front and rear, a prickling sensation crawled across Li Yuan's scalp. He swiftly deployed the cerulean energy shield from the slain Cloady, simultaneously surging forward with every ounce of strength he could muster. One volley of projectiles sought to obliterate Li Yuan, while another aimed to deliver him from harm. Li Yuan, channeling the full power of his crimson mech, executed a desperate breakneck sprint. Employing the transposition technique to amplify his escape velocity, he narrowly evaded the pursuing missile swarm as it grazed his aft. Just as he intersected with the barrage launched from Outpost 1081. Minutes later, a cacophony of explosions echoed behind him. The somber expanse of space was momentarily ablaze with a succession of deafening detonations and towering infernos. "What a resplendent pyrotechnic display!" exclaimed the observers at Outpost 1081. Their voices tinged with awe. Yet, Li Yuan's peril remained undiminished. The enraged Close, having been locked onto, ejected from his fighter, and, encased in his obsidian mech, hurtled toward Li Yuan with murderous intent. This unfolding drama was finally observed through Lu Qingfeng's long-range telescope, eliciting a joyous laugh. Though the identity of the Crimson Mech could not be definitively confirmed as Li Yuan, who else could it be, if not him? Being pursued by extraterrestrial marauders at this juncture? Mo Wenhai, Mo Wentian, Luo Zhun, Qin Pelu, Su Chongwan, Yu Manhong, and Hua Xinyuan, among others. Witness the scene unfolding in the heavens. Is that Li Yuan? Presumably. Luo Jiodong, his eyes narrowed, gazed into the profound depths of space, inwardly conceding that this was the very youth his cherished daughter had been so fixated on, the one who had so vexed her. Indeed, he possesses a certain aptitude. Mo Wenhai, Mo Wentian, and Luo Jiotong exchanged anxious glances, their concern mounting. If they did not intervene swiftly, Li Yuan's fate would be sealed. Subsequently, Qin Polu, Su Chongwan, and Yu Manhong also enlisted in the endeavor to provide assistance. Hua Xinyuan tarried momentarily, yet ultimately remained stationary. "Who in the heavens are you? To brazenly impersonate Clozia and the captain, I shall flay you alive," Chloe's exclaimed, consumed by unbridled fury. At that juncture, a substantial barrage of ordnance from Base 1081, directed towards Base 1080, descended from above, succeeded by a squadron of combat airships. Manifestly, the human race had detected the obliteration of Base 1080 and promptly initiated a counteroffensive. All of this was instigated by that execrable insect antecedent to him. It was imperative to terminate this individual before the arrival of his stalwart reinforcements, for he had assuredly purloined material from the mothership's resource hold. The advent of the adversary's formidable reinforcements was projected to require a minimum of 5 minutes, whereas he himself could overtake and extirpate this scoundrel within a mere minute, with ample time to return. For Li Yuan, this constituted yet another life-or-death pursuit, an ordeal that had seemingly transpired on numerous occasions, to the point of engendering a sense of habituation. "Octopus, make acquaintance. I am your little brother, Li Yuan." Li Yuan guffawed boisterously. Chloe's responded with a sardonic grin. "Li Yuan, so it is you. This time, there shall be no escape." Its tentacles deftly manipulated the mecha, unleashing a devastating punch across 1,000 meters, to the extent that the very fabric of space exhibited instability. Li Yuan exerted himself to the utmost in executing the five-fold staff technique. As soon as the quintuple Li Yuan staff matrix materialized, it promptly transmuted into the sky-supporting combination art. A colossal Li Yuan mecha, brandishing a grade C alloy blade, cleaved downwards with formidable force. With a thunderous roar, the shadow of the fist was cleaved and dissipated, and Li Yuan's sky-supporting combination also disintegrated. Chloe's, now solemn, bellowed ferociously and projected his true form. A gargantuan octopus manifested in the firmament, its 8 tentacles sweeping across the heavens and earth, instantaneously enveloping Li Yuan within their grasp, as it erupted in raucous laughter. Observing from the rear, Lu Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately accelerated, still tens of thousands of meters away. Qin Polu could only sigh. At that moment, the colossal octopus in the air shuddered. The crimson mecha brandished its Class C long blade, whirling like a drill, bursting through the octopus's tentacles and leaving a trail of shattered limbs in the sky. Li Yuan was slightly winded. The screwdriver fused with the Class C super titanium alloy blade proved its worth, boring a massive, bloody hole through the octopus's embrace, allowing him to escape. Waha! Klaus watched in disbelief. Could the blade in that man's hand be made of star marrow iron, capable of breaching his substantial projection combat technique? Without time to ponder, he spewed a cloud of pitch-black mist toward Li Yuan, instantly transforming the surrounding hundreds of meters into a dark, abyssal fog. Li Yuan immediately sensed extreme danger. This black mist seemed to possess a high degree of physical corrosiveness and could silently erode one's sixth sense. Thus, while evading corrosion, the opponent's sixth sense would be imperceptibly eroded, leading to increased sluggishness and, ultimately, annihilation of both body and spirit. The massive red mecha burst through the black fog, raising its Class C screwdriver and cleaving down with the force of thunder. The octopus projection was somewhat taken aback, wielding its tentacles to parry, only to have half of them severed by a single strike. Li Yuan was not only forced to dissolve the sky-supporting combination by the counterforce, causing him to cough up blood once more, but also had the iron fist of the red mecha shattered, revealing his true hand with a bloodied and mangled tiger's mouth. Klaus grunted, seeing that Lu Qingfeng and the others had closed the distance by several thousand meters. He roared repeatedly, activating his trump card. A high-energy polymer bomb, hidden within his chest, was initiated by his tentacles as a desperate, life-saving measure. As soon as it materialized, the spatial radar it possessed immediately locked onto Li Yuan, hurtling towards him with a swift whoosh. Klaus, in response, instantly retreated, sprinting rapidly towards base 1080, knowing that lingering would result in being ensnared by Lu Qingfeng and others, ultimately leading to his demise. Without hesitation, Li Yuan shed his crimson mech, delivering a forceful kick towards the incoming high-energy missile while simultaneously encasing himself in a cerulean energy shield. Thanks to the translocation technique, he managed to maintain a semblance of directional control. The frigid gales of space immediately tore at his garments, leaving a trail of bloody welts across his body. It was only due to his 7-star resilience that he wasn't instantly eviscerated by the unrelenting winds. A violent explosion erupted behind him as the high-energy aggregated projectile accurately struck the crimson mech, instantly obliterating it into nothingness. Li Yuan's escape was short-lived, as the concussive energy wave slammed into him, causing widespread lacerations to his 7-star skin and fracturing 80% of his 7-star bones. With a pained cry, Li Yuan vomited copious amounts of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. He plummeted like a discarded kite, spiraling into the infinite, abyssal void. Chapter 100. The root of the problem revealed. Kill. Avenge his death. Thunderous cries echoed through the communication systems of the Divine Land Army and the Academy Army mechs. As pent-up animosity reached its zenith, Base 1080 descended into a maelstrom of fire, with pandemonium reigning supreme. The base's laser cannon array, recently upgraded by alien pirates, was destroyed by Li Yuan before it could even be activated. Resources, such as blue energy liquid intended for warships and energy crystals for alien warriors, were either destroyed or vanished without a trace. Now, with the surprise assault by the Divine Land Army, the entire base was thrown into utter chaos. As the battle airship descended, thousands of extraterrestrial marauders were already besieged by the enraged Divine Continent Army. The human laser cannons are too fierce. Launching the warship risks being shot down. Chloe's cautioned the captain vehemently. Ordinarily, the activation of their cerulean light shield would render the human artillery harmless unless it struck the same spot more than 10 consecutive times. However, the azure energy fluid had been pilfered by that detestable human insect, preventing the full deployment of the cerulean light shield. The sheer volume of energy fluid stolen baffled them, as even spatial equipment could not accommodate such a quantity. Fear not, I possess some reserve energy fluid. Activate the cerulean light shield immediately, Captain Claudius commanded impassively. 5 of the 10 colossal motherships dispatched from the deep space base had been obliterated by Li Yuan. The remaining 5, barely activating their impaired cerulean light shields, hastily took flight, abandoning the remnants of their forces. No, don't abandon us. The forsaken alien pirates, filled with resentment, launched their mechs in pursuit of the mother ships. They knew that their mechs were incapable of reaching the deep space base, and even traversing the fragmented asteroids posed a challenge. The ground was strewn with corpses, and rivers of blood flowed. Base 1080 had become a colossal sepulchre for the extraterrestrial pirates. Gazing at the 5 mother ships ascending in an attempt to escape, Gao Zhen bellowed, "All divine continent forces, concentrate laser fire on the final mother ship. We must bring it down." The human battle airships directed their laser cannons at the last mother ship. A thunderous volley of concentrated fire followed, as countless resplendent laser beams wove a deadly net of destruction. The mother ship, having endured countless strikes, and with its cerulean shield only partially operational, finally detonated mid-air, unfurling a resplendent blossom of demise. "We have triumphed! We have triumphed!" Myriad soldiers of the Divine Province Army and the Academy forces, beholding the grand spectacle in the sky and the 4 remaining motherships fleeing in disarray, jubilantly waved their arms, their elation causing the entirety of Base 1080 to seethe with excitement. The banner of the Divine Province fluttered proudly. Gao Zhen ascended into the air, addressing the tens of thousands of soldiers. "Comrades, we have achieved victory. Let us collectively revel in this moment." A resounding cheer reverberated throughout Base 1080, igniting the fervor of all present, for this triumph belonged to them. "Comrades," he continued, "though the extraterrestrial pirates have been routed, remnants may still lurk within the base, requiring elimination. Qin Palu and Dean Suchong Yuan, I implore you to lead your respective academy forces in a thorough search of the entire base, eradicating any remaining pirates. Dean Huaxian Yuan, I request that you lead your contingent in cooperation with Commander Liu of the Divine Province Army to commence the restoration of the base's laser cannon array." That lad, Li Yuan, truly wrought havoc, single-handedly rendering this expansive base inoperable. "Commander Liu, you personally oversaw the construction of this base. Should you wish to reprimand Li Yuan, I have no objections, provided you refrain from striking his face." This pronouncement elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd, alleviating the somber atmosphere. Commander Liu chuckled, remarking, "General Commander Gao is merely underscoring Li Yuan's exceptional achievements. Nevertheless, I am eager to meet this formidable individual, firstly to ascertain his countenance, and secondly, to administer a stern ear-tugging for the desolation he has inflicted upon the base I painstakingly erected." Oblivious to the unfolding events, Li Yuan narrowly escaped annihilation at the hands of Klaus, rescued from the encroaching abyss of space by Luo Jiotong and Commander Shi. Had they not intervened, he might have been consumed by a black hole, erased from existence. Despite their limited knowledge of Li Yuan's actions, they witnessed his audacious destruction of the base's artillery array and several pirate mother ships, feats of unparalleled valor. When Mo Wentian and Luo Jiotong joined forces to fortify his sanguine energy planet, they were astonished to discover that Li Yuan's sixth sense planet had ascended to a 2-star level. Yet, even they remained imperceptive to the presence of the hidden Wuling automobile projection nestled within his sanguine energy planet. The entire sanatorium buzzed with speculation upon the arrival of such a distinguished figure. Whispers gradually revealed the identity of the young academy lieutenant, a military officer who had distinguished himself through extraordinary exploits in the shattered asteroid belt. 3 days later, Li Yuan regained consciousness, wincing in pain. His robust 2-star sixth sense, though severely wounded, had prevented a prolonged coma. Upon opening his eyes, he was surprised to see Lu Gil. "Lu Beiding, it's you?" Lu Beiding, initially overjoyed at his awakening, transitioned to reproach. "What, were you hoping to meet King Qingguang? Can't you be more reliable? Before we set off, I told you to protect yourself. Instead, you take on an entire army single-handedly. What were you thinking? How could you be so reckless?" Li Yuan offered a sheepish smile. Though not brothers by blood, their bond was stronger than kinship. He knew Lu Beiding's sharp words stemmed from concern. This fraternal warmth prompted him to scratch his head instinctively, suppressing a foolish grin. As a result, the torn muscles and sinews once again throbbed with a heart-wrenching pain. Lu Beiding, in a state of urgent distress, hastily pressed the call button to summon a nurse. However, Li Yuan seemed to recall something and, with a grimace, said to Lu Beiding, "Brother Lu, please quickly find a nurse. My heart suddenly aches terribly." Lu Beiding, now anxious, exclaimed, "What's wrong? It's my fault for provoking your injury. I'll call the nurse right away." Li Yuan, his face contorted in agony, replied, "No, Brother Lu, you must personally fetch the doctor and remember to bring some food." Lu Beiding, though skeptical, dashed out. The doctor appeared bemused yet instructed the nurses to retrieve their snacks, as several rushed towards Li Yuan's special care room. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find a stunningly beautiful and voluptuous young woman unexpectedly present in the ward. Liu Beiting chuckled, realizing the source of Li Yuan's heartache. Chapter 101. Li QQ. After Blue Qingyun and Li Yuan bid each other farewell, she remained restless within the confines of the storage compartment, fretting over Li Yuan and the precarious situation. Nonetheless, the compartment, a remarkable space, was equipped with lighting. Despite the crystals, energy liquids, and mechas cluttering the area, the light, though somewhat obscured, remained bright. Trap had also awakened, shaking his head in confusion as he discovered himself blindfolded, his hands and feet bound tightly with super titanium steel cables. Panic set in as he shouted, "Li Yuan, you can't kill me. You promised." Blue Qingyun, with a hint of disdain, kicked him lightly and retorted, "Oh, stop your wailing. Who's going to kill you? I'd rather indulge in a pig roast." Blue Qingyun, you're still here? Ah, well, if that's the case, there's no need to worry. Despite his dismissal, Trap merely grinned, betraying no resentment. "Tell me," he inquired, "what minor details are you alluding to?" Addressing the woman, he continued, "Since you're here, it suggests that Li Yuan doesn't intend to harm me. Perhaps he's genuinely preoccupied with eliminating extraterrestrial pirates. After all, he is a celebrated figure in the Divine Province Army, burdened with responsibilities." A delicate blush graced Lan Qingyun's exquisite face, and she savored a silent, self-satisfied smile, discreetly concealed from view. Aloud, she retorted, "Cease your idle gossip, or Li Yuan might just decide to eliminate you, and I certainly won't intercede on your behalf." "Indeed, madam. Your kind words would be greatly appreciated." "Thank you," he responded. Just as Lan Qingyun was about to revel in her triumph, the entire enclosure began to tremble violently, nearly causing her to collide with the mecha. In the ensuing minutes, another violent tremor struck, leaving Lan Qingyun feeling disoriented. Her anxiety heightened as she wondered if something had befallen Li Yuan. Eventually, the enclosure stabilized, but an eerie silence descended, and the lights began to dim. Trap, gripped by terror, cried out, "No, it can't be. Li Yuan couldn't possibly be dead. What will become of us? If he's gone, we're trapped here, destined to perish. I refuse to accept this." Lan Qingyun, enraged, delivered a swift kick, exclaiming, "Silence your wretched, ominous mouth. The lights are still on, aren't they? If you continue to curse Li Yuan with your incessant prattle, I swear I'll silence you myself." The lights continued to fade, nearly extinguishing altogether. Trap wailed uncontrollably, lamenting his impending demise, lamenting the countless companions he would never have the chance to meet. Lan Qingyun, paying him no further heed, retreated into herself, crouching down, embracing her knees, and silently weeping. Her fear was not of death itself, but of the possibility that something had happened